A man fell to the ground, screaming in terror that he had arrived. The man fled in panic and warned that this place was no longer safe, urging his companions to escape. The silver-haired man calmly asked who he was, and received the reply that it was the one about whom rumors were spreading throughout Humite Street. The intruder was described as the werewolf slayer, the vampire killer, and the master of the blue veils, leading his undead army here. He would not allow the Dark Order a chance to escape, and he would destroy them all in the most brutal way possible, as undead hands grabbed a member of the Order. However, the silver-haired man still smirked confidently, believing there was nothing to worry about, because they had the strongest holy knights on their side. The other man desperately yelled that the knights he was talking about had been turned into undead, and were advancing here, under the command of a black-haired child. The child smiled maliciously, and ordered his army to go. A powerful blue energy stream was fired by the immortal knights as they charged forward. The brutal undead army attacked the living holy knights. 2 members of the Dark Order watched the chaotic scene with horrified expressions. The magical protective barrier shattered into pieces. The immortal knights poured in, slaughtering the Dark Order members. The silver-haired man was slammed to the floor by an immortal knight. He lay in a pool of blood, weakly begging for his life. The child stood above, holding a gun and looking down, while the silver-haired man was being choked, and couldn't believe that the one controlling the undead was someone else. While struggling and screaming that God would save him, the silver-haired man heard a voice ring out. "It is you," the child asked. "Salvation?" While pressing the muzzle of the gun against the silver-haired man's neck, declared, "I will do that for you instead," and a blue energy surge engulfed the man who was pinned to the ground. The silver-haired man screamed in pain as he felt the divine power penetrating his flesh. Standing before a stained glass window of the church, the child said that God's blessing is meant to help. A narration echoed, questioning the rumors surrounding the exiled 7th prince, who was considered the disgrace of the Holy Kingdom. The prince was described as the lowest of humanity, devoid of morals, accompanied by an image of a young man smiling sinisterly. The narration shifted to the incident involving an archbishop. In the past, the prince had harassed the archbishop's daughter, causing a white-robed cleric to shout in anger. The narration continued that things might have been better if the prince had simply accepted the punishment, but instead, he vandalized the archbishop's room, writing the phrase "Slave of Gaia" in blood on the wall. That action enraged the Holy Emperor, whose hand crushed the armrest of the throne. The Holy Emperor, in his fury, ordered the prince exiled to the land of the dead souls. He was sent to a desolate, snowy mountain region to reflect on his actions. However, he did not repent, and even attempted suicide after being rejected by a girl. Fortunately, he survived the fall. Strangely, after that incident, he became a completely different person. He began working diligently at a monastery without causing any trouble. Although everyone in town loved him, others were suspicious of this sudden change. Many rumors began to spread that a demon had possessed his body, that he had made a pact with the devil, and that someone had seen corpses walking around the monastery. Returning to the present, the child stood before a group of people in the shadows and asked for their opinions on those rumors. A zombie with glowing blue eyes raised its head and let out a small cry. The black-haired young man stood silently amidst the sunset scenery. A status window appeared, identifying him as Alan Alfalls, 16 years old, the exiled 7th prince, and a necromancer. Alan looked annoyed, wondering why this status window kept appearing randomly. He turned to the zombies and told them that the rumors spread because people had seen them walking around. Alan sighed, worried about being accused of heresy, then confessed that he was not actually Alan Alfalls. He revealed that he was once an ordinary person in Korea, and had entered this body when Alan was hanging himself. He explained that he could see the status window, with the labels Zombie 768 and Zombie 769 floating above the heads of 2 zombies. With his necromancer abilities, he used the zombies to help him in his work as a cemetery caretaker. However, this action was considered heresy in this place. Alan admitted that he was a bit confused at first but gradually got used to it, and wondered if he should stop. He recalled the time he worked seamlessly with the zombies, from digging graves and burying bodies to erecting gravestones. Alan smiled affectionately when thinking about the good days that had passed. The zombies also seemed moved. One of them even sniffled as if crying. But then Alan thought that perhaps it was time to say goodbye, which stunned one of the zombies. Hearing this, the entire group of zombies became panicked and screamed in protest, forcing Alan to calm them down. He looked at a growling zombie and commented that its mouth seemed disobedient. Alan began to explain that he had a complicated first life, and now, he just wanted to live a more peaceful second life. Seeing the zombie's attachment, Alan said he would think more about his decision. After sighing, Alan Alfalls asked the undead if they were ready. He ordered them to begin their work at the cemetery. Meanwhile, elsewhere, 2 men were struggling to move, one panting and asking the other if he heard anything. The other man snapped at him to be quiet, and continued pushing the cart carrying 2 corpses, asking if he wanted to die like them. They decided they had to quickly reach the prince to ask for help for their cursed village. From inside a wooden house, a bloodshot red eye was watching everything. The 2 men finally reached the cemetery, one asking if these were the last bodies. They confirmed to each other that everyone had fled, leaving only this place full of corpses. A villager turned to ask Alan Alfalls if he could come to their village, and he only replied with the question, "Why?" The man with the mustache explained that the entire village had been nearly wiped out, and they believed they remained safe by being close to Alan. The 2 villagers clung to Alan and desperately pleaded with him. They continued to beg tearfully, fearing they would also fall ill, and believing that only by staying near him would they be safe. Alan said sternly that he thought there had been some kind of misunderstanding. Finally, he asked them what they wanted him to do, looking toward the desolate village. Alan entered the village, commenting that the place was truly terrifying. The 2 villagers clung tightly to him, warning that the water system was broken, leaving many dangerous deep water pits. Alan irritably pushed them away, asking if he was their good luck charm. He walked ahead and said that if he were them, he would use the time to look for another house. A sudden noise startled all 3, and one tried to reassure the others that it was just a mouse. Alan declared he would go check, despite the 2 panicked villagers begging him not to go alone. Alan Alfalls walked through the dark alley, a bad premonition rising in his heart. He was certain he felt a presence, a killing intent that was simple yet distinct. Suddenly, Alan spun around, reacting to a sound that had just echoed. He stopped when he heard a faint squeak coming from nearby. In front of him was an unusually large rat, which surprised Alan. Before he could collect himself, he noticed the animal's eyes were glowing bright red. From the darkness, hundreds of other red eyes appeared, revealing a massive and hideous horde of zombie rats. The entire horde simultaneously rushed toward Alan, leaving him completely stunned. As the monsters covered him, Alan realized in horror that they were zombie rats. Understanding that this was the cause of the village's tragedy, he swung his shovel to attack. Alan yelled in desperation as he swung his weapon at the monsters. He roared in anger and slammed the shovel into the ground with all his might, creating a blue energy explosion. After the attack, Alan stood amidst the piles of rat corpses scattered across the cracked ground. His face covering fell away, revealing Alan's confused expression at the power he had just unleashed. But the rat horde was not afraid. They shrieked and continued to charge. Overwhelmed by the numbers, Alan retreated in panic, shouting that he didn't mean to. He was quickly pounced upon by the horde and dragged down to the ground. Alan was completely submerged in the sea of rats, and his shovel fell in with them. Suddenly, the shovel emitted a brilliant blue light as Alan screamed for them to stop. A surge of energy enveloped the ground as a skill was activated, and Alan wondered if they were trying to kill him. Alan smiled confidently amidst a vortex of blue energy. The Swamp of Death skill had been cast. He looked back in surprise, while the 2 villagers were also stunned by the sight of him and the scene before them. The 2 villagers stared in awe at the puddle of filth that had turned into holy water, praising Alan for purifying the rats and saving them. Alan dipped his hand into the pure water, thinking to himself that he had finally discovered a skill other than raising the dead. He deduced that even though he used a necromancy skill, the result was purification, because this body carried the holy power of the Holy Emperor's grandson. Alan realized that the holy bloodline had sanctified his skills, making him a holy necromancer. After realizing the truth about his power, Alan felt a little embarrassed. The 2 villagers suddenly discovered a surviving child, and realized it was Charlotte, their neighbor's daughter. They happily called Charlotte over and asked about her parents, but the child silently turned her back, holding a cleaver. Suddenly, Charlotte transformed into a demonic creature with glowing red eyes and lunged to attack. Alan was horrified as the sharp blade slashed straight toward his face. He narrowly blocked the attack and wondered if this was a zombie girl. Alan pushed Charlotte away, concluding that she wasn't a complete zombie because she still knew how to use a tool. Standing opposite Charlotte, who was radiating evil energy, Alan concluded that she had not fully transformed yet. Charlotte growled in pain, seemingly struggling with herself. Amidst the frenzy, the girl weakly called out for her parents, causing Alan to momentarily pause. But then, Charlotte lost control again and attacked wildly, and Alan raised his shovel to parry the blow. He gritted his teeth in resistance, and the shovel in his hand began to emit the blue light of holy power. The holy power from the shovel transferred through the blade, spreading all the way to Charlotte's hand. Charlotte's arm began to smoke and burn, making Alan realize that holy power could incinerate their bodies. Realizing Charlotte would be injured if she continued attacking, Alan decided to submerge her in the holy water. Charlotte screamed in agony as the holy power burned her, while Alan gritted his teeth and told her to endure it. He held the fiercely struggling Charlotte tightly beneath the surface until her screams gradually faded. After the struggle, an exhausted Alan knelt beside the now silent pool of water, Charlotte floated in the pure water, her body completely purified from the transformation. Sometime later, news spread about Alan purifying a village from a swarm of rats. A group of villagers led by an old man came looking for him, begging for help after hearing he had saved Charlotte. Alan coldly denied saving anyone and announced that the girl was dead. The entire group of villagers was stunned by the sudden news of Charlotte's death. He explained that he only carried the Holy Emperor's bloodline and had no power to save people. Hearing this, the villagers fell into despair, weeping over the fate of their village. Alan just sat in silence, watching their suffering without any reaction. Suddenly, a man burst in, hastily calling out the prince's name. He joyfully announced to everyone that Charlotte had woken up. He turned back to Alan, saying it was all thanks to him, and that he had let the girl continue sleeping because she looked tired. Having his lie exposed, Alan faced the doubtful and angry gazes of the crowd. He awkwardly turned his face away, muttering irritably that this was all such a bother. Alan stood up, declaring that since he possessed more holy power, he was forced to act, leaving the villagers astonished by his arrogant attitude. He raised a finger, signaling that he wasn't finished speaking. Alan announced he would help, but with a few accompanying conditions. Alan used his ability to analyze the old man, discovering his name was Parlock and that he was full of suspicion. He bluntly asked Parlock if they wanted his help, while simultaneously distrusting him due to his reputation as the exiled prince, then stated that the conditions were simple. Alan's first condition was that he would not work voluntarily, demanding that the villagers provide money and supplies. He demanded that they repair this entire ruined church for free, causing one villager to ask again in astonishment. When Alan threatened to leave if they refused, a villager quickly grabbed him and shouted that they agreed. Alan announced there was still one more important condition, leaving the entire group of villagers speechless with surprise. He demanded that Parlock keep this transaction absolutely secret from the Holy Knights and the royal family, and the old man reluctantly accepted. While a villager whispered suspicions that this was a scam, Alan thought to himself that this exiled church was finally useful. After hearing the report that 30 corpses in the village had turned into zombies, Alan confidently declared that this was feasible. He suddenly turned away and ordered everyone to grab weapons, leaving Parlock bewildered. Alan grabbed a stick, asking rhetorically if they expected him to fight the zombies alone. With a sinister smile, he said they could swing a few things around while he performed his holy prayer. Alan's smile became terrifying, making the villagers fearfully think that he was actually a demon. A villager was about to say something but was interrupted by gruesome growls echoing from outside. Another person looked outside and frantically shouted that the zombies had followed them all the way here. Alan was also surprised they arrived so early. Everyone rushed to find weapons, even if it was just a mop, to prepare for the fight. Outside, a large army of zombies with glowing red eyes was staggering toward the church. A desperate villager called out the elder's name, while Alan seemed confused and stammered. Parlock casually admitted he had misjudged the situation while fleeing, causing the other villager to become enraged and charge straight into the horde of zombies. Amidst the chaos, Alan also struggled when a zombie grabbed him while he was trying to fight back. Alan activated the Swamp of Death skill, a wave of blue holy energy sweeping away the zombies. Amidst the monster's screams, he smirked. In his thoughts, Alan revealed that using the skills wasn't difficult, as he had already been a necromancer before coming to this world. He recalled participating in a virtual reality game test to earn money and choosing the necromancer class. Unfortunately, he died from electrocution and woke up to find himself in this body. Back in the present, Alan realized that luckily the game skills had transferred over, and he swung his shovel to resurrect an undead. However, he thought to himself that the holy power inherent in this body had altered his skills and made them very difficult to control. Every time he used a skill, his holy power leaked out, purifying the surrounding corpses. Alan's gaze fell upon a villager sitting on the ground, desperately saying he couldn't fight anymore. The villager burst into tears, admitting that even though he knew they were zombies, he couldn't continue. He desperately pointed toward a female zombie in the crowd, and said that was his wife. The female zombie approached, raising her pale hand to touch the cheek of her sobbing husband. Her hand remained pressed against her husband's cheek, while he could only shed tears. Suddenly, the female zombie let out a savage roar, her red eyes glowing as she prepared to attack. Alan unexpectedly rushed forward and delivered a powerful kick to the female zombie's head. The female zombie was thrown to the ground, and the horrified husband screamed for his wife. Alan coldly stated that it was just a corpse, but the villager angrily shouted back that he didn't understand anything. The villager demanded that Alan look closely at his wife. Alan merely thought to himself that her body was rotting and her soul was lost. He told the villager that if he wanted his wife to suffer like this, he should just run away. A zombie grabbed the brown-haired villager. He was utterly terrified when held tightly. Alan Alfal's eyes flashed with a mysterious blue light. Suddenly, a shining figure plunged from the sky, making everyone look up. The person landed on the ground with a powerful impact, creating an explosion that blew away dirt and rocks. Amidst the dust and smoke, a white-haired woman slowly stood up. She coldly looked at the zombies scattered across the ground. She turned back and asked Alan, "Prince, are you all right?" A flashback began in a village during winter, where the plague was raging. Little Charlotte at the time believed the sickness was just a trial, so they could be healthy the following year. The girl called out to her parents in horror, recalling her mother's instructions. Charlotte ran to the door, frantically reporting that there was a swarm of rats outside. With a frightened expression, she added that they all had red eyes. She watched in horror as her father, who had turned into a zombie, attacked her mother on the floor. The dying mother used her last breath to tell Charlotte to run. Charlotte looked back and saw her mother, now also a zombie, standing in the doorway. The zombie mother growled soullessly, causing Charlotte to desperately scream, "No!" Her memory showed her zombie parents tearing at something. She couldn't clearly recall what happened next. Little Charlotte fled in panic, pursued by the swarm of zombie rats from outside and her parents from inside. In desperation, the girl grabbed a kitchen knife to defend herself. In the flashback, young Charlotte lay in a pool of blood after fighting back. The zombie growls still echoed from behind the curtain. The girl sat slumped on the floor, covered in blood and exhausted, staring at the shadows of her zombie parents behind the curtain. Charlotte recounted that the villagers had become strange, and one of her eyes began to turn red. She realized that even the zombie rats that had wanted to eat her were now ignoring her. Looking at the bloody handprint, she wondered if she was transforming, but then dismissed it all. Sitting alone amidst the scene of death, Charlotte felt despair because no one was coming to save her. With tear-filled eyes, the girl wished that just one person would come to save her. Her memory merged with the scene of Alan rushing forward, shouting loudly, preparing to purify another girl. Alan looked determined as he enveloped himself in a stream of blue holy power. He submerged the transforming girl in the water, thinking there was no other way. The girl was completely submerged in the swirling, purifying water. Returning to reality, Charlotte woke up with a start from the nightmare. She found herself lying on a bed in a strange room. Still reeling from the memory, Charlotte was greeted by a woman as she woke up. The woman explained that the prince had instructed her to take care of Charlotte. She told Charlotte to keep silent because there were zombies outside, which left Charlotte bewildered. Through the window, they both saw Alan shouting, demanding that a villager stop crying and fight. Seeing Alan in danger, Charlotte frantically screamed to warn him. Her gaze was fixed on Alan, the wish for someone to come save her, echoing in her mind. In Charlotte's mind, the thought of someone coming to save her resonated along with a loud noise. She quickly opened the window and screamed in horror upon seeing the situation outside. Without hesitation, Charlotte leaped out of the window and shouted loudly, questioning the enemy's actions. Her feet hit the ground with extreme force, cracking the surface. Charlotte shot like an arrow toward the group of zombies surrounding the brown-haired villager. She landed in the middle of the horde, creating a powerful shockwave that sent them flying. With one hand, Charlotte easily lifted a zombie into the air. She turned back to look at Alan, her red eyes anxiously asking if he was okay. Charlotte stood shielding Alan, who was sitting on the ground, while he recalled his determination to save everyone. Alan looked at her with a stunned expression, unable to believe what had just happened. He stared in amazement at the massive pile of zombie corpses, wondering how Charlotte could have done that alone. Alan irritably thought that even though he was the one restraining the zombies, they were now revering Charlotte. He deduced that purifying her just before her complete transformation had granted her this power. Alan turned to the brown-haired villager, telling him to take care of his family's remains. He told the others that even though they were tired, they should finish the remaining work. Alan explained that they must free the suffering souls, and the villagers listened solemnly. Convinced, the brown-haired villager placed a hand on Alan's shoulder and said that he would also help perform the ritual. Under the night moon, a simple ritual was about to be performed. Alan stood in the middle of the graveyard as the souls were released. The ritual was simply a funeral service praying for them to rest in peace. He mused that performing rituals like this was part of the reason he had been exiled. Alan reflected that this land naturally had a high risk of zombie outbreaks, which was why someone was needed to care for the dead. However, he still found the current situation highly unusual, as there were no records of so many villages being devastated this quickly. He concluded that it was too early for the cyclical death wave to arrive. While he was contemplating, a villager called the village elder, Parlock, to meet him. Alan asked Parlock if any strangers or strange incidents had occurred in the village, but the elder replied no. From this, Alan deduced that the plague which started a month ago must have been intentionally caused by someone. When he muttered about the possibility of a necromancer, Parlock and the other villagers overheard and were utterly terrified. They panicked, screaming about the Grim Reaper and demons, while Alan silently thought he had spoken out of turn. Annoyed, Alan covered his ears and silently apologized for disgusting them. He believed the zombie controller was nearby, but he didn't know how to find them. Deciding to put everything aside, Alan told the villagers he was going to sleep and left them to handle the rest. On his way back to his room, he thought to himself that he was just a laborer, not the prince they called him. Alan's shadow stretched long across the floor as he headed toward the bed in his room. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the bed after a long day. Alan closed his eyes, telling himself that the funeral was tiring and he needed rest. Suddenly, a loud noise from outside startled him awake. Still groggy, Alan opened the door and heard panicked screams about a kidnapping. He was stunned when he heard the report that zombies had kidnapped someone. Alan confusedly wondered if zombies truly kidnapped people, and a group of villagers confirmed they had witnessed it firsthand. They explained that the zombies had taken advantage of everyone being exhausted after working all night to make their move. The villagers recounted the scene of a man desperately carrying Morian and fleeing while being pursued by zombies. Alan questioned Morian's identity, and a villager explained that she was a professional herbalist. The villagers continued to praise Morian as a kind person who often helped and treated the injured, making Alan even more confused about whether he knew her. A villager hesitantly revealed that Morian was a beauty. They added that Morian was the one who had rejected Alan's confession, making him realize with frustration that the old story was being dug up again. When the villagers mentioned that Alan had once tried to commit suicide due to the humiliation, he quickly cut them off, overcome with embarrassment. A villager suggested forming a search party, but Alan secretly thought they were only enthusiastic because Morian was beautiful. Nevertheless, Alan decided that he had to go check the situation. He reflected that this was the first time he had seen zombies kidnap a human, and he needed to confirm if there was anything unusual happening. Alan put on his cloak and asked about tracking capabilities, and a villager immediately introduced the hunter named Hans. He agreed to set off immediately, which made the villagers cheer happily. Alan ordered them to quickly fetch Hans. Suddenly, he saw Charlotte standing there, staring at him. The two faced each other in silence. Feeling the pressure, Alan wondered if Charlotte still resented him for defeating her earlier. A villager urged everyone to hurry, fearing Morian was in danger, and the group started running. Charlotte remained standing still, quietly watching them leave. A man named Hans explained that zombies drag their feet, making their tracks easy to find, then pointed to a crack in the ground. Alan praised Hans for finding the entrance, while another person felt a cold draft rising from it. Alan Alfals silently praised Hans's skill as they arrived in front of a cave. He sensed an ominous flow of demonic energy emanating from within, speculating that this might be the source of the plague. Alan analyzed that the zombies' actions indicated someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. He suddenly suggested burning the entire place down, causing the brown-haired man to remind him, stunned, that Morian was still inside. Alan explained that the gloomy atmosphere here would strengthen the undead. He warned that if they all rushed in to save one person, they would only turn into a feast for the zombies. Alan suggested that everyone should prepare more thoroughly, even if it reduced Morian's chances of survival. Suddenly, a roar echoed, making Alan turn around in surprise. A giant zombie bear rushed out of the darkness, attacking him unexpectedly. The entire bear lunged forward with sharp claws. The terrified villagers screamed Alan's name as they witnessed the scene. The bear bit hard into Alan's shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. The attack flung Alan deep inside the dark cave. As he fell, Alan realized the bear was also one of the undead. Despite his bleeding wound, he activated a skill that made his shovel emit a blue light. Alan cast Swamp of Death, creating a torrent of holy water that submerged the zombie bear amidst painful roars. Lying on the ground, Alan proceeded to activate another skill on his wound. The dreadful curse skill was cast, creating an energy flow that enveloped him. The energy began to heal the wound, and Alan thought to himself that having his skills reversed was truly convenient in times like this. Alan stood up, silently observing the zombie bear that had just been struck. A status window appeared, revealing the bear was the Glutton King, and had been enhanced by necromancy. Alan realized that was why it could resist holy water, and worried about the one controlling it from behind. He told himself that he couldn't defeat this monster with pure strength alone. Suddenly, the bear roared and lunged, throwing Alan away. He only had time to be horrified as the giant monster closed in. Suddenly, Charlotte leaped down from above, plunging her knife straight into the bear's head. She stood atop the monster, which was growling in pain. The bear frantically flung Charlotte off its body. From a distance, Alan was stunned to see Charlotte, and wondered if she had followed him. He yelled, ordering Charlotte to hold the bear back, which confused her. Charlotte was thrown and slammed onto the ground. She quickly sprang up and dodged to the side. The zombie bear opened its massive jaws, intending to swallow her whole. Charlotte bravely faced it, using her bare hands to block the monster's mouth. She strained, forcing her hand between its sharp teeth. A blinding burst of energy erupted from Charlotte's hand. The explosion sent the giant bear flying backward, Alan appeared, praising Charlotte for buying him time to use his skill. Charlotte watched in horror as Alan's hand transformed, taking on the grayish-blue color of the undead. She frantically wondered if he had been infected after the bear bite, but then dismissed the thought because the time elapsed was too short. Meanwhile, Alan thought to himself that this was the real way to fight. As hordes of undead rose from the ground, Charlotte knelt on the ground in astonishment as Alan calmly walked past her. Alan flashed a confident smile, his eyes glowing with the blue hue of his power. A massive zombie army rose up, surrounding the two of them, creating an overwhelming formation. The zombie bear roared furiously, tearing apart the smaller corpses that dared to block its path. Nevertheless, one corpse managed to sink its teeth into the giant monster's shoulder. The bear counterattacked wildly, sending a zombie flying into the air with a massive swipe. But countless other undead arms reached up from the earth, clinging tightly to the bear and dragging it down. Alan explained to Charlotte that because the bear had killed so many people, he was able to summon such a large army. He admitted that the bear's durability far surpassed that of the zombies, but ultimately, numbers would win. Wounded and exhausted, the zombie bear stumbled its final steps. It collapsed toward Alan just before blood suddenly spurted from a fatal wound. The giant monster crashed to the ground, revealing Charlotte's knife plunged deep into the back of its neck. Charlotte stood on the bear's corpse, firmly gripping the blood-soaked knife as Alan approached. Alan calmly remarked that the outcome of the battle had been obvious from the start. Worried, Charlotte turned around and called him Prince. Alan reassured her that he had just used a bit too much holy power, but internally grumbled about why she had come here just to fight him. Alan explained that he had accidentally let Charlotte see the full extent of his power. He expressed his desire to live peacefully as an exile, and asked her to keep his abilities a secret. In Charlotte's heart, the image of the prince became incredibly admirable. However, Alan actually just wished she would stop bothering him and leave him alone. Charlotte declared Alan her savior, and vowed to obey his every wish, leaving him utterly confused. Their conversation was interrupted by the villagers calling out from the cliff above. A panicked villager asked why Charlotte had jumped down and reported that they had brought caving equipment. Alan told them to turn back, thinking to himself that they wouldn't be any help. As he climbed down, the villager was astonished to see the corpses of the zombies and the bear. He asked if the two of them had done this, revealing that the bear was the infamous Glutton King. The villager speculated that there must be a necromancer inside this cave. Alan fabricated a story that a necromancer had tried to take over the cave, and that they had only arrived after everything was finished, which the villager easily believed. He coldly stated that the woman named Morian was probably dead. Alan continued the story, suggesting the necromancer had used her as bait to kill more people with the bear. When asked what to do next, Alan decided they would proceed deeper inside. He decisively confirmed his decision. With a smug smile, Alan thought to himself that he needed to see just how skilled this necromancer was. The group began to move into a larger cave containing a pool of water. They cautiously walked along the cliff face, scouting the path ahead. A villager shouted upon discovering something ahead. They found a bound woman, and realized it was Morian. The villagers rushed forward to rescue her, while Alan and Charlotte stayed back to observe. Alan thought to himself that the girl being alive meant the necromancer was using her as bait. His eyes flashed blue as he activated his ability to see through the nature of things. The bound woman looked up, surprised, and asked if he was the prince. She smiled brightly, showing gratitude that everyone had come to save her. Suddenly, Alan lunged forward and delivered a punch straight to the woman's face. The powerful blow sent her sprawling backward, blood spraying from her nose. The villagers standing behind Alan were stunned by his actions. They called his name in astonishment, while Alan stood over the woman he had just struck down. Alan coldly stated that he should have used the sharper end of the shovel. A villager rushed over to the woman, anxiously asking Alan what was wrong. Alan revealed that he could see through everything, and a status window appeared, showing information about a 63-year-old necromancer named Morgana. He told the confused villagers that Morian was not the decoy. Alan ignored the woman's pleas, warning everyone not to be fooled by her. He loudly declared to the shocked villagers that she was the necromancer herself. The woman, Morgana, realized in horror that all her secrets, from her name to her age, had been exposed. She frantically denied it, claiming she had been captured and tortured, but Alan merely shrugged mockingly. Alan scoffed, asking if anyone believed Morgana's act of kindness. He presented a vial of holy water as a final test. Alan explained that holy water would heal ordinary people but would melt the internal organs of a necromancer. Still in disguise, Morgana nervously refused the precious gift. With a terrifying expression, Alan grabbed her and forced her to drink it. Morgana wondered in horror how her perfect disguise had been discovered. She recalled having fooled the entire village for a year without suspicion, and couldn't understand how this prince knew. In her thoughts, she tried to figure out what kind of power had helped Alan defeat the zombie bear. Alan interrupted her train of thought by urging her to drink. As he spoke sarcastically, a sudden change occurred in the bound woman. Morgana abandoned her disguise, revealing her true form as an old woman, and admitted her intention to kill Alan. Alan counterattacked, shattering the newly summoned skeleton with a punch. Morgana furiously declared that he was only hastening his own death, as countless skeletal hands emerged from the ground. She laughed maniacally, ordering her skeleton army to destroy Alan. Alan dismissively waved his hand, and a blue energy blast easily destroyed all the skeletons. Morgana was stunned when a dark figure with glowing red eyes suddenly appeared behind her. Charlotte swiftly closed the distance, tackled Morgana, and held a knife to her throat. Alan casually patted a skeleton he had just taken control of, while Morgana stared at Charlotte in terror. Completely defeated, Morgana desperately asked about the source of Alan's power, and he sarcastically replied that it was thanks to the shovel. While Morgana assumed Alan's shovel must be a holy relic, he nonchalantly asked why she cared about that. Instead, Alan reminded her that she should worry about herself more, as Charlotte was holding a blood-stained knife to her neck. Subdued, the woman confessed her name was Morgana, a 63-year-old necromancer. The nearby villagers were horrified and enraged, demanding that she confess everything. Morgana frantically begged Alan for her life, promising to reveal who had ordered her. She revealed her mission was to seduce Alan and fake his death as a suicide. Alan was only slightly surprised that his former self wasn't as pathetic as he thought. While Morgana was confused by his indifference, Morgana whispered that the Dark Order itself had commanded her to kill the Holy Emperor's 7th grandson. She tried to threaten Alan, saying she realized he was also a necromancer, and the church would not leave him alone. Alan coldly ordered Charlotte to kill her, and Charlotte immediately agreed. Morgana pleaded frantically, saying it was just a slip of the tongue, and promising to reveal everything about the Dark Order. Alan forcefully struck Morgana away, declaring that information revealed too easily was worthless. He turned his back, leaving Morgana on the ground, and announced that her fate would be decided by the villagers. Morgana watched in horror as the vengeful shadows of the villagers she had harmed loomed over her. When Alan said she had to pay for her sins, Morgana began to beg. A villager asked Alan how she should be dealt with, and he replied that the punishment must fit the crime. The brown-haired villager declared they would give her a painful death and then abandon her body in the forest. The punishment was set. Her corpse would be eaten by wild beasts, and the remains would turn into a zombie, a fitting end for a necromancer. Watching the villagers escort Morgana away, Alan calmly remarked that the Middle Ages were truly brutal. After everything was over, Alan pondered silently by himself. He recalled the Dark Order, the organization the female necromancer belonged to, and the magic books he had taken from her. Alan recalled successfully stealing them and storing them in his inventory. While reading the books, he felt a slight regret that he couldn't learn the skill to speak with spirits. Alan continued flipping through the book and stopped at a seemingly important page. He suddenly remembered Morgana's threat about eliminating him during the death wave. Sitting by the window, Alan decided he needed to find out more about the death wave and the assassination plot. He began to suspect that his own royal siblings were behind everything. Alan deduced that their motive might be the war for succession. He realized he was being dragged into a complex power struggle. The reality of royal life made him worry about the possibility of assassination and consider hiring mercenaries. Ultimately, Alan decided that, for now, he must quickly raise his skill level. Nearby, Charlotte was shocked when she overheard the thought that Alan might be assassinated. She pondered the words people spoke about how much the prince had changed. Charlotte recalled that despite his small stature, Alan was always the one leading the charge in battle. She remembered that he had single-handedly saved many people and even personally organized funerals for the deceased. A villager added that while Charlotte was unconscious, Alan himself had taken care of her parents' bodies. Hearing the truth, Charlotte couldn't hold back tears of emotion. Charlotte clenched her fists, a fierce determination rising within her. She thought to herself that Alan was not just a benefactor, but also someone who had replaced her parents. A simple thank you was not enough. Sensing the danger lurking around Alan, she decided she must become a shield to protect him. In her mind, the Royal Swordsmanship Manual appeared as a solution. To protect the Great Prince, Charlotte sought out that book. With fiery eyes, she resolved to become even stronger. Meanwhile, the Great Prince Alan was idly drawing on the window pane. He opened Morgana's book and read that the undead could evolve over time. Alan continued to study the complex notes and diagrams in the book. The book explained that if a zombie's body did not decompose into a skeleton, it would evolve into a stronger ghoul. The evolutionary path continued from ghoul to Dullahan, and then to vampire. The more they evolved, the smarter and more powerful they became. Mana in the darkness accelerates this process, which is why they constantly crave stronger sources of mana. The final destination for all zombies is called the Land of the Dead, To prevent their bodies from rotting, they instinctively migrate to colder regions when winter arrives. This massive migration is called the Death Wave, peaking on December 25th, the death anniversary of the undead king Amon. Alan closed the book, calculating that the death wave would arrive in only about a month. He suddenly realized that the witch Morgana had intended to use these very zombies to assassinate him, just as Charlotte called out. Charlotte smiled gently, offering to help him put the book away. Alan was slightly surprised but agreed to give her the book. Alan watched Charlotte's retreating back, thinking about how she came to the church every day, even though no one asked her to. He pondered all the unpaid work she did, from cleaning and tending the cemetery to preparing meals. Alan reassured himself that perhaps she would leave once she felt satisfied. He recalled hearing that a man named Grill had adopted Charlotte, giving her a place to return to. Alan smiled, thinking that Grill looked sloppy but was actually a good person, before being interrupted by a loud noise. The church door burst open, and 3 holy knights in shining armor stepped inside. The leading commander stared through the visor slit, his green eyes full of scrutiny. Alan was startled by their sudden appearance. The knight removed his helmet, revealing the face of Harmon Dian, vice commander of the Knights of the Holy Cross, and immediately asked about Alan capturing the witch Morgana. Alan smirked, secretly annoyed that Harmon didn't bother greeting him and treated him like a disgraced prince. He suddenly realized the news had spread too quickly, proving that someone had been watching him. Harmon also thought that these must be the people who had been watching the prince. Alan defiantly confirmed that he and the villagers had captured Morgana, and Harmon replied that they were only there to verify the fact. When Harmon reiterated that Alan had fought alongside the villagers, he simply confirmed it. Harmon went on to recount the exaggerated story of Alan using farming tools to kill the king of predators, which confused him. The story became even more unbelievable when Harmon said that a man named Grill had killed 30 zombies and cornered the witch using holy water. Harmon revealed that the farmer himself had told him, while Grill posed smugly in the background, making Alan exasperated. Harmon admitted that he was initially skeptical, but after seeing the traces of the fierce battle, he believed it was all true. Seeing the holy knight so easily fooled, Alan could only sigh inwardly. Alan asked Harmon if he knew Morgana belonged to the Dark Order, and said that she herself had revealed it. Harmon confirmed that the Dark Order was a notoriously cruel organization. When Harmon revealed that Morgana had single-handedly destroyed 5 villages, Alan was secretly astonished that he had faced such a dangerous individual. Harmon asked if Alan had truly eliminated the witch, and he merely replied that she had been beaten to death and her body disposed of. When directly asked if he was the one who did it, Alan immediately denied it and feigned weakness. He thought to himself that concealing his strength and going along with Grill's bragging was the best option. Harmon looked flustered, stammering that he was merely present. Alan continued his act, pretending to be so terrified he nearly wet himself, which confused Charlotte standing beside him. Witnessing the scene, Harmon secretly felt disgusted by Alan's behavior. Harmon immediately changed the subject, asking Alan about Morgana's magic books. When he learned that her bookshelf was empty, Alan secretly laughed because he was the culprit who had taken them all. He casually suggested that the villagers might have burned the books because they were too ominous. Harmon then handed Alan a heavy pouch, saying it was the final item. Inside were 80 gold coins, the bounty for capturing Morgana, which greatly surprised Alan. Alan humbly accepted the pouch, stating that he only did what was necessary. Although instructed to share it with the villagers, Alan was secretly overjoyed to receive both the books and the gold. Harmon breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Alan cooperate. After concluding their business, Harmon politely bowed and took his leave of Alan. The moment the deputy commander departed, Alan turned to Charlotte with a glint in his eye and ordered her to pack their belongings. Harmon Dian announced that the death wave was imminent, and they would be escorting Alan to another location. Alan wondered if they were concerned about his safety because he was still a prince. He asked if he would be evacuated back to the Imperial Palace or to the warm south, but Harmon denied both. The deputy commander revealed their destination was Lonia territory, much to Alan's surprise. Harmon explained that although they would remain in the land of the dead, the evacuation to this specific fortress was intentional. Standing before the city gate, Alan learned that Lonia territory was a fortress constructed specifically to halt the death wave. Harmon added that they had gathered soldiers and even prisoners to fight the zombies, which gave Alan a terrible premonition. With a grave expression, Harmon confirmed that there would be heavy casualties in the upcoming battle. Alan's mission was revealed: to organize funerals for the victims, a prospect that caused both his and Charlotte's faces to fall. Upon arrival, an older man greeted Alan, and the status window revealed him to be Gennard Lepong, the Lord of Lonia. Wearing his new attire, Alan coldly replied to the greeting, stating that he was not in a good mood at all. When asked about the journey, Alan bluntly complained that the carriage had been uncomfortable. Gennard was curious about Charlotte, who introduced herself as a maid, while Alan secretly thought they were being treated far too well for an exiled prince. Alan lost his patience, demanded to be taken to his room, and Gennard quickly complied. Looking back at the snow-covered fortress, Alan wondered why he had been sent to this place, which was nicknamed the Land of the Dead. Lonia territory had another, more terrifying nickname, the Sacrificial Fortress. It was called that because it was where victims were gathered to appease the wrath of the dead, with city walls only serving to delay the death wave. They had to hold out against the zombies for an entire month just to see spring after the wave subsided. Inside the fortress, chained prisoner soldiers were being herded toward the front lines in preparation for battle. Harmon Dion explained that Alan Alfals only needed to help treat the injured and manage the funerals. When he heard that there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 casualties every year, Alan was speechless. He asked if anyone else would be assisting him, and Harmond replied that there were about 80 priests available to perform the purification rites. Harmond reassured him that the soldiers would assist with the funerals, though sometimes people died from sheer exhaustion. Upon hearing this, Alan abruptly stopped walking. He turned back and called out to Lord Gennard Lapong. Alan suddenly yelled, demanding a drink immediately. To Gennard's astonishment, he declared he would rather die from excessive drinking than from overwork. Alan then told Charlotte to go with Grill and enjoy herself for a while. He instructed them to return before the death wave commenced. Alan smiled, saying it was because Charlotte had to protect him. He announced to everyone that he would be taking a rest. Gennard told him to trust him, while Harmon secretly thought Alan's behavior was childish. Alone in his room, Alan admitted that his recent performance had been quite effective. He thought to himself that, naturally, he wouldn't actually drink the alcohol. Alan placed his hand over the mouth of the wine bottle, channeling holy power into it. The blue energy began to transform the red liquid. Before long, the entire bottle of wine had turned into a sparkling, holy solution. Alan decided he needed to stockpile some holy water to survive this ordeal. Alan thought he should fill the bottles with holy water and treat it like an energy drink. While continuing to channel energy into the water, he realized this was also a good way to practice power control. But then something else caught his attention. Alan was surprised to see an item displayed on the wall in his room. It was a musket displayed in a glass frame. He recalled reading about guns in this world but hadn't expected them to be so common, so he curiously took it down. Alan pondered the reason why melee weapons were favored over guns in a world full of monsters. It was because firearms here were merely decorative. More specifically, guns did not use gunpowder but mana. And while they could be charged with mana or holy power, they consumed a colossal amount. Even a trained mage could only fire 5 shots, and it took 5 minutes to generate a single bullet, rendering it an obsolete antique. Alan regretfully thought about the movies where zombies were taken down with a single headshot. He decided to experiment, channeling his holy power into the musket to see if he could generate a bullet. Blue energy gathered at the muzzle, and Alan aimed playfully. He pulled the trigger, unleashing a powerful stream of holy energy. A system notification confirmed he had successfully created a bullet using holy power, while Alan was simultaneously knocked backward by the shot's recoil. The explosion shook the entire building, making Alan realize he had caused major trouble as soon as he heard the guards shouting outside. Elsewhere, Harmon Dion, the deputy commander, wore a scowling expression. 2 guards noticed the deputy commander's bad mood. They secretly guessed the cause was either the approaching death wave or the 7th prince, but their discussion was interrupted by Harmon's call. Harmon turned back with a threatening smile, reminding them to focus on guarding the prisoner instead of chatting, causing the 2 soldiers to obey fearfully. Harmon Dion stood high above, secretly admitting that the soldiers' gossip about the 7th prince was not entirely wrong. He recalled the loud noise he had heard yesterday. The memory of Alan Alfals acting like an annoying teenager demanding privacy further irritated Harmond. Passing a large hole in the fortress wall, Harmond was certain that the brat had caused it. Although he still considered Alan a bastard, he couldn't help but recall the villagers' words that the boy had changed significantly after the suicide attempt. They recounted that Alan had completed his duties at the cemetery and even stood up to fight against a horde of zombies. He saved us, but Harmon dismissed it, believing those were nonsense words and that Alan must have threatened the villagers. He still couldn't understand how someone like that could subdue a necromancer of Morgana's caliber. After much thought, Harmon came to the mistaken conclusion that the man named Grill was the truly strong one. He decided he would write a letter of recommendation so that Grill could participate in the Holy Night examination. While contemplating, a sudden loud noise startled Harmond, making him wonder if the prisoners were fighting again. Harmond rushed over, shouting and asking who was causing trouble right before the major battle. Upon arriving, he stopped in astonishment at the sight before him. A prisoner was sprawled on the ground, pinned down by another person's foot, who held a shovel close to his face. The attacker, wearing the plague doctor mask on his head, coldly asked the victim, "Don't you know who I am?" One day, after arriving at the Lonia territory, the snow began to fall heavily. Alan was digging graves in the cemetery, secretly cursing as people began dying from the plague and overwork. Wearing the anti-infection plague doctor mask, he bitterly realized he was being well cared for, only to be forced into hard labor. He waited impatiently, wondering why the zombies hadn't appeared yet, when a loud call rang out from behind him. An arrogant voice rang out, calling for Alan, who had just looked up. The caller was Heiss Hedron, the eldest son of Count Hedron, who was resting and beckoning sarcastically. Heiss looked at Alan and assumed he was an academy trainee. He further speculated that Alan must have been sent here as a disciplinary punishment. Heiss's subordinates whispered mockingly, suggesting Alan was just a country bumpkin, causing the boy to curse inwardly. One henchman warned Alan to obey Heiss, emphasizing his master's noble status. Heiss revealed that he was only here because he was looking for a maid. His gaze stopped at Charlotte, and Alan immediately recognized his intentions. Heiss approached and asked directly if Charlotte was Alan's maid. He began boasting about having previously acquired a beautiful girl at the academy. Heiss casually recounted that he had to use force on the girl because she dared to run away, which disgusted Alan. Fed up with these guys, Alan decided to stand up and leave, but Heiss called him back. Unexpectedly, Alan turned and loudly called Charlotte his maid, asking her to come closer. He grasped Charlotte's wrist decisively. Heiss immediately blocked Charlotte, grabbed her arm, and demanded she play with them instead of her busy master. Charlotte tried to refuse, but Heiss became aggressive, grabbing her collar and insulting her commoner status. Instantly, Charlotte gripped Heiss's wrist with unbelievable force. Heiss screamed in pain at Charlotte. The alarm bell rang out, and the order to close the city gates was issued as the snow began to fall heavily. Inside, a soldier hastily called for the priests to treat the prisoners who had just returned, having narrowly escaped death. A priest explained that they had been ambushed by zombies from behind, hidden within the blizzard. The surviving prisoners screamed in despair, recounting that those who followed behind had all been devoured. On the ramparts, Harmon Dian ordered the soldiers to quickly take up defensive positions, secretly wondering about the strange silence. He reasoned that, since the anniversary of the dead spirit King Amon's defeat was approaching, the gathering of thousands of undead was inevitable. While the priests treated the wounded, Harmon still couldn't understand how the ambush could have happened. He wondered if the zombies could suppress their instincts and hide themselves under the snow, a tactic never before seen. Harmon recalled that the undead were inherently the dead. They knew no fear, and acted only on instinct. Previously, lacking tactics or equipment, they were always defeated despite their overwhelming numbers. However, this time he had a bad feeling. His gaze suddenly froze as he realized something was amiss. A war drum sounded, beaten by an undead creature, signaling a commanded attack. Harmon was astonished to see a perfectly coordinated zombie army, including giant ones. This had never happened before. He was stunned. Just then, a voice rang out from the enemy side. "Oh, you who are still alive." The threat continued, sowing terror. "Be afraid, be envious, and yearn for death." Two undead creatures carried a throne forward, upon which the mastermind spoke with an arrogant voice. The stranger wearing a skull mask proclaimed himself the judge and the savior who would liberate the world through death. That corpulent creature declared himself the successor to Yudan, the god of death. He flashed a sinister smile, revealing sharp fangs and glowing red eyes. In the prison cell, Alan Alfals was bothered by the noise outside. He wondered what was happening, as his meal was also late. When the call of Your Highness rang out, Alan approached the bars, annoyed at being starved. Lord Gennard Lepang frantically demanded that he come out immediately. Alan was surprised since he was still under house arrest, but Gennard stammered that there was an undead legion outside. The naive prince asked if it was due to a labor shortage, causing the lord to shout that it was a real army. Gennard explained that a vampire had brought an undead legion with him. Alan was skeptical, but Gennard insisted that the monster could speak human language, and was commanding the others. The lord announced that the holy knight Harmond was confronting them. He urged Alan to evacuate to safety, because the estate might fall. A loud noise rang out. Alan realized it was the monster legion, and urged them to quickly escape through the back gate. Alan cautiously peered around a corner. Suddenly, a massive clump of undead was hurled straight in, shattering the bars. Alan and Gennard watched in horror as a pile of corpses collapsed in front of them. Alan realized it was a clump of zombies rolled together. Gennard screamed in terror that the enemy had thrown a pile of zombies at them, and that the undead legion had infiltrated the estate. Alan assessed that if the inside was being attacked like this, the outside must be completely surrounded by the horde. He shouted, demanding that the lord calm down, and go command the soldiers, warning that if the citizens were hunted, the number of undead would only increase. Gennard snapped out of it, rushing off to find shelter for the people, leaving Alan alone to face the situation. Alan thought to himself that up until now, he had managed everything because it was all at a controllable level. Alan realized that this time he was completely overwhelmed by numbers. He thought about a situation where there was no choice but to flee. After using holy water to destroy 2 zombies in the cell, Alan stood up. He told himself he should take this opportunity to quickly get outside. Stepping out of the detention area, Alan stood amidst the falling snow. Suddenly, he flinched upon hearing desperate screams. Alan watched in horror as the citizens were being massacred by the zombie horde. A desperate man cried out that there was no escape, as a zombie lunged at him. A female soldier tried to command her comrades to form a shield wall to fight back. She panicked when she realized they were also being approached by zombies from behind. Alan stood motionless amidst the chaotic scene and the cries of distress. He gritted his teeth, his expression becoming extremely serious given the situation. Alan thought to himself, wondering how long the amount of holy water he created could last. He furiously roared that nothing was going right. Alan forcefully swung the shovel, thinking that the goddess Gaia must be angry because she couldn't control him. A system window announced initiating mass blessing as divine power erupted. A massive vortex of divine energy spread out from Alan's position. He stood silently as the holy rain began to pour down, the system announcing plague disinfection. The cleansing rain covered the entire estate, pouring down upon the zombie horde. A zombie roared in agony as the drops of holy rain burned it, causing black smoke to rise. Under the pouring rain, the zombies screamed as their flesh smoked and melted. A soldier exclaimed in astonishment, "Are the zombies melting in the rain?" While another joyfully shouted, "Look, our wounds are healing too." The wounds on that person's hand were enveloped by blue light and quickly disappeared. The citizens and soldiers realized this was not rain, but holy water falling from the sky, a blessing from the goddess Gaia. A woman recognized that the person performing the miracle was His Highness, leaving the official standing next to her stunned. High above, Alan Alfalls controlled a massive vortex of holy water, bestowing the cleansing rain upon the entire domain. The crowd was astonished to see that an exiled prince could wield such powerful divine energy. They suddenly remembered that he was the descendant of the Holy Emperor Celtic Atfalls, the hero who defeated the dead spirit King Amon 50 years ago. The Lord's escort quickly gathered the survivors, asking if anyone needed help. He announced that the Lord had opened the mansion's basement and would lead everyone to safety. A mother tightly hugged her son, joyfully running off and shouting, "We're alive, we made it." The last drops of holy water fell, carrying the sincere gratitude of the people for the prince. Alan sighed tiredly, thinking to himself that just creating rain within the castle's perimeter had exhausted him. He turned to the remaining soldiers and inquired about their situation. Alan ordered the soldiers accompanying him to assist the holy knights outside, but they frantically refused, citing a lack of suitable weapons. He explained that ordinary weapons could not harm the undead, which was why he had bestowed a blessing upon them. A guard's spear flared with holy light, as Alan revealed he had imbued their weapons with divine power. When the soldier didn't understand what enhancement meant, Alan simply said their weapons were now effective, and demanded they repay the favor of saving their lives. Alan decisively ordered, "Go now," and the soldiers watched him with determined expressions. The great gate slowly opened, signaling that a battle to the death was about to begin. Outside the gate, the Lonya guards plunged into a bloody battle with the aggressive zombie horde. A soldier swung his sword, blocking the attack of a swift zombie rushing toward him. Thanks to the holy power imbued in the weapon, the blade easily sliced through the monster's head. The undead's black blood splattered as the soldier eliminated the enemy. 2 soldiers stared in astonishment at their glowing weapons, realizing they had been blessed. Empowered, Alan's disguised undead army also charged forward, declaring they would assist. The soldiers' morale soared. They believed that with this power, victory was within reach, but their hope was extinguished when a fiery horseshoe struck the battlefield. A headless knight riding a flaming skeletal horse appeared, terrifying the soldiers. A soldier frantically recognized the new enemy as a Dullahan, a high-level undead creature. The knight swung his dark whip, unleashing a sweeping attack that massacred both zombies and soldiers. A soldier immediately collapsed, blood staining his helmet. Another was knocked to the ground, horrified as the fiery warhorse circled him. In despair, a soldier burst into tears, knowing they could never defeat this monster. Amidst the chaos, the muzzle of Alan's musket flashed. He calmly aimed straight at the Dullahan, who was sowing death. With a smug smile, Alan loaded divine power into the gun and apologized that this was only the second time he had used it. A deafening explosion sounded as the holy power bullet was fired. From another space, an evil entity sensed the life energy and craved the fresh flesh it hadn't tasted in 50 years. The mastermind contemplated turning the survivors into a powerful undead army, ranging from zombies and Dullahans to vampires. The self-proclaimed successor to the god of death wondered how long it had been since he was capable of thought and judgment. He recalled not being recognized by the other vampires, but remained confident because he had received the power of a vampire count. The reason for that confidence was that he possessed a treasure. That was the skull of the dead spirit king, Amon. Thanks to the skull, he had gathered an amount of mana that would normally take 100 years in just a few decades. Now, he proudly gazed upon his 20,000-strong undead legion, dreaming of surpassing the count rank to become king. With his new power, he no longer feared ordinary holy power. He scorned the weak holy knights, and he ordered his army to attack, demanding the enemy's surrender to become undead under his command. On the ramparts, Harmandian shouted, ordering the soldiers not to stop firing the catapults. He urged them to hold their ground, because when the sun set, the undead would grow stronger, and they had to eliminate as many enemies as possible. Harmand worried that if they fell, the village would also collapse, as the zombies had repeatedly infiltrated the territory. He felt stuck because he couldn't leave his command post, while it was unclear whether the village was safe. As Harmand contemplated what would happen next, he gripped his sword hilt tightly. In desperation, he secretly wished the Holy Emperor were here, when a loud noise behind him startled him. A red-eyed, platinum-haired woman appeared, reassuring him that the village was fine because His Highness was there. She declared that was why she would protect this place, where His Highness resided. The woman threw a massive bundle of weapons onto the ground, causing Harmand to step back in shock. Harmand thought to himself that he had heard she wanted to move weapons onto the ramparts, but he had assumed she was just a maid. He wondered in amazement about this woman's extraordinary strength, as even veteran soldiers couldn't carry that many weapons. Inspired by Charlotte, Harmandian told himself that if even a child was trying that hard, he couldn't afford to be weak. He solidified his resolve, thinking they could withstand this situation. In the worst-case scenario, he would break through and personally cut down the vampire. Meanwhile, a giant zombie was scooping smaller undead into a wooden barrel. Both Harmand and Charlotte flinched as they sensed the approaching danger. A massive cluster of zombies was flying straight toward the fortress wall. Harmand yelled for Charlotte to take cover behind him. He began praying to Haim, the god of war, preparing his defense. While Harmand was still pleading for strength to protect the poor lamb, Charlotte shot past him. She swung her sword, unleashing a vertical stream of light energy toward the zombie mass. The zombies were sliced in two, screaming in agony as they were purified. Harmand staggered back from the force of the blast. He wondered in astonishment how she was capable of that. Looking down at the severed corpses, Harmand realized that the zombies struck by her sword could not rise again. He mused that only aiming for the head or using divine power should be able to stop the undead. Harmand was utterly bewildered by her strength. He wondered what her sword actually was as Charlotte charged into the middle of the zombie horde. Her glowing blade easily cleaved through the undead. She continued to slaughter the enemy at a terrifying speed. From afar, Alan observed and inwardly commented that her technique was crude and sloppy. Alan mused that Charlotte was using brute strength to compensate for her lack of swordsmanship experience. The platinum-haired girl swung her sword with terrifying power, tearing apart the surrounding zombies. Alan realized that it was the Holy Emperor's imperial swordsmanship, passed down within the Holy Cross Order. From atop the wall, Harmandian called out to her in astonishment. He questioned where she learned that swordsmanship and whether she was a member of the Holy Emperor's family. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, Charlotte replied that she was merely the 7th prince's servant. She further explained that she had learned this swordsmanship from a book. With that, Charlotte turned and rushed back into the fight. Harmand stood on the wall, confusedly admitting that he couldn't hear a word she said due to the distance. Meanwhile, inside the estate, a soldier was distributing holy water to treat the wounded. Lord Gennard surprisingly asked where this holy water came from, and was informed that Alan had provided it. He sighed in relief and then asked about the prince's whereabouts. The soldier reported that Alan had led the remaining soldiers back to the wall, causing Gennard to panic greatly. The soldier blankly stated that he thought the Lord had permitted it, leaving Gennard speechless. Gennard mused that even though he trusted Alan's power, he couldn't help but worry. He worried whether there were any soldiers left in the estate for defense. Outside, the snow-covered battlefield was now mottled with blood and discarded weapons. A bloody path stretched out, the trace of a terrible massacre that had just occurred. Alan's reinforcements, soldiers with white-bandaged faces, were emitting the growls of the undead. Alan and his troops reached the wall, and a surprised guard turned around and asked who he was. Alan, disguised as a masked priest, declared himself to be reinforcements. A guard reported that the situation at the main gate was more critical, and they had deployed half their forces to the wall. Alan thought his plan would succeed because the guards here were too busy to check the faces of the reinforcements. He regretted that because he had used divine power to create holy water, he didn't have enough power left to activate a new skill. He should have been able to summon the mighty specter soldiers, but since that was difficult to execute, he had to use the corpses available in the village. Alan recalled ordering his undead army to cover their faces to avoid detection. The guard asked if the priest had come to heal, but Alan replied that he had other business. He pulled out a musket, declaring he wanted to try using it. The guard mocked the gun as a useless decoration, but Alan just smiled and praised the view from atop the wall. From this position, he could clearly see both the enemy army and their leader. Through a magical scope, Alan aimed straight at the successor to the god of death. The crosshairs locked onto the target. Blue divine power began to gather around the muzzle of the gun. Alan prepared to fire, thinking this would be the first time the enemy tasted Gaia's blessing. Elsewhere, Vice Commander Harmon Dian arrived at the battlefield and asked about the situation. A soldier greeted him, and Harmon confirmed he arrived after the evacuation was complete. He drew his sword with a determined expression, declaring he would join the fight. Harmon charged forward, inwardly feeling lucky that the situation hadn't gotten worse. He confusedly recalled reports of soldiers frequently using holy power-imbued weapons and the appearance of reinforcements whose skills rivaled the holy knights. Harmon Dian fought while calculating, relieved that the situation hadn't worsened, but still unsure how to deal with the vampire. A knight reported that long-range attacks, such as catapults and arrows, had all been attempted. In his imagination, a giant spear flew toward the Reaper's successor, who was sitting on a throne amidst his army, but all of them were blocked by a solid mana shield. Harmon concluded that even if the weapons were imbued with divine power, they would be unable to penetrate that defense. He desperately thought about having to break through the undead legion for a direct attack. A soldier shouted in astonishment, drawing Harmon's attention to an unusual sight. Harmon dismissed the idea that it was a normal cleric, as the power being displayed was too extraordinary. He was stunned by the scene unfolding before him. A figure stood amidst a brilliant stream of divine light. That person began praying to the goddess of love and mercy, Gaia. A gigantic spectral image of the goddess appeared, answering the plea for power to purify the dead. From above, that person aimed a musket enveloped in divine power down at the battlefield. Harmon wondered in amazement about the identity of the person wielding such divine power. He realized that it was a blessing bestowed directly by the goddess Gaia, a blessing that even high-ranking clerics could only receive once in a lifetime, and he had never heard of anyone like that coming to Lonia. Suddenly, a voice rang out confirming that it was His Highness, causing Harmon to turn around in shock. Charlotte smiled, saying she could recognize His Highness's light. Harmon looked at the newcomer, still reeling from shock. He secretly thought about the extreme contradiction. The prince who once blasphemed Gaia was now receiving her blessing. Alan channeled divine power into the musket, sarcastically remarking that this was the perfect chance to let the enemy taste Gaia's blessing. With an irreverent prayer aimed at the vampire, he pulled the trigger, unleashing a massive surge of divine energy. The destructive beam swept across the battlefield, incinerating the zombies in its path, and heading straight for the monstrous vampire's shield. Elsewhere, the Reaper's successor felt the attack as the magic shield protecting his army began to crack. The overwhelming divine power completely shattered the dark shield. The Reaper's successor was thrown backward by the force of the explosion. Alan recalled that the method for gathering divine power was clearly documented in the Holy Emperor's book at the monastery. He had paid attention to a crucial detail in that book. The fundamental method for obtaining divine power was prayer. An explanation showed that mages use mana, priests use divine power, but necromancers must use their own lifespan. However, Alan realized that since he was the Holy Emperor's grandson, he inherently possessed an abundant source of divine power and did not need to make sacrifices. He decided to try praying, reasoning that if he could use the power without sacrificing his lifespan, it was well worth the attempt. Back in the present, the Reaper's successor roared furiously after taking the hit. He frantically ordered his entire undead legion to temporarily retreat. Alan gasped, thinking that although the enemy's shield was strong, he had still managed to pierce it. He watched the undead legion retreat, regretting that the commander hadn't died, but noting that they at least had time to reorganize. Suddenly, Alan froze, realizing something was wrong. He looked down at his reinforcement troops, all of whom were standing strangely motionless in the middle of the battlefield. A nearby Lonia guard began staring at Alan's silent soldiers with suspicion. Realizing his mistake, Alan quickly pointed elsewhere and stammered a suggestion that they should go treat the wounded. Standing on the rampart, Harmon Dian sighed in relief, while Charlotte smiled and wondered if that was truly His Highness. Harmon recalled Alan's unbelievable actions in just one day, from being an outcast to writing insulting words in blood, and then using both necromancy and divine power. He secretly thought about Charlotte, wondering why such a talented child would willingly become the seventh prince's subordinate. Meanwhile, Alan and his disguised troops quickly moved along the rampart. Harmon remembered the villagers' praise regarding Alan's change, something he hadn't believed at first. He remained silent, sinking deep into complex thoughts. Harmon questioned whether Alan had truly changed after losing his memory, or if he had forgotten the tragedy 5 years ago and reverted to his old self. His memory returned to the person who had sacrificed her life to protect Alan. That person was Ulyssia, the mother of the eldest prince and the seventh prince. She was of commoner birth, carrying the mixed blood of the Holy Kingdom and the southern nation of Aslan. Despite opposition from the nobility and even the Holy Emperor, his son loved her wholeheartedly, married her, and they had the eldest prince. However, under pressure from the royal family, 2 noble ladies were appointed as concubines, and many other princes and princesses were subsequently born. Later, Ulyssia gave birth to the 7th prince. When the 7th prince turned 10, he was still a cheerful child, happy by his mother's side. But then she died during a night stroll with her 2 sons, torn apart by a vampire while trying to protect the 7th prince. The eldest prince survived, but was afflicted by a curse. The naturally gentle 7th prince became warped after that horrific incident. He was so severely shocked that everyone said he had gone mad. Returning to the present, Harmond wondered if Alan, having lost his memory due to the suicide attempt, was gradually regaining his original personality. But he quickly dismissed the thought, believing that Alan's memory loss had nothing to do with the powerful divine power he possessed. Harmond Diane walked along the wall, wondering if Alan's amnesia was real, and why he was hiding his divine power. He speculated that perhaps Alan did not want to attract the attention of the Holy Emperor's family, or perhaps the 7th prince was planning his revenge. Harmond recalled the past, knowing he had been there, and understood that the imperial court had not treated Empress Ulyssia and the princes well. Although it was better for the first prince, the nobles constantly hurled insults at her. Harmond wondered if Alan was plotting revenge against the nobles and the vampire who had driven his mother to her death. Perhaps he had deliberately allowed himself to be exiled, intending to build up his strength without the imperial court's supervision. As a holy knight connected to the royal family, Harmond now understood why Alan only acted insolently in front of him. He also thought about Charlotte, speculating that she might be the child of a great noble family. Harmond painfully recalled the benevolent Empress Ulyssia, regretting his decision to leave his post to seek support, a choice he could never forgive himself for. Although he tried to forget the shameful past of failing to protect them, he believed the 7th prince had secretly cultivated his power for revenge. Alan had endured every humiliation and cruelty as an exiled prince. Harmond resolved that if Alan wished to avenge his mother, he had a duty to help him. However, to do that, they first had to resolve the issue at Lonia. Suddenly, a figure landed on the wall nearby and asked Harmond if he was on patrol. Harmond silently turned around, thinking the person might not have heard him over the wind, but then he noticed something unusual. Patrolling in the dark without a torch, this person was not human. The zombie lunged to attack. Harmond quickly jumped back, drawing his sword which radiated holy light. He swung his sword, slashing directly at the undead enemy. In that moment, Harmond's eyes flashed with astonishment as he realized something. Harmond was astonished to realize the enemy was an undead creature. Suddenly, arrows flew from nowhere and embedded themselves in the stone floor right next to him. He realized there were many enemies, and strangely, they possessed both mana and divine power. Nevertheless, Harmond charged forward, swinging his holy enchanted sword. He roared that he could not stand by, while the undead ran rampant. The zombie guard raised its sword to parry the incoming attack. At that exact moment, a hand gripped Harmond's arm, accompanied by a command. Stop. Harmond was stunned to realize the undead creature had completely stopped moving. He looked up and confusedly asked what was happening. Alan Alfals appeared, and calmly asked Harmond to lower his weapon. Alan announced that the undead legion would soon return, and the deadline to defeat Aemon would be after midnight. Harmond turned back and questioned him bluntly. Are you using necromancy? Alan merely smiled silently and inscrutably. Then, he turned away and replied that he didn't know himself, while secretly thinking his plan had been exposed. Harmond angrily shouted, asking if Alan had become so desperate that he had resorted to learning necromancy. Alan admitted to summoning them but used his amnesia as an excuse, claiming he only did it to help the war effort. While Harmond looked at him suspiciously, Alan secretly wondered if anyone would believe him if he said he had transmigrated. Alan countered the Devil's Pact hypothesis with a question. If that were the case, would the undead possess divine power? He placed a hand on Harmond's shoulder, asserting that he wasn't hiding anything, and perhaps he had always been interested in necromancy. Harmond bowed his head, deep in thought, and wondered whether he should report this matter to the Inquisition. Harmond Dion was caught in a spiral of internal conflict, realizing he was in a dilemma. He feared being tortured if discovered, wondering if Charlotte could save him. However, after a moment of consideration, Harmond decisively knelt before Alan and declared, I will not do it. With a determined gaze, he swore to assist Alan until the end. Alan was skeptical of this sudden change, secretly thinking why someone as rigid as Harmond would want to support him. He wondered if Harmond was desperately clinging to a rotten rope like himself. Alan questioned him directly, suggesting that Harmond didn't truly want to help but merely intended to supervise him. Harmond denied it, saying that Alan was exactly the same as when he was a child. The vice commander decided to put the matter aside and focus on the immediate task at hand. Under the night sky, the moon turned blood red, and Alan knew the moment had arrived. He explained that the enemy would not waste this abundant mana source, then offered a cryptic Christmas greeting to Harmond. Accompanied by a Halloween greeting, a hideous zombie army with bloodshot eyes appeared. Harmond was confused, while from afar, a dark mastermind declared that the hour of the dead had come. The successor to the god of death rallied his army, promising to turn them all into kings by devouring their enemies alive. Dark energy enveloped his monstrous face. A massive pillar of purple and red energy erupted, signaling the full-scale attack. At Lonia, Lord Gennard Lapong was trying to reassure the panicked ranks of soldiers. A desperate young soldier told Gennard that he couldn't fight anymore. Even Gennard was steeped in doubt, wondering if his decision was correct while the wound Alan had inflicted still ached. The power of this undead army far surpassed anything before, crushing the soldiers' morale. In the midst of despair, Gennard Lapong was considering retreating when he suddenly realized something. A priest wearing a plague doctor mask, radiating divine power, was advancing alone toward the enemy forces. The person's appearance ignited hope in the soldiers. They cheered that the priest would save them all. Alan Alfals, disguised as the priest, began praying to the goddess Gaia. He asked her to bestow blessings upon those fighting alongside him, and a skill was immediately activated. A holy rain poured down, cleansing the plague that was weakening the Lonia army. Witnessing the miracle, Gennard realized he had been right to trust him. He shouted loudly, boosting the morale of the entire army that the priest was with them. Empowered, the soldiers unanimously chanted the name of the goddess Gaia and charged into the counterattack. Swords imbued with divine power now easily cut through the zombies. Regaining his composure, Harmond Dian also leaped into the battle, praying for strength from the war god Heim. He unleashed a devastating attack, sweeping away a large area of the undead legion. Harmond realized this was the seventh prince's chance to restore the soldiers' fighting spirit. He was determined not to miss this opportunity to achieve his goal. In the distance, the successor to the god of death roared furiously upon seeing the priest constantly obstructing him. He realized that the land affected by Alan's divine power would no longer be able to regenerate. Unable to suppress his rage, the successor to the god of death screamed in anger. He suddenly appeared right in front of Harmond, astonishing the vice commander. With just one blow, Harmond was sent flying backward. A grotesque vampire wearing a skull mask appeared, and Harmond shouted a warning. Harmond realized the vampire was targeting the priest. The monster brutally slaughtered the Lonia soldiers who stood in its way. Standing beneath the blood moon, it challenged its pursuer. "Are you trying to stop me?" It crushed a soldier in its hand and roared, "I dare you to stop me." Alan calmly thought to himself, knowing the enemy would provoke him first. He deduced that just as he could see the flow of mana, the vampire could sense his divine power. Therefore, the best decision was to lure it to a favorable location, utilizing the thick walls of the estate. Alan dashed into a narrow alley to make the monster's pursuit difficult. Suddenly, a massive rock was thrown, flying straight toward him. The rock violently impacted the ground right behind Alan. From above, the vampire sneered, "How ridiculous, trying to stop me with these paltry stones." It lunged straight down, roaring a deadly command, "Die, priest." Alan realized the plan to lure the enemy had failed and decided to switch to Plan C. He looked up at the sky and shouted his comrade's name. Charlotte. Charlotte appeared from above, her eyes blazing as she channeled energy into the massive rock. A fierce magical explosion shook the entire area. Alan rushed toward Charlotte, who was enveloped in a chaotic stream of energy. He realized her power was too immense, even the city walls couldn't withstand it. Alan worried because Charlotte still didn't know how to control her power, risking both of them being melted by the magic. Charlotte screamed in pain as the purple energy burst uncontrollably from her body. Alan yelled Charlotte's name as he tried to suppress the chaotic energy flow. Repelled by the explosion, Grill and Charlotte were thrown against a cliff face. Grill gritted his teeth, asserting that even without swordsmanship, he could still help his daughter. Alan braced himself against the terrifying magical power that was pouring out. Grill screamed in agony as he used his body to shield Charlotte from the energy blast. Alan spoke up, asking how someone without power could possibly help. Immediately after, Alan appeared before the two, releasing his divine power, causing Charlotte to gasp and call him, "Your Highness." Alan admitted that he currently couldn't control his divine power perfectly, but he came up with the idea of using that very energy to reinforce the surrounding walls. Alan began to pray, calling the name of the goddess Gaia. He begged for the strength to protect the poor lambs and stop the dead. He continued to earnestly plead for love and mercy. After the prayer, Alan shouted, demanding a miracle to help them. The grotesque vampire was stunned, as it was submerged by Alan's immense divine power. A fierce explosion combining divine power and dark magic shook the entire area. After the explosion, debris rained down from the sky across the ruined city. Amidst the devastation, Charlotte woke up and anxiously called out Alan and Grill's names. She screamed in panic when she saw Grill lying unconscious on the ground. As Charlotte tried to run toward him, Alan placed a hand on her shoulder and said that Grill had only fainted. Alan calmly reassured Charlotte, telling her not to panic. Charlotte anxiously asked about Alan's condition, while he replied that he was fine despite being very tired. Meanwhile, the vampire writhed under the effect of the divine power, and Alan saw this as an opportunity. Charlotte warned that Alan's body couldn't continue fighting, but he explained that the opportunity he spoke of was for retreat. Alan ordered Charlotte to carry Grill and head underground. As he ran, Alan realized his divine power was depleting faster than expected. Suddenly, a sphere of dark energy appeared along with a skull, causing him to stop abruptly. He realized that the mana wasn't gathering around the skull, but was emanating from the skull itself. When Charlotte called out, Alan told her to wait, because he needed to check something. He recalled that this skull seemed to be the one the vampire had been wearing. Alan picked up the skull and wondered about its function. A system window appeared, revealing it to be the skull of the Necromancer King, Amon, with the ability to greatly amplify magic power. In the distance, the vampire was still groaning in pain. He cursed the priest and tried to recover when he noticed something unusual. The vampire was horrified to discover that the skull of the Necromancer King had vanished. He roared furiously when he saw Alan holding his item. "Give it back!" The vampire frantically charged toward Alan. Alan calmly faced the attack, thinking to himself that he had figured things out after checking the status window. He decided to try using the item by raising the skull to his face. The system announced that the amplification was unstable, but would proceed temporarily. The vampire was stunned when Alan declared, "I am an army." Alan held the skull of Amon and declared himself the successor of Gaia, activating a new power. The system confirmed the keyword, and blue energy chains shot out, tightly binding the vampire. The chains tightened, tearing his flesh and causing fresh blood to gush from his body. Completely bound, the vampire roared helplessly as two spectral knights appeared, reinforcing the restraints. He screamed in horror. "What is this?" Alan coldly replied that the vampire himself had broken the rules. The vampire couldn't believe he was facing undead creatures that possessed both divine power and their own consciousness. Alan pointed his gun at his head, saying that he was also confused by those who betrayed the will of Judai, the god of death. He said that the vampire would get to experience this wonderful weapon himself, as the gun began accumulating holy energy. In the name of the priest and divine power, Alan recited a prayer while pressing the muzzle of the gun against the enemy's temple. With half his face covered by the skull, he smiled and said, "Merry Christmas, vampire." A loud explosion rang out. A stream of holy energy shot directly into the vampire's head. His head was completely destroyed by the divine power. The vampire's body disintegrated into dust amid the falling snow, witnessed by Alan, Charlotte, and the immortal knights. Alan maintained a calm expression after the battle ended. On the battlefield, the lower-level undead also began to disintegrate. From atop the city walls, the Lonia soldiers watched the scene in astonishment. On the ground, the surviving soldiers cheered in victory, while Harmon Dian stood speechless. Harmon looked toward Alan and wondered, "Did I arrive too late?" An army of knights advanced across the snow-covered land toward Lonia Fortress. Holy Emperor Celtic Atfalls remarked that he had thought the Necromancer King had been resurrected when he heard reports of anomalies in the land of the dead. A silver-haired knight accompanying him replied, suggesting it was just a petty vampire playing tricks. The knight still wondered how the enemy managed to assemble 20,000 undead monsters. He deduced that the vampire wasn't strong since they couldn't breach Lonia's defenses, but he still felt something was strange. He sensed the lingering traces of a massive clash between divine power and magic power in the air. The silver-haired knight wondered, if the vampire possessed such great magical power, then who could have stopped it? He hoped that person was a saint who had dedicated themselves entirely to the faith. The Holy Emperor explained that vampires would gradually infiltrate humanity, and it would be easier if priests helped. He added that divine power was rare because God had divided himself into fragments to awaken it within humans, and the silver-haired knight agreed. The silver-haired knight asserted that no one in the imperial court was talented enough to possess such divine power. He ordered his troops to send priests and healers, prioritizing the care of the citizens before the prisoners. A holy knight approached to report to his silver-haired commander. The soldier reported that the seventh prince was also present, and asked if he wished to meet him. The silver-haired knight was stunned, the question echoing in his mind, "Me? Meet the seventh prince?" He immediately turned his horse and ordered the entire army to retreat. The knight bitterly stated that there was no need to meet the child who had disgraced his mother. Holy Emperor Celtic Atfalls, 105 years old, also looked into the distance, and silently cursed his grandson. He departed, believing that Alan was merely trembling in fear somewhere in the estate. Harmondian reported that the seventh prince had just eliminated a vampire. The Holy Emperor Celtic Atfalls, seated on his throne, asked again in astonishment. The nobles in the court murmured, deeming it a ridiculous joke and the most absurd thing they had ever heard. The Holy Emperor remained silent, covering his mouth to conceal his skepticism. Harmond firmly asserted that Alan Alfalls himself had achieved the feat while they were in Lonia. The Emperor gripped the armrest of the throne, coldly stating that he had thought Harmond was an honorable man. His anger erupted, roaring and asking Harmond if he wished to die. An old advisor standing nearby remarked that the Emperor was slightly agitated, then turned to speak to Harmond. The Emperor asked the advisor, named Raphael, if he believed it was the seventh prince's power, but Raphael replied that he was merely preventing Alan from stealing someone else's credit. The Emperor listened thoughtfully, his hand still clenched on the throne. He declared to Harmond that regardless of the truth, all those who defended Lonia would be credited. He bestowed the title of Count upon Gennard Lapang and granted Harmond a small fiefdom in the northwest region. Finally, the Emperor decided to shorten the seventh prince's exile. He ordered Alan to be summoned back to the imperial palace as soon as he had fully recovered. Afterward, Harmond approached a door, reporting that he had returned from his mission. He opened the door and stepped into a dark room. Inside, only a single candle flickered dimly. Harmond inquired about the health of the prince lying on the bed, but the person replied with a sarcastic tone. The person on the bed, wrapped entirely in bandages, mocked himself, saying that a sudden death wouldn't be unusual for him. A status window appeared, revealing his identity as Luan Alfalls, 27 years old, the first prince. Luan said that his sight and hearing were deteriorating day by day, and they didn't have much time left to talk, which stunned Harmond. Luan Alfalls, wrapped entirely in bandages, invited Harmondian closer, saying he had heard about the battlefield. As Harmond approached, Luan began to speak. Suddenly, the first prince forcefully grabbed Harmond's arm. Luan questioned why Harmond was protecting the seventh prince from the Holy Emperor. He angrily snarled, calling Alan trash who disgraced the mother who sacrificed everything for them. Luan grabbed Harmond's collar, asking if he was still sane. Seeing that I'm about to die, did you decide to follow that bastard? Luan asked bitterly, leaving Harmond stunned. The first prince declared that Harmond had chosen the wrong side by following a scoundrel like Alan. He yelled that that person could never become the next emperor. While Harmond tried to intervene, Harmond anxiously said that Luan was getting too agitated, and his wound was bleeding again. Luan paused, seemingly realizing his condition. He calmed down and apologized, admitting that Harmond was not that kind of person. Harmond replied that Luan didn't need to apologize, as neither he nor the seventh prince was at fault. He took responsibility for the death of Empress Eulisia, saying he should have held his position. Luan refuted this, arguing that if Harmond had done so, everyone would have died, and they survived thanks to reinforcements. Even though that curse is rotting my flesh, and now I'm practically dead anyway, Luan said bitterly. Harmond called Luan's name, preparing to present a hypothesis. He asked if Luan hated the seventh prince, and Luan affirmed that he despised the one who squandered the life their mother had given them. Harmond proposed an alternative possibility. Alan deliberately took on the reputation of a scoundrel to conceal his intention to avenge Lady Eulisia. He suggested that in order to build his strength, Alan acted like a rogue, and even intentionally allowed himself to be exiled. The first prince, Luan Alfalls, called Harmondian's name. Luan asked if Harmond was ill, remarking that he looked even more severely injured than himself. Harmond denied it, and said he had to leave to carry out the Holy Emperor's orders. He announced that he would soon be heading to the Lonia fiefdom. Luan watched him with cold eyes, saying it was time for that scoundrel to return. 3 weeks after the wave of death, a weary shout echoed from the Lonia fiefdom. Grill, a member of the Knights of the Holy Cross, lamented after 3 weeks of non-stop cleanup. He irritably wondered if he would receive any compensation for his efforts. Grill told himself that he couldn't abandon Charlotte, which was why he stayed to help. He unexpectedly discovered a chest filled with the belongings of the deceased. That night, Grill stood before another chest that was emitting a brilliant light. He reasoned that if these were the relics of the undead from hundreds of years ago, they must be ownerless. With a greedy expression, Grill decided he would become the new owner of these items. After looking around to make sure no one was present, he stealthily dragged the chest away. Grill justified that this was a fitting reward for his hard work. Inside the chest, he found a parchment scroll that was strangely intact. Grill held up the scroll, wondering if it was valuable. In another room, Charlotte asked Alan if he wanted more food, but he refused. A hand held a bone that had been completely gnawed clean. Alan smiled contentedly, saying this was the first time he had eaten so much. Charlotte explained that Alan had just woken up after 3 weeks of unconsciousness, and the doctor instructed him to eat a lot to restore his health. Alan recalled the doctor saying that his waking up was a miracle, and wondered how much divine power he had used. In a flashback, a doctor in a brown robe explained that Alan's divine power exhaustion was severe enough to cause permanent disability, and his recovery was a miracle. The doctor, seeing Alan completely wrapped in bandages, urged him to rest because his body was still exhausted, making Alan wonder if he was turning into an undead. Charlotte playfully scolded Alan for his ominous thoughts, declaring that this was her special treatment method and telling him to pull the bandages off. The doctor casually remarked that, to be honest, the person more likely to be undead was the girl standing next to Alan. Alan was surprised by the doctor's comment as Charlotte continued to remove his bandages. The doctor revealed that he had also treated Charlotte while Alan was unconscious, prompting Alan to curiously ask if she had been exposed to both divine power and mana. Seeing the doctor remain silent, Alan asked again if something was wrong. The doctor explained that, in normal cases, such exposure could cause disability or death, and Charlotte's body evolving was extremely rare. He compared her case to that of the Holy Emperor 50 years ago. He recounted that after being defeated by Necromancer King Aemon, the Holy Emperor's body was continuously regenerated while he was in a coma, eventually evolving beyond human limits. It was thanks to acquiring that superhuman body that the Holy Emperor was able to defeat Aemon. Returning to the present, the doctor had left, leaving Alan with the question of whether Charlotte was a similar case. Alan looked at Charlotte's status window, saw the words superhuman body, and secretly thought that people like her should be the heroes. Alan said he was bored and wanted to read, and Charlotte immediately and cheerfully agreed to fetch some books. When alone, Alan secretly thought that while acquiring Amon's skull was good, the backlash was too severe. He realized his body couldn't withstand it, and using divine power effectively was difficult, because it differed from mana. Therefore, Alan decided to start his research with theory first. The books Charlotte brought included the Holy Emperor's Theory of Magic and Divine Power and Resurrection, a study on revival by Raphael Astoria. Alan read the books, thinking that although everything was written in great detail, the author, Raphael Astoria's extreme devotion to the goddess Gaia, made it feel like a cult. Nevertheless, he was determined to quickly learn how to control divine power and use zombies effectively. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Alan, without taking his eyes off the page, allowed the person to enter. Harmon Dian entered, bowed, and said, "You are awake, Your Highness." Alan replied that he had been awake for a few days and asked why Harmon had returned from the capital so early, to which Harmon immediately said he had news to report. Harmon recalled the generous reward Alan had given him after the Morgana incident. Meanwhile, Alan eagerly anticipated another reward from Harmon, perhaps money or a vacation. Harmon began to relay the message, saying that His Majesty had personally ordered that His Highness must return. Hearing this, Alan froze as the image of the royal palace flashed in his mind. Alan's room door slammed shut. Harmon waited patiently outside. Inside, Alan told Charlotte to ignore him, while Harmon continued to call from outside, demanding his return. When Charlotte asked if he wanted to return to the palace, Alan firmly replied that he did not want to go back to that dangerous place. He thought back to the Morgana incident, regretting that he hadn't interrogated the mastermind behind her before killing her. Charlotte silently pondered the word dangerous that Alan had just used. Alan decided to climb into bed, figuring Harmon would eventually sort himself out and leave him alone. But after that day, Harmon's requests continued relentlessly. He even left a note on Alan's meal, pleading with him to return to the palace. Exhausted, Alan buried his head under a pillow, while Charlotte called his name with concern. Harmon Dian approached Alan with a determined expression. However, Charlotte opened the door and announced that she had a message from the prince. He coldly relayed Alan's words, "Get lost before I throw salt at you." On the way, Harmon asked Charlotte where she was staying, and she replied that she was lodging outside the castle. He offered to escort her since it was getting dark, but Charlotte refused. Harmon explained that he just wanted to know why the prince was so adamant about not returning to the palace. Charlotte revealed that Alan said the royal palace was a dangerous place. Harmon admitted that the prince's standing at the palace was not good. Hearing this, Charlotte realized that Alan's relationship with his siblings was poor, and someone was trying to kill him. She clenched her fist, secretly making a resolution. Wishing she could be even stronger, Charlotte was suddenly called by a villager. The villager recognized Harmon and greeted him, causing Harmon to recognize him as well. Harmon asked the villager if he had fought as bravely as he did during the confrontation with Morgana, and the man hastily boasted about his achievements. When the villager tried to leave, Harmon stopped him, demanding details about what he had done. He fabricated a story that he had eliminated many giant zombies. He even bragged that he had acquired the vampire count's claw, which caught Charlotte's attention. Harmon suddenly asked about something else, confusing the villager. He pointed to a scroll Charlotte was holding, and she quickly explained it was her old amulet. Charlotte continued to lie, saying it was a family document that hadn't been used in a long time, but upon closer inspection, she was astonished to realize it bore the seal of the Heres family. The Heres family, who protected the northern region of Lonia 50 years ago, they were the family completely annihilated in the life-or-death battle against Amon, the Necromancer king. Harmon Dian wondered why the documents belonging to the bravest and most loyal family had appeared here. A terrifying speculation flashed through his mind. He thought to himself, wondering if Charlotte and Grill were the survivors of the Heres family, while Charlotte questioned Grill for taking the scroll. Harmon believed he understood the source of their strength, and that they were still secretly protecting the prince despite their family's downfall. He concluded that their actions stemmed from unwavering loyalty to the Holy Emperor, while Charlotte asked Grill about the equipment he was carrying. Harmon expressed respect for the secret mission he believed they were undertaking a serious misunderstanding. He solemnly offered to give them a letter of recommendation. Harmon explained that Charlotte could hone her skills and continue to stay by the seventh prince's side. He revealed his intention to write a letter of recommendation for Charlotte to become a holy knight, stunning the other two. Grill joyfully asked if Charlotte could go to the imperial palace, and Harmon confirmed that she could even receive a noble title. Harmon added that if she wished, she would be taught the Holy Kingdom's swordsmanship, also that she could become a more powerful aide to His Highness. Charlotte's eyes shone with determination, and she decisively agreed. However, she stipulated that if becoming a holy knight meant being separated from Alan, she would refuse. Harmon decided that if her mission was to protect the prince, he would work harder to help her achieve it. He declared that he would do everything necessary to escort the Heres family and the prince. Alan, Charlotte, and Grill set off together, and Alan signaled for them to head toward the imperial palace. Harmon suddenly placed a hand on Alan's shoulder and firmly said, "Let's go to the imperial palace," causing Alan to ask in surprise. On the way to the capital, Harmon Dion wondered why Alan had suddenly changed his mind. Alan casually questioned him back, but Harmon reminded him that just yesterday he had vehemently refused to go to the imperial palace. Alan looked awkward, recalling his true reason. In the flashback, he was utterly astonished upon reading a book about how to use divine power and resolved to practice it. The book seemed unfinished, urging him to find out more. Back in the present, Alan explained that he was going to the imperial palace because the royal library contained books found nowhere else. Charlotte remarked that he seemed to be diligently studying magic, and Alan admitted he found it quite interesting. Alan said that since he would only receive unpleasant stares at the imperial palace, he would lock himself in the library, a point Charlotte couldn't deny. Harmon advised Alan to relax, as it had been a long time since he returned to the city of Lorenzus. The carriage entered the capital, a place far wealthier than the land of the dead. Harmon said there were many things to enjoy here. Alan and Charlotte silently watched the bustling city together through the window. Both continued to observe the lively scene outside. Harmon explained that the capital had become much more prosperous during Alan's absence. When Harmon asked Alan if he liked the place, he remained silent. Suddenly, Alan uttered a cold remark, "It stinks," causing Charlotte to ask in surprise. Alan's expression became extremely serious as he called Harmon's name to ask a question. He took out a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, his sharp gaze fixed outside. "Are there undead in the capital of this holy nation?" he asked, as zombie specters materialized on the streets. Without a word of explanation, Alan burst out of the carriage at terrifying speed, sprinting through the crowd. A street vendor tried to stop Alan's group, claiming they were in a rush. While the woman was still soliciting customers for her pastries, Alan thought to himself that the street's vibrancy was merely superficial. He was certain this was the scent of a vampire, and believed he could track it down. Harmon Dian caught up and asked if Alan had detected anything. Alan peered into an alley, horrified to see a blonde woman weeping blood amidst the roses. The entire group looked inside, and Alan gasped in astonishment as he recognized the sight. The woman's eyes suddenly snapped open, glowing an eerie, fiery red as she groaned. She lunged to attack a passerby, leaving Harmon utterly terrified. Alan immediately drew his weapon, coating it in blue divine power. He swiftly slashed the vampire across the torso, causing her to shriek in agony. Harmon asked in shock if it was an undead creature, as the enemy's body dissolved into black smoke. Alan looked down, muttering that this situation was somehow different from what he had previously heard. He looked up and realized the victim's upper body was hanging, suspended, the internal organs completely drained, leaving only the skin. Suddenly, a warning echoed in Alan's mind. Asterisk. You are being watched. Asterisk. Alan immediately spun around, causing Harmon to ask in surprise what was wrong. Charlotte pointed ahead, saying it was a middle-aged man with red hair, which left Harmon bewildered. Charlotte explained that the man had fled after observing them, while Alan only managed to catch a glimpse of a shadow vanishing around the corner. Harmon suggested that the person was likely the culprit, but Alan replied that the scent had already spread everywhere, making tracking difficult. Alan irritably ran his hand through his hair, deciding he would report this immediately upon reaching the palace, even though he had only intended to come here to study magic. Gazing at the sunset over the capital, he had an ominous feeling about the events that were about to unfold. The capital Laurensis was in a state of chaos due to a recent spate of similar murders. Alan Alfals mused that the chaos on the streets was caused by the murders, while the chaos within the palace was caused by his own visit. Harmon Dian urgently pleaded with Alan to stay in one place. Alan irritably brushed him off, stating that he had already reported the incident and was not a child who needed constant reminders. Harmon still insisted that Alan was indeed a child, leaving him unable to refute the claim. Alan declared he would go inspect the palace grounds, disregarding Harmon's warnings. He instructed Charlotte to use Harmon's title as the Deputy Knight Commander if questioned, while he headed to the library. Harmon shouted directions to Alan, which only made him feel more like he was being treated like a child. Walking alone through the corridor, Alan realized he hadn't been wrong. He could still sense the characteristic stench of an undead creature. Alan concluded that a vampire might have infiltrated the palace. Sensing an ill omen, he decided to heed Harmon's advice and stay put. But then he hesitated, thinking it would be better to just find the magic book and flee. Alan decided to go to the library first, but then realized he had already walked this path. He was confused to find himself walking in circles, and stopped in front of a statue. Alan wondered whose statue it was. He approached the pedestal, and was astonished to read the name Eulicia. Looking at the inscription, Alan realized the woman depicted in the statue had passed away long ago. Suddenly, an elderly gardener appeared, complaining about his aching back, and having to do everything by himself. The gardener muttered about cutting the necks of those brats to use as decorations, making Alan terrified and wonder if he was a murderer. An elderly man disguised as a gardener grumbled about lazy people being paid with the public's tax money. He suddenly turned and yelled at Alan, scolding him for arriving without offering a greeting. The gardener ordered Alan to bring him a shovel and soil, making Alan secretly think that he was certainly not a gardener. Nevertheless, Alan smiled and quickly agreed, secretly jesting that the gardener's head would make a perfect decoration. Alan struggled to carry a heavy sack of soil, secretly regretting that he hadn't worn the new outfit Harmon had given him. He figured his appearance had caused him to be mistaken for a new gardener. After setting down the sack of soil and the shovel, Alan asked if that was sufficient. Alan tried to explain the misunderstanding, but the elderly man merely pointed to the dirt clinging to his clothes and offered to lend him a handkerchief. Alan refused and pulled out his own handkerchief. He explained that the handkerchief was a gift from Charlotte and advised the old man not to work alone. Just as Alan was about to wipe the dirt off the old man, the man suddenly gripped his hand tightly. Alan flinched and asked what he was doing, and the man replied that it seemed Alan had truly lost his memory. The man's eyes flashed blue light, and he growled, asking how Alan dared not recognize his own grandfather. Inside the magnificent royal palace, Alan cursed silently to himself. When a servant announced the seventh prince was entering, Alan looked incredibly tense. The Holy Emperor Celtic Atfalls, no longer in his gardener disguise, sat upon the throne and stated, "You have arrived." Alan was still reeling, unable to believe that the gardener was actually the Holy Emperor. Standing before the throne, Alan was questioned by the Holy Emperor about his active role in the subjugation of Lonia. The Holy Emperor continued to ask directly if Alan was the one who killed the vampire count. Alan remained silent, telling himself that he needed to think carefully before answering. Alan thought that even the people of Laurensis knew about this incident. Therefore, the Holy Kingdom couldn't possibly be unaware that a vampire was behind everything, and instead of receiving recognition, he might end up in trouble. He stood before the Holy Emperor's throne, facing his grandfather. Alan deduced that the Holy Emperor was looking for someone capable of capturing the vampire while investigating the truth. After a moment of consideration, Alan boldly admitted, "Yes, Your Majesty, I did it." He added that if he had to do it again, he wouldn't be able to capture him alone. Alan asserted that this feat was only achievable thanks to the help of Harmond, Charlotte, Lord Gennard, Grill, and the people of Lonia. He declared that this was not his own power, thinking internally that sharing the credit would prevent future complications. The Holy Emperor listened in silence, his expression revealing no emotion. He replied that he had heard clearly, but internally felt that Alan was still confused, and the story didn't end there. Alan politely said that His Majesty had worked hard and should rest, wishing him a safe completion of the vampire hunt. The nobles in the court silently observed. The Holy Emperor sat on the throne, wondering if Alan had heard anything from Harmond. He pondered Alan's change, from a hooligan 6 months ago, to someone who acknowledged the help of others, and was aware of the existence of vampires in the capital. The Holy Emperor wondered if amnesia could change a personality, then thought of Grill and Charlotte. Based on Harmon's report, he knew they were the survivors of the Herres family. He believed that if that were true, they might succeed in hunting vampires, but the Harris family was not known for swordsmanship utilizing divine power. The Holy Emperor recalled the report from Lord Gennard, which stated that the 7th Prince had used divine power to save soldiers who were on the verge of death. The report also recounted unbelievable things, such as the goddess granting a blessing after his prayer, and him shooting a vampire with a decorative firearm. Although the person wore a mask, Gennard insisted he was certain it was Alan. Holy Emperor Celtic Atfalls asked the court officials for their opinions on the reports concerning Alan, even though he internally thought it was nonsense. He bluntly told Alan that he was certain it was a lie. The nobles began to argue, one claiming Alan hadn't been on the battlefield long enough, while another believed the account of the masked person, having the same physique. Amidst the chatter, Celtic Atfalls wearily thought about these short-sighted people. He was troubled because the time for his abdication was approaching, yet he had no one to help him, let alone an heir. The image of his late wife, Ulyssia, appeared in his mind. He thought to himself that if not for the incident that day, he would have chosen Luan as his successor. Celtic blamed himself for becoming too cold, prioritizing the safety of the kingdom over his grandchildren. His thoughts turned back to Alan, wondering if the child possessed any potential. The nobles' argument grew heated, one shouting that the 7th Prince couldn't have done it, while another challenged him back. Angrily, the Holy Emperor roared, demanding they be silent if they didn't want to fight immediately. He cursed them as useless, prompting an advisor to speak up and intercede. The entire court fell silent after the emperor's outburst. A young, red-haired noble, Count Pomor, stepped forward and suggested that more investigation was needed since there was still plenty of time. Pomor reminded them that Lady Ulyssia's Memorial Day was 2 months away, and it would be good if the 7th Prince remained in the palace until then. The Count added that Alan had contributed to the vampire hunt regardless. He proposed why not let Alan rest until the upcoming banquet. The Holy Emperor mused for a moment, and then agreed, deciding there was no need to rush. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the palace, a voice rang out upon finding the library. Alan Alfall stepped out from a corner, wondering why the path was so complicated. Suddenly, a voice rang out, asking Alan if he was the 7th Prince. Alan was startled, wondering why someone was here at this hour. The blonde woman quickly apologized and said she would leave immediately, confusing Alan. He told her to stay put, but her fearful reaction made him uncomfortable. The woman thought to herself that she hadn't even done anything yet. Alan suddenly fell silent, a flash of realization sparking in his mind. He was stunned as a faint memory surfaced. The past memory showed that this very woman had been with him during the infamous incident years ago. The past image confirmed her presence at the scene. Returning to reality, Alan quietly activated his analysis skill. A status window appeared, revealing the identity of the person opposite him. Alice Astoria, 17 years old, the Archbishop's granddaughter. Alan now understood why he felt uncomfortable. He guessed that in Alice's eyes, the pervert from back then had returned. Alan deduced that Alice must be thinking he had come back to find her. He also realized that her surname, Astoria, matched the author of the book he was looking for, Raphael Astoria. Alan was stunned when he realized the book's author was the Archbishop himself. He recalled the bitter past when the Archbishop had severely scolded him. Alan despaired, realizing there was no way he could question the author under these circumstances. He turned to Alice, trying to explain that he had lost his memory and therefore didn't recognize anyone. Alice looked at him with a skeptical expression, thinking to herself that if she were him, she wouldn't believe that excuse either. Alan decided he should just grab the book and leave quickly. But while searching, he realized the book was gone. Just as Alice asked if he was looking for the Archbishop's book, Alice confirmed she was reading it and was willing to give it to him, which secretly surprised Alan. She said it was fine, because she was already preparing to clean up and leave, then handed him the book. Alan took the book on resurrection, and thought to himself that it was a truly pretentious title. Alice explained that it was merely her grandfather's research notes, and asserted that the resurrection of humans was impossible. Why? Alan asked abruptly, catching Alice off guard. He continued to ask why resurrection was impossible, making Alice flustered. She explained that no matter how powerful divine power was, it couldn't hold on to a soul that had left the body. Only necromancy could do that. However, necromancy required a terrifying price, so it was not something that should be done. Alice concluded that resurrection was impossible, even with the miracle of Gaia, but Alan posed a hypothesis. He asked what would happen if someone possessed both divine power and magic power, stunning Alice. She insisted that such cases were extremely rare, and their bodies would explode if they used both simultaneously, but Alan calmly replied, "Is that so?" He looked at the book and said that he still didn't think this resurrection was impossible. When Alice asked what he meant, Alan began to explain the book's content, that to use divine power better, one should pray more. He continued to argue that if there was a better way than prayer, such as using magical artifacts, then was resurrection truly impossible. Suddenly, Alan realized with a start that he had kept a young girl talking for too long. He quickly urged Alice to go home because it was late, and told her she didn't need to deny feeling uncomfortable around him. Alan said he would turn off the library lights before leaving and wished her good night. Alice stood frozen in place, completely speechless at his words and actions. Alice stood alone, pondering the conversation about resurrection. She tried to dismiss it, thinking it was just the bragging of the seventh prince, who was naturally like that. But she felt that something was different this time. Alice recalled and realized she had sensed an unusual aura from Alan. A voice called her name, making Alice turn around with a start. It was her grandfather, Raphael Astoria, asking what she was doing. He warned his granddaughter to be careful because the seventh prince had returned to the palace. Alice replied to him with a hint of confusion. Raphael handed her a mask and told her not to overexert herself. He reminded her that, despite being chosen by the goddess and possessing talent, she still carried a heavy responsibility. Alice confidently replied that she was strong, just like him, causing Raphael to smile proudly. Raphael said they should go inside, leading Alice and two cloaked escorts. Inside the room, the first Prince Luan was writhing in pain on the sickbed. Alice announced that she would begin the treatment session today. She released a powerful surge of divine power that enveloped Luan, causing him to scream. Alice thought to herself that what her grandfather said was true. Facing the first prince's cursed body, her divine power was useless, and she knew he didn't have much time left. She was determined to find a method at all costs. In the midst of her despair, she suddenly recalled Alan's words that resurrection was not impossible. Although she knew it was absurd, she couldn't stop hoping that what he said was true. Alan examined the royal family tree and wondered, is that all? He noticed that the information about his parents had been completely blacked out, and wondered why. Facing Harmon Deanne, Alan asserted that he truly had amnesia, and demanded to know the truth. Harmon looked flustered, clearly hiding something. He only gave a vague answer that Alan's parents had lived a normal life, which made Alan even more suspicious. Alan thought about Harmon, noticing the shortcomings in his words. Seeing Harmon's sweating face, Alan concluded that he truly didn't know how to lie. He deduced that this secrecy was due to the sensitive nature of royal matters. Harmon quickly changed the subject, reminding Alan that it was time to prepare for the banquet. He warned that even Charlotte had learned etiquette so as not to embarrass Alan. Harmon emphasized that a royal banquet was different from a regular party. He revealed that the first prince might also attend the event. When Alan asked who the first prince was, Harmon reminded him that his name was on the family tree. Harmon pointed to the name Luan Alfals on the chart and warned that he was the person Alan should be most wary of right now. Elsewhere, the severely injured Luan Alfals heard the two words, banquet. Wrapped entirely in bandages, Luan roared in his mind, furious that a banquet was being held for someone like Alan. Meanwhile, the banquet had begun, and a noble welcomed a beautiful female guest. That guest was Alice Astoria, who politely returned the Lord's greeting. Alice thought to herself that even though her grandfather had forbidden it, she decided to attend anyway. She told herself that since he wasn't present, she should at least attend to represent the family at the seventh prince's congratulatory banquet. A noble greeted Alice, saying that her grandfather was busy taking care of the first prince. Suddenly, Count Pomor approached and complimented Alice's beauty. The other guests whispered that Pomor was someone who had recently gained great favor with the common people. They continued discussing, suggesting that he only did useless volunteer work because he didn't desire power. Alice intended to object, but Pomor politely stopped her. Pomor calmly admitted that what they said wasn't entirely wrong. He explained that ever since his wife passed away, volunteer work was his only reason for living. When Pomor suggested that such actions were unbefitting of a noble, Alice quickly denied that was what she meant. She asserted that he deserved respect, but suddenly felt a strange sensation. Alice recalled that Pomor was a good man, who had served Elisha and was now a loyal subject of the first prince. She thought about his dedication to the people, but still couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. Feeling uncomfortable, Alice made an excuse to leave, and Pomor politely bid her farewell. As she walked away, Alice thought to herself that she felt something was wrong. She was suddenly astonished by the arrival of the other guests. Lord Gennard from the countryside appeared overwhelmed, and his escort had to reassure him. Alice heard the other guests complaining that the seventh prince had kept them waiting. Gennard approached, saying it had been a long time since he attended a banquet, and was surprised to recognize Alice. Alice introduced herself while Gennard awkwardly admitted he had only dared to look at her from afar. From behind, Count Pomor's hand trembled as he looked at them with a malicious expression. Finally, an announcement rang out, declaring that Prince Alan Alfals was entering the hall. Alan Alfals stepped into the banquet hall with a composed expression. Amidst the crowd of guests, Count Pomor glanced over with malicious, glowing red eyes. Alan thought to himself that the presence of so many guests was surprising. He figured that since he was an exiled prince with no claim to the throne, no one would show up. The other guests were also glancing in his direction. Charlotte asked why Alan was attracting so much attention. Alan remarked that Charlotte looked even more noble than him, but she replied that his demeanor was innate. Count Palmer approached, made a sarcastic comment about their conversation, and loudly called out the seventh prince's title. Alan pretended not to recognize him and asked for the man's identity. The attendant quickly reminded Alan that it was Count Palmer, while the count pretended not to mind. Palmer extended his hand, saying it had been a long time, and that it was understandable Alan had forgotten him. He apologized for not being by Alan's side during his difficult times, but Alan indifferently dismissed it. Alan shook Palmer's hand, recalling that he had once served his mother and supported him and his brother. He thought to himself that he still remembered the few people who had supported him, but when he looked at the status window, Alan was stunned. The information panel revealed that Count Pomordia was actually a vampire in a state of bloodlust. Alan was shocked to realize this bastard was a vampire. A surge of unconscious divine power flashed from his hand. Count Palmer suddenly asked Alan if he liked the food at the party, startling him. Alan quickly replied, inwardly astonished that Palmer was completely unaffected by his divine power. Count Palmer spoke to Alan, while the prince secretly wondered about his presence in the palace. An orange-haired attendant nervously called Alan when he noticed the prince seemed distracted. Palmer glanced at the crowd of guests who were whispering amongst themselves. Using his ability, Alan saw through the disguise, revealing the vampire nature of the surrounding guests. A system window appeared before Alan's eyes, confirming the existence of vampires. Alan suddenly stood up, saying he had just remembered something disappointing about the meal. When Palmer asked what it was, Alan immediately called a servant and requested a glass of wine. Alan took the glass of wine, while Palmer remarked that it was indeed wine. Palmer said it would be a shame if the party lacked wine, but Alan secretly channeled divine power into the glass. The two looked at each other, Palmer with the glowing red eyes of a vampire, and Alan with a confident smile. Alan invited Count Palmer to drink a glass with him, handing him the liquid that had been transformed into holy water. Palmer cheerfully accepted the glass of holy water, saying it was an honor. Alan thought to himself, urging Palmer to drink and reveal his true nature. He was certain that the glass of holy water, filled with his divine power, would have an effect. Alan recalled the shadow of the villain, and believed it was Palmer. He believed that once Palmer's identity was exposed, the culprit behind the murders would be revealed. In Alan's presence, Palmer drained the glass of holy water without any ill effects. Palmer laughed and said that perhaps he was already drunk from drinking too quickly. He pretended to be drunk and leaned on Alan's shoulder, but the prince didn't believe it. Palmer suddenly stood up straight, smiled, and said that he wasn't actually drunk, stunning Alan. Alan suddenly smashed the wine bottle, terrifying the guests with the seventh prince's action. Count Palmer was caught off guard, falling backward as the shards flew past him. Without hesitation, Alan lunged forward, using a sharp shard of glass to slash the count's hand. Facing Palmer's painful scream, Alan merely watched coldly, completely unfazed. Palmer tried to maintain a calm expression, but inwardly panicked when he realized his wound wasn't healing itself. An orange-haired attendant quickly restrained Alan and excused the prince by saying he was drunk, while Alan remained certain that Palmer was a vampire. Looking at his bleeding hand, Palmer agreed to the suggestion to leave and treat the wound. He turned and walked away, leaving Alan restrained by the attendant and Charlotte. Charlotte approached Alan, asking why he acted that way, and if he sensed anything unusual about the count. Alan revealed that Palmer looked like a vampire, completely stunning the attendant and Charlotte. The attendant suggested they arrest Palmer immediately, but Alan stopped him, saying they had no proof yet, and requested a pen and paper. Faced with the attendant's confusion, Alan merely smiled meaningfully. He declared that the two of them would hunt down the vampire themselves. The banquet hall door closed behind Count Palmer. As soon as he reached an empty corridor, he couldn't bear it anymore, and began coughing violently. Immediately afterward, Palmer vomited a large pool of blood onto the floor. He clutched his face, cursing under his breath in extreme pain as the effects of the holy water flared up. With blue smoke rising from his mouth, Palmer roared a curse directed at the seventh prince. He bitterly realized he had fallen into a trap, that Alan knew his true identity and deliberately used holy water. Palmer's eyes turned bright red, and he decided he had to excise the internal organs that had been scorched by the holy water. Count Palmer writhed, craving fresh blood and raw flesh to soothe the pain. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and a female voice called out to him. The maid announced that she had come to clean the room. With a gruesome smile, and blood still staining his mouth, Palmer invited her in. The maid happily stepped inside, reassured by Palmer that she should feel free to clean up. As soon as she entered, she was stunned to see a large pool of blood on the floor. Blood splattered as Palmer whispered that he needed someone like her. The room door opened, and two other maids standing outside saw him. Count Palmer stepped out, his appearance completely tidy, and greeted them politely. He struck up a conversation with the two maids, making them feel attended to. One of them inquired about the whereabouts of the maid named Milia, Pomor lied that he had hired Milia, while an image of her corpse appeared. He said goodbye, but one maid noticed he wasn't heading toward the banquet hall. Pomor confirmed that he had no intention of attending the banquet. He smirked, revealing that he was going to visit the first prince. In another room, Alan presented a long list, astonishing the orange-haired attendant. Alan explained that these were just the suspicious individuals on the first floor, and they were in trouble because they couldn't prove who was a vampire. Alan wondered when he heard the term parent. The attendant began to explain the evolution process of the undead species. He stated that parents are vampires born after evolution, like the vampire count they had previously defeated. Harmond explained that after many incidents, parent vampires create progeny, who are weaker than them. However, the specialty of these individuals is hiding among humans. Alan asked in astonishment if they could conceal themselves even from the Holy Emperor, and Harmond admitted it was true. Harmond revealed a terrifying truth, that vampires can replace their bodies with the corpses of the humans they killed, causing Charlotte to gasp in surprise. Alan suddenly recalled the murder cases where only the heads remained, and wondered if the missing bodies were caused by them. Harmond confirmed that the vampires might have taken the bodies, adding that since they are human bodies, holy power would certainly be stronger against them. Alan suddenly grabbed the list and asked about Harmond's rank, who replied that he had enough authority to mobilize a squad of holy knights. Hearing this, Alan coldly ordered him to arrest everyone on the list, assess the situation, and kill them if necessary. Harmond was completely stunned by the prince's ruthless command. Alan declared he would take full responsibility, and asked Charlotte to go assist, to which she worriedly asked if he would be all right. Harmond hesitated about mobilizing troops during a party, but Alan cut him off, telling him to worry about himself first. He said that since there was no way to prove they were vampires, they should just kill them first and let them turn to dust. Alan thought to himself that the Count must have realized his identity was exposed, and if he didn't act fast, he himself would be in danger. Harmond accepted the order, while Charlotte instructed Alan to be careful before leaving. Harmond turned away, muttering that now he just needed to conceal his movements. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out Alan's name, saying it had been a long time since they last met. That person was Ruffle Alfals, the 1-year-old third prince, smiling as he called Alan his younger brother. However, Alan's status window displayed a different name. Lufel Alphalis, 24 years old, with contradictory traits such as cowardice, yet being an excellent spearman. Alan was secretly astonished by these terrible traits and tried to recall the name Lupel, while Rufel assumed he had amnesia. With a malicious glint in his eyes, Rufel introduced himself as Alan's esteemed third prince. Alan thought to himself, recalling that Harmond had once mentioned the third prince. Rufel Alfals, known as a mediocre and mother-clinging prince, realized that Alan seemed to remember him. With a sarcastic smile, Rufel said that if Alan claimed it, it must be true. Alan then asked why their other brothers were not present at the banquet. Ruffle replied that they were all busy with important duties, but Alan understood this was a mockery. Alan politely replied that Rufel's presence was more than enough, while his brother falsely claimed with feigned modesty that he was merely lucky. Rufel placed a hand on Alan's shoulder, saying he was glad to see him still causing trouble as always. Rufel's smile turned sinister as he warned that if Alan attended with ambitions for the throne, they would become enemies. Without flinching, Alan brushed Rufel's hand off his shoulder. He coldly declared that he would continue to live as he pleased. Rufel burst out laughing and said he had to leave immediately. Watching his brothers retreating back, Alan secretly scoffed that the kingdom would struggle to prosper without him. He decided to dismiss his annoying brother and focus on his own business. Alan assessed that he needed to be cautious, since Count Palmer's true strength was unknown. He planned to lay low until Harmond and Charlotte completed their tasks. Suddenly, an angry shout roared the name, Alan Alfals, startling him. The voice continued to bellow, demanding Alan show himself immediately. Alan smirked, secretly impressed by the real Alan's level of troublemaking, while hearing others trying to restrain Lord Luan. Hearing the name Luan, Alan suddenly froze in astonishment. He turned around and faced the severely injured first prince, Luan Alfals, realizing a disaster was imminent. Alan sensed the stench and magical power emanating from his brother, realizing Luan's body was decomposing like an undead creature. He was horrified to discover a powerful curse gnawing at Luan's heart. Suddenly, Luan grabbed Alan by the collar and roared, "How dare you insult my subject?" The elder prince continued to scold him, asserting that Count Pomor was a loyal servant of their mother. Luan tightened his grip, blood seeping through the bandages, demanding to know why Alan had acted with such blasphemy and arrogance. He growled, demanding an explanation for defiling their mother's honor. Just then, an authoritative voice rang out, asking what everyone was doing. An attendant announced, "Under the glorious protection of the Empire, the Master of the Holy Kingdom, His Imperial Majesty, the Holy Emperor, has arrived." The Holy Emperor looked around the silent room and asked why no one was answering. He roared again, releasing a terrifying surge of divine power that engulfed the entire hall. Alan realized the Holy Emperor's voice carried divine power of astonishing strength, while Luan painfully collapsed. Archbishop Raphael Astoria rushed to Luan's side and called the first prince's name. The Holy Emperor ordered the bishops and physicians to tend to Luan, and Raphael immediately complied. Then, the Holy Emperor turned to Alan and demanded an explanation. He asked directly if it was true that Alan had insulted Count Palmor, and Alan admitted it was true. When asked for the reason, Alan thought to himself that he couldn't say he wanted to hunt the Count. He wondered if he should reveal the truth that the Count was a vampire. But looking at the Holy Emperor's stern expression, Alan concluded that no one would believe him. Finally, Alan bowed and lied that he had been too drunk and made a mistake, causing the Holy Emperor to question. A mistake? The Holy Emperor asked again. Is that all? Alan thought that his father seemed to be expecting a specific answer. The aged emperor looked down at his son with a stern, pressure-filled gaze. Suddenly, Luan interjected, asking if there was any other reason. A voice ordered Luan to step aside, but he ignored it and advanced toward the banquet table. The first prince's blood-soaked, bandaged hand snatched a wine glass. He hurled the glass straight at Alan, who managed to dodge it amidst the horrified screams of a guest. The Holy Emperor roared Luan's name, but the first prince replied that his subject had been humiliated. Luan declared that this was not something that could be overlooked and demanded a duel. The Holy Emperor was skeptical. In this condition, you can still say such a thing? He ordered Luan to retreat, but the first prince firmly refused. Luan began to argue, mentioning Alan's contributions during the Ronia territory incident. He suggested that a duel would reveal Alan's true nature. Luan sowed doubt, questioning whether Alan had truly hunted vampires, or merely stolen credit from others. He turned to the Holy Emperor, saying that His Majesty must also be curious. While Raphael tried to intervene, the Holy Emperor remained silent, seemingly considering Luan's challenge. Then he turned his back and walked away, causing Raphael to frantically ask where he was going. Alan informed Luan that the Holy Emperor had permitted the duel, despite Raphael's desperate protests. Luan looked down at his younger brother and declared, "Today, I will correct your arrogance." With a determined expression, he pointed toward Alan and ordered him to prepare. Alan stood silently, thinking that his opinion hadn't even been asked for. On the balcony, a bored noble commented on the seventh prince and suggested it would be better to leave. Another agreed, predicting things would soon turn ugly, while a young, curly-haired noble exclaimed in indignation. The angry young noble defended Alan, but was silenced by an older man, who demanded he calm down. Lord Gennard Lapong quickly apologized to Alice Astoria, lying that his friend couldn't handle his liquor. Alice turned away, her gaze fixed thoughtfully on the banquet hall below. She asked Gennard if he had seen the note Alan gave to Harmond, but he replied that he had not. Alice admitted that the small detail bothered her slightly. She recalled the moment Alan shared a drink with Count Palmer, feeling as if he were waiting for something to happen. Suddenly, Alice dismissed those thoughts, deciding she needed to focus on the first prince, Luan. She told Gennard that she would head downstairs first. Rushing down the stairs, Alice worried about Luan's safety. Meanwhile, Alan held a wooden staff, silently lamenting this body's terrible relationship with its family. He looked at Luan, who was covered in bandages, and wondered why they allowed a dying patient to duel. Alan curled his lips into a mysterious smile. He secretly assessed the situation, realizing the Holy Emperor would not intervene, and the Archbishop was not on his side either. Archbishop Raphael Astoria announced that for safety reasons, the use of divine power was forbidden in this match. He explained that Luan's body could not withstand it, and this was also a way to verify Alan's true strength. Raphael stated that this was an opportunity to test Alan's martial arts, causing Alan to panic internally, thinking he relied solely on divine power. Alan continued his internal theatrics, desperately thinking that he didn't even know how to use a sword and would surely lose. He suddenly realized that the two people supposed to protect him, Harmond and Charlotte, were also absent. Deep down, Alan Alphals thought there was only one way left. As Luan Alphals approached, Alan spoke up, asking what was happening. Alan thought to himself, his brother had finally decided to get serious. Luan agreed, and suggested the Holy Emperor start the match in a neutral capacity. Holy Emperor Celtic Atfalls reminded the two not to forget to respect each other as brothers. Then, he raised his hand, preparing to give the signal. As his hand dropped, Celtic declared the match started, and both rushed toward each other. Alan dodged the attack and used his bare hand to stop Luan's sword. Luan was astonished by his brother's unbelievable strength. Alan easily broke Luan's sword with his bare hand. Immediately afterward, Alan suddenly declared his surrender. Luan was completely stunned by his opponent's incomprehensible action. The witnesses, including the Holy Emperor, could not hide their astonishment. Alan knelt down, threw away the staff, and began his declaration. He loudly stated that he surrendered to Luan Alfals because he was scared to death of him. The nobles on the balcony were also aghast at the sight. Holy Emperor Celtic Atfalls covered his face in disappointment. He wondered if Alan did this to avoid the match, or out of concern for Luan's condition. Finally, Celtic concluded internally that whatever the reason, Alan was a pathetic bastard. Luan stared at his kneeling brother, speechless, only managing to utter, "You." Thrown back, Alan fell to the ground and yelled a curse. Luan grabbed his brother's collar, growling, asking if Alan dared to disrespect him just because his body looked like a soulless corpse. With an angry expression, Luan asserted that Alan's insults were actually directed at him. Alan cowered, continuously spewing curses, forcing Luan to shout, reminding his brother to maintain his dignity. "Forget dignity," Luan roared, unleashing a powerful surge of divine power, declaring that what Alan had done was unforgivable. Facing the attack, Alan thought in terror that his body would explode if he couldn't block it. He desperately looked toward the Holy Emperor, wondering why his grandfather still wasn't intervening. In the final moment, Alan decided to act as a glow flashed in his hand. The church inquisitors were stunned when a shovel suddenly appeared before them. Alan used the summoned shovel to block Luan's blade, causing his brother to ask in astonishment where it came from. A mysterious observer in the crowd initially thought it was spatial magic, but then realized he sensed no mana flow. As Alan's shovel emitted a brilliant aura, the person exclaimed in shock, "That's divine power." Alan worried about Luan's physical condition, knowing his brother would be in danger if this battle continued. The two brothers gripped their weapons tightly, locked in a stalemate. Luan's gaze swept over the crowd and stopped at a red-haired noble who was smiling sinisterly. The red-haired man wore a black eye patch, radiating a terrifying dark aura. Alan's face hardened, his eyes sharp. He tightened his grip on the shovel handle, realizing that all of this was part of that person's plan. Alan understood that if that guy was killed, everything here would be resolved, and he couldn't let Luan Alfals do it. "Brother, I'm sorry," Alan said, swinging the shovel forcefully toward Luan Alfals. The first prince, Luan Alfals, was stunned by his younger brother's impending attack. "Please take this," Alan yelled, swinging the shovel imbued with divine power downward. The shovel struck powerfully, creating an explosion of holy energy. Alan shouted, declaring that he would avenge his brother against the enemy. Luan Alfals coughed up blood after taking the full force of the blow to the abdomen, horrifying the nobles. He staggered backward, stammering incoherently at Alan's actions. As Luan Alfals fell, Alan continued to exert his power, loudly calling out his brother's title. As soon as he landed, a musket appeared in Alan's hand, astonishing Alice Astoria. Alice wondered if the gun had also been created from his divine power. Archbishop Raphael Astoria frantically urged the Holy Emperor to stop Alan due to the weapon's danger, but the Holy Emperor remained calm. While Alan invoked Gaia's name and aimed the glowing gun, he took aim, muttering about his true target. The target was not Luan Alfals, but the mysterious red-haired noble standing in the crowd. A powerful stream of divine energy shot straight into the noble's head. The explosion threw a nearby obese noble backward, leaving him terrified. Alan sneered, thinking the shot's power was still too weak. Amidst the guests' panicked screams, the Holy Emperor ordered the Holy Knights to arrest Alan. Two Holy Knights immediately advanced toward the bewildered seventh prince. Alan struggled, shouting that the match wasn't over, and that he needed to shoot one more time. The gun fell to the ground, and Alan regretted missing the chance to finish off the enemy. In a flashback, Alan used the shovel to block Luan Alfals' sword. The shovel emitted a brilliant blue holy power. Alan unleashed a powerful surge of energy from his weapon. Knocked to the floor, Luan Alfals silently looked up as another energy explosion erupted. After Alan was arrested, Luan Alfals sat on the floor, thinking to himself that something was wrong. Holy Emperor Celtic Atfalls approached, saying that he had the same thought. Luan Alfals agreed, and began to recall what Harman Dayan had told him. He recalled Harman Dayan's words, who believed Alan deliberately acted like a scoundrel, and accepted exile to avenge their mother. Celtic Atfalls stated that, upon witnessing Alan's abilities, he believed Harman Dayan's words might be true. The Holy Emperor revealed his true intention, to confirm whether Alan truly possessed the qualities of a successor. Suddenly, Luan Alfals clutched his chest and coughed up blood, causing Alice Astoria to cry out in terror. The first prince weakly stated that his body was essentially already like that of a dead man. He explained that he wanted to break the curse to become the next emperor, but he had reached his limit. Luan Alfals continued, saying that to avenge their scorned mother, he had to make Alan the next Holy Emperor. Meanwhile, the Holy Emperor pondered, realizing Alan's true intention was to kill Count Pomor. He explained that if Alan had wanted to humiliate him, he would have aimed at him, but instead, he was obsessed with Count Pomor. Luan Alfals collapsed, supported by Alice Astoria, who urgently pleaded with the Emperor for Luan Alfals to receive immediate treatment. Celtic Atfalls asked about Harmon Dian's whereabouts, and Alice Astoria reported that he had left during the match and had not returned. After a moment of thought, Celtic Atfalls asked about Count Palmore, and Raphael Astoria announced that he had been taken back to his room for treatment. Raphael Astoria ordered a servant, "Summon him to me," then asked again in surprise. He questioned the Holy Emperor about the intention of summoning a patient, but Celtic Atfalls replied that he wanted to personally treat Count Palmore. Celtic Atfalls secretly thought about pouring divine power into Palmore's head for treatment. He considered that perhaps it was too soon to open his skull, making Raphael Astoria worried about the consequences. Meanwhile, Alan Alfalls was shouting in the dungeon, lamenting being imprisoned again. He worried that he had only vaguely injured Count Palmore, and the Count might go back to killing servants. Alan noticed the unusual silence in the palace, and wondered if Harmond, Diane, and Charlotte had failed. He recalled the Count's confident demeanor as he walked around the banquet hall. Alan deduced that for vampires, the Holy Palace was nothing less than an enemy lair, and they surely had an escape plan. He also realized that given his status, it would be difficult for Harmon Dian to harm the nobles. The vampires disguised as nobles would exploit their status and the human knights to delay their arrest. Taking advantage of the opportunity, they would blend into the crowd of nobles and leave when the banquet ended. Alan realized that at that point, he would be accused of intentional attempted murder of the Count. He frantically clung to the bars, just as a voice rang out, asking about the noise. The newcomer was the third prince, Rufel Alfalls, who reminded Alan to call him brother. Rufel Alfalls mocked the duel, but Alan recognized his look of delight. Alan coldly stated that Rufel Alfalls must be very happy to be losing a rival for the throne. He suddenly realized that as a prince, Rufel Alfalls had the authority to release him. Alan immediately made his request, but Rufel refused, fearing the Holy Emperor's reprimand. With a smug smile, Alan countered, "Isn't the first prince currently in critical condition?" Alan reminded Rufel of the debt he owed, hinting at a desire to visit the first prince, which piqued Rufel's interest. Clenching the prison bars, Alan presented his proposal. He promised that if released, Rufel would witness something incredibly interesting. After the successful agreement, Alan mused on the third prince's deep-seated hatred for their eldest brother. Rufel not only helped Alan escape the prison but also cheerfully directed him to the armory, urging him to take a gift for the first prince. Now free, Alan walked and calculated his next move. Realizing he had no allies and time was running short, he decided it was time to utilize a specific, powerful ability. Alan considered borrowing the authority of Luan, who commanded power and public trust. To clear his path, he decided to activate a skill, summoning swirling blue magical energy around himself. From within the energy vortex, spectral soldiers began to materialize at Alan's command. He commanded the newly summoned army that they must first conceal their faces. While the spectral soldiers transformed, Alan mused that he had initially intended to handle everything quietly, but the vampires, and even the first prince, kept constantly obstructing his path. Standing before the undead army, now disguised in Holy Knight armor, Alan decided it was time to move. He strode forward decisively and grasped the doorknob. With a confident smile, Alan declared his immediate goal was to visit the first prince. The sudden appearance of the Holy Knight army sent the palace maids and soldiers into a panic. Alan thought to himself that it was time to stage a chaotic spectacle, a rebellion. Screams echoed through the halls, reporting that the seventh prince was instigating a riot. Amidst the chaos, Alan ordered his army only to clear the path, strictly forbidding them from killing anyone. A Holy Knight yelled, demanding that reinforcements be called immediately. The sound of clashing weapons rang out as another soldier warned that the enemy's objective was the first prince's chamber. An undead knight was struck but remained standing, astonishing his opponents. Alan smiled in approval as he watched his army overpower the opposition. The Holy Knights frantically realized Alan was heading into Luan's room and desperately tried to stop him. When Alan opened the door, the caregivers inside, dressed in plague doctor attire, were stunned to recognize him. One tried to intervene, stating they were administering treatment, but Alan merely ordered his troops to barricade the door. Ignoring the pleas, Alan stepped into the room and slammed the door shut. Inside, Alan silently observed his brother lying in bed, disregarding the faint shouts from beyond the door. Luan, wrapped entirely in bandages, awoke and weakly asked Alan what he was doing. Alan coldly replied that Luan should not have interfered with his affairs in the first place. He stated that the vampire hunt had been ruined, causing Luan to realize he was referring to Count Palmore. Alan asked his brother if he was aware of the situation. Luan replied no, but admitted he had a bad premonition. Luan asserted that the priest had confirmed Palmore's innocence, but Alan challenged him, stating that vampires can wear human guises. Alan explained that they could only be identified by channeling divine power into a skull, a feat ordinary priests cannot accomplish. With a grave expression, Alan warned that the entire palace was gradually being infiltrated by vampires. Luan asked why he hadn't told him the truth. Alan bitterly countered by asking if Luan would have believed him. Luan reached out to his brother, saying that if Alan revealed his true self and spoke the truth, they would surely believe him, causing Alan to repeat the words "the truth" skeptically. Alan declared he no longer wanted to be involved with this rotten family and the vampires, as a brilliant sphere of divine power formed in his hand. Alan placed his hand on Amon's glowing skull, accepting that he could no longer escape this mess. Standing by Luan's sickbed, Alan began his move. Wearing the skull like a mask, he raised a battle axe forged of divine power and demanded his brother pay him for his efforts. Luan watched in horror as the glowing axe blade hurtled toward him. Alan declared that the price was Luan's life. Meanwhile, Archbishop Raphael Astoria furiously questioned a holy knight about the seventh prince, leading troops to seize the first prince's chamber. He shoved the guards aside, calling them pathetic wretches. With astonishing strength, Raphael repelled them, scolding them that they were worse than an old man like him. An undead knight was hurled backward. When the helmet fell off, Raphael was stunned to realize it was a corpse. He wondered in shock if Alan's army was composed of the dead, and if he had managed to trick some necromancer. But then, he noticed something peculiar. The undead knight's body was radiating pure divine power, identical to that of the other holy knights. Raphael concluded that this was a creature defying the world's laws, something impossible to achieve even through magic. Regaining his composure, he ordered the remaining soldiers to secure the corridor and prevent anyone from leaving. He decided he must save the first prince before revealing the true nature of these attackers. Raphael charged toward the sickroom door. He flung aside another holy knight who was blocking his path. He told himself he had to find the one who summoned them. Raphael burst through the door, stunning the remaining guards. Raphael Astoria watched in astonishment as a holy knight dissolved into blue flame and demanded to know what was happening. Another knight yelled that the soldiers were disintegrating, confusing his comrades. The archbishop burst into First Prince Luan's sickroom. With a look of horror, he realized the situation inside was worse than he had imagined. He witnessed the seventh Prince Alan raising a blood-stained shovel high, preparing to strike his brother. Alan thought, asterisk. Consider this the price you have to pay, brother. Asterisk then brought the weapon down hard. Blood splattered. Alan smiled maniacally and commanded, now, resurrect. In that moment, Luan suddenly realized there were many strange things about his younger brother. He recalled that Count Pomor had only reported Alan's bad behavior while he was confined to his sickbed. Luan remembered Pomor's words, claiming Alan had insulted their mother. He regretted not realizing that the informant was deliberately provoking him. The reason he hadn't suspected anything was because that person had been by his side, comforting him since their mother's death. Luan bitterly realized he hadn't known that person was actually a vampire. Returning to reality, Luan stared in horror at the blue light emanating from Alan, calling himself foolish. He thought that was why, even if Alan killed him, it would be perfectly understandable. Alan, now wearing Amon's skull, plunged the shovel handle hard into Luan's chest. A faint, white glowing soul began to separate from Luan's injured body. Alan spread his arms and embraced his brother's soul as it fully escaped. Luan's soul whispered a final plea as it was enveloped by Alan's divine power. Alan gripped the weapon, divine energy exploding as he declared, I am Legion. Luan's soul whispered about Gaia's successor while being purified. The blue holy energy enveloped and completely absorbed the first prince's soul. On the bed, Luan's physical body writhed in agony as the curse was broken. The convulsions passed, and Luan's heavily injured body collapsed into silence. Just then, Archbishop Raphael Astoria burst into the room, panting, along with the holy knights. Luan woke up, touched Alan's hand, and realized his body was no longer in pain. Alan asked about his new life, and Luan replied in astonishment that his skin had been restored. He tore off the bandages, joyfully declaring that his muscles, bones, and the long tormenting curse were all gone. Luan stood up in a brilliant aura, shouting that this was a miracle. Witnessing the scene, Alan looked disgusted while Raphael and the knights stood frozen at the doorway. Alan looked exhausted, explaining that he had used a great deal of power to resurrect his brother. He asked Luan to go find Harmon for him. Alan continued by assigning Luan the task of finishing the work he had started. Luan smirked in acceptance, thinking his younger brother was truly unpleasant. As Luan was about to leave, a holy knight stopped him, saying the Marquis was very angry. Elsewhere, Harmon Dian was confidently saying something. Harmon declared to Luan that this black-armored knight friend would only obey his orders, while Luan confusedly asked who he was. Harmon froze, seemingly realizing something unbelievable. He stammered, asking if that was the first prince, and Luan simply smiled in confirmation. Harmond was astonished that the curse had been broken. Luan brushed it off and asked to see a list. Harmondian reassured Luan Alphals that Alan himself had asked for his help with the list. Luan replied that the miracle that happened to his body was the clearest proof. He handed Harmond the list of vampires, astonishing the vice-commander with its sheer length. A black-armored knight reported that the list included nobles from other nations, and their authority could only restrain them. Harmond bowed in apology, but Luan patted his shoulder, comforting him that he had done very well. Luan said that thanks to Harmond, the bug hunt had become much easier. The first prince declared that it had been a long time since he had used his power. An army wearing red cloaks and carrying scythes appeared, declaring obedience to First Prince Luan Alphals' command. They were the Heresy Inquisitors and the newly summoned Order of the Crimson Cross. Their commander was a man with a face full of scars, known as the Heresy Inquisitor. Harmond realized these were soldiers trained to detect heresy. They were one of the 5 strongest armies of the Holy Kingdom, only summonable by and obedient only to the First Prince's command. Luan thanked the assembled army and asked if it hadn't been a long time since they last hunted. He held the list high, declaring these were the names of those who had defiled the Holy Kingdom and murdered his mother. Luan commanded them to cut open their chests and rip out their hearts for inspection. He further ordered them to smash their skulls to see if dark magic flowed in their brains. With a cold expression, Luan demanded that they be tortured thoroughly and endlessly, so they would realize how meaningless their fake lives were. Luan smiled sinisterly, crumpled the paper, and declared, "This is the vampire hunt." Suddenly, a searing red energy beam pierced the chest of a knight wearing black armor. A horrified elderly noble screamed, demanding to know who dared attack his family's knight. The elderly noble was struck down right as he was shouting his challenge. Luan Alphals coldly held up the noble's severed head, while Alice Astoria watched in terror. The Grand Prince noticed residual demonic energy beneath the corpse's skin. The leader of the Order of the Crimson Cross confirmed to the remaining people that all targets on the list were vampires. Following Luan's kill them all command, a young noble girl was also mercilessly slaughtered. Another gentleman was seized, desperately begging for his life. He was decapitated while still insisting he was human, his mind reeling in shock, unable to comprehend how he had been discovered. Amidst the massacre, Luan ordered the soldiers to hunt down everyone who had fled the palace. Harmondian explained to Alice that the Order of the Crimson Cross were hunters who cared about nothing except eliminating their targets. Harmond reported that Count Palmer had disappeared, but Luan calmly told him not to worry. Luan smiled, saying that Palmer had been summoned to a place even more dangerous than this. The sight of a pool of blood and dark magic indicated that Palmer had been discovered. In another great hall, Count Palmer stood anxiously before a mysterious voice questioning him. That person was none other than the Holy Emperor Celtic Atfalls, sitting on the throne and demanding an answer. The Holy Emperor clenched his fist, preparing to deliver the final question. He looked directly at Palmer and asked, "Are you a vampire?" Palmer trembled, completely stunned by the current situation. In his mind, Palmer recalled that he had been summoned for the Emperor to treat his grandson's behavior, and he had intended to refuse. Celtic Atfalls radiated a fierce, red killing intent, asking if his question was too blunt. The Holy Emperor apologized for his rudeness, but followed it with a threat that if Palmer was truly human, he would apologize later. The Holy Emperor coldly declared to Count Palmer that if he was a vampire, he would not let him leave. Count Palmer questioned him back, arguing that he had been confirmed as human, but Celtic Atfalls asserted that he did not trust the clergy. Celtic asked the Count to help him trust him, leaving Palmer flustered and unsure how to respond. At the same time, Luan Alphals sensed the sound of death echoing throughout the palace. The purge by the Order of the Crimson Cross was brutal. They hunted down even the vampires who had fled the palace. The fleeing vampire wondered why things had turned out this way, as the plan to imprison the 7th prince had originally gone smoothly. He realized in horror that his kin were being hunted and slaughtered by the blazing red scythes of the Order of the Crimson Cross. Back in the main hall, Count Palmer realized he had to quickly escape, but being held back by the Holy Emperor, he felt completely trapped. Celtic demanded that Count Palmer look him straight in the eye. The Holy Emperor thought to himself that a young man's hearing couldn't be that poor, and realized there were no weapons or knights nearby. Palmer secretly scoffed, thinking that Celtic was just an old man about to die, unsure when he would pass away. He thought that he, with his eternal life, was completely superior to a time-limited creature like the Emperor. Confident that he was about to reach the parent level, Palmer laughed arrogantly. Celtic asked why he was laughing, and Palmer burst into maniacal laughter. He insulted the Holy Emperor, calling him an old man, which prompted Celtic to calmly comment on his sudden insolence. Count Palmer raised his head and admitted, "Yes, I am a vampire." But his statement was cut short by fresh blood gushing from his mouth. Blood splattered as Celtic Atfalls stood motionless, completely unaffected. Pomor looked down in horror at his severed arm, unable to comprehend what had just happened. He roared, boasting of his predatory nature, while his true vampire form gradually emerged. Count, Pomor roared, determined to devour the Holy Emperor alive, a relic of the past. He did this to gain recognition from the other parent-level vampires, while simultaneously launching an attack with a massive mass of flesh and blood. From Celtic's perspective, Pomor's monstrous arm lunged forward, obscuring everything. The mass of flesh and blood slammed onto the floor, creating a terrifying explosion. Pomor looked down smugly, believing his opponent was now completely helpless. His monstrous hand clenched, crushing everything inside. But when he opened it, he was stunned to realize Celtic had vanished without a trace. Pomor looked around frantically, unable to pinpoint the Holy Emperor's location. Suddenly, Celtic appeared right behind him, grabbing Pomor's head, startling him. Without hesitation, Celtic slammed Pomor down and threw him flying across the room. Immediately after, he delivered a devastating kick to the Count. Celtic coldly questioned, "You're not even a parent vampire yet. Where did you get the confidence to defeat me?" He continued, "I killed Amon, the king of necromancers. Do you think I can't handle a mosquito?" Celtic called out the name of the defeated foe lying on the floor, Count Pomor. Then he proudly declared, "I am the Holy Emperor, Celtic Atfalls." Celtic grabbed the face of the terrified, pleading Pomor. A gruesome sound echoed as Celtic used his strength to crush his head. Holding the deformed head tightly, Celtic said, "It seems you are stronger than the others. It's surprising that you are still alive." "All right, don't die," Celtic commanded, "because I need to know what happened behind Ulysses' case." With an icy gaze, Celtic threatened, "Just look forward to it. It will be worse than death." In the palace, a noblewoman complained about the noise caused by the seventh prince's escape and the sudden vampire hunt. That person was Rose Darina, the crown princess, and she was confronting her son, the third prince Rufel Alfals. She questioned Rufel whether he was the one who released Alan, causing the young prince to deny it in confusion. Without warning, Rose grabbed a vase and smashed it hard against her son's head. She screamed in fury, scolding Rufel for not knowing how to protect himself. Rose roared that she had told him not to displease the Holy Emperor. She grabbed Rufel's collar, screaming hysterically that he had ruined everything. But then, her rage suddenly vanished when she saw the blood on her son's forehead. Rose immediately embraced Rufel, her voice full of remorse and affection, asking about his injury. She revealed that all her efforts were aimed at putting Rufel on the throne, thereby gaining the crown prince's attention and stepping out of Ulysses' shadow. She gently asked her beloved son if he understood her feelings as a mother. Rufel, despite being injured, calmly replied, "Of course, mother." He secretly vowed that he would definitely become the next Holy Emperor. While outside, the vampire purge continued. 3 weeks later, at the Holy Empire's Department of Law, everything seemed to have been smoothly resolved. Half of the vampires on the list were dealt with on the first day, and the rest were publicly executed in the square. This both helped reassure the anxious populace and served as a warning to the remaining vampires in hiding. However, some vampires were secretly moved elsewhere. In a dark room, a man wearing a red robe rejoiced at having obtained an abundant source of experimental materials for his research. The incident in the capital spread throughout the continent, and especially, the appearance of someone who could identify vampires shocked the entire nation. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an elderly cleric holding a leather whip shouted, demanding silence while people were discussing the seventh Prince Alan. An announcement rang out, declaring the start of the interrogation of the seventh Prince Alan Alfals, leaving him bewildered. Standing between two rows of clerics, Alan politely asked the reason for his interrogation. Archbishop Raphael Astoria spoke up, accusing Alan of leading an army to cause chaos in the imperial palace. Raphael convicted Alan of violating the laws of the Holy Kingdom, while Alan secretly wondered if he should be locked up with the vampires. With a cold expression, Alan stated that the accusation was ridiculous. From the throne, the Holy Emperor Celtic Atfalls spoke, telling Raphael that he did not understand his accusation. The emperor questioned the archbishop, demanding he state which imperial law the prince had violated. Raphael replied that Alan had unilaterally led troops without permission. Just as Raphael was about to accuse him of rebellion, the first prince Luan Alfals interrupted, explaining that in an emergency, those related by blood to the crown prince are permitted to lead troops. Luan smiled and asserted that therefore, what Alan did was not wrong. He declared that since neither he, the directly involved party, nor the Holy Emperor objected, why should there be an issue? Alan observed, secretly thinking that family would ultimately protect its members. Faced with the authority of the Emperor and the first prince, Raphael felt strangely reassured. Luan turned to Raphael, subtly threatening to summon the heresy inquisitors to investigate his intentions. The Holy Emperor also chimed in, saying they would investigate whether this was a genuine rebellion or merely a matter of Raphael's trust in Alan. Celtic pressed, directly asking the Archbishop if he was correct. Raphael nervously begged them to stop, admitting that he knew this was just a formality. The Emperor revealed the true plan, that after this interrogation, Alan would be credited for eliminating the vampires and rewarded for curing the first prince. Raphael angrily yelled because he was being mocked, while Alan watched with amusement, and the Emperor confirmed there would be an award ceremony. The Archbishop clutched his chest, furious enough to raise his blood pressure, while Alan secretly scoffed at being summoned so early in the morning. Alan smiled, suggesting they move on to the next agenda item, secretly thinking, "It's finally over." Archbishop Raphael Astoria was about to conclude the interrogation when he suddenly stopped. A cleric in a red robe anxiously asked, "Archbishop, what is the matter?" Raphael spun around, looking directly at Alan with a serious expression. He declared that there was still one thing he wanted to ask the seventh prince, surprising Alan. Raphael stared intently at Alan, calling out, "Your Highness." Then he got straight to the point. "Are you involved in necromancy?" The atmosphere became extremely tense following Raphael's accusation. Facing the Archbishop and the Holy Emperor, Alan secretly thought that the question had finally arrived. Alan recalled, wondering why, of all people, the Archbishop was the one who discovered the undead Holy Knights. He speculated that with his extensive knowledge of magic, Raphael would certainly be curious about such creatures. Alan also believed that the Holy Emperor and the First Prince already knew but would remain silent. Returning to reality, Alan raised his hand to his mouth, trying to suppress a laugh. He denied it innocently, but Raphael insisted that someone had seen it. Alan continued the act, asking if any cleric present had seen it, causing Raphael to shout angrily. The Archbishop declared that the priests and holy knights in the corridor that day had all witnessed it. In a flashback, Raphael recounted that he had ordered the undead holy knights to be bound so they couldn't escape, but afterward, he confirmed that they had vanished, and the person they followed was none other than the seventh Prince Alan. Raphael pointed toward Alan, growling, "Do you still intend to lie in the face of this evidence?" Alan remained calm, replying by reminding him that there were many vampires in the Imperial Palace that day. Raphael Astoria growled, suggesting that Alan might have used a trick to deceive the holy knights and healers. He asserted that such a trick might fool the knights, but it could not deceive an archbishop, and Alan casually agreed. A cleric wearing glasses whispered to the person next to him, worried that others would find it hard to believe in the concept of holy undead, which they had never seen. Alan secretly thought that this was exactly why he could fool them, and now he just needed to convince the archbishop. He provocatively asked Raphael Astoria if he was truly curious. Alan continued to bait him, asking if he wanted to hear the truth, causing Raphael to sweat with suspicion. The archbishop pressed him, thinking Alan was about to confess his guilt. Alan silently bowed his head for a moment, creating the impression that he was about to confess. Then he looked up with a radiant smile and replied curtly, "Not at all." Raphael Astoria was boiling with rage at Alan's mocking attitude. After the confrontation, the scene shifted to another area of the palace. Alan stepped out into the cold, where Charlotte greeted him and told him he had worked hard. Charlotte carefully draped a cloak over Alan and asked about his physical condition. She reiterated that he had been confined to bed for the past 3 weeks and worried that this sudden schedule would tire him out, but Alan reassured her that he was just a little sleepy. Alan recalled that after using Amon's skull, he had to rest for 3 consecutive weeks. He hadn't expected the price for resurrection to be so severe, but he also knew it wouldn't be easy. Just then, Grill appeared and called Alan, making the prince think he had arrived at the perfect time. Alan told Grill he had a favor to ask, which surprised the knight. When asked what it was, Alan frankly replied that his shovel was broken. He asked Grill to find a new shovel because it was getting dark, causing Grill to stare blankly and ask if the prince intended to keep using a shovel in the future. Grill suggested Alan learn swordsmanship, but Alan countered by asking why a priest needed a sword, forcing Grill to question the prince's use of a shovel. Alan explained that his hands were already accustomed to using a shovel, so he couldn't do anything else. Alan then suggested that Grill forge a new weapon for himself. Grill excitedly spoke about a mine producing iron and magic stones in the northwest region. He explained that it was the domain of Hilda, the first empress. This place was known as the Holy Kingdom's largest armory, contracted with dwarves to manufacture items. Grill mentioned that even magical weapons could be forged there, leading Alan to think about making a musket. Grill suggested they go there during the holiday, but Alan said he had something he needed to discuss with Charlotte. Charlotte was surprised to learn Alan wanted to speak with her privately. Alan seriously confirmed that the matter was somewhat sudden. He announced that the Holy Emperor was looking for her, which stunned Charlotte. Meanwhile, in the throne room, The Holy Emperor asked Luan if what Raphael Astoria had said was true, and Luan confirmed that Alan had resurrected him. Luan explained that the suspicion of the other priests had inadvertently helped calm the situation at the time. He affirmed that he personally believed Raphael's words. The Holy Emperor pondered, wondering if Alan was hiding something. When he wondered why Alan didn't tell the truth, Luan bluntly replied that it was because the prince did not trust him. Luan listed the times the Holy Emperor had abandoned Alan after his exile, and even when he was threatened with assassination. A blonde knight entered, announcing a letter from the First Empress. The Holy Emperor allowed the messenger to enter. He read the letter, which stated that the flies had been dealt with, leaving only the wild beasts. A mysterious voice confirmed that the Green Cross Squad had been sent to Hilda's domain to deal with the wild beasts. However, the enemies were cunning and had an advantage in their jungle territory, rendering the Green Cross Squad helpless. At the palace, the Holy Emperor explained that the widespread vampire hunt had agitated the wild beasts. An attendant reported that Sir Harmon Dion, Sir Grill, and Lady Charlotte had arrived. The Holy Emperor confirmed that he had summoned them himself and ordered them to be admitted. Harmon Dion led the way, along with Grill and Charlotte, entering the Great Hall and bowing to the Emperor. The Holy Emperor stated that he had called them to bestow rewards for protecting the North, which surprised Grill. He looked directly at Grill, saying he knew Grill had always been by Alan's side, supporting him. A young attendant brought the decree, as the Holy Emperor announced he would grant Grill a fitting reward. The Holy Emperor announced he would grant Grill a noble title. He appointed Grill as the current head of House Herais, stunning Grill when he heard the name. The Emperor explained that Grill had not only protected the Northern Territory, but was also the only noble who supported his grandson, Alan. He declared that he would grant Grill the title of Marquis, leaving him completely dumbfounded. Next, the Holy Emperor granted Charlotte Herais, Grill's daughter, the title of Holy Knight of the Golden Cross under his command. He added that he would not force her if she wished to live a peaceful life as before. With a resolute gaze, Charlotte seemed to have made up her mind. The Emperor promised to fully support her and arrange for the best swordsman, and Charlotte thanked him. She placed her hand on her chest and swore to support the seventh prince and always remain by his side. The Holy Emperor smiled, expressing his appreciation for her loyalty. Finally, he turned to Harmond, praised him as a wonderful man, and announced that he had increased the subsidy for his domain. The Holy Emperor handed Charlotte a scroll of appointment. He blessed her in the name of Gaia and the Holy Kingdom. Afterwards, the Holy Emperor and a young knight left the Great Hall. Outside, Harmon Dion happily congratulated Grill because his loyalty had been rewarded, but Grill could only stammer in confusion. Grill shouted, completely unable to understand what had just happened. He frantically asked Harmond about the Marquis title and the name Herais, but Harmond merely reiterated that it was Grill's surname based on the documents he had provided. Grill desperately explained that he had only picked up that document off the floor. He confessed that he took it while disposing of a corpse in the Lonia domain, simply because it looked valuable. When Harmond asked about the monsters he had hunted, Grill admitted it was all a lie. Grill grabbed Harmond, unable to believe that his drunken boasts had led to this outcome. Charlotte stepped forward, calmly stating that if they were talking about hunting, it was all done by the seventh prince. Grill collapsed, yelling that he was just a commoner and could not become a noble. Meanwhile, the Holy Emperor remarked that Harmond was careless for elevating a commoner to nobility without investigation, deeming him too naive. He speculated whether Alan had intentionally exiled himself, placing such a gullible person by his side. The young knight asked if the Emperor truly believed Alan had lost his memory, adding that Alan had not recognized him in the garden. The young knight asserted that he disagreed with the Emperor's assessment. He argued that since Alan came from the land of the undead and hunted vampires there, finding something couldn't be a coincidence. He concluded that this was why they needed the Herais family. The Holy Emperor mused, saying that no one from the Herais family survived, as he himself had fought alongside them. Then he turned to ask the young knight about the girl named Charlotte. Holy Emperor Celtic Atfalls said that he did not trust Grill, but believed that the young Charlotte could develop further. The young knight believed that if Charlotte developed her power under the Herais name, she would strengthen the Holy Kingdom alongside Alan. He asserted that the Holy Kingdom's power must continue to grow. The knight wondered, thinking the Emperor hated commoners, but Celtic ordered him to keep it a secret and declared the girl to be the bloodline of an earl. Celtic mused, admitting that in the past, he had failed to recognize the true worth of Alan's mother. He recalled that Ulyssia was the only one who grieved over the crown prince's disappearance. The young knight respectfully obeyed the order. Looking out the window, Celtic regretted not having taken better care of his diligent daughter-in-law. The knight reported on Aslan's unusual movements in the south and the risk of war, emphasizing the necessity of Hilda's territory. He added that they would need someone with powerful divine power to fight the demons. The knight continued, saying that the person brave enough to see through those monsters. Both looked out at the vibrant village, and the knight suggested it was thanks to the Holy Emperor. Meanwhile, the villagers were discussing the seventh prince, saying he had changed, as if he had been reborn as a priest. Another confirmed that friends in the Lonia territory said Alan had saved the place and was truly a real priest. Cheers of, "For our priest," echoed from the village. Celtic and the young knight looked at each other, smiling with satisfaction. In the library, the young knight ordered a letter to be sent to Hilda. Another black-haired prince smiled, thinking it had been a long time since his beloved younger brother had left home. It had been 3 weeks since the vampire hunt, which was also 3 weeks since he had been unconscious. Currently, he was in the library instead of resting in bed for some reason. Alan tiredly recalled being surrounded by a crowd of nobles, questioning him about the resurrection spell. He thought to himself that even though the Holy Emperor had ordered secrecy, rumors still spread. Alan annoyingly recalled his days in the village, where he was revered by the people as a priest. Letting out a sigh, he was depressed, and wanted to return to the monastery when someone approached from behind. Thinking someone had come to bother him again, Alan, startled, turned around, and shouted that he would not answer any questions. It turned out to be Harmon Dion escorting the first Prince Luan Alfals, who explained that he had asked Harmon to bring him here. Alan realized his misunderstanding and apologized, while Luan commented that he looked tired from being sought out by so many people. Alan teased that his brother seemed to be living very well lately, surrounded by beautiful young ladies. Luan immediately got straight to the point, announcing that there was an event Alan was required to attend, causing him to protest in panic. Luan smiled smugly, saying he wasn't sure if Alan was joking or pretending not to know its importance. He clarified that Alan must attend this year's memorial service. Alan stood silently, his expression thoughtful upon hearing this mandatory request. Luan unexpectedly suggested that Alan should take a trip, as life in the palace must be exhausting. He explained that it was actually a simple delivery mission, and then presented a sealed letter addressed to Hilda. Luan asked Alan to go to their sister Hilda's territory and deliver the letter personally. When Alan questioned him, Luan admitted that this was just an excuse he created so his younger brother could leave the palace. Luan continued to explain that Hilda's territory was preparing for the hunting season, a place where Alan could freely do what he liked, without maintaining the image of a prince. Luan even teased that Alan might meet some beauties there, but the younger prince interrupted and said he would consider it. Luan laughed and asked Alan to send his regards to Hilda. Alan reluctantly took the letter and agreed. Looking out of the palace, Alan decided to accept his brother's concern and take a break. At the memorial service, Alan Alfals, along with his brother Luan, the Holy Emperor, and Harmon Dion, stood before his mother's monument. The statue depicted Crown Princess Ulyssia, who sacrificed herself to protect her sons from a vampire attack. Alan silently stepped forward and placed a white flower at the foot of the monument. After completing the ritual, he decided it was time to leave. His destination was the distant Hilda territory. In the carriage, Alan stretched comfortably, enjoying the pleasant feeling. He mused that Harmon and Charlotte were both busy with their own work. For the first time in a long time, Alan felt truly free, being alone. While daydreaming, he curiously pulled back the window curtain and was surprised to see the escort party. It was the Order of the Crimson Cross, the terrifying red-cloaked knights. Alan froze, recalling his brother Luan's instruction to take them along out of concern for his safety. Suddenly, the carriage braked sharply, sending Alan tumbling to the floor. He quickly opened the window to ask what was wrong, and the commander began reporting on the obstacle ahead. A giant axe slammed into the ground, blocking the path while a voice shouted, demanding the carriage stop. A band of robbers appeared, and their leader ordered them to hand over all their possessions. A member of the Order of the Crimson Cross coldly asked Alan if the robbers realized they were facing a group of lunatics. Alan calmly mentioned that there was a festival in Hilda and suggested not to harm them too much, but a member of the escort team proposed that merely cutting their tendons would suffice. He was horrified by the cruel suggestion. While behind them, the bandits were quickly subdued. Alan secretly thought that although he felt relieved that the situation unfolded exactly like a familiar scenario, he still couldn't help but shudder, realizing he was playing the role of a protagonist attacked by bandits. Alan secretly thought about the scenario where the protagonist mercilessly slaughtered the bandits. Of course, he only needed to order others to do it. Suddenly, a dark shadow with glowing red eyes appeared in the bushes. It lunged out, attacking the group directly. The creature opened its hideous jaws toward a bandit. The bandit's head was severed in the blink of an eye. Another bandit screamed in terror upon realizing it was a monster. Shouts about a boss monster rang out amidst the chaos, and Alan looked outside, wondering what was happening. The escort leader recognized the enemy by its stench and glowing red eyes, quickly warning His Highness. The creature was identified as a lycanthrope. An escort member calmly analyzed that creations like lycanthropes usually have weak physical strength. However, They possess an extremely high rate of infection. Alan drew his holy power-infused dagger, ordering everyone to prepare for battle. He secretly thought he didn't want to overexert himself since his body had only just recovered. A memory flashed back. Alan recalled his brother Luan saying he was worried about him traveling without an escort. Luan had suggested Alan bring the Order of the Crimson Cross, but he thought it was unnecessary for a vacation. Luan explained that they also had official business in Hilda's domain, so traveling together would be convenient. His brother had even thoughtfully prepared a separate carriage in case Alan felt uncomfortable. Back in reality, Alan shouted loudly to warn the person in that carriage, "Archbishop, that's a lycanthrope." The second carriage was thrown by the lycanthrope's attack, while Alan recalled a past conflict. The lycanthrope directly confronted the charging carriage like a massive object. A terrifying explosion rang out as the carriage shattered, throwing Archbishop Raphael Astoria and his retinue outside. Raphael stood up amidst the wreckage, explaining to Alan that they were half-human, half-beast undead creatures. In a fleeting memory, Raphael had once declared that he would grant eternal rest to lost souls using his power. Back in the present, Alan worried that the monster's howl would attract more of its kind. Just as predicted, a new pack of lycanthropes snarled and rushed out from the dense forest. A member of the Order of the Crimson Cross charged forward, delivering a holy power-infused punch to a lycanthrope's face. Another member spun around, creating a vortex of energy that flung several monsters into the air. The commander of the Order of the Crimson Cross confidently thought that he seemed to have nothing to worry about. Alan suddenly realized his brother's intention, wondering if the business Luan mentioned was actually hunting lycanthropes, and if Alice was accompanying them to treat the infected. The prince panicked at the thought that he might also have to participate in this battle. Alan tried to dismiss the thought, but an escort shouted a warning that one was charging from the right. Annoyed, Alan muttered a curse and raised his musket, aiming at the monster. Unexpectedly, a shovel flew out of nowhere, hitting the lycanthrope directly on the head and saving Alan's life. Alan was bewildered, thinking it was an arrow, while the guard warned that there were more lycanthropes ahead. Meanwhile, Archbishop Raphael and his retinue were surrounded by the pack of lycanthropes. Just then, a cavalry unit wearing green cloaks appeared. Their commander shouted, "Kill them all," identifying themselves as the Green Cross. Archbishop Raphael calmly faced the snarling monsters surrounding him. The Green Cross unit quickly struck down several lycanthropes, causing the remaining ones to panic and flee into the forest. The commander of the Green Cross ordered his troops not to pursue them. A member of the Order of the Crimson Cross explained that they would not chase the lycanthrope pack into their territory in the forest. Meanwhile, the commander of the Green Cross declared that they did not need to engage in a disadvantageous battle. The red-haired woman dismounted, approached, and greeted Archbishop Raphael Astoria. She then turned to Alan, who returned the greeting hesitantly. She remarked that Alan had become a completely different person, while he was secretly astonished by her change after only 6 months. She directly asked if he had lost his memory, and Alan confirmed it. Hearing this, she offered to reintroduce herself. The woman revealed herself as Hilda Alfals, 24 years old, and welcomed Alan to her domain. Hilda invited him back to the castle to talk further, calling Alan her younger brother. On the way, Alan noticed that the town in Hilda's domain was completely deserted, with no one in sight, and all the shops closed. He recalled his brother's words about beautiful women, but the reality was that not a single resident dared to leave their home. Looking through the carriage window, Alan was horrified to see the streets decorated with the corpses of lycanthropes. He was stunned, wondering if the hunting season Luan mentioned was actually this slaughter of werewolves. Upon arriving in front of the castle, Alan still couldn't understand what kind of domain this was. Immediately upon entering, he couldn't contain his anger, and slammed the table, cursing the first prince. Alan screamed in his mind, believing that Luan had sold him out after being saved by him. As Alan was determined to return to the palace for revenge, Hilda suddenly spoke up, saying that lycans are different from vampires. She began explaining that they are the final evolutionary form of undead beasts that have absorbed mana for a long time. Hilda added that they possess high intelligence along with superior physical abilities. There was even a time when vampires used magic to tame them and keep them as pets. Hilda explained that unlike the vampires who once tamed them, the lycanthrope packs here are forming their own groups. She warned that using magic against them would only enhance their physical abilities, making Alan wonder about their intelligence. Hilda clarified that the ones they encountered were merely creations, and she was talking about parent-level lycanthropes. Alan confusedly asked why she was telling him this, and Hilda replied, believing he was sent to help. Holding the letter, Alan cursed under his breath, realizing he had been deceived by the Holy Emperor and Luan. Hilda realized he hadn't agreed to this, and Alan confirmed that he came here for the festival, not for hunting. He offered to leave the Order of the Crimson Cross behind to help, but Hilda looked disappointed by that intention. She explained that there was indeed a festival planned, but it was cancelled because of the lycanthropes, making Alan realize his brother hadn't completely lied. Hilda said that Luan did this because everyone wanted to see his talent, and promised to help him with other things even if the festival couldn't happen. Alan curiously asked what other things his sister was referring to. Hilda immediately called for a man named Blorg to enter the room. A dwarf entered, introducing himself as Blorg, the royal blacksmith, summoned by Hilda to craft a weapon for Alan. Alan mused that his sister had planned for him not to have to do dangerous things. Hilda instructed him to stay put in the castle while waiting for the weapon to be completed, which touched Alan because someone in the royal family understood him. He happily and sincerely thanked his sister. Blorg began the work by asking Alan about the main weapon he used. The blacksmith was completely stunned when Alan replied that he had recently been using a shovel. Alan explained that he didn't know which weapon was most suitable since he had only used a shovel during his half-year exile, so Blorg immediately asked to see his hands. After checking, Blorg concluded that these were certainly not the hands of someone trained to use weapons. Blorg hesitantly said that it wasn't that he couldn't forge a shovel, while Hilda also suggested that relying solely on a shovel wouldn't be effective. Blorg mused, suggesting that finding a weapon that suited his personality would be enough. Alan called Blorg, saying he wanted to ask a favor of a servant. When Alan said he wanted to clean the training ground, Blorg looked at Hilda and seemed to understand her intention. Hilda cracked her knuckles, ready for a duel. She smiled, saying it had been a long time since she had sparred with her younger brother, and now she really wanted to do it. Alan could only manage an awkward smile at his sister's suggestion. He tried to refuse, saying he only came to rest, but Hilda promised not to go too hard. Hilda suggested she would only defend if Alan didn't want to spar, which made him think. Alan agreed after consideration, asking his sister to go easy on him and receiving a firm promise. The two decided to go to the training ground together. At the training ground, Hilda immediately threw a spear toward Alan. Alan continued to try out a mace at Hilda's request. He swung his sword, blocking an attack from his sister's blade. Hilda urged Alan to use more strength, listing a series of other weapons they needed to try, exhausting him. The grueling training continued with axes, chains, and even a pot. Finally, Alan knelt on the training ground, his head covered by the pot like a makeshift helmet. Hilda removed the pot from her brother's head, apologizing for not being able to take care of him. She reiterated that this was the first time they had met since their mother, Ulyssea's, funeral. Hilda recalled the busy time managing the territory and the bad rumors about Alan becoming a scoundrel. Looking at her brother now, Hilda said she didn't believe those rumors and thanked him for visiting. Hilda promised to take good care of Alan, which deeply moved him. But it turned out, taking care was a weapon test, and Hilda declared Alan's current score was 0. The dwarf blacksmiths commented that his skill with every weapon was the same, and the core issue was his poor physical condition. Hilda agreed with them, despite Alan protesting that this was not the kind of care he expected. She explained that it was important for Alan to know his current skill level. Alan flatly refused to train, reiterating that he came here to rest. However, Hilda ignored the refusal and smiled, pulling him up by the hand. She suddenly asked about the ability to use divine power that she had heard rumors of, surprising Alan. Alan confirmed that divine power could enhance any weapon he used. Hilda suggested that this was his true talent. She explained that she had recognized Alan's ability to enhance the essence of weapons. Alan was surprised, asking how his sister knew, even though she had never seen him use it. Hilda pointed out that his poor physique, yet still being able to use the weapons, was proof that he could quickly grasp their essence. The blacksmiths nodded, suggesting it would take a long time to find the right weapon. Hilda decided to let Alan rest, and scheduled another sparring session for tomorrow so as not to waste his talent. The sparring sessions continued for an entire week. Exhausted, Alan eventually sought refuge in Hilda's domain library. While he slumped over the table, Hilda decided that in their next spar, she would allow him to use divine power, indicating that today's training session was unsuccessful. Alan sighed, telling himself he was a man of brains rather than brawn, and wondered if there was any magic he could use. Just then, someone carrying books approached and politely greeted him. Alan suddenly remembered that the newcomer was Alice Astoria, the Archbishop's granddaughter. He struck up a conversation, asking about her reading habits and the Archbishop's current status. Alice replied that her grandfather was out hunting lycanthropes, and an awkward silence ensued. Alan panicked internally, unsure what to say next. Seeing his discomfort, Alice prepared to excuse herself so as not to bother him. But then she started a new conversation, asking if Alan was researching enhancement magic, which he awkwardly confirmed. Alice brought up their previous conversation about resurrection. She suggested that she might be able to help a little with his research. The two sat down at the table together and began studying the documents. Alice smiled contentedly, immersed in the books. A moment later, she fell asleep at the table, and a familiar voice called her name. Archbishop Raphael Astoria had arrived, gently scolding her for making him worry. Alice quickly apologized and explained that she had been so engrossed in her research that she lost track of time. Raphael was proud of his granddaughter's eagerness to learn, while Alice secretly worried he would be angry if he knew she was with the seventh prince. Just then, Raphael unexpectedly asked about the seventh prince, startling Alice. He muttered about Alan's success in resurrection and creating the holy undead, wondering if he was losing his mind. As Raphael continued to question how Alan managed those feats, Alice realized her grandfather had many questions about the prince. She thought that due to past events, he had suppressed his curiosity, and she herself wanted to know more about the person Alan was now. Alice decided to speak up, intending to tell him that the seventh prince had changed. She suggested why they shouldn't go and ask him directly. A sudden loud noise rang out, causing Archbishop Raphael Astoria to jump and ask what it was, and Alice realized the sound came from the training grounds. Raphael immediately had a bad feeling. He rushed off, convinced that the seventh prince had certainly caused another accident, despite Alice calling after him in vain. Alice chased after him, trying to clarify that it wasn't the seventh prince. She secretly thought about how diligently he had been studying yesterday. In her eyes, Alan was now a completely different person. When they arrived, they were astonished to see a broken piece of weapon lying on the ground. Inside the training grounds, Hilda Alfalls stared dumbfounded at the broken spear in her hand, facing Alan, who stood firm. The sight made her unable to believe her eyes. From the doorway, Raphael and Alice witnessed everything. Raphael wondered if Alan had truly broken Hilda's spear, while Alice was astonished by his power. Raphael mused that Hilda's spear was famously the best on the continent, while Hilda could only utter her brother's name. Alan asked for another try, and requested a new spear, surprising the blacksmith Blorg. Hilda analyzed that Alan had used divine power to reinforce the weapon, an incredible feat, but still flawed. Blorg explained that the power merely increased the weapon's durability, and another blacksmith sarcastically remarked that swinging wildly would yield similar results. Hilda encouraged her brother not to be discouraged and to try another weapon, but Alan still found the technique difficult to grasp. He secretly hoped there was a more effective method. Witnessing the scene, Alice looked at Alan with eyes full of curiosity and hope. Alan, determined, agreed to continue, and Hilda declared that this time she would fight seriously. Hilda released her aura, asserting that she would use her full strength against her brother. Facing his sister, Alan suddenly recalled what Alice had told him the night before. In the flashback, Alice explained to Alan, "Divine power reacts to the energy of life." She continued, "It can enhance weapons, but it will react more strongly with your body. Therefore, don't rely too much on weapons, and try to learn how to use divine power freely without them." Back at the training grounds, Alan dropped the spear to the ground. Hilda, surprised, asked what he intended to do after discarding his weapon. Alan secretly thought he didn't actually know how to enhance his body, but he decided to try channeling the energy into himself, just as he had done with the musket, while Raphael and Alice watched silently. A powerful surge of divine power concentrated in Alan's fist. Blue energy enveloped his arm as he exerted his strength. Hilda flinched as she saw Alan's glowing fist rush toward her. The divine power-infused punch grazed right past her face. The shockwave from the attack shattered the ground. Alan stood in the posture of having just thrown the punch into the air. He joyfully looked at his result and eagerly asked for his score. The dwarf judges were astonished to see a large crater formed on the wall just from the shockwave. However, they unanimously gave him 0 points because his posture was too poor, which infuriated Alan. Hilda smiled as she approached, acknowledging that Alan was truly amazing. She was impressed that he could strengthen his body after just one night, and Alan began to explain that the idea wasn't entirely his own. He suddenly realized that Alice and Raphael were signaling him from afar. Hilda commented that while Alan's punch had deadly power, his posture was too sloppy, which discouraged him. Alan wondered if he truly had no combat talent, while the dwarf blacksmiths looked unimpressed. Hilda placed a hand on his shoulder encouragingly, advising her younger brother to look at the problem from a different perspective, emphasizing that the important thing was his indomitable spirit. Alan suddenly realized that not specializing in a specific weapon meant he could use any weapon. At the end of the training session, Hilda told Alan to rest, but he replied that he wanted to examine the weapons for a little longer. From afar, Raphael Astoria chuckled, amused by the prince's sudden enthusiasm. Alice excitedly commented on Alan's change compared to the scumbag he used to be, then urged her grandfather to return. When Alan offered to return the blanket, Raphael pretended not to know, saying he had never given him anything. Alice was startled, realizing that Alan was the one who had draped the blanket over her. Raphael quickly corrected himself, saying he had forgotten because of the chilly weather, and Alice, with a slight blush, played along so they could leave. The next morning, alarm bells echoed everywhere. Alan was woken up by the noise, wondering about the commotion so early in the morning. He heard that Hilda was leading her troops out to battle. An urgent report stated that a pack of lycanthropes had attacked the mine, which was why Hilda and the Archbishop had to deploy together. Alan saw Alice directing the evacuation, warning that the lycanthropes might have infiltrated this area as well. He thought he just needed to stay put in the castle, but just then someone loudly called his name. Blorg rushed over, shouting that there was an emergency. The dwarf blacksmith's face was filled with panic. Alan looked outside and was horrified to see that the training ground had been completely destroyed, and Blorg confessed that it happened while he was practicing. Alan pressed Blorg about what he had been practicing, but the blacksmith seemed to have something more important to say. Alan screamed when he discovered the armory was empty, while Blorg awkwardly welcomed him to his hideout. Realizing he could enhance the nature of any weapon, Alan decided not to waste the opportunity and stored all the remaining weapons in his inventory. He turned and asked Blorg if they also manufactured muskets here. Alan offered to ask for one, but the blacksmith hesitantly replied that they did, but he secretly wondered if Blorg was refusing because he was a scoundrel who had also ruined their training ground. Unexpectedly, Blorg tearfully agreed to give it to him, leaving Alan completely stunned. Blorg explained that the musket they made was so exquisitely crafted that it looked like a decorative item, but he believed it would be different when used by Alan, who had shot down a vampire from behind the castle wall, which surprised Alan because the story had spread so far. Blorg said he had one condition, and this sudden turn of events made Alan wary. He promised to give Alan all the muskets he wanted, on the condition that he immediately go out and destroy the lycanthropes. Alan couldn't believe his ears, asking if Blorg had just told him to go to battle. Blorg explained that the situation was urgent. Even his sister Hilda and the Archbishop had already deployed. He added that the lycans had been moving very unusually lately. Their numbers had spiked, and for the first time, they were acting as if they were being commanded. That meant they must have a very powerful leader. Blorg desperately said they needed all the help they could get, even from a cat, which angered Alan because he felt insulted. Alan replied that the Order of the Crimson Cross would be a great help, but they wouldn't act without a direct order from him. Blorg reiterated that the army's top priority was protecting him, which made Alan suddenly remember they were his personal guards. The blacksmith stressed that the citizens were in danger. Blorg pleaded, saying that he and Hilda were afraid of losing this place, and all his friends in the mine were also in danger. Alan Alfals asked Blorg if he could hand over the Order of the Crimson Cross to them. While Blorg was trying to persuade him, an alarm bell suddenly rang everywhere. A soldier frantically screamed that there was an attack. A pack of lycanthropes was charging straight toward the fortress. Blorg was astonished that they ignored the soldiers and headed straight for the village, while Alan assessed that their leader was quite intelligent. Blorg desperately begged Alan to protect the village, but deep down, the prince only wanted to find a place to hide. Facing Blorg's plea, Alan looked utterly terrified, but then gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Outside, a ferocious pack of lycanthropes was roaring and charging forward. Amidst the chaos, Alice Astoria tried to reassure and guide the citizens to evacuate in an orderly manner. She assured everyone that the soldiers would protect them, then rushed off when she heard news of an injured child. A strange man approached the fallen boy and said he would treat him. The man reassured the boy that it wouldn't hurt, but his hand had already mutated, and the boy screamed in terror. Alice turned back, seemingly sensing something unusual about the man and the boy. She looked up in horror, seeing countless lycanthropes leaping over the fortress walls. A lycanthrope lunged down, its shadow enveloping Alice, while the boy's mother desperately screamed her name. Alice froze, her face showing clear horror at the approaching monster. However, she stopped it barehanded and smashed the lycanthrope's head with unbelievable strength. The mother and the boy could only stare in shock at Alice standing tall next to the monster's corpse. Alice looked at her blood-stained hands, determined that she could not forgive those who dared to attack this peaceful village. A status window appeared, revealing the identity of Alice Astoria, 17 years old, the Archbishop's granddaughter, with special abilities in divine power and combat. Alice stood in front of the soldiers, ordering everyone to retreat behind her as the pack of lycanthropes poured in from all sides. Alice told herself that even though she had learned basic combat skills from her grandfather, she had never faced this many monsters, and wondered if she could protect everyone. Shaking off her weakness, she realized this was no time for hesitation. Her hair turned a brilliant blue as her divine power erupted, and Alice resolved to protect everyone. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted from the town's clock tower. A massive stream of blue energy struck down, stopping an incoming lycanthrope dead in its track. Alice stared in astonishment at the continuous beams of light shooting down the monsters, wondering who was executing this magical attack. She turned her head, suddenly realizing there was only one person capable of such long-range power. Alice guessed it was the seventh prince, while Alan charged the dwarf-made musket with divine power. From the rooftop, Alan Alfals smiled smugly, praising the quality of the new weapon. A system window appeared, indicating that he was using divine power to reinforce the weapon and activate the penetration skill. The divine power bullet pierced the head of one lycanthrope and continued flying toward another. Another monster howled in pain as its arm was disintegrated by the shot. Countless beams of energy rained down on the square, wiping out hordes of lycanthropes in the blink of an eye. Alan fired again, thinking to himself that his brother's words were true. Another lycanthrope had its arm shattered by the terrifying destructive power. He continued shooting, telling himself that he would definitely enjoy this trip. On the ground, a member of the Order of the Crimson Cross was also quickly taking down a lycanthrope. Looking down at the square filled with monster corpses, Alan declared that this year's lycan hunting season had begun. Back at the forge, Blorg couldn't believe what Alan had accomplished in such a short time, but Alan merely nonchalantly reminded him of their agreement. Alan expressed satisfaction with the gun, praising its low divine power consumption and additional skills, which made Blorg sigh in relief. A member of the Order of the Crimson Cross reported that more lycanthropes were approaching, but Alan Alfals calmly explained that it was because they felt threatened by the bullets. Alan ordered his subordinates to block the lycanthropes, while he went to evacuate the villagers first. Returning to the forge, Alan casually remarked that he was becoming increasingly famous among the monsters, causing Blorg to exclaim that even the god of death would praise him. Blorg thought to himself that even though the prince sometimes spoke nonsense, making a deal with him was probably the best decision he had ever made. In Blorg's mind, no one could have expected Alan to be so talented as he fired the musket. The scene shifted elsewhere. The member of the Order of the Crimson Cross worriedly wondered if Princess Hilda and the others were safe. The harsh reality showed Blorg tied up tightly in a dark cave. Facing the enemy, Hilda Alfals and her troops heard one of the captured dwarves apologize. The other bound dwarves also expressed regret for becoming a burden to their princess. Hilda stood firm, gripping her spear tightly, her eyes filled with determination. The lycanthrope leader spoke up, denying that the dwarves were hostages. He declared that what he wanted was a negotiation. The werewolf introduced himself as Red Moon, the leader of the lycanthropes in Hilda's domain. Hilda was stunned, repeating the word negotiation with skepticism and anger. She questioned Red Moon, but he calmly suggested she listen to his conditions in exchange for the freedom of the captives. Red Moon revealed his demand. What he wanted was Hilda herself, leaving her completely speechless. An elderly attendant of Hilda angrily cursed, but Red Moon dismissed it, stating that only the princess's decision mattered. Immediately, Red Moon swung his arm and grabbed the head of the attendant who had just spoken. He grabbed another young dwarf to intimidate her, warning Hilda to be careful with her words. Red Moon sneered, declaring that they were different from vampires. Although they were beasts, they still had honor. Red Moon threw Blorg toward Hilda, causing him to stumble and fall. While a young dwarf begged Hilda not to go, Red Moon spoke up, reminding her that he had shown good faith by returning one hostage. Hilda reassured her people, saying that the domain would be fine because they were still there. And her younger brother, Alan. Hilda knelt down, placed her spear aside, and accepted facing Red Moon. She asked why he wanted her, and Red Moon admitted that her value as a hostage was part of the reason. However, he revealed his true goal was peace and freedom. Red Moon roared, asserting that their common enemy, and humanity's, was the vampires. He proposed an alliance, as both sides wanted to destroy the vampires to free themselves. Red Moon took a step toward Hilda, emphasizing why he needed her. He looked straight at her, asking if it was an attractive offer. In a flashback, Alan looked down at the battlefield covered in gunpowder smoke, and wondered if he had killed too many. A member of the Order of the Crimson Cross reported that they had cleared the monsters, and Alan immediately demanded the promised musket. Blorg nervously confirmed his promise to the prince. When Blorg tried to entice Alan into taking on more tasks for a better gun, Alan brushed him aside. Returning to the present, Alan heard the sound of approaching hoofbeats. He confidently told Blorg that everyone had returned safely even without him, and Blorg admired the princess. But a member of the Order of the Crimson Cross rushed in with news, saying that something was wrong. The soldier reported that the princess could not be seen among the returning group, stunning Alan and Blorg. As the troops entered the city gate, a soldier ordered that the wounded be tended to first. Villagers ran out to welcome the returning dwarves, and one anxiously asked about the whereabouts of Princess Hilda. One of the dwarves sadly explained that because they were taken hostage, Princess Hilda had become a prisoner of the Lycan tribe, leaving Alan stunned. Overcome with anger, another dwarf rushed forward and punched the messenger in the face. He grabbed Blorg by the collar, shouting accusations while others tried to intervene. Amidst the chaos, Alan calmly deduced that there likely hadn't been a battle since the hostages were only lightly wounded. He turned to a member of the Green Cross and asked if the Archbishop had accompanied his sister. The soldier confirmed that the Archbishop had stayed behind, unable to abandon the princess, which made another person worry about who would lead the village. Alan confidently replied that the archbishop had probably anticipated that they wouldn't be gone for long. He secretly observed and noticed the strangely calm demeanor of the Green Cross soldiers, despite their commander being missing. Alan firmly declared that he knew where Princess Hilda was. The Green Cross soldiers suggested they would wait and go together later, which slightly surprised Alan. "What if I refuse to go with you?" Alan retorted, testing their reaction. The soldier was only flustered by the prince's unexpected question. A red bird soared through the dense forest, signaling the start of a journey. On horseback, a female soldier wondered why the group was moving so slowly. She secretly compared the dwarves' panic to her comrades' composure, and was explained that the dwarves shared a deep connection with Hilda. The Green Cross soldier continued, saying they trusted Princess Hilda's capabilities. He added that, with the archbishop by her side, there would be no problem, and Alan agreed that the old man looked very strong. The female soldier couldn't help but be surprised by Alan's remark about the archbishop. A Green Cross member reminded Alan that he had lost his memory. That person explained that the dwarves didn't care about the outside world, so they probably didn't know about the archbishop. His name was revealed to be Raphael Astoria, a figure mentioned in countless history books, because he is a great hero who fought alongside the Holy Emperor against the Demon King. Alan was astonished by Raphael's identity, while the Green Cross member asserted that his presence alone was enough to render the Lycan pack harmless. Meanwhile, in a dark lair, Red Moon mocked talk of peace and freedom. Hilda, chained to a chair, coldly asked the werewolf leader if this was her end. Red Moon said he had been observing her for a long time. He confessed that Hilda's beauty, while fighting and destroying his creations, had captivated him. He wanted to turn her into a lycanthrope but had to restrain himself because he needed to negotiate with the Holy Kingdom. Red Moon approached Hilda, staring intently at her. He offered to let her command a powerful Lycan army if she agreed to an alliance. As a token of the alliance, his clawed hand lifted Hilda's chin. Red Moon declared that he would make her his bride. He even promised to wait until she was dying, but Hilda remained unfazed. Just as Red Moon intended to turn her into a Lycan, the old advisor tied up nearby suddenly emitted divine power. The old advisor, who was Raphael Astoria, shattered his chains and declared that he couldn't listen to any more nonsense. Red Moon turned back in shock, disbelieving what had just happened. Red Moon was astonished that a human could break the chains, while Raphael calmly stated that it had been years since he left the palace. Raphael stretched comfortably, wondering why the Holy Emperor confined himself to the palace when he was still so vigorous. Raphael continued to provoke, saying the Holy Emperor must trust him greatly, while Red Moon growled, demanding him to shut up. Losing patience, Red Moon roared furiously, releasing a powerful surge of energy. He snarled, questioning Raphael whether he was looking down on him. With claws raised high, Red Moon threatened that he could easily tear both of them apart. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light shot directly into Red Moon's face. Raphael calmly asked in return, then why couldn't he harm an old man and a woman at any time? He pointed out that they hadn't been harmed at all so far, while Hilda smirked confidently. Raphael continued listing that they had rescued everyone, and even had the chance to clean up Red Moon's lair, a threat to the territory. Raphael concluded that coming here personally was a brilliant idea, making Red Moon realize the dire situation. Red Moon sensed their divine power accumulating, ready to burst forth. Hilda pretended to worry about having no weapons, but Raphael casually replied that he would use his fists, confusing Red Moon by their attitude. Red Moon tried to reassure himself that his opponents were just an old man and a woman, then decided to turn and flee. He immediately leaped into the air, looking for an escape route. Hilda urged the archbishop to act quickly. Raphael remarked that beasts indeed have a keen instinct for detecting danger, while gathering an orb of energy in his hand. With sharp eyes, he focused his divine power. The blue energy sphere in Raphael's hand emitted a brilliant light. He shouted and pushed the stream of energy forward. A massive pillar of light shot out of the cave, engulfing Red Moon and the fleeing pack of werewolves. Red Moon roared in agony as the divine power pierced his body. He realized in horror that he couldn't move his limbs, suppressed by the holy power. From afar, Raphael Astoria commented that the attack wasn't truly powerful because he hadn't chanted a spell yet. Raphael declared he would begin praying to the goddess Gaia, and told Red Moon to remember to thank her. Hilda Alfals chimed in, mocking Red Moon, that it was a shame because she quite liked werewolves. When Red Moon asked back in confusion, Hilda coldly replied, "No." She explained that she needed a few stuffed animals for castle decorations. Raphael also added that he would capture them alive so that the talented dwarves could carve them into trophies to present to the Holy Emperor. Utterly enraged, Red Moon let out a challenging roar. Hilda ordered him to stop moving as another stream of divine power stabbed straight into his chest. The werewolf leader's body began to disintegrate under the divine power. In a final effort, Red Moon tore off his own arm to leap away from the attack. His severed arm remained pinned to the ground by the beam of light. Hilda told Raphael to quickly clean up the battlefield, then delivered a punch to another werewolf. She reiterated her intention to send some clean stuffed animals to the Holy Emperor. The scene shifted to Alan Allfalls, who was riding a horse and confusedly asking why he had been brought there. A Green Cross member explained that this was to ensure victory, and also for him to gain experience. The true purpose of Hilda and Raphael was for Alan to experience a real battle, a treat he certainly didn't desire. Alan irritably said that he had followed them in vain, but the escorting soldier insisted that this was for his benefit. Another attendant added that since this was Princess Hilda's wish, they would do everything to fulfill it, which only confused Alan further. The escorting soldier began recounting that Princess Hilda first came here when she was only 12 years old. At that time, she rescued the enslaved dwarves, and, together with them, rebuilt the territory from poverty. Later, when Hilda reached adulthood, the soldiers established the Green Cross and swore loyalty to her. The soldier asserted that from that moment on, Hilda was an extremely special existence. Alan thought to himself that this meant Hilda was already considered family by them. He also understood that their bond was forged over the years, especially given the unit's renowned tracking skills. Suddenly, an attendant wearing a red mask called out to Alan. That person pointed forward and warned that something was there. In the forest, Red Moon was fleeing and secretly planning to gather forces to counterattack the royal family. It detected another group approaching and intended to order the werewolf pack to attack for human flesh. However, it quickly realized that the power of the royal family should not be underestimated. The werewolf decided that escape must be the top priority. Alan realized that it was one of the prey that had escaped his sister and immediately channeled his divine power. A blue beam of light shot straight from his hand toward Red Moon. The werewolf was engulfed in the explosion, screaming in pain. From behind, the purple-eyed attendant silently observed Alan unleashing his power. Red Moon roared a curse as its body was incinerated by the divine power. A massive explosion of light covered an entire section of the forest. With its last breath, Red Moon only managed to utter 2 words: royal family. The attack concluded with a blinding flash of light, leaving no trace behind. A stream of blue divine power struck the head of the giant lycanthrope. The creature roared in pain as its face was engulfed in the energy. Witnessing the monster still standing after a direct hit, the masked attendant wondered in astonishment if it was a parent. Alan Allfalls thought to himself, or perhaps his bullet was too weak. He knew that musket shots in this world usually dissipate after 100 meters, but thanks to divine power, he could shoot from a long distance. Just as Alan was about to fire another shot, a large pack of werewolves with glowing red eyes suddenly appeared behind their leader. The parent immediately turned and fled into the forest, leaving its pack to rush forward and attack Alan's group. The masked attendant realized it had summoned all its subordinates to hold them back, worrying that it would be difficult to catch once it entered the forest. While his comrades were confused, Alan calmly announced that he had an idea. Without explanation, Alan spurred his horse forward, shouting that he would pursue the parent, and ordering the others to split up. The leader of the Order of the Crimson Cross quickly gave the command, splitting the troops in 2. Half stayed to fight, and the other half escorted the 7th prince. While galloping, Alan glanced at the soldiers following him, and thought that the fewer witnesses, the better. He smirked sinisterly, considering a weakened parent to be an excellent opponent. Alan decided to test his new skill, activating the Swamp of Death and unleashing a massive stream of energy across the ground. The lycanthrope, blocked by the stream of energy, stumbled and fell as Alan yelled at it to stop. Alan emerged from behind the energy wall, beginning his provocation, reminding the creature that he heard werewolves prided themselves on being honorable warriors. With a mocking smile, he asked why a warrior like it was running away in fear. Enraged by the taunt, the lycanthrope turned back, glared at Alan, and hissed a curse. It realized that even if it ran, it would die under Alan's strange staff, so it decided to stop. The lycanthrope roared that it would drag Alan down to hell with it, which only made Alan smile in satisfaction. Alan suddenly ordered the entire Crimson Cross unit to cover their eyes and ears, stunning their leader. He questioned whether the words of the royal family were not sacred edicts to them, and demanded they simply obey because he had an idea. The Crimson Cross leader affirmed his loyalty after Alan asked if he was distrusting him. In his mind, he recalled the extraordinary power Alan had displayed when annihilating the pack of werewolves. He also recalled Alan's unwavering resolve when saving others. Finally, the Crimson Cross leader silently affirmed his absolute faith in everything the 7th prince did. The troops obeyed and turned away, while Alan thought to himself that their loyalty to the royal family was truly useful. When alone, Alan crushed a glowing object in his hand and declared the start of the battle with the lycanthrope. Wearing a sheep-horned skull mask, Alan said there were many things he wanted to test. The lycanthrope leader roared furiously, asking if Alan intended to use its body as an experiment. Calling Alan an arrogant bastard, the monster charged forward madly. In an internal space as still as water, Alan told himself to remain calm. He believed that, as long as he remained calm and used his weapons correctly, there was no reason to fail. From the surface of the magical water, bony hands began to emerge. A complete skeleton warrior rose up, while other hands reached out to grab the pack of werewolves. Alan stood amidst a vortex of magical water, summoning an entire army of skeletons from it. He thought to himself that if he lacked the talent for using weapons, then the undead soldiers could wield weapons for him. With glowing eyes behind the skull mask, Alan looked straight ahead. He declared himself a necromancer as the Soldiers of Death skill activated. Alan activated his divine aura, unleashing a penetrating stream of energy. Blue beams of light swept through the forest, slicing the pack of werewolves to pieces. A lycanthrope screamed in agony, unable to believe that holy water had appeared out of thin air. It was even more horrified to see skeletons imbued with divine power rising from the ground. The lycanthrope leader broke out in a cold sweat, realizing Alan wasn't just talking when he mentioned testing his power. Looking at the battlefield littered with the corpses of its kin, it desperately admitted this was nothing short of a massacre. Facing Alan, the lycanthrope leader roared, asking what he had done, while Alan thought to himself that the power expended was entirely worth it. One of the skeleton knights stepped forward and declared that the monster's role was over. Alan pointed his musket forward, announcing this was the final test. With the muzzle pointed at it, the lycanthrope leader burst into maniacal laughter. It covered its face with its hands, continuing to laugh in utter despair. Suddenly, it growled a challenge, refusing to believe it could be killed so easily. Accumulating dark energy, it roared, swearing to drag Alan to death with it. But before it could act, a skeleton knight swung its weapon and severed its head. Standing before the headless corpse, Alan began to pray to the great goddess Gaia. He raised the gun, using the muzzle to hold the severed head, asking for a blessed weapon. Alan pressed the muzzle deep into the head's mouth, praying for a weapon that could tear even a corpse apart. Under the sunset, he whispered his final farewell to the monster. A blinding flash of divine light shot out from the muzzle, exploding from inside the lycanthrope's head. Its eye disintegrated just before a massive explosion of light engulfed everything. Amidst the scorched forest, Alan stood on the cracked ground, his gun still raised while his skeleton army stood silently behind him. He lowered the musket, and a wisp of eerie blue smoke escaped from the barrel. Even though they had covered their eyes and ears, Alan's attendants could still feel the immense surge of divine power that had just been unleashed. Alan thought to himself that he had slightly overdone it, intending only a small prayer but turning the entire surrounding area into a mess. He wondered what excuse he should fabricate to explain this scene. Alan told his attendants that they could open their eyes, but not to be too surprised. An attendant with a black mask looked at the desolate scene and remarked that Alan hadn't just made it a little messy, but had practically incinerated the entire forest. The attendant questioned whether the werewolves were responsible, but Alan ignored him, stating that the important thing was that they had been captured, and it wasn't his fault. Alan took the horse's reins and ordered them to lead the way back. The group rode away together before nightfall. From a distance, Archbishop Raphael Astoria was stunned to witness the undead army wielding divine power once again. He realized they were incomparable to the undead creatures he had seen in the imperial palace. This army was a true legion, capable of skillfully using weapons. Raphael could not understand how Alan was able to combine the two opposing powers of necromancy and divine power. Leaning against a tree trunk, he muttered in extreme disbelief. Raphael speculated that this power might stem from Alan's Aslan bloodline, an empire in the south that worships the god of death. He recalled that this was also the reason Luan and Alan's mother, Ulicia, had been ostracized by the royal family, not only because she was a commoner, but also because Ulicia originated from Aslan. Raphael wondered if the seventh prince had inherited that bloodline, but he knew that throughout Aslan's history, no one had ever possessed such an ability. He was certain that even if he searched across that entire empire, he would not find another person like Alan. Archbishop Raphael Astoria was extremely excited, feeling his heart tremble before a potential he had never known. However, he suddenly remembered the image of his granddaughter, Alice Astoria. Raphael reminded himself that he should not be astonished by the man who had harassed his granddaughter, but the desire to personally nurture Alan's talents surged, making him imagine the terrifying power the boy could achieve. In his mind, Raphael was torn between the image of Alan combining both magic and divine power and the calling of Alice. He made a firm decision, clenching his fist. A large explosion occurred in the distance as a way to vent his emotions. Standing amidst the ruins, Raphael decided that he must report this matter to the Holy Emperor. He secretly calculated that if the Emperor gave the order, he would have no choice but to comply and train Alan. With a calculating expression, Raphael told himself that this was not his own will, and secretly messaged Alan to wait. The problem with the werewolf pack had been completely resolved. Afterwards, Raphael and an escort safely returned, while he continued to mutter denials about wanting to take Alan as his disciple. Elsewhere, the blacksmith Blorg showed Alan a shield heavily damaged by a musket. Blorg explained that this was the inherent power of the gun, even when using rapid-fire mode, which left Alan unimpressed. Blorg continued, saying the result would be different if Alan himself used the gun. Alan immediately raised the gun and fired an extremely powerful blast of divine energy, shattering a large boulder. The blacksmiths were astonished by Alan's power, and Blorg commented that the weapon seemed to have a life of its own. Alan smiled contentedly, feeling that the gun finally resembled what he knew it should be. He realized that when using divine power, the structure of the gun would automatically change. Blorg immediately offered tactical advice. If prayer was needed to accumulate divine power, Alan must prepare for a preemptive strike. Blorg suggested Alan could also use divine power to reinforce his body, while Alan secretly thought about using his skeleton soldiers as shields. Their discussion was interrupted when another dwarf rushed in, calling out loudly for Alan. The blacksmith reported that Princess Hilda was ready and wished to see him, which surprised Alan. Blorg and the other blacksmiths confidently affirmed that Alan could safely entrust the weapon crafting to them. In a bustling festival square, Hilda raised her glass and announced that they had prepared a special festival for Alan. With a radiant smile, she declared the start of the blood festival. It turned out to be a tomato-throwing festival, a tradition mimicking the throwing of blood to ward off evil spirits. Alan realized it was exactly like the tomato festival from his previous life. He was surprised to see that members of both the Green Cross and the Crimson Cross were also participating in the festival. As he wondered why they were still wearing cloaks amidst the festival, two children covered in tomato pulp ran past him. Suddenly, a warning shout rang out as a tomato flew straight toward Alan. The tomato smashed directly into his face, and the thrower was a young blonde girl looking panicked in the distance. Alan's face was covered in shattered tomato, astonishing the nearby children. The blonde girl quickly ran over and bowed in apology to Alan. She explained that she was just playing with the children and hadn't intended to hit him. Alan wiped off the tomato, tasted a bit, and calmly remarked that it was delicious. He told the girl it was fine, but secretly thought he deserved it for the things he had done in the past. The girl hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. Finally, she mustered the courage to ask to speak and drink water with Alan, which surprised him. With a flushed face, the girl explained that she wanted to learn more about the resurrection magic he had used. Alan casually told the blonde girl that he didn't have much to say about resurrection magic. He explained that he simply relied on her theory, using a large amount of divine power to reattach the departing soul, while a masked observer secretly watched in panic. As thanks, Alan received 2 cups of drinks from a server. He gave 1 cup to the blonde girl, saying he heard she was also one of the people who treated his brother. Alan smiled, inviting her to accept it as thanks for the wonderful healer who never gave up until the end. The girl took the cup from his hand, while Alan said that even though it was a bit late, he wanted to thank her for her help both at the Imperial Palace and in Hilda's domain, and then they clinked glasses. Around them, the crowd cheered, because the monster had been defeated, hailing Princess Hilda, Prince Alan, and even the Archbishop. Alan smiled, thinking that being a little noisy sometimes wasn't bad, and it reminded him of the people he had left behind. He took a sip of his drink, wondering if Charlotte and Harmond were doing well where they were. At the same time, on a bloody battlefield, Charlotte Harrace was gasping for breath after a fierce battle. Although exhausted and kneeling, she challenged her enemies, asking if that was all they had. A memory flashed back, an old man with an X-shaped scar, Oscar Balder, calling Grill Harrace, a puppet bearing the family name. In the flashback, Grill sternly told her to follow him. Another memory appeared, a high-ranking cleric telling young Charlotte that he would introduce her to Oscar. The cleric explained that Oscar was currently enjoying his long vacation by farming in Humite. He revealed that Oscar was the vice-commander of the Golden Cross, a legend hailed as the King of Swords, who had fought alongside him against an entire legion. Charlotte was stunned upon hearing the title King of Swords. The cleric looked at her with an expression full of expectation. Returning to reality, Charlotte, covered in injuries, stood firm again, recalling the cleric's words. "I hope this will be a good experience for you, Charlotte Harrace." In the flashback, Charlotte Harrace's sword was blocked as it struck Oscar Balder's steel-hard body. Oscar coldly asked her what she wanted. He continued, suggesting she was too stubborn to bear a name that didn't suit her at all. With blazing red eyes, Charlotte screamed that she wanted power. When asked what she would do with that power, she firmly replied that she would serve and protect the 7th Prince. Oscar then asked if she was ready to die if the prince commanded it, and Charlotte affirmed she would sacrifice herself because her life was owed to him. Oscar began to pose a more difficult question. He presented the final hypothetical. What if he asked you to kill yourself? Faced with Charlotte's silence, Oscar seemed to understand. He called her a naive kid. Oscar explained that they were merely puppets, obligated to obey any command from a member of the royal family. He stressed that even if the order was to kill their own master, they must comply. Oscar asserted that the word of the royal family was absolute, but Charlotte retorted that she would never doubt the seventh prince. He tightened her grip on her sword, preparing to refute him. Charlotte roared that she could never harm His Highness. Hearing her resolve, Oscar declared he would tame her into a true royal puppet. He challenged her to attack again, and the sparring match resumed. The two swords clashed, creating a fierce energy explosion, ending the flashback. The scene shifted to another room, where Grand Prince Luan Alphals was embracing a blonde woman when she flinched at a sound. Luan asked the women on the bed if they heard anything, and another confirmed that the sound was getting closer. Luan Alphals was startled when the room door was kicked open. Alan Alphals stood in the doorway, dramatically spreading his arms wide. He pointed his gun at his brother and declared, "I'm back, dear brother." Alan said he came straight here just to hit Luan. While Luan tried to defuse the situation and suggested talking, he pulled the trigger, reassuring his brother not to worry. A blast of divine power shot straight at Luan, while Alan explained that divine power was good for his body. Luan hadn't expected to be shot in this manner. After the blast, Luan clutched his head, complained, and asked Alan if he thought shooting his brother was excessive. Alan irritably scolded Luan not to whine, because his body would no longer melt from divine power. He explained that Luan would only feel a slight sting when hit by high-density divine power at close range, so he shouldn't overreact. Afterwards, Luan welcomed his brother back and admitted he had also made mistakes, suggesting they call it even. Luan announced that he would hide in a corner of the palace for a while, causing Alan to ask the reason in surprise. Alan suggested his brother should take a walk around the capital, but Luan flatly refused. The scene shifted to Alan being outside, and Archbishop Raphael Astoria approached and called out to him. Raphael looked at Alan with brightly shining eyes, beginning an unfinished question. He earnestly asked if Alan had given any thought to learning magic from him. Alan looked over and replied definitively, "No." Raphael's expression immediately became sullen and disappointed. Returning to the conversation, Alan explained to Luan that Raphael kept following him and making the offer repeatedly. Luan advised his brother that Raphael was the best magic researcher, so learning from him wasn't a bad idea, but Alan irritably dismissed it, saying he didn't want to. While Alan was thinking he could teach himself magic, one of Luan's attendants knocked on the door bringing work. Luan received the documents and secretly thought that no matter where Alan hid, Archbishop Raphael would find him. The attendant reported to Alan that the Dark Order case was currently the most urgent matter. Alan was surprised to hear the name Dark Order, and Luan confirmed that his younger brother had also heard of them. Luan explained that Dark Order members were previously found where Alan captured the witch Morgana. This time, they reappeared in Humite, a densely populated area, drawing the Holy Emperor's attention. Alan muttered the word Necromancer, recalling what he had done. He recalled that he had gained much valuable knowledge about necromancy from the book obtained after the Morgana incident. Luan asked Alan how he intended to handle the remaining books and magical artifacts of the captured necromancers. He explained that they would likely be destroyed on the spot, or they would be stored in the basement of the Humite Academy, which gave Alan an idea. Alan imagined that staying in the palace would mean being constantly haunted by an annoying, ghost-like Raphael, demanding to take him as a disciple. In contrast, he envisioned an ideal life in Humite with books, weak enemies, and tranquility. Alan turned to Luan, saying he had a proposal. With a sly smile, he asked his brother for an extended vacation. In return, Alan promised to resolve the entire Dark Order issue himself. Elsewhere, a paper warning the populace about the Red Devil was posted on a wall in a dark alley. Alan, in disguise, was investigating alongside an orange-haired knight and sensed the stench of the devils. Alan ordered the knight to gather information from the guards while he tracked the stench, but the knight hesitated. Alan confidently dismissed his escort's worries, and the knight reluctantly obeyed, respectfully calling him His Highness. Alan agreed to be careful, his hand radiating blue divine power. He and the orange-haired knight separated, Alan believing he could capture the target soon. Gliding across the rooftops, Alan followed the stench to close the distance. He suddenly stopped around a corner, his eyes flashing as he detected something. Alan exclaimed upon finding the target, a small figure that had just fallen down a chimney. He realized the enemy was using magic to conceal its presence, and without enhancing his sight with divine power, he would have missed it. Alan smashed a window, burst into a room, and apologized for the intrusion. Inside, he was horrified to find the bodies of a man and a woman, realizing this was the Red Devil's crime scene. Alan gritted his teeth, blaming himself for being one step too late. Standing by the window, he suddenly noticed a child. Outside, a goblin-like creature was holding a knife to the throat of a terrified boy. Alan realized they were using sound-blocking magic because the child's screams were not audible. The creature lunged, attacking Alan with its curved knife. Alan quickly dodged the attack and aimed his glowing flintlock pistol directly at the enemy. A burst of divine power erupted from the muzzle, engulfing the creature in blue light. After the explosion, Alan rushed to the coughing boy and asked how he was. The frightened child asked who he was, but Alan only instructed him to close his eyes. He glanced into the room, where the two victims were slowly rising like the undead. When one of the corpses turned its head with a distorted face and pitch-black eye sockets, Alan wondered if the Red Devil infected its victims. He concluded that if the transformation into an undead was underway, healing or resurrection would be useless. The orange-haired knight reported that he had secured cooperation from the guards. He stepped in and saw that Alan had dealt with a Red Devil, but Alan said he was slightly late. Alan regretted not saving the child's parents, but the knight comforted him that at least he had saved the boy. Alan deduced that these creatures specialized in kidnapping and assassination, and their purpose was now clear. When Alan asked about the security forces, the knight explained that Humite was located near the Aslan Empire border. He revealed that the Golden Cross unit was stationed in the outskirts. Alan wondered why the situation was so bad if the Holy Emperor's unit was here, and it was explained that they had to guard against the Aslan Empire. Due to the increasingly hostile border and the recent Red Devil incidents, dispersing the troops was very difficult. The knight suggested sending a letter requesting aid from the Golden Cross, but Alan refused, not wanting the Red Devils to flee. Alan decided he would handle it quickly himself, while the knight asked if he had found any clues. Alan requested a dagger, and the knight immediately handed it to him. Holding the knife, Alan explained that the Red Devils were designed to follow orders from the Dark Order. He figured there must be a detailed magical trick behind it, and plunged the dagger into the devil's chest. The knight was horrified by Alan's action and reminded him of his royal status, but Alan brushed him off, saying there was no time. Alan quietly stated that he had found it. He pulled out a heart radiating dark magic, and sensed the Necromancer's mana within. Alan analyzed the heart's magical flow structure, considering how to replace it with his divine power. The knight frantically asked if he intended to use the devil, and Alan confirmed that he would recycle it. The knight warned that this would cause major problems if discovered, but Alan suddenly focused on something else. A system window appeared, announcing that a new skill had been created. Alan reassured Harmondian, the worried orange-haired knight, saying there was nothing unusual. He thought to himself that there was no time left to waste, as he channeled divine power into the magic heart. With a smug smile, Alan decided to start the plan by allowing himself to be kidnapped. In a dark basement, voices echoed among the corpses and skeletal remains. One person wondered what they were preparing for that required so many bodies. Two necromancers wearing blue robes stood before a pit of corpses, discussing how this preparation wasn't only happening in Humite. One of them suggested that their order seemed about to launch a large-scale attack. The one leaning on a staff complained about the treatment from their superiors, but was reassured that the Red Devil would soon return. They were eagerly awaiting a fresh sacrifice to be brought in. Meanwhile, a Red Devil carrying a sack climbed through the window, excited to soon acquire fresh blood and the lifespan of children. The Necromancer with slicked-back silver hair welcomed the Red Devil, saying it had arrived just in time. The Red Devils presented their dinner to the Necromancers. Alan unexpectedly crawled out of the sack and cheerfully greeted everyone. The silver-haired Necromancer angrily scolded the Red Devil, but Alan announced that the minion would no longer obey orders. He raised his hand, which emitted dazzling divine power, to explain why. Alan declared himself the new master, and the Red Devil was immediately enveloped in holy energy, turning to confront the Necromancers. An elderly Necromancer cried out in horror, unable to understand how Alan could place divine power inside a demon. The Red Devil, now under Alan's command, swung its sword toward its former master. Alan ordered his new minion to eliminate all the Necromancers and rescue the children. Standing amidst the carnage, Alan looked at the terrified silver-haired Necromancer and asked what they had done. Inside the Dark Order's library, Alan wondered if their research would be useful, then irritably scolded a recently defeated Necromancer for splattering blood onto the area. He picked up a document and wondered about its contents. The document was titled, "The Chaos Plan," decorated with images of skeletons. Meanwhile, out on the street, a guard joyfully confirmed that a knight's words were true. The guard announced to the crowd that all the missing children had returned. One of the rescued children explained that he was locked in a prison and someone had freed him. When a guard asked who the savior was, the boy described a dwarf similar to the Red Devils who had kidnapped them. The boy added that the person wasn't wearing red, while the image showed Alan's blue-eyed minions slaughtering the robed figures. The boy innocently concluded that his rescuers were not devils, but angels. The citizens began cheering that the blue angels had saved them, while Alan stood among his blue-eyed minions. Witnessing the scene, Harmondian realized Alan's plan had succeeded. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the shadows, startling Harmond. One of Alan's blue-eyed minions poked its head out from the wall. Alan welcomed Harmond as he arrived at the Dark Order's base. Harmond complimented Alan on his hard work, noting that the place looked like a normal house from the outside, and that they had prepared very thoroughly. Alan handed Harmond the document and told him to read it. Harmond was astonished when he saw the title, The Chaos Plan, and its contents. The plan instructed Dark Order members in every district to attack, creating chaos, terror, and causing as much damage as possible. Alan explained that the plan did not state their true objective, which was why he had called Harmond here. He turned toward the corpses, commanding those who were not yet dead to awaken and answer, and dark spirits began to rise from the bodies. Alan stepped on the chest of a surviving Dark Order member, coldly stating that the person still didn't seem to realize their situation. He emphasized that, besides Humite, they were certainly targeting other districts. Alan pointed out the flaws in their plan, that their numbers were too small compared to the city's size, and that there were still missing holy knights. The survivor tried to bargain, promising to answer if his life was spared, but Alan only replied with a, "What?" He turned to ask Harmond Dian about the missing children, and Harmond reported that the guards were still finding homes for them. Harmond confirmed that a few children had not yet returned home, and Alan used that information to pressure the survivor. With glowing eyes, Alan explained that necromancers use the lifespan of others to cast magic. He added that to perform complex spells like demon subjugation or spatial concealment, they require an enormous amount of magical power. Alan grabbed the survivor's hair, accusing them that this was why they had devoured the children. He pointed toward a huge pile of corpses, saying that perhaps they didn't just capture children, but also the old and the young. When the survivor begged for his life, Alan coldly asked in return if he had listened to the children's pleas. Alan unleashed his power, declaring he wouldn't let them go easily. He told the horrified survivor that he would use him until his lifespan was completely depleted. Afterward, Alan ordered Harmond to take the surviving members of the Dark Order back to the palace. He said to let the Heresy Inquisitors deal with them, which terrified the other survivors. When Harmond expressed concern, Alan casually replied that they would die soon anyway and become zombies. Harmond clarified that he wasn't worried about them, but about Alan's blue demons. He was concerned that this might reveal Alan's power to control holy undead creatures. Alan just laughed, replying that he didn't care because the Archbishop already knew about that power. Alan explained to Harmond that the Holy Emperor seemed to have noticed, but was merely observing for the time being. He said they must act quickly and deploy the army to major cities, while the Red Devil clears the corpses. Alan asked Harmond to report back that he needed to extend his vacation because he had too much work to do. After Harmond left, Alan approached the defeated necromancers. He cast divine power upon the spirits and promised a peaceful death to whoever answered his questions. With a smug smile, Alan interrogated the soul of a necromancer about the hiding place of the others in Humite. Meanwhile, at another location, a Dark Order member reported that their allies in Western Humite had been annihilated. This person further announced that holy knights and clerics had been deployed to many major cities. Another member angrily cursed the Western branch for acting too conspicuously, which led to their capture. The messenger added that there was also news from the border. He revealed that the Heavenly Army, the Holy Emperor's trump card, had been mobilized, terrifying the others. A necromancer was furious because they were already struggling against the Golden Cross, and now they had to face the Heavenly Army as well. Another member worried that they couldn't treat the Heavenly Army like ordinary holy knights, as in the past, they only prevailed due to numerous sacrifices. A leader announced that since the Heavenly Army was stationed near the border, the Aslan faction was also aware of the news. Hearing that the Aslan faction wanted to postpone the plan, a Dark Order member furiously punched a hole in the wall. They were annoyed that their allies now wanted to pretend they weren't involved, just when they thought they were about to step out into the open. The entire group unanimously blamed the Seventh Prince's interference. From a distant location, a mysterious gray-haired noble wondered why an outcast like Alan had appeared. He couldn't understand why Alan had suddenly ruined all their plans. At a secret base, a Dark Order leader whispered that they should have killed him sooner. Another member was stunned upon hearing that the plan had failed. Dark energy flared up from another leader, who wondered if the great Aslan could truly fail like this. A giant shadow of Aslan appeared, prompting a subordinate to ask if he would take action himself. Aslan commanded all his subordinates to listen, declared that although the timeline was delayed, the plan would continue, and it would take responsibility for the failure in Humite. A giant bone entity appeared, asking a subordinate if the Holy Kingdom's seventh prince was the problem, and received an affirmative answer. The Golden Horned leader explained that the cause of the failure was the discovery of their hiding place. It announced that it would go to Humite with its subordinates. It swore to seek out and destroy that boy. The vow to kill Alan echoed throughout the room. Another high-ranking member commented that he hadn't expected Alan to come personally, even if it was just a clone, ruining their only chance. With a smug smile, he declared that he would execute the plan again, right here. He added that they would gather new sacrifices and cause even greater chaos in the Holy Kingdom, but a crystal ball on the table suddenly lit up. A member frantically asked what was happening, while another suggested there was an intruder. One person explained that the orb only reacts when someone carrying powerful magic or divine power enters. He nervously wondered if Oscar of the Golden Cross had arrived. The commander decided it would be unwise to confront him, and ordered the necromancers to evacuate. He further ordered holy knights to be sent to identify the intruder, astonishing an elderly necromancer standing nearby. An elderly necromancer questioned the use of their ultimate weapon, but the commander replied that they needed to survive first. Another member suggested they should retreat instead of confronting an opponent like Oscar with holy knights. The person holding the magic orb frantically refuted this, claiming the intruder was not from the Golden Cross. The old necromancer tremblingly realized that the one causing this mess was the person they had been discussing all along. The entire group was horrified upon identifying the enemy as the man who had annihilated all the vampires and werewolves. The commander clenched his fist, shocked that the person he had just heard rumors about in Humite had tracked them down here. With a sinister smile, he concluded that the opponent hadn't come here to talk, but to kill. Standing at the main gate, the 7th Prince Alan Alfals faced the Dark Order's army of undead holy knights. Alan mused, wondering why there were so many corpses. He looked down at the massive sacrificial circle, questioning whether the Red Devil needed that many sacrifices. Recognizing the undead holy knights, Alan sarcastically remarked that the Dark Order itself was the one who needed those sacrifices. The Dark Order commander furiously shouted, falsely accusing Alan of turning an entire order of holy knights into undead. Alan calmly speculated, unsure if they created this army after hearing about his holy undead, or if they simply wanted to cause more chaos. Regardless of the reason, he summoned the glowing flintlock rifle into his hand, ready to fight. Alan confidently asserted that dealing with a necromancer was not difficult. He looked down at the enemy's weak skeleton army, and declared they were even weaker than him. A powerful surge of pure divine power erupted, as Alan said he didn't know what had happened to the knights. He explained that once they became undead, they could not be healed or resurrected, but at least he could grant them peace. The holy light reflected in the eye of an undead knight as his soul was purified. The undead knight stood up, weapons in hand, ready to obey. Alan stood among them and promised to help them seek revenge. He looked down at the terrified Dark Order members and declared that it was their side's turn. Alan commanded them to advance, leading his new army into battle. A Dark Order cultist, having been captured, screamed in horror that they would be brutally killed. The cold smile, Alan ordered the knights to make the enemy pay the most brutal price. The massacre began as a source of dark energy shattered. The undead knights fiercely charged the Dark Order members who were desperately trying to resist. The silver-haired cultist was mercilessly slammed onto the floor by a knight. Lying in a pool of blood, he desperately screamed for help. An armored hand clamped down on his throat while screams of agony echoed. Upon realizing the mastermind, the cultist stubbornly insisted that God would save him. Alan appeared, pressed the muzzle of his gun to the man's head, and coldly questioned him about being saved. He mocked the plea for salvation from the one who had taken countless lives. Alan raised his gun, declaring that he would personally grant him salvation. He fired a blast of divine power, asserting that God's blessing would lead him straight to hell. Holy light flashed from the windows, signaling the end of the purge. Alan stood among the corpses, while the Holy Empire began to act after discovering the Dark Order's chaos plan. The Holy Empire not only reinforced the cities but also mobilized the Divine Army to the border in anticipation of the Dark Order and Aslan joining forces. By order, Harmon sent the surviving Dark Order necromancers back to the capital. There, the Order of the Crimson Cross would be responsible for interrogation to extract more information about the organization. Rumors circulated that the Aslan people captured at the border were connected to high-ranking members of the Dark Order. Although the incident in Humite was over, the situation within the Empire remained highly chaotic. Amidst this, Alan sought rest in the Academy library when he was unexpectedly approached and questioned by someone. It was the third prince, Rufel Alfals, Alan's older brother, who criticized his younger brother's lack of courtesy, forcing Alan to reluctantly greet him. Alan questioned his brother's presence, and Rufel reminded him that both Humite and Aslan were under his jurisdiction. Rufel smiled, saying he had something he wanted to discuss with Alan. However, Alan coldly interrupted, demanding that his brother maintain silence in the library. Undeterred, Rufel leaned closer and insisted that there was something they needed to talk about, making Alan secretly think his brother was annoying. Rufel questioned Alan about causing trouble in his territory, but Alan replied that he was merely cleaning it up. Alan asserted that his actions were permitted by the Holy Emperor, but Rufel sarcastically remarked that these were issues he should have handled. Rufel commented that Alan's method of solving problems was truly strange. He mentioned the Blue Angels helping the villagers, noting that they looked exactly like the Red Devils, but decided to overlook it since they were doing good work. Alan casually revealed that he acquired them after torturing the Necromancers, then asked Rufel if he had any other news. Rufel informed him that the Holy Emperor now believed the Dark Order and the Aslan Empire had joined forces. The situation at the border was so tense that war could break out, and Alan asked about Aslan's reaction. Rufel stated that Aslan had denied any involvement, but the Holy Emperor did not believe them at all. He revealed that the Aslan Empire had sent a delegation to provide an explanation, and they would pass through Humite in about a month. In the library, Alan mused that the time had come when he no longer needed to hide his power. He realized he didn't have time to suppress the rumors, and there would be a moment when he needed to use his full capabilities. Alan wondered if the Dark Order was truly capable of causing such events on their own. He doubted they could have done it without the help of Aslan, the Empire of Necromancy. After contemplating, Alan decisively closed the book. Rufel was surprised and asked if his younger brother intended to stay at the academy until the Aslan delegation arrived. Alan confirmed he would stay for a month, saying he was tired of the royal palace and wanted to study magic. He secretly resolved to examine the Aslan delegation himself. Alan told himself he would expose the true face of the Aslan Empire. A memory suddenly flooded back, the image of his hand as a child touching a glowing leaf on a tree. In the flashback, young Alan lay unconscious and covered in blood beneath the mysterious tree. He realized that, although he didn't understand what had happened, that was the moment everything began. Returning to the present, Rufel sternly warned Alan. He demanded that his younger brother stay put until the Aslan ambassador arrived. Alan questioned why he should stay put, causing Rufel to frantically explain that Aslan was very different, and a small mistake would cause huge trouble. Rufel explained that the Aslan people worship Judai, the god of death, and to them, a necromancer is both a priest and a noble. He worried that they would feel oppressed by the Holy Empire. Rufel stressed that they would be even angrier seeing Alan, who single-handedly wiped out an entire necromancer cult, but Alan coldly replied that this was his kingdom. Alan countered by asking if he should have ignored the Dark Order, and Rufel quickly corrected him, saying he just wanted his brother not to cause conflict. Rufel explained that the Aslan delegation was coming to prove they had no connection to the Dark Order, and might even overlook Alan's actions. He exasperatedly demanded that Alan stay put because they already had enough things to worry about. Suddenly, Alan interrupted his brother with a proposal, causing Rufel to ask in surprise if he wanted to make a deal. Alan flatly demanded the grimoire of Amon, the king of necromancers, leaving Rufel stunned. He explained that he had already read all the other necromancy books at the academy. Only Amon's grimoire was under a special prohibition order placed by the Holy Emperor himself. Rufel hesitated, saying that he needed to ask His Majesty for permission first. Alan pressured him, asking if that was the only way he would agree to stay put. Finally, Rufel conceded, promising to try and steal it out, and Alan thanked his brother, satisfied. After settling one matter, Alan felt relieved. He had originally intended to remain silent, but the opportunity to obtain Amon's book was too great, and he wondered what he should do in the meantime. Alan thought that Charlotte must be training somewhere nearby, and decided to go look for her. He approached Charlotte, who was surprised and called him, "Your Highness." Alan called Charlotte's name. Her eyes looked serious, and her hand was bandaged. He paused for a moment before continuing. Alan curiously asked about the wound on Charlotte's face, which made her slightly flustered. When she was about to address him formally, Alan raised his hand to stop her. He explained that he would be staying at the academy library for a while, and it would be troublesome if his identity were revealed. Alan requested that she call him Geron Lafang from now on, and Charlotte immediately recognized that name as the son of Lord Gennard of Lonia. Charlotte Herreys bowed to young Master Geron, making Alan secretly think she was quick-witted. He was surprised when he heard the surname Herreys. Alan asked if she had a new surname, and Charlotte confirmed that the Emperor had bestowed it upon her. He recalled having read about that name while researching the royal family. It was the surname of a family that had been annihilated by the Necromancer King 50 years ago. Besides the Divine Army, there were other forces such as the Crimson Cross, the Green Cross, the Holy Cross, and the Royal Cross. The Herreys family was the sixth entity permitted to use force freely. Ending his train of thought, Alan abruptly asked Charlotte, "So what?" which confused her. He pointed to her wound, asking if it was related to the new surname, but Charlotte denied it. Alan angrily asked if someone at the academy or that bastard Grill had bothered her, but Charlotte quickly defended Grill, saying he was a thoughtful father. She explained that she had only attended classes for a short time, and hadn't had a proper conversation with anyone at the academy. Charlotte insisted she was only injured during training, but Alan was skeptical, asking why she didn't use holy water to heal it. She hesitated, then repeated the teaching that she must become accustomed to pain, In a flashback, a voice echoed that a knight unfamiliar with pain would hesitate when injured. Oscar Balder coldly declared that the Holy Emperor's family did not need such a knight. Returning to the present, Charlotte asserted that she wanted to become a holy knight, serving Alan. To become his shield and sword, she needed the mental fortitude to withstand pain. Alan interrupted, calling those words nonsense, and suddenly grabbed her hand. He held Charlotte's injured hand tightly, surprising her as she didn't understand what was happening. A brilliant blue stream of divine power shone as Alan healed Charlotte's wound. He asked why she had to endure the pain when he could heal it instantly, reminding her that she was his personal holy knight. Charlotte was slightly moved by Alan's words and actions. In front of the other students, Alan whispered something that made Charlotte gasp. He instructed her that next time she was injured, she should come straight to him. He would heal it without leaving a scar. Charlotte smiled confidently in response to his words. She quickly corrected her address, calling him young Master Geron, as they both left. After Charlotte left, the scene shifted to another location. Alan sat on a bench complaining to Harmon Dian that he had called him out just because he was bored while Charlotte was training. Harmon sarcastically remarked that Alan shouldn't say that to the person who abandoned his duties to rush over here. Alan asked about the work, and Harmon replied that everything was the same. Harmon explained that even though they had destroyed the Dark Order headquarters in Humite, necromancers continued to appear constantly. Even when capturing and interrogating them, they couldn't extract any information, causing Alan to exclaim about the enemy's stubbornness. He deduced that this stubbornness indicated their chaos plan was still underway. Alan changed the subject, asking about the Aslan ambassador, and Harmon confirmed they would arrive on schedule. Alan sensed something ominous when a large figure approached, and someone recognized him as the seventh prince. Both looked up, and Alan spoke, asking who was approaching. Harmon suddenly stood up and bowed to the crown princess, leaving Alan utterly astonished. Alan's eyes flashed blue as he stared at the uninvited guest. Alan used his ability to examine the woman who had just arrived, identifying her as Crown Princess Rose Darina, with alarming characteristics. The status window continued to display, showing Rose's mind was full of confusion and chaos, and mad obsession, even though her appearance looked quite smug. Rose cheerfully greeted them, but Alan secretly worried about her dangerous characteristics. The Crown Princess inquired about Alan's plans, and he replied that he would be going to the academy. Rose immediately questioned whether his brother, Rufel, would permit that. With eyes flashing red, Rose secretly thought that Alan was trying to control her. She expressed disappointment at not hearing news directly from the second prince, which surprised Alan. Just then, the third prince, Rufel Alfals, ran over calling for his mother, further confusing Alan about his brother's title. Rose embraced her son, much to Rufel's embarrassment in front of the crowd. She affectionately said that the crown prince would be very happy to see Rufel as grown up as he was now. Rufel then turned and handed Alan an object wrapped in cloth. That was the grimoire of Amun, the king of necromancers, which Rufel had stolen from the academy basement for his younger brother. After reminding Alan to keep his promise, Rufel left with his mother and servant, leaving Alan and Harmon behind. Rufel politely offered to escort his mother to the carriage. Once they were out of sight, Alan turned to call Harmon to demand an explanation. He recalled Rose's confusing words and wondered why the third Prince Rufel was referred to as the second prince. Alan demanded that Harmon explain everything frankly. Harmon hesitated, revealing that this was a topic even the nobility had to keep silent about. Harmon began recounting the tragedy of Rose, the crown prince's first wife, and their first child who died immediately after birth. Harmon explained that out of grief for the stillborn child, the crown prince granted it the title of second prince. But Crown Princess Rose Darina was severely shocked and unable to accept the truth. She became obsessed, calling anything in the shape of a child the second prince, which led the crown prince to decide to have another child with her. Alan deduced that the child born afterward was Rufel. Harmon confirmed this, but said the crown princess still treated Rufel as her firstborn, and there was another issue. Before the third prince was born, the crown princess did something she shouldn't have. She attempted to resurrect the second prince. Alan was astonished by this shocking revelation. Harmon continued, saying that Alan was the first person to successfully perform a resurrection. Alan realized with shock that Harmon meant the child had been resurrected as an undead creature. Alan asserted that such an act was forbidden in the Holy Kingdom. Harmon explained that no one knew the details, but the incident led to a purge of all necromancers in the Empire, who were suspected of having enchanted the crown princess. Alan suddenly recalled Rose's status window, which clearly listed confusion, chaos, and obsession. The scene shifted to a moving carriage. Rufel reported to his mother that Alan Alfals looked very healthy. Rose Darina coldly stated that it would have been better if Alan had died along with Ulyssia. Rufel tried to dissuade his mother, but she grew angrier, wishing the Dark Order had killed Alan when he was exiled. She contemptuously called Alan a sloppy and useless child. Rose ordered Ruffle never to lose to Alan, and to become the Holy Emperor for the sake of the Crown Prince. She wondered if the Crown Prince would look at her again then, before falling silent. Inside the carriage, Rose Darina's maid suggested that Rufel Alfals travel to the Aslan border. She said she needed to meet the envoy there. During a training session, Charlotte Herrace and Oscar Balder sparred fiercely, their swords clashing. Oscar complimented Charlotte, saying she was holding up very well. Seeing her remarkable progress, he asked if she had achieved some kind of enlightenment. The two glowing swords remained locked against each other. Oscar admitted that even he and the Holy Emperor were not as strong as Charlotte was at her age. When asked about becoming the heir to the Golden Cross, Charlotte flatly refused. She declared that she had no intention of swearing loyalty to the Holy Emperor, stunning Oscar. Oscar scolded her for being insolent, but Charlotte merely bowed her head silently. She replied that she knew the duty of a Golden Cross member was to be ready to die for His Majesty. But in her memory, Charlotte recalled that she had no intention of doing so. She knew she didn't need to, because the only person who could give her orders was Alan Alfals. Returning to the training session, Charlotte asserted that Alan was her only master. Oscar was confused, not understanding why she would join the Golden Cross without being loyal to the Emperor. Charlotte explained that she did it so she could help the Seventh Prince, but Oscar dismissed her, saying they existed for the Holy Emperor. In response, Charlotte declared that she would simply make Alan the Holy Emperor, leaving Oscar speechless. She smiled and asked if she was right, while Oscar was still stunned by her audacity. Charlotte Herrace smiled confidently at her own words. Oscar Balder skeptically asked if she thought things would happen as simply as she wished. Charlotte was shocked to realize that she could no longer be a member of the Golden Cross. Oscar threw a large box toward Charlotte and ordered her to take it. He announced the expulsion of Charlotte Herrace from the Golden Cross. Instead, he assigned her command of the forgotten 6th Royal Force, which the Herrace family once led. Inside the box was the ancestral sword named the White Cross. Charlotte picked up the sword and asked about it. Oscar confirmed it was the treasure of the Herrace family. He admitted he had intended to use it as a decoration if no heir had appeared. Oscar encouraged Charlotte to do her best. Charlotte looked at the blade, determined to protect the person she wished to serve, for that was her reason for living. Not long after, another event took place. The Great Gate opened. A delegation from Aslan had arrived. The leader of the Aslan delegation smiled when their presence was announced. This person wondered if this was the land of the gods upon seeing the prosperous scenery. He couldn't believe that the world inside and outside the city walls was so different. The leader secretly thought that this land must have been blessed. However, the intention to seize it burned in his heart, but he was temporarily deterred by the existence of the heavenly host. A member of the delegation, dressed like an assassin, was startled when greeted by an unidentified person. A young man smiled, saying that the other party must have had a difficult journey getting here. That person introduced himself as Haima, the ambassador of Aslan, and expressed his honor at meeting the third prince Rufel Alfals, who surprisingly asked how he knew him. Haima smugly replied that, of course he knew, as he had heard a lot about the prince. Standing nearby, the Aslan assassin smiled mysteriously. Haima said that he was greatly looking forward to his time here with Prince Rufel. Meanwhile, Alan Alfals saw an announcement about a banquet celebrating the Aslan ambassador and wondered what it was. He questioned Charlotte Herrace about the necessity of a banquet, and she explained that it was diplomatic protocol. Alan mused, finding it highly suspicious to host a party for a hostile nation and publicly invite noble children to attend. They both concluded that this was a large-scale display of power by both nations. Suddenly, a curly-haired student asked Alan, who was using the alias Geron, if he would attend the banquet, but Alan flatly refused. Alan noticed two students approaching and asked Charlotte for her opinion. Charlotte was astonished when she recognized the approaching individuals. A group of 3 noble students looked at them contemptuously and asked which family they were from. After someone whispered about Alan and Charlotte's identities, the curly-haired student mocked their closeness, making Alan too annoyed to get involved. They continued to ridicule Alan, saying he looked like a country bumpkin but acted with the arrogance of a prince. Alan told Charlotte to ignore them and turn to leave, but the curly-haired student shouted to stop him. The group surrounded them, and the ringleader warned that Alan didn't understand his situation, while Alan secretly thought that he encountered people like this everywhere he went. The angry curly-haired student lunged to attack, while Alan calmly reflected on the fact that people like this would be the future heirs of noble families. Alan clenched his fist, secretly worrying about the future of the Holy Kingdom. Suddenly, Charlotte delivered a devastating punch to the curly-haired student's face. The surge of power from her punch swept away all 3 academy thugs. The remaining 2 stood frozen, terrified by what had just happened. Another student witnessing the scene immediately asked his friend if he had heard the rumor. Alan snapped his fingers, beginning to tell a rumor from Humite. He said that there were fairies there who specialized in capturing naughty children. And then, Blue-eyed red devil creatures appeared, grinning eerily. The other students panicked and screamed when they realized they were red devils. Alan coldly punched one guy in the face, correcting him that they were blue, not red. He ordered Charlotte to hand them over to the guards for Harmon to handle, and she addressed him by his alias, Geron. Alan briefly worried about his promise to the third prince, telling himself that as long as he wasn't caught, it was fine. He wondered what to do with the bullies stuffed into sacks. Finally, Alan decided to tie them up naked in the square all day, causing them extreme horror. A giant monster foot suddenly slammed down onto the ground. After finishing the job, Alan considered it an effective moral lesson and invited Charlotte to eat. Just then, another reddish-brown-haired student rushed over, shouting Alan's name and questioning him about the incident in the square. At the library, Alan confronted the student, secretly thinking that hiding his identity was useless now. He admitted his actions, but the student grew even more furious and called him a lunatic. The student worried about the consequences because the matter involved the ambassador, but Alan indifferently dismissed it as no big deal. Alan coldly asked the student what he would say if the ambassador demanded that a necromancer be hanged in the square. The student collapsed to his knees, crying out that besides Alan, who else could possibly do such a thing? Elsewhere, Alan stood amidst the scene of a gruesome massacre, wondering who had done such a crazy thing. He secretly thought that only a madman could cause this scene. Harmon Dian suddenly appeared, asking Alan if he had come alone, and reporting that he had sent Charlotte to class. Harmon ruled out the possibility of the royal family being behind the incident, as starting a war with Aslan right now would be suicidal. He reported that the guards had checked but found no witnesses, while a severed head was mounted on a stake. Harmon turned to suspect Alan, causing him to shout in despair, "What kind of person do you all think I am?" Alan explained that he had initially thought Aslan was behind it. He suggested they wanted to create a pretext for war, but Harmon refuted this, saying the ambassador seemed genuinely enraged. If it wasn't the royal family or Aslan, then only one other possibility remained. Suddenly, Alan sensed a surge of dark energy and wondered what it was. Harmon anxiously called Alan's name when he saw him suddenly freeze. Alan realized it wasn't a normal stench. It was the true smell of death. A giant skeletal entity appeared, surprised that someone could see it. It told Alan that it was unbelievable that he could perceive it. The spectral entity asked directly, "Could it be that you are the angel?" Alan broke out in a cold sweat, silently confronting the mysterious creature's question. Alan suddenly fired a holy energy shot into the sky, startling Harmon Dian. While a panicked Harmon asked what was happening, Alan judged that this invisible enemy was extremely dangerous. He realized it took even him a moment to detect the entity. While Harmon was completely oblivious, Alan concluded that this was the most dangerous enemy he had ever faced. He immediately prayed to the goddess Gaia, gathering a sphere of holy power in his hand. The energy sphere shot straight toward the giant skeletal entity. A blue light explosion enveloped the enemy, forming a confining dome of energy. However, Alan ground his teeth in frustration upon realizing the attack did not have the desired effect. The entity was holding the scepter of Necromancer King Amun, a treasure that amplifies all types of magic. It was also astonished that its protective shield had been cracked by the recent attack. The spectral entity secretly acknowledged Alan's power, deeming him worthy of the title, Angel. Alan blamed himself for not preparing thoroughly, realizing he needed a more complete prayer incantation. Harmon, still seeing nothing, shouted, asking why Alan was acting so strangely. Alan ignored him and ordered Harmon to use the guards to keep civilians away, as he did not want to harm anyone else. Sensing the disadvantageous situation, the skeletal entity decided to retreat and began to dissipate. It said its farewell, but Alan growled, asking who had given it permission to leave. Alan's gun barrel once again flashed with brilliant blue light. The skeletal entity unexpectedly turned back as the holy energy stream rushed toward it. The attack struck its skull, while it silently told itself not to rush. The entity completely vanished within the magic circle, leaving behind an unfinished message about their next encounter. Alan Alfals stood amidst the dissipating magic circle, silently vowing to kill the enemy once and for all. He cursed under his breath in annoyance upon realizing the enemy had successfully escaped. Alan couldn't believe he had failed to accomplish anything, even speculating that it might not have been the opponent's main body. Harmon Dian ran up to report, but Alan pointed at the magic circle and asked if he recognized. Alan explained that it seemed to be related to teleportation magic. Harmon was astonished to realize it was an instantaneous teleportation magic circle, a type of magic that only a handful of people on the continent could use. Alan mused about an individual skilled enough to use the teleportation circle and escape in mere seconds. He recalled the skeletal entity's words and realized it was a powerful being who knew him well. Alan deduced that since the Dark Order was the only organization openly targeting him, the enemy must be one of their members. He blamed himself for being too arrogant and complacent. Suddenly, Alan uttered the name Aslan, causing a confused Harmon to question him. Alan confirmed that the Dark Order and Aslan were connected. He explained that if Harmon had seen the undead creature just now, he would know too. Because Alan had seen its status window. The status window clearly displayed the trait Infinite Loyalty to Aslan, confirming the undeniable connection. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Alan ordered Harmon to prepare for him to send a message to the royal palace. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the skeletal entity emerged from a magic circle, where a hooded man was already waiting. The man looked at the entity's damaged skull, and asked why its face was in such a state. The skeletal entity coldly replied that it did not recall being asked for a meeting. The man questioned the incident in the square, accusing the skeletal entity of disgracing Aslan. The Aslan official grabbed the skeletal entity's cloak, angrily demanding why it dared to ignore its commander. He yelled that they had sacrificed many priests just for a defective product like this entity. The skeletal entity turned back, counter-questioning the ambassador about what he had done for Aslan. The ambassador asserted that his loyalty was only to Aslan, not to the god of death. The skeletal entity coldly declared that, by Rahama's command, it would take command here. It explained that Rahama had also granted it the full authority of an ambassador, astonishing the man. The skeletal entity ordered that once the banquet began, the third prince should be used to halt the Holy Empire's army. It warned that it would not tolerate any opposition, causing the terrified ambassador to fall silent. Afterward, it declared that it would wipe Humite off the map, and warned the ambassador not to get caught up in it. An image appeared, showing the impending collapse of the Holy Empire, and that the deaths of the Aslan priests were a justifiable reason. The skeletal entity told the ambassador that only the two of them knew about this plan, declared that the Holy Empire's territory would soon belong to Aslan. The ambassador reported that someone was plotting to assassinate Alan Alfals, but the skeletal entity replied that it already knew. It found it interesting that the mastermind behind everything was someone unexpected. The skeletal entity held up a document, revealing that the main conspirator was Rose Darina. The ambassador asked if it had killed the seventh prince, but it admitted it had failed to do so. It explained that although the crown prince's wife viewed Alan as a rookie, his skills could not be underestimated. The skeletal entity realized Alan was a user of two opposing powers, considering this an unexpected gain. It calculated that such a person might be exactly what they needed right now. Elsewhere, Rufel Alfals asked Harmon Dian if the document in his hand was truly the Holy Empire's response, and Harmon confirmed it. Alan read the contents of the letter, which requested him to meet the ambassador and establish diplomatic relations. He crumpled the letter, furious that this was the answer they received, and determined that this was unacceptable. In a luxurious room, Harmon Dian asked for the opinion of the third prince Rufel Alfals, who appeared startled. Alan walked in, threw the letter onto the table, and said that Rufel had heard everything, confirming the Aslan Empire's involvement. Alan questioned Rufel, who was in charge of diplomacy, about the next course of action, causing Rufel to panic internally. After a moment, Rufel regained his composure, and declared that they would proceed with the banquet as planned. Alan angrily asked if Rufel's reason that Aslan requested it to appease relations was reasonable. Rufel replied casually, asking Alan in return if he wanted them to be blamed for the incident in the plaza. Rufel emphasized that they needed to manage public opinion, and should not cause further trouble unnecessarily. Harmond also spoke up, advising Alan not to worry too much. Harmond reassured him that Oscar Balder, the vice commander of the Golden Cross, was also present, and Alan asked if he was truly strong. Harmond praised Oscar as someone who had fought primordial vampires countless times, but Ruffle interrupted, saying he wasn't worried about the Lich. Alan clenched his fist, thinking to himself that what he was worried about was something else entirely. In Alan's mind, the image of the immortal Lich appeared, but that wasn't the main problem. He recalled past battles, facing creatures like werewolves. Although confident he could defeat the Lich, what truly bothered Alan were other enemies like the Red Devil. The core thing he worried about most was the safety of the people. Alan told himself that even though he didn't want to do something that wasn't beneficial to himself, this issue was on a completely different scale. Harmon tried to persuade him, saying he knew Alan was unhappy but that this was for everyone's benefit. Deeming it a mere excuse, Alan suddenly stood up, causing Harmon to call his name in surprise. Alan declared that he would use the authority of the Heresy Inquisitor granted by the Emperor, stunning Rufel Alfals. When Ruffle shouted his objection, Alan calmly called Harmon Dian and received an immediate response. Alan ordered Harmon to deploy the army to the Aslan border immediately. With a horrified expression, Rufel asked Alan what he had just said. Alan walked away, ignoring Ruffle, and instructed Harmon that if he encountered difficulties, he should use the authority of Luan and Hilda. Harmon, after a moment of hesitation, agreed, and believed that they would support Alan's decision. Alan continued to order the assembly of all available forces, the Crimson Cross, the Green Cross, the Dwarf Army, and to send a letter to Lord Gennard, while Rufel desperately asked if he truly intended to do this. In response to Rufel's question about whether he wanted to start a war, Alan replied that he was doing this to prevent one. He asserted that he would ensure Aslan could not breach the walls even if they invaded. Alan turned back to face Rufel, saying that he had been patient for Rufel's sake, but he would not let Aslan lead them by the nose any longer. He walked out of the room and told Rufel to go speak to the ambassador. Rufel was stunned upon hearing Alan's final warning. If he wanted peace, he had better not pull any tricks. Alan called Harmond once more, and Harmond immediately answered and followed. As the two walked down the corridor, Alan ordered Harmond to summon Oscar before sending the letter. With his blue eyes glowing, Alan told himself that he was about to get busy. An iron boot stomped heavily onto the ground, signaling the start of the general mobilization. The Holy Knights in silver armor with blue crosses stood neatly in formation. The elite troops were in position, ready to receive orders. Various other units also assembled: the Order of the Crimson Cross, soldiers, and the Dwarf Army. The Golden Cross, in their glittering white and gold armor, was also ready to march out. Clinging tightly to the windowsill, a man cried out in terror upon seeing the Golden Cross army arrayed outside. He turned back and shouted angrily, claiming this was not what had been promised. A red-haired subordinate called him ambassador, while he complained that this was supposed to be a friendly banquet. The subordinate calmly explained that, unfortunately, the seventh prince was the one who held the real military authority. The subordinate added that he had tried to stop the prince but things had gotten out of hand. The ambassador gritted his teeth, his face darkening as he thought of the name, the seventh prince, Alan Alphals. He recalled Alan's nicknames and admitted that he had underestimated the prince, never expecting Alan could mobilize the army on this scale. The subordinate called his name, Ambassador Haima, while Haima trembled, thinking their plan was about to collapse. When the subordinate suggested postponing the banquet, Haima immediately shouted his objection. Haima quickly regained his composure, apologized for being overly sensitive, and emphasized the effort put into arranging the banquet. Then, Haima proposed asking the subordinate for a favor, and the subordinate agreed to listen. Haima requested that the subordinate at least make the Golden Cross unit retreat. He approached the subordinate, continuing his proposal with a subtle smile. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy emanated from Haima, engulfing the subordinate, who was utterly terrified. The subordinate's vision blurred as he tried to ask Haima what he was doing. In a dark prison, Oscar Balder coldly stated that he hoped he was not being deceived. He revealed that it was because of this prisoner that he had been unable to reply to his grandson's letter. The prisoner was revealed to be Count Pomor, kneeling, tightly bound, and pinned to the floor by 3 spears. Oscar stood up, muttering that a powerful vampire could not infiltrate the heart of the Holy Kingdom alone. He walked away, saying that was why he had asked if Pomor's backer was one of the kingdom's powerful figures. Oscar Balder questioned the panicked Count Pomor, asking if Rose Darina was the mastermind. Another chained prisoner asserted that he had told the truth, and Oscar ordered the Order of the Crimson Cross to stop the interrogation. He instructed them to tell Luan to watch over the palace for a while. Afterward, Oscar released his divine power, declaring that he would personally go and execute the judgment. At a luxurious banquet hall, Alan Alphals observed the nobles, and muttered about the power of magic. He sat alone on the balcony, sipping wine, and thinking that everything was temporarily quiet. Alan mused over having changed the banquet location at Rufel's request, but he still had plans to mobilize the army. Sensing something was wrong, Alan turned around when a figure called his name. It was Rufel Alphals, who explained that he had fled out of fear of Oscar. In his mind, Rufel recalled Oscar's terrifying gaze, and thought he had nearly been killed. Alan questioned Rufel about his actions, but Rufel merely evaded the question, saying that Haima was an enemy national. Rufel reminded Alan that he also needed to consider his own status. When asked, Rufel admitted that he was still dissatisfied with this banquet. He said he was only silent because nothing had happened yet, then suddenly wanted to ask Alan something. Rufel pointed toward a woman in the crowd, surprising Alan. He clarified that he was talking about the black-haired maid standing next to his mother, Rose Darina. Rufel asked Alan what he thought of the maid, but Alan remained silent. Rufel continued to tease, asking if she was Alan's type. Alan secretly checked and found that the maid named Sharon possessed dangerous characteristics, but was not a vampire. Just then, a man in a brown coat and an Aslan man wearing a turban approached Rufel. Ambassador Haima smiled upon finding the third Prince Rufel in the banquet hall. Rufel feigned surprise, saying he was also looking for him and Oscar because of an urgent matter. Haima replied mysteriously that the time had come. Prince Rufel, standing far away, Alan overheard and wondered about the meaning of that statement. At the same time, a red-haired man and Oscar Balder appeared as a welcoming announcement rang out. Suddenly, the entire banquet hall shook violently, and a panicked guest cried out, wondering if it was an earthquake. The floor cracked open beneath the feet of the screaming guests. A skeletal entity emerged from the ground, declaring that the time had come for humanity. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Charlotte Harris commented on the armor she had never seen before. Harmondian explained that it was dwarf-crafted armor that the Emperor had bestowed upon him. Charlotte felt the gift was too valuable, but Harmond reassured her that it was proof of the Emperor's appreciation. She hesitated, saying that given her rank, she shouldn't comment on the vice-commander of the Holy Knights. Harmond was about to dismiss it, arguing that rank didn't matter since they both served the seventh prince. But then he stopped short as he felt the ground shaking. The ground around Harmond and Charlotte suddenly cracked and collapsed, astonishing both of them. A gigantic monster with black tentacles emerged from the earth, leaving them speechless. Immediately afterward, a multi-headed chimera with glowing red eyes also appeared. Harmond immediately drew his sword, ordering everyone to evacuate to the castle, while Charlotte pointed down at the ground. On the shattered ground, glowing red runes were shining, forming a magic circle. Harmond fought countless smaller monsters, realizing that they were targeting the banquet because of the large crowd. Facing the enemy, Charlotte admitted to Harmond that the seventh prince had been right. Amidst the battle, Charlotte brushed aside Harmond's question about the plan, declaring him not to overthink it. She asserted that the top priority right now was focusing on evacuating the populace. Below, both knights fought together against a chimera and a swarm of smaller monsters. From the balcony, Alan Alfals remarked that the stench had gotten worse, and asked Oscar if this was the chaos plan he had prepared. Meanwhile, Ambassador Haima held a glowing knife to the third Prince Rufal's neck, and confirmed that everything was for Aslan. Alan coldly asked from above how his brother could be captured so easily, but Haima warned him not to act rashly. Alan didn't flinch, asking in return if capturing his brother truly gave Haima an advantage, confusing the ambassador. Suddenly, Haima's subordinate held a knife to his own master's neck, and asked if he knew who he was holding. The subordinate revealed that the people Haima was holding hostage were actually traitors, causing Rufal to turn pale with shock. Rufal stammered a question, unable to believe that he and his mother were traitors, but Alan calmly told his brother not to get angry at him. Alan revealed that Oscar himself had told him, and Count Palmer had also confessed everything. He advised Rufal to be honest now, as the title of prince still held some value, after all. Rufal muttered that, whether it was treason or not, it was still their problem. Alan then asked Haima about the recording device that had been displayed at the party. He explained that the device was very likely recording the entire scene, making it look like Aslan was declaring war. A crystal orb was reflecting the scene, and Alan declared that Haima had given them a legitimate reason for war. Alan declared that he never liked this party anyway, and would make Aslan regret all their schemes. Haima scoffed that Alan wouldn't be able to handle this army, but Alan confidently asked back, "Who said I couldn't?" Suddenly, the entire hall shook violently, causing Haima and the others to lose their balance in astonishment. Even Alan was surprised by the tremor, wondering what was happening as a skeletal entity holding a scepter appeared amidst the ruins. The floor beneath Alan's feet suddenly cracked open. The entire hall collapsed, throwing Alan, Oscar, and the red-haired man down into a dark abyss. Alan yelled a curse as he free fell into the void. A gigantic Lich King emerged from the darkness, welcoming Alan as he fell toward him. The Lich King's skeletal hand grabbed Alan's neck and whispered that he had missed him greatly, calling him Angel. The Lich King ordered Alan to come with him. A blazing red magic circle lit up as the Lich King declared he would seize Alan's power. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a chimera was roaring fiercely. Outside, the knights under the command of Charlotte and Harmond had nearly finished clearing out the monsters, thanks to the prince. A frantic blonde soldier ran up to call Harmond and Charlotte to report. The soldier reported that no one was left in the banquet hall. He explained that a massive hole had appeared, and was believed to be a teleportation gate. The soldier added that teleportation gates had been detected in various other locations, stunning Charlotte and Grill Harez. Charlotte realized in horror that this meant the seventh prince had vanished. Alan woke up on a jagged rocky floor in a dark space. He sat up, dazed, trying to process what had just happened. Alan recalled falling with the Lich King, and realized it was a teleportation gate. He looked around angrily, wondering where he had been taken. Alan spotted the Lich King standing with a group of Dark Order priests, ordering someone to go find the seventh prince. Realizing he was in the enemy's lair, Alan desperately wondered why he had to fall here alone. Hiding behind a rock, Alan muttered that being teleported here alone was extremely unfair. He recalled the moment he fell with Rufal and Oscar, worrying that his brother would struggle to defend himself. Suddenly, the voice of the Dark Lich King echoed, asserting that he knew the seventh prince was listening. Alan decided to remain hidden, as the Dark Lich King revealed this was the base of the Aslan Dark Order, and that their plan had been prepared for a long time. A Dark Order priest, whose hands were stained with blood, spoke up in anguish. He looked down at the massive pile of bones, lamenting the countless lives sacrificed for this plan. The Dark Lich King furiously stated that everything had become useless just because of Alan, revealing the plot to seize Humite and kill Oscar Balder. Alan listened silently from the shadows. With blazing eyes, the Dark Lich King roared, blaming Alan for ruining Aslan's chance to escape the desolate land. He questioned why the opportunity to gain a fertile land had been destroyed. Standing before his subordinates, the Dark Lich King pointed toward Alan and swore to kill him and tear his body into pieces. While threatening to devour Alan's power, he suddenly turned to one of his subordinates. A stream of azure energy shot out from the Dark Lich King's hand, striking the astonished subordinate. The man collapsed with a fatal wound, while the Dark Lich King merely uttered, "Huh?" Confused, he wondered what was happening, then turned back and saw Alan standing up, pointing a gun at him. Alan coldly stated that those who treat human lives like dirt always blame others. The Dark Lich King and the remaining priests were stunned by his defiance. Alan put on a skull mask and held up a magic book, asking if the Lich King still intended to tear him apart. A torrent of blue magical energy erupted from the ground, forming skeletal warriors made of water. Standing amidst his newly summoned undead army, Alan challenged the Dark Lich King to try and strike him. The Dark Lich King was horrified to realize that a divine power user possessed two holy relics of the Necromancer King. He was even more incredulous to see Alan skillfully using them, proclaiming himself an army. Alan's undead army, the heirs of Gaia, charged forward, their every step imbued with divine power. Facing the assault, the Dark Lich King swung his staff, unleashing a wave of red energy that swept away the skeletal soldiers. Alan calmly remarked that after a parent-level vampire, he now had to face a lich. He ordered the newly summoned Holy Knight to eliminate the enemy. The Dark Lich King was stunned to see that the undead creatures, imbued with divine power, also possessed consciousness. Immediately after, one of Alan's skeletal knights lunged, slashing directly at the Lich King. The Dark Lich King realized that everything had gone awry. He deduced that Alan might be a crucial figure for Aslan, and blamed himself for being too arrogant. Seeing Alan's power, the Dark Lich King decided that this threat must be completely annihilated. He roared, declaring that he must kill Alan right here and right now. In another scene, Ambassador Haima frantically suggested the Dark Lich King flee because the opponent was too strong, but the Lich King dismissed him. When Haima pleaded injury, the Dark Lich King interrupted, suggesting there was a better solution. He grabbed Haima's face, demanding that he sacrifice his life. The Dark Lich King declared this sacrifice was for the great Aslan, leaving Haima speechless. He yelled, demanding that Ambassador Haima prove his loyalty to Aslan. Returning to the battle, a skeletal knight attempted to sacrifice itself to seal Alan, but was stopped and mocked by a larger Holy Knight. The Dark Lich King was astonished by Alan's arrogance even in this situation. Alan stood amidst his army, calmly challenging the Dark Lich King to try and make a move. The Dark Lich King challenged, "Show me the astonishing power of great Aslan." In response, Alan unleashed a fierce stream of blue energy. Amidst the sight of the Lich King standing over corpses and Haima kneeling, a laugh rang out. One of Alan's skeleton knights looked at Haima with contempt and called him a damn fake. Meanwhile, another skeleton knight wearing Aemon's skull opened a spellbook, summoning magic circles. Haima muttered in horror, realizing he had babbled uselessly about stopping such a power. From the book, two massive streams of divine power shot up into the sky. The energy converged and exploded into a blinding sphere of light. A blue shockwave swept through the cave, engulfing the Dark Lich King and his subordinates. The Dark Lich King only managed to look astonished as he was drawn into the center of the explosion. His protective shield quickly cracked and shattered under the divine power's destructive force. He thought to himself, unable to believe this ridiculous power. The Dark Lich King had guessed Alan was unusual, but never to this extent. He realized Alan not only used two foreign powers, but his divine power was also nearly infinite. He clenched his fist, deciding to bet everything on killing Alan immediately. When the Dark Lich King declared Alan a threat to Aslan, Alan calmly asked back, "How so?" The Dark Lich King raised his staff, proclaiming he would sacrifice his very soul. He unleashed a torrent of savage dark magic to seal Alan in this place. Amidst the energy storm, he warned that even if he died, someone named Rahama would surely kill Alan. The Dark Lich King called Alan Angel as his magic began to envelop one of the skeleton knights. With his skull cracking, the Dark Lich King declared he would drag Alan down with him into eternal sleep. A massive vortex of dark energy enveloped the Lich King, heading straight for Alan. Realizing his opponent had sacrificed countless souls for this technique, Alan silently acknowledged his skill. Alan conceded that the Dark Lich King deserved the title of Death God. The Lich King roared that even if the plan failed, Aslan would eventually devour everything. He introduced himself as Nasus, and declared he would take responsibility for everything. Nasus unleashed a huge stream of destructive energy, determined to bring death to Alan. Alan's army of skeleton knights was swept up and disintegrated in the terrifying explosion. However, a skeleton knight wearing Amon's skull remained standing amidst the energy torrent. That skeleton knight coughed dryly, and then called Alan the god of death. Alan irritably ordered his subordinate to be silent, surprising the skeleton knight. Finding the situation ridiculous, Alan thought to himself that he was the true master of death. Alan declared he would show Nasus' true power as a stream of blue divine power poured out from the skeleton knight. Nasus was horrified to see Alan could still summon an even more terrifying death god-like creature. He tried to reassure himself that this was just a trick, and he would win if he prolonged the battle. Nasus told himself that even if Alan had infinite divine power, his human body still had limits. He was certain that no matter how strong Alan was, he would eventually collapse from exhaustion. The newly summoned death god creature stood towering before the confused Nasus. From the shadows, Alan called Nasus by the very title of death god that he prided himself on. Alan declared that because of Nasus's sins, he would receive a special punishment instead of a normal death. One of Alan's summoned creatures announced it would finish Nasus using the Necromancer King's method. A shovel radiating brilliant blue holy light appeared in the hand of a skeleton warrior. The special skeleton warrior, wearing a bird skull mask, gripped the holy shovel tightly amidst a vortex of bones. Nasus tremblingly asked what his opponent intended to do. He frantically screamed Alan Alfal's name, demanding he stop as he was overwhelmed by the skeleton army. Alan smiled and explained this was the method for subordinating special beings, ensuring Nasus couldn't die but must become his subordinate. Alan's hand in the gauntlet gently touched the Lich King's skeleton. A gigantic spear of divine power plunged from the sky, aimed directly at Nasus's shadow form. The spear pierced through Nasus, creating a fierce energy explosion. Alan watched as the swirling energy streams regenerated the Lich King's form. With a triumphant smile, Alan held up the Lich King, who had been shrunk and transformed into a new skeletal subordinate. Alan mocked the arrogance of Nasus, who couldn't decide his own death, yet dared to threaten him. At the edge of the teleportation circle, Alan's companions argued about whether they should follow him into the unstable spatial zone. In the ruined banquet hall, Grill Harrace rushed over to report to Harmon Deanne and Charlotte Harrace. Harmon turned around, asking Grill what the emergency was. Both Harmon and Charlotte were stunned upon hearing the news that the Aslan army was advancing toward them. Harmon gritted his teeth and cursed, immediately rushing off to act with Charlotte. Harmon looked at a document. Realizing this was a chaotic plan, orchestrated for the enemy's infiltration, he deduced that their target was the princes, intending to use them as hostages. Charlotte clenched her fists, enraged by the enemy's treachery, while Harmon concluded this was their contingency plan. Charlotte's red eyes shone with determination. At the wide-open fortress gate, Harmon was astonished, wondering if the enemy had already infiltrated. Rushing over with Charlotte, he questioned the motionless holy knights about the current situation. A knight explained that they had received orders to open the gate and wait, leaving Harmon, Deanne, and Charlotte Harrace stunned. Suddenly, a blinding light enveloped everyone. Charlotte recognized the familiar source of light, and a voice confirmed her thoughts. Amidst furious blue lightning, the holy Emperor Celtic Atfalls descended upon Humite. His holy energy swept through, annihilating the hidden Aslan assassins. Celtic raised his massive warhammer high, accumulating a terrifying amount of divine power. He unleashed a devastating lightning strike, wiping out all enemies in a horrific explosion. As the smoke cleared, Celtic let out a breath. The battle seemed to be over. An elderly assassin survived the attack, fearfully calling Celtic a monster. Unexpectedly, another assassin lunged forward to finish off his comrade, yelling at him to get out of the way and die. The assassin's blade was narrowly blocked by a gauntleted hand. A mysterious knight in pitch-black armor appeared, stunning the assassin because his blind spot attack had failed. The knight gripped the blade, questioning the assassin about his heinous crime. The assassin trembled before the overwhelming presence, only able to stammer, "How dare you?" Celtic Atfalls grabbed the assassin's head, coldly accusing him of daring to waste a few precious seconds of his time. A fierce bolt of lightning shot from the Holy Emperor's hand, incinerating the assassin amidst agonizing screams. Harmon Deanne and Charlotte Harrace rushed over, astonished by the power that had just been unleashed. The Holy Knights also exclaimed that the sight was magnificent, worthy of the Holy Emperor. Charlotte was speechless, dumbfounded by the terrifying display of power. A silver-haired knight watched from afar, thinking that this was the level he must strive to reach. Meanwhile, Celtic Atfalls looked at the bleeding wound on his hand. He mocked himself, saying he truly had gotten old if such an attack could injure him. Celtic turned and asked a knight about Oscar Balder's whereabouts, and was informed that he had been sucked into a teleportation gate. When the knight was about to report further, Celtic interrupted, saying he would ask Alan Alfalls directly. The soldier hesitantly reported that the seventh prince had also been swept away with Oscar Balder. Facing the Golden Cross army, the Holy Emperor could only sigh in exasperation. He muttered that both Oscar Balder, his grandson, and the traitors had vanished. In his rage, Celtic's eyes flashed with electricity as he wondered where to vent his anger. He slammed his warhammer onto the ground, roaring that Aslan had started this. Celtic declared that if Aslan wanted war, the Holy Kingdom had every reason to respond. His entire body blazing with killing intent, he ordered the knights to bring back Rahama's head. The Golden Cross army unanimously obeyed, ready for the coming war. The scene abruptly shifted to a quiet forest. Alan Alphals woke up, severely injured, bewildered as to why he was there. He gradually recalled the fierce battle and his goal of subduing the Dark Lich King. Alan remembered pouring all his strength into attacking the Dark Lich King. He couldn't remember what happened next. Waking up with blood on his mouth, Alan told himself he was used to fainting. He looked up and was astonished by a gigantic tree emitting an ethereal blue light. While wondering if he had lost, Alan flinched as a bucket of water was thrown directly onto him. A voice from below called him Angel, leaving Alan bewildered. Alan was confused to see a group of nearly naked people approaching, and asked them not to come closer. The men cheered joyfully that their savior had finally woken up. An elderly man stepped forward, introducing himself and explaining that they were all slaves imprisoned there. He recounted the horrific past where they were used as test subjects and sacrifices. But then one day, Alan appeared and punished the immortal lich who had tormented them. They witnessed a miracle when the holy water Alan created restored many years of their lifespan. The elderly man praised Alan, while the latter could only awkwardly congratulate them. Alan asked if they had taken care of him, and was told they believed he had descended for someone named Tinya. The name Tinya made Alan curious. One of the rescued men called Tinya forward to greet him, and a timid red-haired girl stepped up. The dark elf girl with dark skin and fiery red hair shyly greeted Alan. The man proudly declared to Alan that Tinya was the true heir of Aslan. Alan directly asked Tinya if she was Rahama's daughter, and she nodded slightly in confirmation. When Alan asked for the exit, the elderly man quickly intervened, warning that leaving now was very dangerous. He explained that the Holy Kingdom was currently at war with Aslan, news that stunned Alan. Alan wondered how long he had been unconscious since they moved him away from the altar. He was stunned to realize that about 3 months had passed, meaning he had been unconscious for 100 days. In a dark corridor elsewhere, a blond man sighed tiredly. He was frustrated because he had followed the map but was still lost. The man called out loudly into the darkness, saying he was looking for his son. A giant shadow monster with glowing red eyes appeared, and he casually asked if it knew anything. Another wolf-like monster with green eyes growled in response. The blond man decided to give up asking questions. He complained that meeting his own son was proving too difficult. Returning to the cave, Alan reflected on having been unconscious for 3 months next to the giant tree. He recalled that the rescued people had cared for him using the holy water he himself had created. However, Alan realized that holy water alone couldn't have helped him recover that much, and believed the tree had also assisted. He was certain that this giant tree did not exist during the battle with Nasus. Alan discovered that the power came from Tinya, a dark elf hybrid with an affinity for nature. The elderly man explained that the ruler of Aslan, Rahama, had countless children, and Tinya was the 30th. Alan asked in astonishment how many wives Rahama had, and Tinya replied that there was only one. Tinya sadly revealed that all of them were the children of a single slave, born not out of love but purely for experimental purposes. Tinya explained that Rahama had conducted countless experiments, mixing his blood with other races to create powerful offspring. Since she failed to meet expectations, Tinya was considered a failed product, as the Dark Order needed a healthy slave with a long lifespan. In a flashback, an elderly woman named Daimon tried to argue that Tinya's slow development was due to the nature of elves, but Rahama still ordered the girl to be taken away. Rahama also blamed Daimon for negligence, and forced her to accompany Tinya, causing the girl to cry out in terror. Tinya recounted that their pleas were ignored, and she was forced to come to this place. Back in the present, Alan pondered the strangeness of a nation that uses necromancy, having someone like Tinya, who possesses the nature affinity skill. Tinya explained that they couldn't place Alan on the hard ground, so they hung him on the tree, making Alan ask in surprise if the tree was soft. Alan silently contemplated after hearing the whole story. He announced that he would leave, but was immediately called Angel Nim, in panic by Tinya and the other former slaves. Alan tried to explain that he was just a normal person named Alan, not a god. However, the former slaves insisted that they had witnessed a miracle, making Alan think to himself that the situation was hopeless. He humorously thought to himself that creating a new religion was truly not as difficult as people imagined. Tinya spoke up, saying that if Alan had decided to leave, she had one request. She asked if they could accompany him, which surprised Alan. A former slave explained that they could not stay at the Dark Order's base because they would soon be discovered. That person and Tinya both promised not to get in the way, and would leave as soon as they found a safe place. Alan thought to himself that he didn't mind, and furthermore, Tinya's abilities might be useful. He agreed on the condition that only Tinya and the elderly man could accompany him, causing both of them to joyfully express their thanks. Starting the new journey, Alan looked out at the desolate land, and thought about how Aslan did not have much fertile land. Amidst the fierce sandstorm, Alan thought to himself that this situation was ridiculous. He asked for directions to the city, but both Tinya and the elderly man admitted they didn't know because they had left without a plan. Alan looked dejected, wondering if he had been too reckless coming out here. Suddenly, a desperate scream echoed from a distance, startling the entire group. Alan and Tinya both turned toward the sound, surprised by what it was. Tinya focused her hearing, recognizing screams, chaotic noises, and the roars of orcs. She reported that there was a battle between a merchant company and orcs nearby, and Alan decided they would go check it out. The elderly man worried about getting dragged into trouble, but then became excited, assuming Alan wanted to save people and calling him an angel. Feeling weary of his companions, Alan muttered that he should have gone alone, then urged them to move. After the matter was settled, a group of rescued merchants bowed their heads in, thanks to Alan. Alan indifferently said it was no big deal, but Tinya and the elderly man insisted otherwise. A still astonished merchant recounted that he had never seen so many skeletons, and praised Alan as the most skilled necromancer. While the others applauded, Alan thought to himself that this was a normal reaction. He mused that they couldn't distinguish between dark magic and divine power, nor could they imagine a prince wandering around like this. Just then, a young man wearing goggles and carrying a large bag entered the tent in a panic. The leading merchant introduced the young man as their company's client. One of the merchants began complaining that they shouldn't have taken this job and could never trust alchemists. Hearing this, the client named Hans angrily shouted, proudly declaring himself to be an extremely talented alchemist. Alan looked at Hans, showing interest when he heard the word alchemist. Alan expressed his desire to speak privately with the alchemist Hans. However, a merchant grabbed Hans, warning that someone who uses such powerful necromancy must certainly be a noble. Being dragged away, Hans struggled and yelled that they should leave immediately. When Hans protested that he was the one who hired them, Tinya immediately asked Alan if they should leave, and he agreed. Tinya timidly asked if she could request a skeleton, causing Alan to ask the reason in surprise. She confessed in her mind that she had always wanted to touch those holy skeletons, and Alan thought to himself that she wasn't normal either. Alan summoned a skeleton and instructed Tinya to play in a secluded corner so as not to attract attention. Hans watched in astonishment as Tinya and the others happily played with the skeleton. Suddenly, Alan asked Hans if he could distinguish between demonic energy and divine power, startling the alchemist. Alan stated that if so, Hans must also know his true identity, but Hans quickly denied having said anything. Alan began explaining the ongoing all-out war, where Aslan was losing ground to the Holy Kingdom. He revealed that Aslan was holding princesses and princes hostage, and the Holy Kingdom had proposed a ceasefire in exchange for their safety. But Aslan had not responded, and their inexplicable actions had fueled many rumors. There were rumors that Aslan was not actually holding any hostages, but was merely stalling for time to search for the princes. Alan concluded that the thought of Hans possibly being the rumored lost prince had crossed his mind. Hans frantically denied it, insisting that it was impossible. But Alan merely thought to himself that he was a terrible liar. Alan smiled, saying that thanks to Hans's reaction, he had grasped the situation. He threatened to bury Hans alive, right there in the desert, causing the alchemist to prostrate himself on the ground and beg for his life. To save himself, Hans hurriedly handed Alan a pouch, while Alan warned that it had better not be something useless. Hans revealed that the item in his hand was dragon scales. Alan was completely stunned by the rare item the alchemist possessed. To further convince him, Hans promised to lead him directly to the dragon's lair filled with treasure. Meanwhile, Tinya asked the holy skeleton Alan had given her if it felt hungry, and it shook its head. She continued to be curious about what had created it. The skeleton used its finger to write in the sand, indicating that it was created from divine power. Tinya confirmed her suspicion that divine power, not magic, had created the skeletons, then asked if it had a soul. The skeleton remained silent for a moment before the question. It wrote the answer, no, leaving Tinya confused as to why it possessed consciousness. The skeleton explained that they moved thanks to will. It added that all divine power, mana, and magic carried will within them. Tinya thought to herself that with her limited knowledge, she could never grasp this concept. She recalled that all of Alan's undead creatures possessed consciousness, and wondered if it stemmed from that will. Tinya mused that undead, created by necromancers using magic, had no consciousness at all. She also considered that priests could create holy water from regular water, but Alan creating it from nothing was extraordinary. The girl realized that Alan's power was not merely special, it was completely illogical and seemed not to belong to this world, and the skeleton nodded slightly in agreement. Tinya suddenly realized that it was almost as if Alan was using the power of a god. Creation. He turned and rapidly asked if that meant Alan was truly an angel, but the skeleton merely wrote back that it did not know. From a distance, an elderly man called out, "Tinya Nim." He urged the girl to return immediately, and Tinya obediently complied. As she pulled back the curtain and stepped inside, Tinya asked Alan Nim if his conversation had yielded good results. Alan confirmed it was a useful exchange, while Tinya looked in surprise at the alchemist Hans, who was prostrate on the floor. Alan explained that Hans had revealed a dragon's lair in the northwest, causing Tinya to exclaim in shock. "A dragon?" Hans quickly corrected her, saying it was where a dragon used times to live. He added that the place was filled with treasure and was also the source of the dragon scales. Hans desperately pleaded to be believed, while Tinya pondered the location he was referring to. The girl realized it might be the ancient Aslan mausoleum, a place also rumored to contain dragon scales. Tinya shared that she had also heard stories about the mausoleum's guardian dragon, making Alan curious if Aslan had once raised dragons. The elderly man confirmed it was an ancient tale, while Hans continued to beg Alan to trust him. After a moment of contemplation, Alan decided to give it a try. He announced that the location would also be a good place for Tinya and the others to stay, causing the girl to call his name gratefully. Alan ordered Hans to lead the way, and the alchemist joyfully stammered his thanks. But then Alan unexpectedly placed his hand on Hans's head and offered a reminder. With his eyes flashing red, Alan threatened to bury Hans alive right there if it turned out to be a lie. On the way, Hans explained that he had obtained this information from the man they had taken the dragon scales from. He recounted that he had given the man food and water, and in return, the man had told him everything he knew. Alan questioned him skeptically, but Hans insisted that the story did not seem false at all. Alan was simultaneously thinking that the dragon story sounded like a bluff, while the entire group marveled at the grandeur of an ancient hall. Hans excitedly shouted that he had been right, and Alan had to admit that the place truly existed. However, Hans corrected himself, stating that he only said this place used times to be a dragon's dwelling, as he didn't believe dragons still existed in this era. As they proceeded deeper, a giant black shadow suddenly enveloped the group from above. A colossal skeletal dragon with glowing red eyes emerged from the ceiling, letting out a thunderous roar. Hans realized in horror that the dragon had not only lived there, but it still existed. The skeletal dragon opened its jaws, gathering a massive sphere of destructive energy. It unleashed a fierce torrent of energy, engulfing the entire group amid desperate screams. Struck by the attack, Alan groaned in pain and blamed himself for being foolish enough to trust Hans. His entire body was submerged in the chaotic magical energy of the attack. The dragon continued its attack, with a gigantic skeletal hand, created from energy. The entire group was thrown back by the terrifying explosion that shook the entire hall. The elderly man was thrown to the ground, struggling to crawl back up in pain. Hans lay stunned on the floor, wondering if he was still alive. After struggling to stand, Hans quickly called out, anxiously asking about everyone's condition, especially Tinya. Tinya stood silently with her back turned, seemingly unharmed by the explosion. When Hans called her name again, Tinya turned back with wide eyes, utterly astonished by the sight before her. Amidst the smoke and dust, Alan stood up, coughing, confused about what had just happened. Before him was the corpse of the gigantic skeleton dragon, lying motionless on the shattered ground. While examining the dragon's corpse, Alan noticed something strange. It had sustained a fatal wound even before he arrived. He suddenly understood the strange behavior of the man who had sold the dragon scales to Hans. It turned out that the merchant hadn't been lying after all. Suddenly, Hans rushed over in a panic, pointing and asking Alan what that thing was. Alan thought he was talking about the dragon, but Hans quickly interrupted, saying that thing was right in front of Tinya. Alan turned his head to look. Hans screamed in terror about a gigantic thing that had just appeared. He frantically asked Alan what it was. A gigantic skeleton was emerging from a pool of holy power right behind Tinya. Alan was also stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. He wondered if that colossal creature had been summoned by him. Hans immediately questioned him, arguing that no one but Alan could summon such a massive amount of holy power. The gigantic skeletal creature turned its head, its glowing red eyes staring at the group, causing Hans to scream for help. The ground shook violently, and rocks fell from the cave ceiling, terrifying everyone. Amidst the chaos, the creature spoke, proclaiming itself the master of life and death. It continued to introduce its name as its gigantic skeletal hands slammed down onto the ground. The creature declared itself the Skeleton King, Don O Donchud. Hans could only stammer the words, "Skeleton King," in utter horror. Contrary to the elderly man's anxiety, Tinya seemed utterly delighted by the Skeleton King, calling it a cool angel. Alan realized that he had accidentally summoned this creature when he raised his hand to block the dragon's attack. He confirmed to himself that he was the one who had summoned it. Standing before the colossal creature, Alan asked directly, "Did I summon you?" He continued to ask about its range of movement but received no answer, concluding that it didn't know either. Alan decided to find out for himself, and when he gave the signal, the Skeleton King's gigantic hand began to move. It easily lifted the massive corpse of the skeleton dragon off the ground. Hans screamed in terror as the corpse was moved right over his head, demanding a warning beforehand. The Skeleton King gently tossed the dragon corpse into the glowing pool of water. Witnessing that sight, Hans still couldn't believe the extraordinary power he had just seen. Alan felt that controlling this creature was not easy, while Hans shouted from behind that it was impossible. Hans suddenly darted past, pointing toward the passage that the dragon had previously blocked. He was utterly astonished to see that the passage was now overflowing with gold and treasures. Overjoyed, Hans cheered that they were rich, and urged Alan to tell the Skeleton King to move aside, making Alan sigh. Alan asked Hans, an alchemist, about spatial items, but Hans replied that they were not common. Unexpectedly, the Skeleton King spoke, calling Alan master, and mentioning ancient spatial magic. Don O'Donshad inquired about Alan's condition, surprising him, who didn't understand why it would ask. It explained that it was not a typical summoned entity, and right then, Alan felt a sharp pain. The Skeleton King revealed that maintaining its existence required a massive energy source. The Skeleton King anxiously called Alan's name when it saw him starting to collapse. Alan's body gradually dissolved into light as he lamented the enormous amount of divine power being consumed. He yelled that he should have been warned sooner, then passed out amidst the Skeleton King's frantic calls. In a laboratory in another world, a machine suddenly overloaded and emitted violent lightning bolts, causing the scientists to panic. The machine caught fire, and an elderly scientist angrily ordered everyone to evacuate immediately. Both scientists froze as purple light enveloped them. Amidst the energy vortex, a young man wearing a hoodie appeared, astonishing the onlookers. The young man was sucked straight into the vortex amid the panicked screams around him. Alan woke up and realized he had passed out again. And every time, he was tied up somewhere. He angrily demanded an explanation, and Hans, along with an elderly former slave, asked why he kept fainting. Hans revealed that 10 days had passed, astonishing Alan, who likened himself to being in hibernation. Alan wondered if he could afford to use such a costly summoned creature, just as Tinya arrived to report that they hadn't found any food or water. Tinya explained that they had asked the previously rescued mercenaries to take the group to the nearest city. From a distance, Alan, still bound with Hans, saw a rather large city come into view. Tinya stated that it was the slave city of Yahello, home to the continent's largest slave market. Meanwhile, in the Aslan Empire, a mysterious leader listened to the report in silence. His two subordinates were confused about having to plead with the Holy Kingdom after already declaring war. The Aslan leader reconfirmed the news that Celtic had completely halted the army sent to Humite. He furiously demanded an update on Oscar and the two princes, but his subordinates could only stammer. Rahama deduced that those who were teleported must be within Aslan territory. Scolded by their master, the subordinates fearfully bowed their heads in apology. Rahama was extremely frustrated, concluding that there was nothing positive in the report. Suddenly, a messenger rushed in, shouting Rahama's name. The messenger reported that the Holy Emperor had sent a reply, and Rahama calmly remarked that it had finally arrived. When asked about the contents, another subordinate tremblingly replied that he dared not speak the words. Rahama lost patience and snatched the letter from the subordinate's hand. The letter presented two demands. Aslan must pay tribute for 20 years, and Emperor Rahama must take responsibility for the war. The condition for taking responsibility was that Rahama must kiss the Holy Emperor's feet, while completely naked, causing him to furiously crumple the letter. The subordinates were terrified by Rahama's fury as he roared, unable to believe that Celtic dared to provoke him. Emperor Rahama Aslan gnashed his teeth in hatred. Muttering Celtic's name, he screamed, accepting the challenge. Rahama issued orders to his vassal lords, and they immediately complied. He demanded that the princes be captured and brought to kneel before him. Rahama warned that anyone who spoke nonsense would be immediately beheaded. He ordered that the princes must be found before the Holy Kingdom finds them. The goal was to sever all their limbs, making them unrecognizable, and then send their heads as a gift to the Holy Emperor. In the midst of his extreme rage, Rahama continued to curse Celtic. Just then, a subordinate returned to report good news. The subordinate reported that witnesses had seen the third prince in Yahello, the city of slaves. He added that the Holy Kingdom's crown prince might also be there. Hearing this, Rahama furiously grabbed the subordinate by the throat. He strangled the subordinate to death and growled, asking if that was supposed to be good news. Rahama realized that the Holy Kingdom's monster was targeting him. He calculated that the princes were in the same place, and his connection with the Dark Lich King had also been severed. Rahama feared that the Sword King and the other princes were all gathering in Yahello. He clenched his bleeding hand, furious at being underestimated. Rahama turned to the remaining subordinates and began issuing orders. He ordered them to take the army and burn Yahello to ashes. A subordinate frantically protested that Yahello was holy ground, but Rahama coldly told him not to make him repeat himself. Rahama declared he would no longer be swayed by the Holy Kingdom, and ordered a complete blockade of the city. He swore he would show the old Holy Emperor his power, even if every single person in the city had to die. Meanwhile, Tinya tried to call Alan, who was listlessly lying on the back of an undead subordinate. Hans complained about Alan's sluggishness, but Alan indifferently replied that he hadn't thought about getting up yet. Alan asked an older man about the commotion, and learned it was the slave parade passing by. The man explained that this city was famous for its Colosseum, reserved only for slaves fighting to the death. Alan expressed disgust upon learning that people enjoyed such a non-stop arena. Just as the man was about to say that slaves had no right to refuse, Alan suddenly froze, recognizing a familiar face among the chained group. In the slave procession, the chained red-haired man tearfully claimed to be a prince but only received mockery from the guard. Alan was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes as he wondered why his young, older brother, friend, was in this place. Suddenly, a desperate scream echoed through the city night, demanding they stop. Hans angrily questioned Alan about the cost of an item, but Alan coldly replied that Hans was being stingy. Hans reminded him that he had saved Alan from a dragon and shared the treasure, meat, and dragon scales equally with everyone. He was furious that Alan begrudged a piece of paper, but Tinya quickly interrupted, telling him not to refer to it that way. Hans held up a teleportation scroll that could only move 3 meters, irritably stating that it was not only too precious to give away, but was also being used incorrectly. He questioned how a 3-meter teleportation scroll could possibly be used to enter the massive city of Yahello. Alan bluntly remarked that the scroll was more useless than trash, then added that he didn't like hearing that, even though he had seen Hans give up. Hans challenged Alan to find another item that could teleport 3 meters, but Alan only wondered if anyone would actually buy it. Alan secretly thought no fool would spend hundreds of gold coins just to teleport 3 meters. Realizing that teleportation must be extremely difficult. Hans argued that with such poor efficiency, one couldn't dream of space travel, but Alan asserted that theoretically, nothing was impossible. When Hans pressed him on whether he could do it yet, Alan only replied with a rhetorical question. Alan began explaining to his companions the nature of summoning the dead, and revealed that this world did not have just one single origin. He listed the different dimensions, the human realm, the purgatory of the dead, the imprisoned giant's domain, and the legendary spirit realm. He explained that a light soul can easily pass through the wall separating dimensions. However, a physical body with mass cannot cross that wall on its own, even if disintegrated into molecules. Therefore, an enormous source of energy is needed to weaken the wall, a task that is already difficult even within the same dimension. Suddenly understanding, Hans grabbed Alan Alphals, and astonishingly called him Your Highness. But Alan's mind was preoccupied only with the problem his older friend was facing. Alan Alphals lamented that the plan to sneak in quietly using teleportation had failed. With a confident smile, he decided to march in openly and cause a massive commotion. In a symbolic moment, Alan silently thanked his grandfather for the help. Elsewhere, a muscular man thanked Archbishop Raphael Astoria for helping him shed his burden. Raphael appeared moved, but his granddaughter Alice Astoria teased him for being late. A flashback appeared, showing Holy Emperor Celtic Atfalls painfully blaming Raphael for the soldiers' deaths. Raphael argued that he had struggled greatly just to capture the one named Kashim, but Celtic merely scoffed that he was old and weak. Returning to the present, Celtic brushed aside his irritation and asked Raphael about the missing people, especially Oscar Balder. Raphael reassured him that Oscar would arrive soon and told Celtic to stop grumbling. While Celtic was still skeptical, a figure suddenly landed forcefully on the ground. A young soldier with ash-blonde hair appeared and demanded that the Holy Knights reveal their identities. Celtic asked Raphael how he knew someone was coming, and he simply replied that it was a hunch. Meanwhile, far away, Oscar Balder was confirmed to be alive and was thinking about Alan's survival capabilities. The young soldier reported to Celtic, explaining that he had struggled greatly to find his way through the desert. Raphael was astonished to learn that the soldier had walked across the Aslan desert alone. The soldier refused a Holy Knight's offer of healing, asserting that reporting the information must take priority. He began his report, stating that he had seen Rahama's massive army along the way, but the most crucial information was that the army was not heading toward the Holy Kingdom. Celtic Atfalls, lying on the ground, suddenly realized a terrifying truth. Their target was his grandchildren. Oscar Balder asked his gray-bearded commander about their destination, and was told it was Yahello. The commander analyzed that bringing siege weapons indicated this was an attack, not a defense. He wondered if there was something in Yahello that was threatening their superiors. He muttered that the only reason to attack one's own city during wartime was to eliminate an internal threat. The commander asked Oscar Balder to command half the army with him, and Oscar immediately agreed. Meanwhile, the Holy Emperor Celtic Atfalls ordered that the enemy must be forced to surrender, but if they resisted fiercely, then they were permitted to kill them all. Oscar affirmed that he would carry out the order, while his commander appeared troubled. The gray-bearded commander speculated that the threat might be the princes themselves. However, he still felt that something was wrong. He believed the scale of this military operation was excessive just to capture the princes. The commander concluded that besides the princes, there must be another objective in Yahello. In Yahello, a blond man looked at a notice and realized the situation was unstable. The paper advertised a slave gladiator named Lupul who had achieved 9 victories, making the blond man wonder if it was someone he knew. He chuckled inwardly, surprised that Rufel could manage so well even as a slave. The blond man recalled that he was fortunate to receive help and meet Rufel smoothly in Yahello, but now, he worried that Rufel's fame would make escaping in silence difficult. He smirked, thinking about the rule that a slave would be granted freedom after 10 victories. However, he became wary when he saw figures in black cloaks glide past, and thought they couldn't be easily trusted. He realized that Aslan must have caught wind of something, and Rufel's identity might have been exposed due to his own actions. The blond man confronted the figures in black cloaks, asking if they intended to just stand there and watch. He grabbed one of them, his eyes glowing, and declared that he would act now. The man released energy, deciding to break through, while skeletal creatures rose from the ground to attack. Grotesque skeletons with animal skulls surrounded him. He braced himself against a powerful attack. Elsewhere, 2 Yahello guards were startled by a loud noise coming from the residential area. One of the guards stopped Alan's group and asked who they were. Alan calmly replied that they were tourists who had business at the fortress. When asked if they were the Lord's guests, Alan denied it, and said they were there to meet a brother. The 2 guards were astonished when Alan said his brother was currently a slave. One guard scoffed, asking if Alan was crazy, but the boy confidently asserted his high status. Alan declared that he was the 7th Prince Alan Ulfos, terrifying Hans because he dared to impersonate royalty from a hostile nation. The guard lost patience, warning Alan to stop the theatrics. He pointed his spear at Alan, angrily threatening to sell the entire group into slavery for this joke. Alan smirked, deeming the guard's words an insult to the royal family. He offered to show them a special performance as an apology, frightening the guards. Alan's hand began to emit blue magic as he asked if they had ever heard of magic. In an underground tunnel, Hans was astonished to realize there was actually a secret passage. Alan stood before a large stone sarcophagus and screamed his own name in horror. He turned back to warn his companions not to touch anything, as they were Aslan's traps. Alan touched the sarcophagus and realized something. He turned back to the 2 Yahello guards, demanding their attention. One guard asked Alan if he saw anything behind him. The guard confirmed he saw nothing but Alan, and the boy acknowledged this while clasping his hands together. Alan countered, asking, "Then what is behind you?" While a massive mummy with a gruesome smile appeared. The mummy leaned close to the stunned guard, its eyes glowing brightly. Amidst the terrified screams, Alan declared that this was magic, creating objects from nothingness. He smiled smugly, saying he had just acquired a brand new army of mummies. Hans screamed in terror, demanding Alan stop and questioning him about summoning both skeletons and mummies. Alan declared that playtime was over and used a divine artifact. The system announced that his equipment was being temporarily enhanced, granting the scattershot skill. He fired a massive blue energy blast, shattering the ground and ordering the unnecessary people to leave. Alan turned back and asked his group why they hadn't left yet. The terrified guards fled, wondering if that creature was the one from the rumors. They looked back in horror at the army of mummies equipped with countless holy bullets. A guard shouted an order to report the news to Rahama immediately. The guard said to report that the rumored angel had appeared, while an imprisoned red-haired young man heard the name Alan. The red-haired young man sat in his cell, thinking there was no way Alan would come to save a traitor like him. He recalled the scene of Alan running away and hoped his younger brother was safe. He clenched his fist, thinking about his debut in the Colosseum and using the Holy Kingdom's swordsmanship. Inside the cell, the red-haired young man wondered if the rumors about an angel were true. 2 Yahello guards approached, one yelling when the prisoner cried out that he was not a slave. One guard confirmed that this was the slave Lord Rahama had ordered them to bring, shocking the red-haired young man. A voice commanded them to simply bring the slave to the palace, leaving the young man bewildered. The guards opened the door and rushed in, grabbing the struggling and screaming prisoner. As he was dragged away, he screamed, asking where they were taking him, when the ground suddenly shook violently. Rocks shot up from the ground, hitting the guards directly and knocking them down. A voice rang out, asking the red-haired young man if he was hurt, causing him to look up in astonishment. Amidst the unconscious guards, the voice declared that he had come to save his older brother. Alan Allfalls smiled gently under the moonlight, calling the young man his younger brother. He offered a strip of cloth toward the young man, telling him to take hold, and received profuse thanks. The red-haired young man was stunned to see Alan sitting on a rock outcrop with two mummies. From a distance, Alan observed the city of Yahello engulfed in smoke and fire. He ordered everyone to leave Yahello, while the freed slaves joyfully gave thanks. Tinya and the elderly man ran over to report to Alan that no slaves had been left behind. She urged everyone that they should also escape quickly. Alan had a mummy carry the red-haired young man on its back, assuring him not to mind its frightening appearance. The red-haired young man accepted, while Alan listened, and noted that the mummies were holding up very well. Just as Alan decided the group would leave Yahello, a loud shout stopped them. A mysterious blonde swordsman suddenly appeared, plunging his blue-glowing sword into the ground. The blonde swordsman directly asked Alan if he was the one controlling the mummies. Alan thought to himself that although he had heard about the holy undead, seeing it firsthand was still interesting, and wondered who this person was. The stranger continued his interrogation, saying that Alan had not only broken through the city gate but also entered the fortress itself, then asked if he was the rumored angel. He mused that the angel was also said to be a weapon of the Holy Kingdom. Meanwhile, Alan used his ability to check the information on the man named White Alphos, who was described as possessing transcendent divine power and a benevolent nature. The status window also noted that White Alphos was currently searching for his son, which astonished Alan. Seeing Alan remain silent, White Alphos urged him to answer. He suddenly closed the distance, held a glowing dagger to Alan's neck, and warned that he couldn't distinguish friend from foe if Alan kept silent. Tinya and the others cried out Alan's name in panic. However, White Alphos was merely sensing Alan's profound divine power. He realized that Alan had no intention of harming Lufel, but rather had saved him. Alan smiled, asking in return if White Alphos was a knight of the royal family. Immediately after, Alan transformed his appearance into a long-haired man, then asked if he looked like a knight. White Alphos was stunned by the transformation and exclaimed that it was unbelievable. He recognized him and called out Alan's name. Alan returned to his original form with a smug expression. In a symbolic scene, Alan acknowledged White Alphos as his father. Elsewhere, Rahama felt the fortress was too noisy. A messenger collapsed after reporting the situation to him. Rahama clenched his fist, realizing that the Yahello fortress was under attack and speculating that White had begun his move. A messenger arrived to report to Rahama, who ordered him to speak. The soldier urgently reported that the Holy Kingdom's army was advancing toward them. Rahama muttered that the enemy was not aiming for the capital. Realizing that Old Man Celtic had guessed his intentions, he ordered that the prince must not encounter the Holy Kingdom's forces. A vassal commander was ordered to have the troops surround the city and capture everyone alive. Rahama declared that he would personally go to Yahello and authorize the killing of those who resisted. He stated that he would not go alone but would be accompanied by his divine sons, intimidating dark entities. Rahama gave the messenger a final order: kill the prince and take the rest hostage. Immediately after, Rahama and his forces rode horses across the desert. He asserted that this time, they would trample the Holy Kingdom. Rahama's army prepared flaming arrows. A rain of flaming arrows was shot toward the city of Yahello as the order to attack was given. Meanwhile, Rufel Alfals slowly regained consciousness. He was being carried by one of Alan's mummies, which silently wondered why he was always angry. White Alphos suddenly appeared, called out Lupel's name, and told him to get down if he was awake. Rufel was astonished to recognize his father. White Alphos turned to Alan and said that he had fought very hard. Rufel confusedly asked why his father was here, while White Alphos looked at Alan as if confirming something. White Alphos thanked Alan for saving him last time, leading Alan to reflect that this was the biological father of this body. Alan recalled that after his wife Elisha was killed and his son cursed, he never returned to the palace, making it impossible for Alan to consider him a good father. White Alphos embraced Rufel and asked where Alan had been all this time. Alan replied that he was looking for someone. Alan secretly thought about the special note in his father's status window, searching for son. He was confused, wondering which son his father was talking about, as the timing of his search did not match when he and his brother went missing. Suddenly, a bugle call sounded. White guessed it belonged to the Holy Kingdom, but Alan realized the sound was different. Tinya confirmed in horror that it was the bugle call of Aslan. She screamed that it was Emperor Rahama's army approaching. Alan wondered why they were attacking their own city, and White replied that he had a guess. White smiled confidently, suggesting that the reason for the attack was precisely his presence, which surprised Alan. He explained that he was the son of the Holy Emperor and possessed the legitimate right of succession. Alan deduced that Aslan must have also recognized Rufal's identity, causing him to panic, and they feared the princes were gathering forces. Hans suggested using the merchant badge to escape, but Alan immediately dismissed the idea. A rain of missiles poured down on the city, and Alan concluded that the enemy's intention was to massacre everyone. White reassured the frightened Rufal, saying the enemy wouldn't care about their identities. He boldly declared that he would act as bait to draw their attention. Alan realized that their target had been him all along. White admitted he wasn't as strong as the Holy Emperor, but he was still strong enough to hold out. He asked Alan about his summoning ability, and the boy confirmed he could still manage, despite the lingering effects from summoning the Skeleton King. White was satisfied, reiterating that he would draw their attention so Alan and the others could escape. He urged everyone to act quickly, because they didn't have much time left. Alan accepted the plan, and summoned a bone horse from Blue Holy Energy. Alan instructed everyone, including Rufal, to mount the horse to prepare to break through the city gates while their father bought them time. He asked his father to keep an eye on the populace, and White Ulfos praised his son's kindness, saying he would make a good ruler. White Ulfos patted Alan's shoulder, humbly replying that he wasn't interested in ruling, and that Alan's older brothers would handle it. He smiled, expressing regret that they didn't have more time to talk. Alan agreed and promised to see his father again while they were both alive. The bone horse stomped its hooves, ready to gallop. White Ulfos dashed away at terrifying speed, leaving Alan astonished and wondering if that was truly his father. As Alan urged the horse to follow, Rufal yelled at him to slow down, but Alan replied that he wasn't rushing at all. Suddenly, Alan pulled the reins, sensing something dangerous approaching. He realized the pursuers were not the crown prince when strange flashes of light appeared on the city walls. Tinya looked back, and was horrified when she recognized the identity of the approaching figures. He screamed that they were assassins as they leaped across the rooftops with glowing weapons. Rufal looked back irritably, wondering if the pursuers were Rahama's half-breeds. A lizard-man assassin gave orders to his comrades, while commenting on the incredible speed of the other black-robed assassins. Two lizardman assassins rushed forward, their bodies seemingly secreting a strange liquid. One of them launched a liquid attack, causing Rufal, who was riding behind, to cry out. The bone horse's leg was corroded by the liquid, causing it to stumble, and Rufal screamed for help in panic. Annoyed, Alan reached out his hand, summoning a magic book glowing with blue energy. A mummy suddenly rushed forward, knocking down a lizardman assassin. Much to his surprise, the leader ordered his comrades to ignore the mummy, while Alan realized that it alone couldn't hold them off. Alan screamed in horror when he saw Tinya and Daemon being attacked by a stranger on the bone horse. He gritted his teeth, deciding to resort to a stronger measure as blue energy gathered in his hand. While a new skeletal entity was being summoned, Rufal yelled that summoning more mummies was useless. Rufal's horse reared up in fear, and he quickly warned Alan to look ahead. A gigantic Aslan battle elephant suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Once the group was on the elephant's back, Hans wondered about the assassin's target, but Tinya dismissed him, saying it was obvious. Hans shouted for them to charge and crush the enemy, while Rufal screamed hysterically as the elephant began to move. Overwhelmed by fear, Rufal turned to his brother, begging him to do something. In the air, Alan was hovering, holding a glowing object and preparing for a major spell. He yelled at Rufal to shut up, as he was performing a ritual with mummies arranged in a star shape. The ritual created a gigantic, dark, rectangular gate, inscribed with glowing ancient runes. One of the lizardman assassins was thrown off the charging battle elephant. A blue energy explosion shook and fractured the ground. From the rubble, a gigantic earth and stone golem began to rise. The golem's massive fist, encased in purple energy, slammed directly down onto a group of red-robed figures. Witnessing the scene, Rufal realized in horror that their father had turned the entire group into bait. Alan merely smirked, silently challenging his father to wait and see. Elsewhere, Alan's father observed the battle, astonished by the number of weapons the Aslan forces had brought. He raised a hand to his forehead, watching the situation intently with a serious expression. He concluded that this time, the Aslan Empire had arrived with immense determination. Alan's father mused about his son's incredible skill in dealing with the enemy alone. He blamed himself for being absent for 11 years and failing to fulfill his duties as a father. Standing amidst the fallen enemies, he felt a bitter aftertaste. A voice rang out, calling his name. White Alfals. White replied, saying he thought that person had gone missing. He questioned why the opponent was causing trouble in his own territory in such a petty manner. His opponent was revealed to be an aging hero of Aslan. The old hero asked if the wounds inflicted by White's father had healed, and relayed a message that his emperor would eliminate White. White Alphals confidently retorted, challenging the Emperor of Aslan to come here himself. His eyes flashed with power as he issued the challenge. In a distant place, Emperor Rahama seemed to sense something. Meanwhile, an Aslan soldier stood before a gigantic structure. The soldier knelt before Rahama and reported that they had found the Crown Prince. He stated that the Crown Prince was in the center of Yahello city, making Rahama realize the golem was not summoned by White. Rahama ordered the vassals to block the Crown Prince's path, viewing both father and son as monsters. The soldier volunteered to stay behind to eliminate the remaining monster there. Returning to the battlefield, the ground beneath Alan's group began to crack. Alan looked down into the opening abyss and realized it was a golem cyclops. He explained that this was a guardian entity that could only be summoned after a certain number of mummies were destroyed. Facing the perilous situation, Alan accepted that he had no choice but to fight. In a chaotic memory, Rufel Alphals screamed Alan's name. Alan was thrown back as a group of assassins, calling themselves Hashashin, appeared. He was struck by an energy blast, while a bony hand rose up. Alan's skeleton army easily massacred the screaming Hashashin members. One assassin revealed his true form as a werewolf with blazing red eyes. The werewolf lunged to attack but was astonished by an invisible force. A mummy summoned by Alan grabbed the werewolf and absorbed it with dark energy. Completely overwhelmed, the werewolf was attacked by other summoned creatures, including a giant snake. Returning to the present, Rufel caught the exhausted Alan and anxiously checked on him. Alan muttered to himself that he had used too much holy power and couldn't run away. A water skeleton warrior was summoned, standing in front of everyone, and demanding the enemy surrender. It promised to treat them like royalty if they would lay down their weapons. Hans desperately thought that their side was certainly going to lose. A holy skeleton knight asked Alan if he should step forward to negotiate as the prince. Standing before the golem cyclops, Alan loudly declared himself the seventh prince of the Holy Empire. He demanded to be treated appropriately and asked who the commander was, leading two Aslan soldiers to believe he was trying to negotiate from a position of weakness. Just as the Aslan commander stepped out, Alan interrupted and demanded that he order his army to surrender immediately. Rufel was stunned by Alan's audacious action. Alan, now wearing a red-horned skull mask, ordered the enemy to admit defeat and clear the path. He threatened to kill them all if they refused, causing the Aslan soldiers on the battle elephants to burst out laughing and call him crazy. Alan coldly asked if the enemy was aware of their situation, then began counting down from 5. The Aslan commander scoffed, thinking Alan was just a naive child who didn't understand what was happening. He was about to yell that this wasn't how negotiations worked, but Alan continued counting to 2. When the final number was counted, the golem cyclops' eye glowed brightly, accumulating a massive surge of energy. The golem fired a destructive beam straight at Alan's position, causing an Aslan soldier to curse the crazy prince. A fierce explosion of light engulfed the entire area. When the dust settled, Alan was still standing, flanked by the red-haired man and Hans, and he ordered his general to teach them a lesson. A powerful undead entity with a bird-shaped skull emerged from the energy vortex, declaring that they had warned the enemy to step aside. Alan asserted that their chance was over, while countless skeletons began rising up behind him. The skeleton army with blazing blue eyes stood ready, and Alan ordered them to send the enemy back to their commander. Immediately, the entire skeleton army charged forward like a storm. They attacked the Aslan army with an unstoppable force, creating violent collisions. An Aslan commander watched in shock as his army was massacred. He looked in horror at Alan, who stood amidst the chaotic battlefield with a wound on his shoulder. The commander knelt, realizing the person before him was the legendary angel. Meanwhile, in another location, a ritual was taking place with a prophecy that Aslan would bring salvation. An old sorcerer eloquently declared that the land of the dead would vanish, giving way to a lush, green territory. In a great hall, Haima confirmed to another official that the prophecy of Aslan's most famous sorcerer always comes true. Another Aslan leader smiled sinisterly, revealing that he was thinking of a war of conquest. His voice echoed over images of Crown Princess Rose Darina and a young Rufel Alphals, revealing that everything had been arranged with the 3 princes with the help of the sorcerer. In the past, Emperor Rahama heard the prophecy and sought the prophet's counsel. The prophet replied that Rahama would be known as the worst emperor in history. He explained that Rahama's recklessness would lead to countless cities being razed, mass casualties, and the destruction of Aslan. However, the prophet added that Rahama would do one thing right. He prophesied that Rahama would guide an angel to this land, and one of his children would be chosen by the angel. Refusing to accept the prophecy, Rahama suddenly killed the prophet on the spot. With a look of contempt, Rahama cursed the man he had just killed as a rat of the feudal theocracy. He then ordered the guards to take the prophet's corpse and dump it in the desert. Rahama wanted the corpse to be devoured by wild beasts. Returning to the present, an Aslan commander observed Alan Al-Fal's undead army and secretly thought it was a holy and divine army. He recalled the prophecy about a person beloved by the gods, an outsider invited to this world. That person would bring salvation to the world. The commander approached Alan Al-Fal's group, mentally identifying him as a necromancer. He spoke up, asking if the masked person was the angel mentioned in the prophecy. The commander could feel the power emanating from Alan Al-Fal's skeleton army. He realized that this child, despite his youth, would become a greater threat than even the Holy Emperor. He accurately recalled the prophet's words from years ago, that the Emperor would guide the angel here. The commander turned and ordered his soldiers to restrain those accompanying Alan Al-Fal's. Alan Al-Fal's stepped forward, declaring that he would deal with the commander himself. The Aslan commander swung his mace, attacking Alan Al-Fal's. The powerful impact cracked Alan Al-Fal's skull mask. A massive explosion engulfed the top of the fortress, causing an observer to scream Alan Al-Fal's name. Struggling to his feet amidst the rubble, Alan Al-Fal's was astonished by his opponent's strength. The force of the attack sent Alan Al-Fal's flying far through the air. A status window appeared, revealing the identity of the Aslan Emperor, Rahama, making Alan Al-Fal's realize the source of this power. The commander slammed his weapon onto the ground, deciding not to hold back anymore while Tinya quickly dodged. With a wound on his shoulder, Alan Al-Fal's raised his hand, preparing to counterattack. He staggered and had to use a staff to support his body. Alan Al-Fal's realized it was Amon's staff, a magic amplifying item that was too heavy. Using divine power, Alan Al-Fal's began the process of enhancing his stats. He scrolled through a series of enhancement effects, searching for a suitable option. Giving no more time, the commander charged forward with the mace in his hand. His weapon was enveloped in purple lightning energy, delivering a devastating blow. A giant mechanical spider-like creature suddenly appeared, blocking the commander's attack. The commander was pushed back slightly by the force of the collision. The summoned creature and the commander engaged in a high-speed battle, their weapons constantly clashing. The spider creature fired a barrage of energy beams, but the commander blocked them all with his shield. Concentrating his strength into one strike, the commander swung his mace, shattering the spider creature's defenses. The mace flew straight forward, aiming for Alan Al-Fal's cracked mask. The Aslan commander mocked that Alan Al-Fal's skills were unworthy of his reputation, then swung his sword to attack. Alan Al-Fal's was knocked away, slamming hard into the stone wall and shattering it. His skull mask shattered, revealing his face as he coughed up blood. In the dust cloud, the commander approached Alan Al-Fal's, who lay motionless on the ground. He raised his sword, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. He gripped the hilt tightly, channeling power into his weapon. With a confident gaze, he looked down at his defeated target. Suddenly, a massive blue energy beam shot straight at the commander. From the ground, Alan Al-Fal's aimed a small weapon, mocking the commander for getting ahead of himself. The commander collapsed, motionless on the ground, as dark energy radiated from his body. In another location, a voice rang out, asking the opponent if they knew who he was. Inside an energy cage, Rufel Al-Fal's shouted, declaring himself the third prince of the Holy Empire. A mysterious swordsman with a frog on his hood mocked that Rufel Al-Fal's swordsmanship was worse than a child's. Elsewhere, as Hans searched for tools to help the group escape, a voice demanded that Tinya surrender. A blonde swordsman appeared, demanding Tinya return and hand over the prince so her father wouldn't blame her. Another group of monsters also spoke up, saying they were the only ones who truly understood Tinya. Tinya lowered her face, replying that she knew, but could not follow their words. She recalled the moment she met Alan Al-Fal's, who taught her how to live a worthwhile life. With a determined gaze, Tinya looked up, declaring she would fight for him. Hans and the elderly prisoner were surprised by Tinya's resolve. Tinya stared in astonishment at the seed in her hand, which was emitting a brilliant light. Memories of past battles flooded Alan's mind, starting with the image of a roaring giant skeleton. He recalled an enemy in a black cloak slaughtering his skeleton army. Another battle appeared, where he had to wear a skull mask and use a gun to fight the enemy. He also remembered a resilient armored warrior who stood up to shield him. That warrior used a shield to block a destructive energy blast. Another enemy's spiked mace whizzed through the air, shattering boulders. The enemy in the black cloak unleashed a powerful attack. Alan was thrown back by an explosion, his body covered in injuries. Another enemy with light-colored hair mocked that he was slower than before. The memory focused on the enemy in the black cloak, who rushed forward and declared he would end everything. His attack created a terrifying explosion, throwing one of Alan's allies away. Lying on the ground, Alan bitterly admitted that the enemy's words were true. He desperately thought about his depleted holy power and how the opponent's fighting style completely countered his own. Alan felt cornered for the first time as his summoned creatures were uselessly destroyed. He stared at the enemy, standing tall amidst the battlefield. Alan realized the opponent looked different and speculated that he was burning his lifespan to gain power. In desperation, Alan decided to resort to a final measure and called out the Hashashin's names. He ordered the subordinates in red cloaks to sacrifice their lives. The enemy transformed into a demonic creature and began absorbing the life energy, making Alan realize the truth in horror. The enemy roared that he would stop stalling and stomped his foot, shattering the ground. He lunged forward, swinging the gigantic mace down with terrifying force. Alan lay on the ground, looking up at the enemy's weapon, hurtling straight toward him. In another scene, an Aslan commander looked up as a beam of light shone down. He scoffed, saying that after the undead, his opponent was now summoning a tree. Alan, looking younger, emerged from the muddy ground as a gigantic tree grew behind him. A tree spirit appeared, asking Alan if he could hear its voice and saying that the children wanted to protect him. Elsewhere, a voice echoed amidst the black smoke, stating that smoke bombs had been used to buy time. Amidst the smoke, Haima's former subordinate wondered about its origin, while Hans stood nearby. Meanwhile, a group of monsters discovered Tinya unconscious next to a large tree. Their leader rushed over, trying to shake Tinya awake. Tinya opened her eyes, surprised, and noticed the strange situation. The tree spirit was surprised to be summoned by a dark elf, and asked if she used both holy power and magic. The spirit explained that it was Alan's ability to combine the two powers that had influenced Tinya. Tinya looked up at the gigantic tree in awe, never expecting to witness this sight. She began to explain that what she offered was merely a seed from the tree in the Dark Order's base. It was an act to show gratitude for what Alan had done for them. By analyzing the laws behind Hans's teleportation ability, along with information gathered from Alan's summoned creatures, she attempted to summon a spirit using the seed as a medium. A voice echoed from within the grove, deciding that it was time to introduce itself. The entity revealed its name was Yggdrasil, the world tree that maintains the balance of all things. Tinya uttered the legendary name in astonishment. She recalled that Yggdrasil was the tree of life, the center of the world that once connected the realms in ancient times. Tinya wondered because books stated that Yggdrasil only existed in the spirit world, and the tree explained this presence was merely a clone. Confused, Tinya asked if that meant she had summoned the world tree. Yggdrasil denied it, saying it wasn't summoned but came willingly after its children reported that someone was trying to call spirits from another dimension. The tree asked if Tinya intended to summon the small orbs of light that were beginning to appear. Surrounded by the light spirits, Tinya confirmed it, and Yggdrasil said it sensed her emotions. Tinya explained that she could not bring herself to commit the act of taking the lives of living beings. Suddenly, dark tree roots erupted from the ground, throwing Tinya and the elderly man away. A gigantic, spiked root lunged forward. Immediately, a stream of pure blue energy collided with and purified the dark root. From the land corroded by dark magic, lush green grass sprouted amidst the particles of light. Yggdrasil's voice resonated, confirming that it could only bestow life. The tree spirit announced that it could not remain long in this form, and its assistance was now concluded. Tinya wondered what she should do next, as Yggdrasil told her to follow her will. She asserted that what she needed to do had been decided long ago, while Alan's image flashed in her mind. Meanwhile, Alan, shielded by a gigantic root, was confused when the light spirits greeted him and said they had come to help. The spirits introduced themselves as friends of the contractor, and a gentle light enveloped Alan. Alan was astonished to feel his wounds being healed by the gentle light. From afar, an enemy commander wearing a red cloak silently observed the changing situation. Alan looked up, overwhelmed by the declaration that this barren land would transform into a lush green field. Tinya joyfully stated that a brilliant blue light would shine across this land. The commander angrily stomped his foot, crushing the dark sprouts beneath his heel. He looked toward Alan and realized that the very tree was helping his opponent recover. He thought to himself that he was burning through his lifespan and would be at a disadvantage if the battle dragged on. The commander roared, ordering his Hashashin troops to offer up the sacrifice. Seeing that no one obeyed, he confusedly and angrily asked why they were standing still. He frantically screamed, demanding that his subordinates dedicate their life force to him. However, the entire Hashashin army wearing red cloaks remained motionless despite his summons. All of them were being drawn toward a small tree that had just sprouted from the ground. A young man among the nearby travelers confusedly asked why that army was suddenly acting strangely. The older man accompanying him explained that it was all because of that tree. The tiny tree emitted a brilliant light, proving it was no ordinary tree. Tinya thought to herself that demi-humans inherently worshipped spirits and had an instinct to protect the world tree. Even though her father trained them as slaves, Their demi-human blood made it impossible for them to resist the World Tree. With unwavering conviction, Tinya asserted that her father would surely fail. The commander glared furiously at Tinya, grinding his teeth. He roared, unable to believe that a lowly, abandoned slave dared to mock him. The commander roared, stomping his foot as he charged forward with murderous intent. A command rang out, demanding Tinya's protection. Immediately, a blue holy water warrior appeared, blocking the attack. The commander was stunned by the sudden appearance of the summoned creature. He realized this was the power of spirits and admitted it was tougher than he thought. Nevertheless, he roared that it was just a low-level monster, then used his mace to shatter the stone wall. Alan Alfalls lightly dodged the blow, calmly remarking that the monster's strength was quite effective. He continued his analysis, noting that the ability to infuse properties into the weapon was also very impressive. Facing the enraged commander, Alan mocked him, saying he looked like a worried dog that needed to relieve itself. He casually asked if the commander had much lifespan left to waste, causing the commander to freeze. The commander roared, pouring all his strength into the brightly glowing mace. He launched a powerful attack but only struck the empty space where Alan had just been standing. Alan appeared behind him, smiling, and said he thought he would have to wait until he was old. He loudly called upon his friendly spirits. Instantly, countless orbs of light shot through the commander's body, making him cry out in pain. He staggered backward, clinging to a rock for balance. In a fit of rage, he smashed the rock in his hand. A stream of holy water surged forward again, enveloping his head. Completely restrained, the commander growled, asking Alan if he knew who he was. He let out one final scream of agony as he was swallowed by a powerful surge of energy. In a flashback, the enemy wearing the black cloak violently swung the massive spiked mace. Back in the present, the Hashashin leader groaned as he was submerged by a rain of energy. He looked at Alan in the distance and wondered if he was preparing for the final attack. One of Alan's skeleton knights, the one wearing Amon's skull, recognized his master's intention. The skeleton knight declared that there was no better time, and charged forward. The Hashashin leader roared in fury, preparing to confront the charging undead creature. Both rushed toward each other, ready for a head-on collision. The commander threw his spiked mace, while the skeleton knight swung a blue energy surge in response. The two weapons carrying opposing energy surges were about to collide. A massive explosion occurred when the spiked mace and the blue energy surge clashed. The Hashashin leader was stunned to see his attack blocked. The skeleton knight declared the match over, revealing that it was using Amon's scepter. The scepter activated a nullification skill, emitting a light that completely overwhelmed the opponent's weapon. The Hashashin leader's spiked mace shattered into pieces, leaving him in disbelief. Alan stood amidst a vortex of blue energy, driving the Hashashin leader to despair. He let out one final scream as a gigantic pillar of light struck down from the sky. The ground around him cracked open and exploded under the terrifying force. Thrown back, the Hashashin leader was severely wounded, with blood flowing from his head. Impaled by sharp tree roots, he whispered his dying wish. Standing amidst the wreckage, Alan's skeleton knight also affirmed its determination to conquer the Green Land. Elsewhere, Tinya was startled when she sensed that her father's breath had vanished. Realizing Alan had won, she quickly ran to find him. In the final moments before losing consciousness, Alan saw Tinya calling his name and running toward him. Tinya thought to herself that Alan had once again saved her from a life of desperate slavery and now had saved the people of Aslan as well. To her, Alan was even more wonderful than the angels. She gently supported the exhausted Alan, silently thanking him for bringing hope to this world full of death. Witnessing the scene, a young merchant couldn't believe that Alan had truly defeated Rahama. He regretted having once considered Alan merely a womanizer and a waste of time. Suddenly, a flare was shot into the sky, astonishing everyone. Hans looked up and realized this was not a signal to continue fighting. He explained that it was a retreat signal, as the Aslan army frantically fled because their leader had fallen. The young merchant was stunned once again when he saw another army approaching. Hans exclaimed in surprise that they were his father's soldiers. A formidable army of holy knights rushed forward, signaling that the war was truly over and they had been saved. On another battlefield, Oscar Balder and a white-haired swordswoman stood amidst the ruins after a fierce battle. From above, White Alfalls observed and remarked that Oscar was as virtuous as ever. He wondered who the person standing next to Oscar was. Seeing a severed head, White realized it belonged to a girl. Standing amidst the devastating scene, White mused, wondering if the moment for the generational shift had arrived. He looked down at his unconscious son, thinking that the child who was once a bloody mass of flesh had now matured enough to defeat the leader of a nation. White Alfalls determined that what had happened could not be a miracle or a coincidence. He was astonished by Alan's growth rate, which far exceeded imagination, even faster than his own, who was known as the strongest man in the world. He suddenly remembered that a method for identifying vampires had recently emerged. White smiled, wondering if Alan was responsible, and if so, his help was desperately needed. He resolved that this help was needed to find that child. Elsewhere, an Aslan soldier screamed in panic, urging everyone to flee. Before the soldier could shout that the Holy Emperor's army had arrived, a blue flash swept through. A powerful blue energy slash cut an enemy in half in the blink of an eye. A white-haired swordswoman with glowing red eyes glanced back coldly amidst the bloody battle. She declared she would go ahead, while the wounded Oscar Balder behind her thought that he had worried needlessly about her first mission. Oscar explained to another knight that the girl was someone who couldn't restrain herself when the prince was involved. The white-haired swordswoman galloped forward, with only His Highness's image in her mind. Finally, she found Alan unconscious in Tinya's arms, and thought that she had been searching for him for a long time. She promised herself she would spend her entire life by his side, as punishment for this disloyalty. The swordswoman looked at the people surrounding Alan and ordered them to leave. Two cloaked figures, one of whom was a werewolf, stood menacingly in front of Alan. As the swordswoman prepared to attack, Tinya shouted, asking her to calm down. Tinya explained that the cloaked figures were not enemies, and asked her to leave them alone. She confirmed to the swordswoman that they were all Alan's acquaintances. The swordswoman stopped, looking down at the group protecting Alan amidst the desolate land. The swordswoman introduced herself as the head of the Herase family and the captain of the White Cross Squad. She declared herself the 7th Prince's first holy knight. Kneeling before the unconscious Alan, she formally introduced herself. Her name was Charlotte Herase. Charlotte gently thought that Alan had overworked himself once again. She reached out and touched Alan while he lay in Tinya's lap. Clenching her fist, Charlotte decided it was time to return. She silently praised Alan as the scene shifted to a fortress. Elsewhere, Hans was astonished to learn Alan was a prince and turned to ask the red-haired person accompanying him. That person revealed his name was Rufel Alfals. Suddenly, Rufel was struck down to the ground by an invisible force. A knight in blue-silver armor appeared, pointed his weapon at Rufel, and declared he would investigate him for treason. The knight pressed his sword against Rufel's neck, demanding he reveal everything about the disappearance of Crown Princess Rose Darina. Rufel calmly replied that he understood. Bound and restrained, Rufel agreed to comply. Hans stood watching in utter shock at the accusation of betrayal. Returning to the desert, Tinya and Charlotte sat silently beside the still comatose Alan. A gentle blue light emanated from Alan's body as he smiled in his sleep. A scene of a land invaded by dark tree roots appeared. In a gloomy great hall, priests announced the arrival of Saint Alan Alfals. Alan, now awake, entered with Charlotte and another attendant. With Charlotte commenting on the unpleasant atmosphere of the place, Alan sat upon the throne, silently contemplating the wrath of the defeated. Meanwhile, the Aslan priests whispered that the victors were doing as they pleased, but one person ordered them to be silent because the situation had changed. A guard announced that Queen Tinya Aslan was entering, accompanied by an elderly official. Alan observed calmly, thinking that Aslan would remain in chaos for a long time. He analyzed that every cultural norm here was reserved for men. Furthermore, a female dark elf ascending the throne in a country that despises demi-humans would certainly provoke a fierce backlash. Alan decided he must seize this opportunity to clearly demonstrate the Holy Kingdom's prestige and the master-servant relationship between the two nations. He knew that this display of power was enough to drive the people of Aslan mad with rage, but they could not resist, as everything was commanded by the Holy Emperor Celt Alfals. Alan recalled his grandfather's plan. The Holy Emperor believed that placing a demi-human on the throne would make controlling Aslan easier, because when someone once considered a slave becomes the ruler, the throne naturally loses some of its influence, and when the throne weakens, the vassal lords will rise up, creating internal competition and restraint within Aslan. To execute the plan, the Holy Emperor even purged all of Rahama's children, sparing only the demi-humans, thereby establishing a puppet ruler while simultaneously intimidating other powers. Suddenly, an elderly official of the Holy Kingdom spoke up, asking the people of Aslan if it seemed they were having a problem. The official continued to mock the fate of the defeated and challenged anyone with an issue to come find him. Two nearby guards appeared tense at their superior's provocation. Charlotte secretly remarked that the old man certainly had an unpleasant personality. Tinya approached the throne, bowed, and introduced herself as the new ruler of Aslan, sending greetings to the 7th Prince Alan Alfals. Alan merely replied indifferently that he was sure she would do a good job. After the introduction, Alan stretched and yawned widely, complaining of fatigue and thinking that these solemn rituals truly did not suit his personality. Charlotte praised Alan for his hard work, but he simply replied that it was a prince's duty. When Alan stretched due to fatigue, Charlotte worriedly asked about his difficulty moving, but he explained it was only because he had been lying down for too long. Charlotte expressed discomfort seeing Alan like that, while Oscar Balder secretly thought that Alan was being overly dramatic after he himself had been wandering the desert for a long time. Alan seriously asked Oscar about the situation regarding his father and brother, and was informed they were being held at the Aslan royal castle. In Alan's mind, the Holy Emperor's image appeared, confirming that Ruffle was suspected of treason, and the Crown Prince had been imprisoned for 11 years for desertion. Alan quietly looked out at the city, where a large tree was shining brightly under the sun. He requested to be led to the place where his family was being held, while Charlotte suggested they should return as well. Suddenly, a blonde-haired man appeared, joyfully calling Alan his beloved son. Alan recognized him as his father, White Alphals, and immediately asked about Ruffel, learning that he was sleeping in the room. Looking into the room, Alan saw Ruffel resting, and White explained that he was exhausted from the long journey. White wondered why Alan was still here after the coronation ceremony, but he replied that there was no rush, and he would return with the two of them. White's overly eager attitude annoyed Alan, who thought to himself that he now understood his grandfather's feelings. Alan began to talk about Ruffel's problem, and White agreed that they couldn't let this matter rest. With a serious expression, White said that the death penalty was certain, and Ruffel would even be tortured to the point where death would be a release. Alan began to question his father, asking where he had been all these years. He went on to list the times White was absent, from his mother's death until Luann was near death. Alan bluntly stated that in his eyes, his father looked truly irresponsible. White explained that he had traveled all over the world, to places like the Kingdom of Rome and Irans, causing Alan to sarcastically remark that he was just traveling for pleasure. Just as White was about to retort, he interrupted himself and said he was searching for someone. White Alphals bowed his head, revealing that the person he was searching for was Alan's brother. Alan asked which brother his father was talking about, and White Alphals replied that it was Ruffel. White bitterly admitted that he had wasted 11 years searching for his son but ultimately could not find him. He pleaded for Alan's help, but Alan was completely confused by what his father was saying. Alan pointed out that Ruffel was sleeping peacefully on the bed, and questioned his father about the 11 years of fruitless searching, but White revealed that there were two Ruffels. White explained that the person he was looking for was not the third prince, but the second prince, Ruffel Alphals. Alan admitted he had heard about this before, and White confirmed that it was true. White began to recount the tragic story, saying that the second prince had died prematurely, unable even to utter a cry upon birth. He recalled the extreme pain of having to bury his tiny child beneath the earth. He and the crown princess cried together, comforting each other through the days, until their grief gradually subsided. However, tragedy struck the day their child rose from the grave. Returning to the present, Alan confirmed that the story of the crown princess resurrecting the second prince as an undead creature was true, and White admitted there was still something he hadn't told. Alan questioned why his father hadn't resolved the matter immediately. White sadly confessed that he couldn't bring himself to kill a child who hadn't even seen the light of day. He recalled that while he was agonizing over the undead child, a grand priest arrived and offered help. The priest said that he was just an old man awaiting retirement, and was willing to assist the crown prince. White regretted not ending everything with his own hands. He admitted that, as a human, he was too exhausted, and decided to entrust the child to the priest. The child lost the life it had suffered greatly to obtain, and White often visited the grave alone to pray. He thought everything was over until 10 years ago. At that time, during a conflict with Aslan, he led troops to suppress bandits before the Holy Emperor's succession ceremony. White Alphals recalled discovering that the bandits had been massacred by someone. Amidst hundreds of dead villagers and dozens of bandits, there was a child eating the corpses. The blood-stained child joyfully recognized White and called him father. White and his holy knights were stunned as the child accused him of abandoning and forgetting it. White was shocked by the child's accusation. The child declared that all holy knights must die, and the ground around them began to crack. White quickly drew his sword, realizing he was facing a vampire. The child lunged to attack, revealing that it was not just a parent-level vampire, but a progenitor, and said it had wanted to fight White just once. White yelled at the child to stop as he swung his sword to block the attack. The child was thrown backward, falling to the ground with an injury. White stood there, his bloodied sword in hand, looking down at the child. He realized with horror that he might have to kill his own son for the second time. The frightened child asked if White knew who it was. Lying amidst the rubble, the child introduced itself as Ruffel. White recognized the faint scar around the child's neck, the mark of the umbilical cord, and confirmed that it was indeed Ruffel. Returning to the present, White explained to Alan that Ruffel had returned as a progenitor vampire, speculating that its evolution had begun the moment it was buried. Alan pondered, linking this to the vampire count who had invaded Lonia. He recalled that individual had evolved instantly by absorbing magic power from Amon's skull, concluding that artificial evolution for a target was entirely possible. White concluded the story, saying that he later searched for the Grand Priest who had buried Ruffel, but the person had vanished, likely murdered to cover up the incident. White Alphals recounted that he skipped the succession ceremony to hunt down vampire traces after hearing the news about Ulysses. Upon arriving at the palace, he found Luan lying sick in bed, and realized the curse on his son emitted a type of magic power. This magic power was very similar to that of the second Prince Rufel. Returning to the present, Alan deduced that the Pomor Count family must have aided that infiltration. White confirmed that he must find Rufel to break the curse on Luan. When Alan asked why he didn't inform the royal family, White explained that Ulysses had been killed right inside the palace. Because the second prince had become a vampire and the situation was too dangerous, he couldn't trust anyone. White shuddered at the thought that the Grand Priest who buried Rufel might also be an accomplice. Therefore, he decided it was best to act alone. He recounted through gritted teeth that the most painful discovery was that the traitor was none other than Rose Darina. Alan asked if his father truly hadn't known, and White affirmed that if he had, he would have acted sooner. With a look of intense hatred, White said he would make Rose kneel before Ulysses' grave, after making her suffer pain worse than death, but then he sighed, concluding that it no longer mattered now. White stood up, saying that his current worry was Rufel. Alan agreed, suggesting that the crown princess was probably just a pawn in a larger conspiracy. White revealed what he learned while pursuing the vampires. They want to build their own kingdom, keeping humans penned up like livestock. He asserted that the Empire was mistaken in believing they had repelled the vampires. White spread a map on the table, showing Alan their current hiding place. White pointed at the map, drawing a parallel that they were like prey caught in a spider's web. He explained that their leader had begun acting systematically. That individual was the vampire king, King Vladimir, whose reflection was seen in the eyes of the monstrous spider. White said that Vladimir intended to end the long, cruel relationship with the Holy Emperor's empire. Alan realized that the vampire invasion would soon begin. In a dark basement, a person tied to a chair struggled inside a red magic circle. The person strained as the magic circle glowed intensely, and streams of dark energy began to pour out. Gagged, the person could only scream in agony as dark shadows enveloped the body. The magical ritual reached its climax as a blinding light erupted from beneath the person's feet. A violent explosion of dark energy shattered the magic circle. Amidst the chaotic scene, a withered, gray arm slumped down, indicating yet another failure had occurred. A grotesque creature with a glowing red eye roared furiously. Again? A gray-haired sorceress complained angrily that her 300,151st experiment had failed again, wasting precious clerical material. Meanwhile, a thought echoed that Rahama had died satisfied, and the third prince and the crown princess had fulfilled their purpose. A red-haired man appeared behind the sorceress, asking if the third prince had been captured. A stone-headed creature asked permission to take him, causing the red-haired man to turn back in surprise. Another white-masked entity also spoke up, saying it needed a new body too. The red-haired man consented, standing over another bound person identical to the deceased sacrifice. With a sinister smile, the red-haired man revealed that the body was perfectly suitable, as it belonged to his younger brother. The red-haired leader grinned sinisterly while talking about using his younger brother's body. He told the stone-headed monster that he would give it a body to use, pointing at second Prince Rufel Alphals. Then, he told the white-masked entity that it could use his younger brother's body until they captured the third prince. The stone-headed monster irritably asked why the second prince wasn't answering. It remained silent for a moment, annoyance clearly visible on its face. Its anger erupted, and it roared, cursing the second prince. It angrily stated that this was why they shouldn't turn young ones into vampires, as they only cared about hunting prey. It muttered that if it weren't for the king's favor, it would have killed him itself. Its gaze shifted to the remaining sacrifice, the leader's younger brother, and it considered using him instead, even if it was a bit wasteful. Finally, it decided to go to Aslan, and a red teleportation magic circle began to form. In another room, White Alphals asked Alan what was wrong when he suddenly stopped. Alan replied with a serious expression that he smelled vampires. Just then, a voice rang out from a communication device, identifying itself as Oscar. Oscar briefly announced that the vampires had attacked. White Alphals asked in astonishment how Alan knew beforehand, but he simply replied that it was a hunch. Alan stood up and told his father that they would talk later. White advised his son to rest, as he hadn't fully recovered yet. Alan asserted that he would handle it, making White secretly think that he was truly reliable. White smiled proudly, thinking that beheading vampires was nothing for a true prince like Alan. Alan said he would return soon, and left, with his father's agreement. Alan quietly walked to a room door, hearing muffled sobbing from inside. Second, Prince Rufel Alphals was lying on the bed crying, thinking that no words could comfort him now. Alan decided it was best to step back and leave. Suddenly, he stopped with a look of surprise. Alan saw Rufel walking alone outside, and wondered what the boy was doing. A system window appeared, revealing Rufel Alfal's characteristics: putrefied flesh, progenitor vampire, immense magical power, charm, and cruel nature. Alan was stunned, unable to understand where that information window had come from. Meanwhile, Rufel walked down the deserted street, green magical energy radiating around him. Elsewhere, Grill Harais suggested to Tinya and Charlotte Harais that they should evacuate. Tinya replied that they would escort someone to safety, as she sensed a strange entity nearby. Grill asked Tinya if she sensed the presence of vampires, but she denied it. Tinya explained that the spirits gathered at the World Tree seemed frightened, making her feel that a dangerous creature was nearby. Grill and Charlotte exchanged meaningful glances at this information. Grill asked Tinya to lead them to where she sensed the danger, and she immediately agreed. The group walked along the quiet streets under the moonlight. They unexpectedly encountered Rufel, who seemed surprised to see the Holy Knights. Rufel said he was lost, and Tinya confirmed to Grill that this was the boy she had sensed. Charlotte stepped forward, announcing that she would ask the boy a question. She explained that a password had been shared with everyone in the city in case of an emergency. Charlotte demanded that Rufel state the password, causing the boy to become confused and panicked. Rufel desperately said that he didn't know, only his mother knew, but he had lost his mother. Grill moved to intervene, but Charlotte stopped him, saying it wasn't necessary. A red-haired stranger rushed in at terrifying speed, declaring that there was no password here to begin with. He was astonished that a mere commoner could see through him. After the collision, he landed on the ground while Grill was pushed back. Revealing his monstrous, toothed tongue, he asked who Charlotte was, as he had never heard of her. Charlotte ordered Grill to look after Tinya, and he obeyed. She lunged to attack the enemy, creating a purple streak of light from her slash. Charlotte's sword shattered upon impact with the opponent. She collapsed onto the ground, completely overwhelmed. The attacker landed behind her, admitting that Charlotte was quite skilled to have managed to strike his fangs. He turned back, confident that she couldn't survive the next blow. Suddenly, a hand blocked his attack, irritating him because his fun was ruined. Giant tree roots erupted from the ground, causing Charlotte to gasp and call them insects. Tinya stood with Grill, declaring that this was Aslan. With glowing hands, Tinya asserted that she could not let this happen in her country. Giant wood golems were summoned, and she vowed to use everything she had to stop the enemy. The red-haired attacker seemed unconcerned, thinking that defeating only Oscar and White would be enough. He grinned sinisterly, revealing his monstrous tongue and complaining about the troubles occurring. A massive purple magic circle glowed beneath his feet, signaling an impending attack. The red-haired attacker hovered in the air, showing annoyance at the wood golems and the opponents below. He muttered about the irritation of weaklings, daring to act arrogant. However, what bothered him most was the sensation of an immense power source emanating from a distant location. He wondered if it was Oscar or White, but then dismissed the thought, feeling it was someone else entirely. Looking down at Grill and Tinya, he affirmed that this was why he disliked the people of this place. Despite everything, he decided not to care about that power source anymore. With a cruel smile, he declared he would kill everyone who dared to stand in his way. One of the wood golems rushed forward, swinging a massive fist enhanced by dark magic. Charlotte quickly pushed Grill out of the range of the deadly attack. Tinya shouted that she would provide support, placing her hand on Charlotte and channeling a stream of green energy to her. Charlotte's sword was instantly enveloped by Tinya's power. Charlotte poured power into her sword, slammed it hard into the ground, and created a massive energy wave. She swung her sword upward, unleashing a powerful energy slash toward the golem. The slash easily cut through the wood golem's massive fist. The red-haired attacker sneered, mocking that this was all they could do. He reached out his hand, easily blocking the incoming green energy stream. The restrained energy transformed into arrows of leaves, and was shot back by him. Grill created a blue energy shield, protecting the group from their own attack. Tinya gasped, but her eyes remained resolute after casting the spell. The two remaining wood golems continued to charge, one leaping into the air to attack from above. Charlotte soared into the air, targeting the two wood golems. With glowing red eyes, she swung her sword, enhanced by the green energy. A powerful slash shot straight toward the red-haired attacker, knocking him down. He raised his hands in astonishment as the destructive energy stream was about to hit him. Charlotte's attack created a massive explosion. However, the red-haired attacker remained unharmed inside an energy shield, thinking that his opponent was stronger than he had imagined. He realized reinforcements were arriving, and he didn't have much time left. Suddenly, he sensed a new presence and a strange voice greeted him. A cloaked figure wearing a skull mask appeared, and called him little brother, terrifying him. In a chilling memory, his child self asked if the person was his father, only to be told that his father was behind him. The child turned around with a sinister smile. While in the present, the red-haired attacker stared aghast at the scene before him. A gigantic shadow monster appeared in the memory, asking the child if his mother had taught him anything. the monster warned him not to trust strangers, and a gigantic skeletal hand descended upon the boy. The illusion of the father vanished into black smoke, leaving behind bitter mockery. Elsewhere, a young man wearing goggles woke up abruptly from a nightmare, muttering that things were always like this. He recalled that the reason he took his first mission from the Holy Kingdom was to investigate the vampire teleportation gate. Back in the present, he panicked and grabbed White Alphals, yelling that he hadn't been warned about the vampire's presence, but a female knight urged him to calm down. White Alphals sarcastically said he was alive thanks to the Crown Prince, but inwardly thought the opposite. He looked up at the gigantic skeleton king in the sky, and asked Oscar Balder if Alan was responsible for it. White Alphals added that Alan had also used it to defeat a dragon, and Oscar Balder confirmed that it was indeed the Skeleton King. White Alphals remarked that a Skeleton King made of holy power used to be a major headache in the past. Suddenly, White's expression grew tense as he sensed a source of dark energy. Streams of purple magic power carrying countless pale undead creatures rushed in, making White realize that this attack seemed endless. Standing next to Oscar Balder, White concluded that with this terrifying amount of magic power, the mastermind could only be a progenitor vampire. An undead leader with a single glowing red eye appeared among its servants, all of whom were engulfed in purple magical flames. Suddenly, a gigantic creature with skin as hard as stone grabbed Rufal Alphals and looked astonished toward the Skeleton King. White Alphals screamed in horror upon recognizing the hostage, wondering if this was insane. The gigantic creature stood on a magic circle and triumphantly shouted that it understood everything. It stretched its massive hand toward the Skeleton King hovering in the sky. The creature marveled at the paradoxical sight, a fusion of magic and holy power. It looked down at the injured Rufal Alphals in its grasp and called him Count. White Alphals confirmed in shock that it was Lupel, and realized the enemy's power could overwhelm even a progenitor vampire. A subordinate urged the gigantic creature, now identified as Timon, to hurry, but Timon replied that the truth was right before their eyes. Timon looked down at the trembling Rufal and contemptuously asked if a mere pet was anything more, declared that it would seize the great power of the Skeleton King, which could transcend dimensions. However, Timon quickly realized this was absurd. It desperately wondered how to face that monster when it only brought a few soldiers. Two subordinates with extremely muscular bodies and pitch-black eyes stood behind Timon. Oscar Balder turned back with a grave expression. In a fit of rage, Timon crushed a knight wearing red armor beneath its foot and roared furiously. Count Timon's muscular subordinate yelled in protest. He couldn't leave without retrieving that thing, but Timon insisted now was not the time. He desperately reached out toward Oscar Balder and pleaded with the Count, but it was too late. Oscar stood firm as a circular pink magic barrier enveloped him. Once the enemy had vanished, Oscar blamed himself for his carelessness and realized the Crown Prince was gone. In an alley, White Alphals touched the cold wall, whispering his son's name, Rufel. A horrifying vision appeared before White, where he saw his son amidst countless corpses. He knelt among the white daisies, his heart heavy with pain, and silently promised he would join his son soon. White Alphals rushed forward, calling Rufel's name, and saw a child sitting on the ground. The child looked up and said that father had arrived too late. White looked around in shock, asking hopelessly where Rufel was. Alan Alphals stood there with the Skeleton King, while White angrily questioned what he had done with Rufel. The Skeleton King's gigantic skeletal hand slowly submerged into the water. The rotting flesh on Rufel's body began to melt and peel away. From inside the hideous shell, the second prince's true form emerged, letting out a piercing cry. Alan generated a sphere of holy power, while the Skeleton King stood tall, cradling the purified child against his chest. He opened an intricately carved box with a soft lining inside. White Alphals stared in astonishment at the brilliant light emanating from the box. Alan explained that it was Altera, a super-durable, anti-magic box he had received from the king. When White asked what Alan intended to do with Rufel lying in the box, he coldly replied that he would kill the child because it was a vampire. Alan began to close the box and said, "But," with a sharp gaze, he added that he wouldn't kill Rufel before extracting every piece of information it knew. White Alphals silently looked at the box, lost in thought. He closed his eyes, his expression filled with exhaustion and pain. Alan told his father that he should rest, as they would depart at dawn. Meanwhile, Tinya felt a little sad that they were about to leave. She promised Alan that she would spend her entire life repaying his favor, but Alan merely brushed it off indifferently. Alan recalled the Skeleton King causing chaos and reassured Hans that the treasure from the lair was enough to cover the repair costs. Hans enthusiastically ran over, reporting that he was also ready to depart, and Alan agreed. However, Hans felt that something was suspicious. He explained that the teleportation gates used by the vampires were a unique and ancient technique. Hans continued, saying that their technology was astonishing, as was their long history. He stated that the incantation was very complex and used ancient characters, prompting Alan to get straight to the point. Offended, Hans became angry and asserted that this work was not beyond his capabilities. He insisted that this was the task Alan had entrusted him with, and he would definitely find the solution. Alan simply told him not to disappoint him, and Hans immediately accepted happily. Hans turned to bid Tinya farewell, wishing her peace. Tinya smiled and said she looked forward to the day they would meet again. Alan nodded slightly, smiling as he prepared to leave. Alan's party began their journey, leaving Tinya alone. They rode their horses across a long bridge, leaving the city. Charlotte Herreys rode up beside Alan and addressed him as Crown Prince. Charlotte Herreys informed Alan Alfals that there was a message from the Holy Empire. Alan replied that it seemed the purge of traitors had begun. He looked ahead with a serious expression as he continued the journey. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a red-haired man with bound hands was being held captive. At the imperial palace, an elderly noble was roughly thrown onto the floor. He knelt before Holy Emperor Celtic Atfalls, begging for his life and asserting his innocence. The Holy Emperor turned to ask Archbishop Raphael Astoria for his opinion, who stated that the testimony and investigation documents did not match. Raphael pointed out the evidence clearly stating that the noble had accepted bribes from the traitor Rose, causing the man to panic. The Holy Emperor gripped the hilt of his sword, muttering that now he understood why Rose and Rufel had caused trouble. The noble lay slumped on the floor, while the Holy Emperor speculated that even a traitor wouldn't be fearless unless they were allied with Aslan. He cried desperately, trying to explain something, but the Holy Emperor coldly plunged his sword through the man's head, executing him on the spot. Raphael Astoria commented that traitors always reek when they open their mouths. With a sharp gaze, the Holy Emperor asked about the whereabouts of Rose and Rufel. An explanation revealed the Caeolium cult, an independent power structure within the Holy Kingdom. This was a sect composed of cardinals, established to restrain the Holy Emperor. The cardinals were elected through voting. However, the process was rife with corruption, and the institution had craved power more than ever during the Holy Emperor's reign. No one could punish them due to the enormous financial support they provided during the war against Necromancer King Amon. But when the cult was discovered to be involved in the Aslan incident, the Holy Emperor used it as justification to execute all members. On the throne, Holy Emperor Celtic Atfalls indifferently told Archbishop Raphael Astoria not to make a fuss anymore. Raphael irritably replied that he had gone through difficult things, unlike the Emperor. He reiterated how he had to face dangerous cults while the Emperor was in Aslan. Celtic explained that he had to try to avoid causing a disturbance because public opinion was already unfavorable. The Emperor said that promoting Raphael to cardinal was his reward. Raphael was sarcastic about being promoted in his old age, causing Celtic to remark that he was becoming increasingly disrespectful. After the argument, Raphael seriously asked about Rufel and Rose. Celtic suddenly remembered two other important individuals, Kashim and Astaloon. Kashim was currently imprisoned in a magical dungeon. The Emperor pondered how to handle the situation, and the name Alan popped into his head. Celtic decided to give Alan full authority to handle this matter. Raphael screamed in horror, unable to believe the Emperor's decision. He secretly thought that Astaloon and Kashim were the core of the Caeolum cult, a task that should have been assigned to the Crown Prince. Raphael feared that the Emperor was seriously considering making the seventh prince, a lunatic, the heir to the throne. In despair, he tightened his grip on his staff. Nevertheless, Raphael had to admit that it was thanks to the seventh prince's achievements that the war ended and the people could smile again. He recalled Alan's past and thought that if it weren't for that, he would have nominated him as the successor emperor. Raphael secretly wished that another soul had entered the seventh prince's body, unaware that this was the truth. Meanwhile, Alan and a confused-looking Hans arrived at the Great Hall. Back in the throne room, Celtic looked at them with an expression of extreme anger. The Emperor jumped up and shouted, ordering Alan to open the box he was holding. The Holy Emperor slammed his hand down on the armrest of the throne, shattering it. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Alan Alfals calmly greeted him, and inwardly mused about the Emperor's rage. The Emperor regained his composure and asked a single question. He wanted to know what was inside the box, and Alan revealed it was the second prince, who had turned into an ancient vampire. Celtic roared furiously, demanding the box be opened, but Alan declared he would hand the prince over to the Crimson Cross unit, horrifying the Emperor. Celtic desperately screamed, "No," as the box in Alan's hand began to shake. Crown Prince White Alfals coldly told Alan to do as he pleased, despite the Emperor's shouts that the Crimson Cross specialized in torture. White then informed Alan that a parliamentary hearing would be held soon. He explained that everyone knew Alan had just been through a major battle. The Holy Emperor interjected, warning that it was a place to question Alan's capabilities, and that he must be ready. Alan inwardly understood that they wanted to hear everything from his own mouth. He was considering revealing his necromancer identity when White called him back. White asked if there was any way to save Alan's brother, the second Prince Rufel. He mentioned that Alan had resurrected Luan and hoped the same could happen, but Alan flatly stated that it was impossible. Alan explained that resurrection required capturing the soul immediately upon death, and he had never done it with a non-human body. Desperate, White suggested that they should at least try once. Hearing that, the Holy Emperor lunged forward and delivered a brutal blow to White. He pressed his son's head to the floor, roaring that White had turned his back on the family. With a furious expression, Celtic yelled, questioning why White wanted to save a murderous monster. Celtic declared he would correct White's twisted thinking, then turned and ordered a stunned Alan and Hans to leave immediately. Alan entered a splendid room where Archbishop Raphael Astoria was already waiting. Raphael addressed Alan as the seventh prince as he approached. Accompanied by a young blonde woman, Raphael suggested they needed to talk. He revealed that the Holy Emperor planned to entrust Alan with two things, Astaloon and Kashim. Alan flatly refused, but Raphael insisted that they would be useful. Astaloon was explained to be the runes of God, capable of enhancing power and granting special abilities. Raphael admitted it was only a replica but still useful, making Alan curious about the other item. Kashim Darien was revealed to have once been a holy knight of light, but was turned into a vampire and massacred 200 people. Alan disgustedly asked what he was supposed to do with such trash. Raphael countered, pointing out that Alan himself was using deviants as his undead army. He sternly asserted that Alan must recognize these as good resources. Raphael concluded with a message, hoping Alan would not disappoint the Emperor's expectations. Raphael's granddaughter stood up, announcing that they would be leaving. Just as the girl turned away, Alan suddenly grabbed her hand and asked her to wait a moment. The girl was surprised and blushed, confused about what was happening. Alan remained silent, with a gloomy expression, looking at both Raphael and his granddaughter. Raphael suddenly flew into a rage, shouting and asking if Alan was flirting with his granddaughter again. He growled, repeating the question menacingly. While Alan remained silent, Raphael's granddaughter looked utterly bewildered by the situation. Suddenly, Raphael bowed in apology, admitting that he had been too careless. Alan spoke up, calling Cardinal Raphael's name. He requested to speak with Alice privately, and asked the cardinal to temporarily step away. Raphael remained silent, showing displeasure at the abrupt request. He glanced thoughtfully at his granddaughter. Finally, Raphael sweated and reluctantly agreed. He said he would leave, and Alice politely bid him farewell. When the door closed, Alan turned to speak with Alice. He smiled and suggested they have a drink together. Alice blushed, appearing flustered by the sudden invitation. The scene shifted to a magnificent palace under the night sky. In a corridor, Charlotte was waiting alone. Back in the parlor, Alan and Alice sat facing each other. Alice hesitated, unsure what to say. Alan started the conversation by asking if she had heard the rumors about him. He advised her not to pay attention, suggesting they were tricks played by traitors. Alan asserted that he personally did not care about them at all. Alice looked directly at Alan with a serious, scrutinizing expression. She appeared tense, a bead of sweat rolling down her cheek. Alice gathered her courage and asked directly if it was true that Alan could summon holy undead. Alan remained silent, calmly facing her question. Alan Alfalls calmly confirmed, "Yes, I can." He snapped his fingers, and a brilliant blue magic circle appeared before them. Alice Astoria exclaimed in astonishment that it was impossible. From within the circle, a cloaked skeletal creature emerged, causing her to scream in panic. The undead creature with glowing red eyes hovered behind Alan, who was smiling confidently. Alan waved his hand, making the creature vanish, then said he wanted to ask her a few things, while Alice quickly apologized. Although still flustered, Alice covered her mouth and agreed to answer his questions. Alan looked straight at her and asked, "How does it feel to witness it firsthand?" Alice was completely stunned by his question. The image of the skeletal creature still haunted her mind. Alan contemplatively looked at his hand, patiently awaiting her answer. After a moment of thought, Alice said that she did not feel disgusted at all. She added that she felt a sense of affection, which surprised Alan. Alan looked surprised by her answer, while Alice was also confused by her own feelings. In another corridor, Alan called Charlotte Herace's name. He stopped Charlotte and told her to wait a moment. Alan leaned close to Charlotte's ear, whispering about a plan at the capital's main gate that would take place in 2 days. After giving the order, Alan stood alone and told himself that all preparations were complete. It was time to act. He walked through the grand hall, secretly hoping his plan would proceed smoothly. 2 days later, in the capital Laurensis, a major event was about to unfold. On the capital's ramparts, a guard flinched, sensing something unusual. Another guard pointed down in horror, where an army of skeletons was rising from the ground. Giant skeletal warriors with glowing red eyes stood up one after another, causing chaos. The citizens screamed in panic about an invasion, while the guards tried to remain calm. Charlotte Harais appeared, and declared that those creatures were not the enemy. Alan Alfals smiled as the confused guards wondered what that army truly was. Blue holy energy radiated from Alan, and Charlotte began to explain that it belonged to the Seventh Prince. A mighty undead army, including skeletal warriors, mages, and knights, appeared. Charlotte declared this a holy parade, symbolized by the skull of Ammon. In the streets, the citizens stared up in astonishment at the unprecedented sight. The crowd was completely overwhelmed by the scale of the event. The undead army marched through the capital, led by a skeletal commander wearing an animal skull. A frightened young man called them irreverent creatures, but was stopped by an older man. The undead commander's glowing red eyes caused a citizen to exclaim in terror. Immediately after, another person shouted that this was indeed the army of God. The crowd erupted in cheers, praising Alan as a divinely chosen holy emperor. From a balcony, Archbishop Raphael and a silver-haired knight quietly observed. The knight remarked that Alan's aura had changed, and Raphael agreed. Holy Emperor Celtic Atfalls admitted that even he did not achieve such renown at Alan's age. When Celtic thought he misheard something, Raphael immediately dismissed it, saying it was merely due to his old age. Holy Emperor Celtic Atfalls pondered silently. He summoned his chamberlain. The chamberlain bowed and respectfully asked for his command. Celtic ordered preparations to depart for the parliamentary hearing. In a magnificent hall, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The nobles argued fiercely. Some accused the Seventh Prince of being a heretic, while others defended him for the holy achievements he had just accomplished. The Holy Emperor sat upon his throne, listening silently amidst the chaos. Suddenly, the doors burst open, and an army of undead marched in, led by a skeletal commander wearing a beast skull helmet. Undead knights with glowing red eyes lined up, radiating a terrifying aura. The entire hall, including the nobles, was struck silent by this sight. Alan Alfals stepped out from behind his army, smiling as he greeted everyone. Archbishop Raphael Astoria remarked that this was a dramatic debut, especially since the undead army was radiating powerful holy energy. The Holy Emperor's eyes flashed, seemingly having made his decision. The astonished nobles secretly guessed that the Emperor would name the Seventh Prince as his successor. Raphael mused to himself that being jealous of the younger generation's growth proved he was getting old. After the hearing, Alan stretched, satisfied with his performance. However, Charlotte Harais felt that something was wrong. Alan agreed, a drop of sweat rolling down as he felt uneasy. He recalled the meaningful gazes of the Holy Emperor and the Archbishop. Charlotte dismissed her worries, suggesting they should go to the prison to deal with more urgent matters. Alan Alfals smiled smugly, deciding to go check on his spoils of war. Looking down from above, he commented on the resolute appearance of a prisoner lying on the dark dungeon floor. The red-haired prisoner's eyes burned with hatred. Alan remarked that it was the gaze of a murderer, prompting Charlotte to suggest they shouldn't get closer. The prisoner cursed Alan as an immature little prince who had fallen into dark magic. Alan merely sneered, calling him an idiot, but then told a surprised Charlotte that the man's words weren't wrong. He explained that the prisoner had been handed over to him, which was why he was here, confusing the man. Alan asked Charlotte to leave so he could speak privately, but she seemed hesitant. He then flashed a sweet smile to convince her. After a moment's thought, Charlotte reluctantly agreed and turned to leave. Once alone, Alan declared he would get straight to the point and headed toward the cell. Inside, the prisoner was chained to the wall and struggling fiercely. Alan stood before him, his hands radiating blue holy energy, and said that from now on, the man would be carefully looked after. The prisoner screamed, asking what he intended to do, and Alan calmly replied that he was gathering soldiers. A drop of water fell, creating ripples in the darkness. In another area of the prison, other inmates, including Kashim, were sitting in their cells. Kashim looked up, recognized the newcomer, and called out Hyungnim. The visitor was Alan, wearing a black mask that concealed his eyes. He announced his visit, his gaze meeting Kashim's bloodshot eyes. Charlotte stood outside a cell, asking Alan why he wanted to meet this prisoner. Rufel Alfals pleaded for a favor, sweat pouring down his forehead. Alan Alfals sat with his arms crossed, coldly replying with a firm refusal. Rufel explained that both the first Prince Luan and their father would try to kill his mother the moment they saw her. He tried to use their fraternal bond to persuade him, but Alan merely replied that he was asking as a son. A large sack was thrown onto the floor, next to the silently sitting Alan. In desperation, Rufel knelt down, weeping and begging Alan to let him see his mother, even if only for a few seconds. Alan replied indifferently that he did not have the authority to do that. The offer to reveal the location of the royal treasure immediately caught Alan's attention. Rufel bowed his head to the ground, promising to say anything Alan wanted if the treasure wasn't enough. Alan ordered Rufel to raise his head. With a tear rolling down his cheek, Alan said that he had seen his brother's sincerity. Rufel looked up, a glimmer of hope in his eyes as Alan began to speak. Alan leaned close to Rufel's ear with a sinister smile, suggesting they discuss the treasure in more detail. Outside, Charlotte Herreys looked in with a suspicious gaze, asking if Alan truly trusted Rufel. Alan turned back and asked what she meant. Charlotte reminded him that those were the words of a traitor, causing Alan to ponder. Alan confidently asserted that it was probably not a trap, but Charlotte anxiously asked how he could be so sure. Alan's gaze fell upon a room filled with stacks of documents. He held a piece of paper in his hand, recording information in strange handwriting. Charlotte blushed, saying confidently that even if it was a trap, Alan would always protect her. Charlotte asserted that even if it cost her life, she would follow the order, but Alan gently told her not to push herself too hard. He decided to temporarily put aside their conversation to deal with the immediate matter. Alan announced he would go meet the Crown Princess and turned to assign a task to Charlotte. Charlotte interrupted, asserting that she knew what she had to do as blue energy began gathering at her feet. Exploding in a blue aura, Charlotte declared she would deal with the source of this fog. Alan casually instructed her to handle it gently. Elsewhere, a savage laugh echoed in the night. An old man with pointed ears mocked Alan for coming here alone, believing that some useless prince had talked too much. Standing high above the city, he was confident that no matter what, he could kill them all. Just as he was about to ask a question, he saw Charlotte standing right in front of him. The old man was terrified, sweating profusely, unable to understand how she had appeared. Charlotte coldly got straight to the point. "What is your identity?" Overwhelmed by her aura, the old man stammered that he was a baron. He waited for a reaction in silence. Charlotte let out a sigh of disappointment, stunning the old man. She thought to herself that he should at least be a count, while the baron was furious at being treated like a training partner by a lowly human. Nevertheless, Charlotte looked straight at her opponent, saying she believed he at least had useful information. The baron was once again speechless at her confidence. Charlotte released a massive surge of energy, astonishing him and allowing him to attack first. At the same time, in another room, a mysterious person was walking toward a bookshelf. The mysterious person asked what Alan was doing in a place like this. That person said he should return immediately. A hand placed a letter on the table. Alan replied that his brother was desperately looking for that person. That person was Crown Princess Rose Darina, who welcomed Alan. Rose Darina invited Alan to have a cup of tea. The tea was poured slowly. Alan silently observed with cold eyes. The Crown Princess calmly took a sip of tea. Alan spoke up, saying he wasn't sure of her intentions but would give her a warning. He declared that he had turned this place into his territory and would destroy all the vampires around. Rose Darina and her maid listened in silence. Alan crossed his arms, advising her not to wage an unnecessary war with him. Rose Darina narrowed her eyes, chastising Alan for being rude and asking if he knew who he was talking to. Alan radiated killing intent, asking in return if she thought she was standing before him as the Crown Princess, and reminded her that she was suspected of treason. Rose Darina maintained a calm expression despite Alan's energy surge. Alan sneered, saying he would only ask her one thing. He questioned why vampires were protecting her, but Rose Darina remained silent. The act of offering wealth to vampires was not enough for a Crown Princess. Therefore, when pregnant, she entrusted her own child to the maid. The Crown Princess's child, who carried holy blood, was taken away by the maid, who was a vampire. Alan coldly remarked that no matter how crazy Rose was, her actions had crossed the line. He declared that he didn't want to hear any more, and would have her expelled from the holy city. Rose Darina closed her eyes, seemingly accepting her fate, while the maid watched from behind. 2 royal guards in full armor immediately stepped forward to carry out the order. Rose's calm demeanor shattered, and she frantically begged Alan not to do it. Suddenly, Crown Prince White Alphals burst in angrily, pushing aside the guards trying to block his way. He rushed forward, shouting Alan's name in fury. White faced Alan and Charlotte, behind whom Rose was kneeling and bound. The Crown Prince was astonished, questioning what his son was doing. When White tried to advance, Charlotte immediately drew her sword to block his path. White demanded that Charlotte calm down. He harshly asked if she was protecting a traitor. Ignoring Charlotte, White looked at Rose with affectionate eyes and thought that she had finally arrived. Rose gave a strange smile, saying she would rather die by the hand of the man she loved. She urged White to quickly strike her down. Rose mused that he must kill her with all his love, so she would forever remain in his memory. Alan and Charlotte watched the scene in confusion, while White remained silent in contemplation. After a moment, White coldly declared that she was not the Lady Rose he knew. Rose's smile froze, and she stunned asked what she had just heard. White Alphals clenched Rose Darina's hand, calling her a lunatic. He turned to Alan, apologized for the commotion, and ordered his son to arrest the traitor Rose. Rose Darina was stunned, stammering to ask what he was talking about and insisting that her son Rufel was dead. In a dark prison, Rufel Alfals sat alone, desperately thinking that he couldn't be abandoned like this. Suddenly, a voice called him brother. Alan Alfals stood before the bars, noting that Rufel looked even thinner than before. He coldly announced that tomorrow was the fateful day. Rufel smiled bitterly, saying that everything was finally coming to an end. Alan asked how his brother felt, but Rufel replied that he didn't know himself. Rufel moved closer, blaming himself for being a terrible brother who caused Alan suffering. Alan turned away, replying that it was fine. He raised a finger, saying this was his final and completely illegal gift. Rufel looked up in astonishment as an illusion began to appear before his eyes. Tears welled up as he recognized the illusion. He burst into sobs, calling out, "Mother." An illusion of Rose Darina appeared, smiling gently at Rufel. She gently touched her son's face, saying she hadn't expected to see him again before she died. Rose cried and apologized for having once called Rufel a bad child. In the illusion, Rose embraced Rufel, while he bitterly recalled that his mother had always only cared about his deceased brother. Rufel recalled the scene of his mother being led to the guillotine. Even in her final moments, she didn't look at him, which made him feel disappointed. The guillotine blade fell, ending the illusion. In her final moments, Rose Darina was handcuffed, wondering where her son was. The young Rufel was restrained, horrified, and confused as to why his mother knew about him. Rose Darina sternly told her son not to cry, or she would scold him. The image of the crowd reflected in Rose's eyes as she spoke her last words, before blood splattered. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Rufel desperately screamed for his mother. Rufel woke up abruptly, stunned to find himself in a strange place. Amidst the foliage, a strange man announced that he had finally woken up. Another person expressed gratitude to the seventh prince for saving them, but was also worried about the future. The strange man relayed Alan's message to Rufel. "Brother, live your own life this time. This is truly my last gift." In a forest, a small carriage was moving, followed by a shadow figure. In the Great Hall, Holy Emperor Celtic Atfalls coughed on the throne, next to Archbishop Raphael Astoria. Celtic looked tired and aged as he raised his hand to cover his mouth. Alan Alfals decisively stepped through the large doors into the throne room. The Holy Emperor sweated, his expression tense when he saw the newcomer. Immediately, Celtic changed his demeanor, beaming happily as he welcomed his little grandson. Alan bowed and said that he had come with a request. Celtic excitedly asked if Alan had decided to succeed the throne, but Raphael reminded him that it was still too early. The Holy Emperor irritably snapped at Raphael for interfering, while Raphael sternly questioned his attitude toward the throne. Alan clarified that he only hoped to be granted a vacation, which stunned both the Holy Emperor and the Archbishop. Alan Alfals smiled and informed the Holy Emperor that he planned to travel for about a month and a half. The Holy Emperor secretly thought that his grandson truly hadn't had time to rest recently. However, he also felt a little disappointed that Alan had only come here to ask for leave. Sitting on the throne, the Holy Emperor waved his hand, telling Alan not to ask permission for such a trivial matter, and just go. Nevertheless, he was curious, and asked if Alan had a destination in mind. Alan confirmed that he planned to visit the Iron's Magic Kingdom, a place he had always wanted to go. Sometime later, the wheels of a carriage rolled on a dirt road. Inside, a brown-haired young man and another person were bound and blindfolded. Two carriages were heading toward a gloomy castle deep in the dense forest. In a dark cave, an aged priest smiled sinisterly as the followers performed a ritual on a red magic circle. The leader declared that the final moment had arrived. Two sacrifices, a young man and a child, trembled as the priests prayed for the glory of the great Amon. The leader raised the skullstaff high, ordering the brethren to begin the ritual. Suddenly, Alice Astoria appeared in a burst of blue holy power, astonishing the leader. The priests cried out in panic, not understanding who had just appeared. Alice unleashed her power, and chains of holy power shot out from an energy sphere, tightly binding the followers. Completely neutralized, a priest screamed in horror that he couldn't move. A voice rang out, complaining that this was troublesome. A young man wearing a black vest appeared with his comrade, irritably asking if people like these priests were everywhere. Alice Astoria irritably wondered where Charlotte had gone, while the young man in the black vest replied that even a dog needed rest. The young man smiled mischievously, asking Alice if this wasn't a good opportunity for her as well. He leaned close to Alice's ear, whispering that she didn't need to hide the fact that she was a saintess here. Alice was astonished that he knew a secret unknown to anyone in the Holy Kingdom, while he mused that only saints could recognize one another. The group continued into a canyon. Alice called out to Hans, who was lagging behind, and he quickly responded. Upon arriving at a crowded village, the young man in the black vest lamented that he had no information whatsoever. Standing amidst the crowd, he wondered where he should begin. He crossed his arms, deeply pondering his next move. A hand was raised tentatively. Alice spoke up, saying she knew a suitable place to go. She suggested going to the guild hall, believing that most information would pass through that location. The young man looked hesitant, causing Alice to wonder if something was wrong. They happened to overhear two men discussing an incident involving the Holy Kingdom's second prince, rather than the Aslan affair. The men went on to reveal that the second prince was allegedly colluding with vampires, and was the mastermind behind the Aslan incident as well. The young man in the black vest sarcastically remarked that they had become quite famous, which Alice could only silently accept. Hans fell deep into thought. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide as if an idea had just struck him. Hans excitedly declared that he had come up with a brilliant idea, surprising Alice and his companion. A pair of armored boots decisively stepped into a building with wooden flooring. A guild employee timidly welcomed the new arrivals. A knight in full armor stepped in, introducing himself as Alan Lupus. The employee was secretly astonished by his expensive magical armor. After regaining composure, the employee inquired again about the purpose of Alan's visit. The knight replied that he wished to register as an adventurer. A man who appeared to be the manager stepped out, asking Alan to fill out an application form. When questioned, Alan admitted he hailed from a fallen noble family. The manager expressed suspicion regarding the expensive gear worn by such a person. Alan explained that he was not destitute and hailed from the Kingdom of Rome. He also confirmed that his companions would be registering as well. The manager informed them they would start at the wood rank, and Alan politely thanked him. Alice Astoria's beauty immediately caused a commotion among the adventurers in the guild hall. A gray-haired adventurer attempted to approach her but was teased by his friend. Meanwhile, Alice was impatiently waiting and eager to leave when she saw that Alan was finished. Her black-haired companion approached and asked if the registration had gone smoothly. Alan informed the group that he had been assigned the wood rank. The other adventurers sighed in relief upon seeing that the newcomer was just a rookie. However, they began whispering jealously, suggesting Alan used money to acquire Alice, prompting him to decide he needed to take serious action. A few days later, a rumor spread that the new adventurer had taken down an entire minotaur. Inside the guild hall, adventurers discussed Alan's feat and speculated that Alice was the princess of a forgotten kingdom. The speculation led them to believe that Alice's beauty was truly extraordinary. As footsteps approached, someone announced that Alan's party had arrived. Alan, Alice, and Hans walked in to the admiration of all, each person feeling as if they were witnessing the rise of a hero. A lavish feast had been prepared for them. Appetizing dishes like golden roasted chicken were served as a welcome. Alan, still in his armor, excitedly enjoyed his drink and praised how delicious it was. Hans happily agreed that the drink was refreshing. Alice drank silently, her expression somewhat pensive. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere, Hans accidentally called Alan Your Highness. To divert attention, Alan immediately asked when the next quest would begin. Alice smiled reassuringly that they would depart soon and advised him to rest more. Alan mused that life in the palace must have been suffocating, and Alice had been like a wild horse throughout the journey. He recalled Alice happily reporting that she had defeated a monster. In Alan's memory, she even stood on a rock outcrop and urged him to move faster. He remembered the moment she unleashed her formidable power and told himself it was best not to provoke her. Returning to the present, a stranger approached their table. The person correctly addressed him by his alias, Alan Lupus Nim, startling Hans. The strange man suggested speaking privately, while Alan secretly wondered about his identity. Alan, still in his full armor, demanded the stranger state his purpose, and the man nervously presented a scroll. The man explained it was a holy edict and suggested they speak in a more private location. In a private room, the man introduced himself as Edolf, from the Holy Kingdom. Edolf stated frankly that he had been sent by the royal family to investigate Alan's party. He began the story by revealing that he had been sentenced to 1 year of hard labor in the northern part of the Holy Kingdom. Edolf awkwardly recounted that everything started when he stole a piece of bread, and things just got worse from there. He said that there was one person who witnessed the darkest period of his life. Hearing this, Alan began to have a bad feeling, secretly thinking it couldn't possibly be that person. Edolf continued with a serious expression, asserting that the person he met was truly extraordinary. He recalled the scene of that person fighting the hordes of undead, holding a musket in one hand and a shovel in the other. Edolf recounted in astonishment that that person had single-handedly wiped out the entire horde of undead. The memory flashed back to Alan standing tall atop a mountain of zombie corpses. Edolf emotionally stated that that moment was still vividly imprinted in his mind. Feeling embarrassed, Alan quickly interrupted and asked Edolf to get straight to the main point. Edolf apologized for rambling and prepared to state his true purpose. Suddenly, the entire room shook violently due to an earthquake. The whole group was startled and panicked by the sudden and powerful tremor. Outside, The city residents screamed in panic, unable to understand what was happening. From a distance, a gigantic pillar of light shot straight up into the sky from a castle. In the past, an enraged old man thought this couldn't be true. His recollection showed a forest littered with human bones. He gnashed his teeth, recalling decades of arduous effort. Those efforts included creating a giant rat monster, and countless other sacrifices, such as the Serpent Men army and multi-headed beasts. Everything vanished into thin air in the blink of an eye. The man roared in silence. It was all because of that damn Silver Knight. Back in the present, the man, introduced as Ludic, was furious that no one knew the true identity of the enemy bearing the surname Lupus. A follower reported that the enemy's surname didn't exist in the Iran's kingdom either. Ludic stroked his beard, concluding that it was a fake identity. He worried whether the Holy Emperor's empire had discovered them, but then, Ludic's eyes flashed with determination, asserting that they would not fall easily. He declared that they served the Necromancer king, and would sow death according to his will. Ludic ordered all followers to immediately head to Alusha, as the lord of that territory was already in their hands. The lord of Alusha, Viscount Aetons, was revealed to be brainwashed. Ludic believed that with Aemon's blessing, he would show the enemy true hell. Returning to the present in Alusha, the ground cracked open amid the terrifying screams of the citizens. A gigantic red flesh monster emerged from the ground, destroying buildings. The grotesque monster looked down upon the city with a colossal, bloodshot eye. Panic-stricken citizens screamed as giant fleshy tentacles and a bloodshot eye emerged in the middle of the city. From a building, Alan Allfalls, clad in full armor, looked down and wondered about the disgusting creature. Standing behind him, Alice Astoria was also horrified, realizing it was a gigantic eye. This creature was called the Ancient Demon, the Gatekeeper of Hell, as the soldiers below tried to fight back. In another room, a young man woke up abruptly from a nightmare. A red-haired soldier frantically shouted that the monster could regenerate even when slashed. It was explained that its main body was a colossal eyeball. Its severed tentacles twitched on the ground and quickly regenerated. The frightened red-haired soldier called his comrades, showing them a terrifying sight. Their young commander turned around, his face pale with shock. He desperately exclaimed that the sight before them was nothing short of hell. Alan analyzed that, with its infinite regeneration ability, this monster was absorbing other creatures. He concluded that it was specifically created to guard something. Amidst the chaos, a woman and a young boy were trying to flee. The shadow of the gigantic monster enveloped the desperate mother and child. The monster sprouted a toothy mouth and used a tentacle to snatch a soldier mid-air. Alan Allfalls landed, annoyed by the inconvenience. He muttered that his precious vacation had been ruined just as a tentacle was about to strike the woman and child. Surrounded by magical muskets, Alan roared and unleashed an extremely powerful surge of energy. Blue beams of light shot straight into the monster's tentacles, causing violent explosions. The monster's severed tentacles twitched on the ground after the attack. In the middle of the square, a woman desperately cried for help as she was surrounded by other tentacles. Alice Astoria gritted her teeth, her eyes shining with determination. A burst of brilliant golden light engulfed part of the city, pushing the monster back. Standing amidst the rubble, Alice realized this monster was not naturally formed. Alan Allfalls, in his armor, roared angrily, wondering which idiot had summoned the monster into the town. He suddenly recalled the image of figures in black robes performing a ritual, and suspected they were behind everything. Alan grew even more enraged, thinking those bastards had crossed the line. In a dark room, a wicked voice echoed, gloating over the unfolding suffering. The mastermind, an old sorcerer named Ludic, smiled triumphantly, declaring that he had finally succeeded. Standing amidst the blazing red magic circle, Ludic raised his head, offering destruction to the Necromancer king. His two robed disciples whispered to each other in a corner. Ludic turned back, ordering them to quickly bring more sacrifices. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out, interrupting his words. Ludic jumped and turned around, astonished by the sudden interruption. A muscular warrior with long brown hair and a confident smile on his lips suddenly appeared. It was Alan, in a different form, leading his undead army into the enemy's lair. Elsewhere, a young researcher laughed in madness and despair, believing he had lost his mind. He stared in horror at the gigantic monster, regretting not staying put in the Holy Kingdom. He blamed himself for being a fool for believing a prince. A hand made of raw flesh rose up from the ground inside a large building. The red flesh monster roared, revealing its massive, stark white teeth. One of Alice's companions turned back in horror upon sensing its presence. The monster with the single, glowing red eye lunged toward him. The monster's arm was severed just as it was about to seize the screaming companion. The person was stunned when an army of skeleton warriors wearing horned helmets appeared, enveloped in blue energy. A skeleton warrior turned and declared that he had always believed in the prince. Meanwhile, the severed body parts of the red flesh monster began to regenerate. Protected by the skeleton warriors, Alice's companion watched the monster in confusion. Giant fleshy tentacles surrounded them, making the companion doubt the skeleton's loyalty. Feeling despair, the person teared up, ready to give up on life. Just then, Alice Astoria screamed, ordering everyone to duck down. A brilliant blue stream of holy power was fired at terrifying speed. Countless energy beams bombarded and destroyed the monster's fleshy tentacles. Alice landed amidst the wreckage, commenting that these monsters seemed endless. Her companion immediately changed his tune, cheering that he had always believed in Alice, prompting a sarcastic remark from her. The person suddenly remembered and asked about the prince's whereabouts. Alice calmly explained that the prince had gone to find the main body of the Big Eyes monster. Her companion was speechless upon hearing this information. In a dark space, a gigantic pile of dragon bones radiated spectral energy, demonstrating the terrifying power of the main body. The red-haired companion asked in shock if Alan had gone inside the red flesh monster. Alice Astoria smiled reassuringly, saying he would be fine, because that was Alan. Meanwhile, elsewhere, fresh blood splattered across the walls. A young cloaked follower frantically clasped his hands, begging Amun not to do it, but his pleas turned into desperate cries for help as red energy streams pierced his body. In the middle of the dark hall, skeleton warriors with blue eyes began to rise. Another follower screamed in terror, unable to understand why the Necromancer King was attacking them. Blood continued to spill, as yet another follower was mercilessly struck down. A skeleton knight in gleaming white armor held a pair of daggers radiating blue energy. From behind the iron mask, the skeleton knight spoke, asking the opponent if something was wrong. The armor began to assemble itself around a mass of red matter, and the helmet slowly closed. The mighty skeleton knight, wearing Amon's horned skull, declared that the death they desired had arrived. Ludic roared furiously, accusing the stranger of mocking Amon. From its azure eye sockets, the skeleton knight questioned why Ludic was obstructing them. Ludic pointed, shouting that the entity must immediately surrender Amon's holy relic. While continuing his threat, Ludic suddenly froze with a bewildered expression. He looked down at his feet in astonishment, where a strange, azure stream of water was rising from the ground. The entire hall transformed into a magical pool, and the skeleton knight declared he would show Ludic true power. From beneath the blue surface, countless skeleton warriors began to rise. A skeleton warrior with a jagged toothed helmet grinned hideously. A skeleton warrior wearing the horned skull declared he would show the enemy what true hell was. Alan Alfals stood before the mighty army of immortal skeleton knights he had just summoned in a vast hall. Witnessing the sight, Ludic broke out in a cold sweat from terror. Within the ranks of the skeleton army, a new red-eyed, black-haired warrior appeared alongside the cavalry and bone horses. A skeleton knight clasped its hands together, gathering brilliant blue holy energy. Alan stared decisively, challenging the enemy's infinite regeneration ability. A young blonde commander shouted, ordering everyone to target the red flesh monster's main body as quickly as possible. The skeleton warrior wearing Amun's skull affirmed that it would crush the monster every time it regenerated. Another skeleton warrior created energy spheres, promising to inflict unimaginable pain upon the enemy. The new red-eyed, black-haired warrior rode forward on a blue, flaming bone horse. The warrior swung his glowing greatsword, vowing to trample everything in sight. With sharp eyes, the black-haired warrior unleashed a destructive attack. A powerful surge of energy from the destroyed part of the building, showing the enemy the hell they had longed for. The cult followers lay scattered on the ground, completely defeated. Ludic gasped, desperately muttering no, while witnessing the disastrous defeat. The red flesh monster's giant eye twitched in chaos and pain. It realized that given this situation, all their long-held hopes would vanish into thin air. Deciding there was no other choice, the monster prepared to use its last resort. Ludic began a ritual, calling the red flesh monster's name while enveloped in red dark energy. The monster's giant eye widened and cracked as it absorbed power from the ritual. A skeleton warrior wearing a bull skull helmet was engulfed in the red energy of the ritual. Ludic declared that the other person would have to participate in a living sacrifice. The giant red eye of the summoned monster shook violently. Ludic laughed maniacally, accepting death to become the conduit for summoning hell. Another skeleton warrior exclaimed in shock that the madman had actually done it. The companion frantically called Alice, pointing up at the changing sky. Alice looked up with a worried expression, silently calling out His Highness's name. A mighty Lich King appeared, mocking the ignorance of the world it was witnessing. The Lich King declared that it would grant those poor souls the mercy of death. It ordered its skeletal army to advance and show them true power. Deformed skeletal creatures, enveloped in dark energy, rushed down toward the city. A message echoed everywhere. True freedom comes from death. The sky shattered like glass, revealing the giant eye of the red meat monster. Countless similar eyes filled the sky, causing extreme terror among the citizens and soldiers. A boy screamed as a deformed skeleton with multiple eyes on its head lunged to attack. The monster was instantly destroyed by a beam of light, and 3 skeletal soldiers in uniform appeared. An army of skeleton warriors equipped with armor and large shields steadily advanced. Following closely was the skeletal cavalry unit on undead warhorses charging into battle. Alan, wearing the giant skull helmet, smirked, admitting that having to save this entire city was truly exhausting. The Lich King showed disgust, calling Alan a contradiction for daring to use the power of death against itself. Alan Alfals declared that he would personally liberate and set everything straight. He charged forward, enveloped in blue energy, thinking that prolonging the fight would be disadvantageous for him. Alan decided he would end this battle with just a single strike. The red meat monster mocked him, asking why he refused salvation, while Alan secretly thought its rambling was grating on his ears. The monster's horned skull form appeared menacingly. Alan retorted that the monster's very existence was the defilement, and told it to stop lingering around here. He stated plainly that they weren't friends and should go their separate ways, while a red magic circle appeared beneath the monster's feet. The monster angrily called Alan an arrogant brat, but he merely warned that it might be attacked if it stayed. Alan's sword flashed with blinding light, accumulating energy. He unleashed a massive surge of power, and declared that he would end this farce of salvation. A skeletal hand with a blood-red eye on its back, wrapped in red muscle fibers, was revealed. The red magic circle on the ground began to shake violently. After a moment, the magic circle cracked and vanished. The monster lamented that it was a shame things had turned out this way. Looking at the disintegrating red flesh, Alan tiredly stated that this was the end, and he wouldn't stay any longer. From within the red smoke, a gigantic, cloaked, skeletal entity appeared, and warned that one could not escape death. It said that death would always lurk around him. The entity fully manifested, threatening to tear Alan apart and turn him into the cornerstone for the god of death's descent. It scoffed, and told the half-baked necromancer to wait and see. Having said that, the entity dissolved into a surge of dark energy and vanished. After the enemy disappeared, Alan Alfals collapsed onto the floor in exhaustion, silently cursing his opponent for talking too much. He fell backward, completely helpless as the surrounding dark energy dissipated. Lying on the floor, Alan tiredly thought that he just wanted to retrieve the family heirloom, wondering why everyone kept getting in the way. Suddenly, a surge of pink energy enveloped his body. Alan looked up and was astonished to see Alice Astoria standing before him. In Alice's recollection, she remembered being unable to believe the news that the childish prince who used to tease her had changed. She once thought she had misheard when she saw an image of Alan cheerfully interacting with a skeleton warrior. Returning to reality, Alice gently placed her hand on Alan's forehead and admitted that she could no longer deny his devotion. She knelt beside the unconscious Alan, introduced herself as Elise Astoria, and vowed to follow him. The scene shifted to another recollection, where an aged hand touched someone's white hair, with the narration stating that the time felt like hell. In Iran's capital, Irion, the narrator described the past event as an apocalypse. In a room filled with books, a voice rang out, questioning what the mages had done at that time. An elderly female mage calmly stated that it no longer mattered. A long-bearded old mage agreed, suggesting that the top priority was finding the cause of the incident. A panicked young blonde mage spoke of the giant gate and feared if it were to open again. The long-bearded mage reassured him that even if the entire magic tower were mobilized, it would take 10 years to deal with, so it wouldn't reopen anytime soon. The young mage still wondered how the enemy could have accomplished such a difficult feat. A mysterious female voice chimed in, suggesting they must have received help from vampires. A female mage dressed in green asserted that the Nemesis group were just small fry, incapable of possessing that kind of power. She insisted that they must have received support from an external force. A high-ranking mage found the Seventh Prince's presence extremely suspicious, as his movements coincided with those of the vampires. The Queen of Irans, Rox Alance, hypothesized that if the prince were a vampire, it would be no surprise if he were hiding right among them. 2 other mages objected, arguing that she was overthinking things and that no one could infiltrate a place filled with mages like this. Rox Alance coldly retorted, recalling how the monster Big Eyes had inexplicably appeared in the middle of the city. She asserted that they must face the truth, that they themselves were weak and ignorant. In the meeting room, Rox Alance presided alongside other high-ranking mages in a tense atmosphere. Unbeknownst to anyone, small shadow creatures with glowing red eyes were secretly lurking right next to the mages. An elderly mage stood up, declaring that he wished to present a feasible countermeasure to everyone. Rox Alance turned and asked what kind of measure it was. With a meaningful smile, she listened to the proposal to invite that prince to the palace. On the streets, People whispered as they watched an armored figure pass by. Two young women admired the person's dignified appearance, thrilled to see a living legend with their own eyes. Alan Alfals in his lupus armor, along with Alice Astoria and Hans, strode through the crowd cheering their names. Alice felt slightly overwhelmed by the attention, but Hans smugly said they should enjoy it because they were heroes. Alice glared at Hans and asked, "We?" making him break out in a cold sweat. Alan spoke up in defense, saying that Hans had also worked hard analyzing the gate, and Hans immediately puffed out his chest, claiming to be part of the intellectual team. Alice turned and asked Alan why they were going to the guild hall. Alan explained that they were promised a reward, but then complained about not being sent a carriage to pick them up. As they approached the building, Alan continued to grumble that this country didn't know how to treat heroes, but Alice advised him to be more understanding. Alice looked around the city and thought to herself that everything had changed so much. Meanwhile, a voice rang out, suggesting they needed to be clear about what they were requesting. A royal official solemnly announced that, in recognition of the contributions of the adventurer Alan Lupus and his party, they were officially invited to the royal palace. The prince, hidden in the armor, thought to himself that the plan had succeeded. He finally had an entry point into the Iran's royal palace. However, Alice sensed something suspicious, and Hans also had a bad feeling. The mysterious prince secretly resolved to retrieve his precious holy artifact soon. On a moving carriage, the scenery flashed past the window. Inside, the prince had removed his helmet and was silently looking outside. Called His Highness by someone in the group, he turned around. Hans frantically asked again about the existence of a giant underground labyrinth in the royal dungeon. The prince smiled and confirmed it, showing amusement at Hans's reaction. He explained that he had used the excuse of a vacation to undertake a long journey, enduring every hardship in a foreign land, all just to have an excuse to infiltrate this place. Hans asked in horror why he had to do that. The prince revealed that it was the resting place of the holy artifact of the first holy emperor Orden Ulfals. Alice wondered why an emperor's holy artifact would be lost abroad. He explained that Cardinal Mikhail had discovered this truth while researching Aztalun, and Prince Rufel had somehow found out. For a prince, this was an opportunity too tempting to ignore. Hans asked why he didn't make a formal request between the two nations, but the prince asserted that it was impossible. He explained that security in Iran's was tight because they were hunting vampires, making it impossible for a foreign prince to approach them with suspicious companions. Therefore, instead of acting blindly, he created a situation where they had to seek him out themselves. The prince explained that although he kept his name and abilities the same, he made a few changes to his plan. He admitted it was a disguise, but he needed to subtly hint at his true identity. He reasoned that both the Holy Kingdom and Iran's were too proud to make the first move, but if they invited a royal representative first, then it meant they had a request that required a prince of the Holy Kingdom. On the carriage entering the capital, his red-haired companion was astonished by the magnificent scenery. After a long journey, they had finally arrived at the capital city of the Kingdom of Iran. The city stood out with its picturesque canals, where couples strolled on gondolas. The bustling market was filled with people coming and going, demonstrating the kingdom's prosperity. The harbor was busy with ships, indicating it was a vital trade center. The entire capital of Iran's appeared as a prosperous and well-planned port city. In his knight armor, the prince alone entered the grand hall of the royal palace. The kingdom's high-ranking mages, including the long-bearded mage, were waiting to observe. A noble with a white wig was also present, his expression clearly showing displeasure. Royal guards in gleaming armor stood solemnly on both sides. Court members whispered, unable to believe a mere adventurer was granted an audience, wondering what the queen was thinking. The prince in the guise of a knight stood before the throne, where Queen Rox Alance was seated, wearing a mask covering half her face. Following proper etiquette, Alice Astoria knelt to pay her respects to the queen. However, the prince remained standing upright, an act of defiance. The entire Iran's court immediately erupted in anger, shouting at the unacceptable insolence. Amidst the chaos, Alan Alfalz's eyes flashed with blue light, revealing his powerful presence. Queen Rox Alance, 82 years old, welcomed the orichalcum rank adventurer named Alan Rups, and inquired about the health of Lord Celtic. She took a small step down from the throne, her scepter lightly tapping the floor. The armored knight also stepped forward in response. Queen Rox looked down with a calm expression, seemingly assessing the person before her. She subtly clenched her hand, a discreet gesture showing her resolve. The nobles in the court, including the white-haired noble, were stunned by this unexpected favor. Alice Astoria and her companion were equally surprised. From above, Queen Rox formally declared her welcome to the knight bowing before her. She smiled and introduced herself as Rox Alance, the queen of this nation. The knight removed his helmet, revealing the prince's face, and introduced himself as Alan Rups. He bowed, expressing that meeting the queen was a great honor. Queen Rox remarked that he looked very much like that person. She reached out and touched the prince's cheek, saying it might be abrupt to ask this. She looked straight at him and asked if she could entrust him with a mission. The prince calmly replied, "Please speak." Queen Rox gestured across the hall, explaining that this was the gathering place for Iranza's nobility. With a meaningful smile, she requested that he catch the rats hiding among them. The entire court buzzed with chatter, while hidden spies with glowing red eyes were revealed. Queen Rox promised the reward would be anything an adventurer could desire. In a hidden corner, a gray-haired noblewoman grew angry upon realizing the plan was ruined, wondering what she should do next. In the shadows, the noblewoman spy with glowing red eyes planned to take the queen hostage. Suddenly, the disguised knight glanced sideways with a determined look. He swiftly threw a small, glowing object toward the noblewoman. Before the female spy could understand what was happening, she sensed danger. Her head flew into the air, her eyes still wide open in utter astonishment. The knight stood next to the headless corpse of the female spy he had just slain. He plunged his sword forcefully into the floor, declaring that he could not directly detect vampires, but with confidence, he asserted that his intuition was sharp and accepted the mission. At that very moment, another spy revealed his true form with massive fangs and begged for his life. Without hesitation, the knight swung his sword, cleaving through the head of the second spy. He calmly withdrew the blood-soaked sword from the vanquished enemy. The spy's hand, with its sharp claws, began to crumble into dust. Standing in the middle of the hall, the knight observed that they still didn't grasp the full situation. He smirked, saying the number of enemies was greater than he thought, and subtly reminded her about the reward. Queen Rox Alance smiled, agreeing that the cost was cheaper than letting the vermin continue to drain the treasury. Blue holy power began to gather around the knight's hand, as he admitted his actions might displease many. The energy surged into his sword, and he issued a challenge, inviting anyone with objections to speak up. Standing before the throne, he declared he was always ready for discussion, while his sword radiated an overwhelming surge of power. The nobles and mages in the court were all stunned and terrified by the display of power. The knight smirked contentedly, commenting to himself on the neat job he had just finished. Queen Rox Alance smiled, declaring that with this silent consent, she would assume there were no objections. She opened her eyes, her gaze sharp, and requested the knight finish what he had started. A moment later, a herald knocked and announced that Lord Alan had arrived. The queen, who was writing, ordered the person to be admitted. A man in tall boots stepped into the great hall. Alan Alfals stood before the throne and asked the queen if she had summoned him. The queen greeted him and apologized for disturbing him while he was tired. From a perspective behind them, the queen invited Alan to sit down and have tea with her. Once they were seated at the lavish tea table, the queen began by thanking Alan for saving her kingdom from collapse. She continued, thanking him for exposing the vampires hiding within the court. The queen solemnly expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Lord Alan Alphos. Alan calmly reached for the hot teacup. He thought to himself that the queen wanted to speak to him as a prince, then replied that he only did it for the reward. Queen Rox Alance smiled, asking Alan to state his desire. Alan held the teacup, pondered for a moment, and then made a surprising proposal. He proposed forming an alliance with the Holy Kingdom. The queen smirked meaningfully at his proposal. Alan calmly confirmed, "Yes, of course." He showed surprise at her quick agreement, asking again, "That easily?" Alan continued to question her, suggesting the queen was being somewhat careless with matters of state. Queen Rox Alance replied casually, asking in return if there was any reason to refuse. Alan made his proposal, promising to supply magic crystals as a sign of the alliance. He guaranteed they would be of the highest quality in unlimited quantities. Then, Alan presented his final condition: permission to enter the underground labyrinth of Tytalos. Queen Rox Alance coldly refused the request. Alan calmly replied, thinking to himself that the refusal was expected. He asked directly if there was something in Tytalos that was forbidden to reveal, while musing that things had been going too smoothly. Rox explained that Alan did not know how dangerous the place was, and why everyone kept silent about it. He stated that his goal was surely the holy artifact of the First Holy Emperor Orden. The queen affirmed that it was something she could not allow. Alan smiled, saying he appreciated her concern, but that was precisely why he had to go there. He confidently declared that he was not weak, as he was the grandson of the Holy Emperor Celt. Celt's image reflected in Rox's eyes as she realized Alan looked exactly like him. Suddenly, the queen agreed, and would grant him permission, joking that she was, of course, older than Celt. Alan was surprised, asking again to confirm that she truly permitted him to enter the labyrinth. Rox set the condition that one of her people would accompany him, and Alan accepted. The next day, Alan noticed that the person sent seemed to have no intention of concealing his presence. A person cloaked in a green hood, holding a staff, introduced himself as Norman. Norman pulled down his hood, revealing his face, and said he was participating under the Queen's orders. Alan gave a strained laugh and accepted this concession. He gestured for Norman to follow him. Alan Alfals smiled, extended his hand, and said he was pleased to meet Norman. Norman smirked mischievously. The two shook hands, officially confirming their cooperation. The large stone door opened, revealing a path flooded with light for them to begin their journey. The group, consisting of Alan, Charlotte, Hans, and Norman, proceeded toward the relic of the first Holy Emperor. They walked along a paved path inside a dark corridor. Hans wondered if this was truly a labyrinth, as it looked more like a prison. Norman explained that this was just the transitional corridor, and the actual labyrinth was much larger and more magnificent. When the group reached a wide courtyard, Norman announced that they had arrived. Another gigantic wooden gate slowly opened before their eyes. Norman smiled and welcomed everyone to Tytalos. Inside was a vast, dense forest, with dragon-like creatures soaring in the sky. Alan was astonished by the magnificent sight that unfolded. He hadn't expected the area to be so vast. Hans screamed in extreme excitement, unable to believe this place was real, and began dreaming of countless resources. Alan suddenly warned Hans to step back, as a blue magic circle glowed beneath his feet. Norman's eyes widened in horror at a sudden threat. A gigantic green monster foot slammed down onto the ground, followed by another violent impact. The ground shook, causing Hans and Charlotte to fall over. Alan's eyes shone with determination, wondering if he was truly about to witness it here. A colossal Tyrannosaurus appeared, making Alan wonder if this was a perfect replica. When the Prince of Irans shouted Alice's name, she quickly warned that the monster had begun to move. The Prince of Irans immediately pushed Alice out of the path of the colossal, lunging jaws. Alice counterattacked, channeling holy energy into her fist and delivering a powerful punch to the monster's head. The impact forced the beast back, and Alice grimaced at the stench emanating from it. The Prince of Irans reminded the others that this was no time for astonishment. Norman could only stare dumbfounded at the powerful scene before him. Ancient yellow runes glowed on Alan's neck as he activated a skill called Astaloon. Hans sneered, smugly saying that a musket was much more convenient than a sword. Immediately after, he pulled the trigger, firing a powerful stream of energy from his weapon. The magic bullet lodged directly into the dinosaur's head, causing a bloody explosion. The colossal creature collapsed to the ground in an earth-shattering crash. Norman could only utter a single word in his mind: astonishing. Hans explained to Alan that these creatures possessed natural magic resistance, rendering ordinary weapons and spells mostly useless. Norman thought to himself that the abilities of Alice and the Prince of Irans far exceeded all his expectations. Meanwhile, Hans was preoccupied with the thoughts of an alchemist, viewing the ancient creature's hide as a high-grade material. Alan turned and called Norman, and the mage confirmed that he was listening. Norman's expression turned horrified as Alan began to speak. "I will ensure that your country," a skeleton warrior emerged from the water as Alan's voice echoed, "will never regret allying with the Holy Kingdom." Another skeleton knight continued, conveying the final message. "Therefore, please speak highly of us to the Queen." Norman was astonished to realize the truth about the existence of undead creatures carrying holy power. He stared intently at the skeleton warriors with energy shields standing before him. Norman thought to himself that this was no longer a matter of strength, but a power that defied nature itself. Sweat poured out, and he concluded that this kind of power could only come from the divine. Alan smiled smugly, declaring that he would avenge the 3,000 Iron soldiers who had died here. He called Norman's name, making the mage jump and reply in fear. Alan ordered Norman to continue leading the group. Norman obeyed, calling Alan, "Your Highness," and thinking that if this was truly the seventh prince, perhaps this mission still held hope. While walking, Norman suddenly remembered something and turned back to speak. Alan asked if the Tyrannosaurus species lived in herds, which confused Norman. Meanwhile, Alice looked annoyed after the battle had just ended. Hans confirmed that such dragon species usually move in groups. Alice turned to ask Hans if he had any water for her to wash her face. Alan explained that sometimes individuals stray from the herd, which made Norman start to understand. Suddenly, a gigantic, blazing red eye appeared from the darkness. A massive, clawed foot slammed heavily onto the ground. Hans froze, staring up in horror at the creature that had just appeared. Another Tyrannosaurus was towering right over Hans, its mouth dripping with saliva. Alan calmly asked if this was the individual that had strayed from the herd. The monster let out a sky-shattering roar, ready to attack. Alan dismissed his own speculation, realizing that it wasn't a stray individual but an entire herd of ancient dragons. As night fell, the group set up camp, and Hans remarked that even in the labyrinth, there was night. A young woman in a white uniform approached and asked to speak with Alan privately. The girl knelt formally before Alan. Alan secretly wondered how she knew he was a saint, then immediately spoke up, asking what she wanted to say. He leaned close to the girl and said that she didn't need to hide her saintess identity here, which stunned her. The girl jumped up in surprise, urgently asking if what he said was true. Realizing Alan was just testing her, she covered her face in embarrassment. The girl questioned why Alan was testing her, and he simply replied that it was a hunch. Alan smiled and explained that recognizing a saintess was the same way he detected vampires. He wondered why she had to hide her identity, as it would only solidify her status. The girl explained that saints do not reveal their identities because their ability to identify vampires makes them targets for elimination. Alan mused. Considering this new information, she admitted that she couldn't do that yet, needing 2 to 3 more years of training. She decided to ask Alan a question in return. With a serious expression, she asked if Alan was truly a saint. Alan casually denied it, saying this was the first time he had heard such a thing, which angered the girl. He continued to feign ignorance, asking how one recognizes a saint, and she began to explain that they must first be self-aware. She said that when they come of age, the Holy Kingdom conducts a test, and if confirmed, they are officially granted the title of saint. Alan frankly admitted to the apprentice saintess that he had never gone through the official process. She raised a finger, quoting the definition of a saint as someone who performs miracles, defying the laws of the world. She asserted that even though Alan had no title, everything he did was nothing short of a miracle. Alan thought to himself that perhaps his game-like system was a miracle by this world's standards. He further mused that the very concept of a holy undead was absurd, as was his ability to detect vampires. However, the apprentice saintess expressed doubt, as a male saint and a saintess had never appeared at the same time. Her words made Alan wonder if he truly was a saint. He decided to dismiss these vague thoughts because there was still too much he didn't understand. Alan reminded himself of his true purpose for coming here. He stood up, looked up at the vast cavern ceiling, and decided to continue the mission. Norman placed his hand on a stone wall covered in ancient carvings, announcing that they had arrived. He confirmed to Alan that this was the exact location they needed to find. Norman said that what Alan was looking for lay inside a magnificent hall, bathed in light. He asked if Alan intended to enter immediately. Alan replied that there was no reason to delay. With a confident smile, he said they should finish this so they could rest. Norman began reading aloud the inscriptions on the wall, which spoke of a city that was the capital of the Holy Kingdom and reserved only for the brave. As he read about a sword that made kings kneel in despair, the group stared in astonishment at the dark corridor ahead. Escorted by the bone warriors, they proceeded inside, while Norman continued reading about the weapon and shield of God. Finally, he revealed that the person who hid the sword here was Orden Olfals. The group stood before a gigantic stone door, and Hans realized it had no handle. Norman explained that they couldn't enter normally, and asked everyone to step back. He hovered in the air, creating a massive magic circle that emitted a brilliant blue light. A powerful stream of energy shot straight at the door, shattering the seal. As the door slowly opened, the entire group stared inside in astonishment. Hans broke out in a cold sweat, muttering in disbelief at the power he had just witnessed. He shouted in surprise, realizing it was teleportation magic, and couldn't believe it was cast so quickly. Hans continued to ask how Norman could use such a powerful spell by himself, but Norman was only confused by his reaction. Inside the room, a skeleton wearing a white military uniform and a red crown sat upon a magnificent throne. The apprentice saintess and Hans were stunned by the unexpected sight. Norman began to explain that the name of the sword was, behind the throne, a gigantic mechanical entity began to materialize. He revealed its name was Metatron, King of the Heavens. Metatron's chest plate glowed brightly as it began to activate. The gigantic gears behind its back began to move and mesh together. Metatron's massive metallic hands clenched, accumulating yellow energy. Witnessing the scene, Alan Alfals smirked, thinking that no one in his family was truly normal. Far away, the Holy Emperor Celtic Atfalls also sensed something and looked perplexed. Back in the room, Metatron was enveloped in a powerful energy aura, with ancient runes glowing on its armor. A voice rang out, declaring that a descendant was reclaiming the holy relic left by their ancestor. Alan's skeleton warriors were engulfed by a stream of blue holy energy and disintegrated. A warrior's helmet shattered into pieces right at his feet. The apprentice saintess and Hans exclaimed in shock, "No way." Norman was also stunned by that terrifying power. Contrary to everyone else, Alan smiled smugly and said that he was also shocked. While a skeleton knight turned to dust, Metatron's hand regenerated from particles of golden light. Metatron unfurled 6 pairs of brilliant golden angel wings, radiating terrifying pressure onto the disintegrating skeleton knight below. Alan crossed his arms, calmly stating that he had felt something was wrong from the start. He realized that Metatron also possessed a true Aztaloon, but one different from his own. Alan was astonished that Metatron could unleash such immense power without moving. He silently admitted that he had underestimated the situation and that his preparation was insufficient. Alan decided to retreat, his left hand transforming into a black clawed gauntlet, while he secretly vowed to return for the holy relic. After safely retreating, the group sat around a campfire to rest. Norman mused that the creature had far surpassed human limits. Alan silently crossed his arms, sinking deep into his thoughts. Elsewhere, someone recounted that 3,000 Iran soldiers had been wiped out, and they initially thought it was due to an ancient dragon. But the truth was that a single angel had stopped that entire dragon army. A long-bearded mage reported that they had captured a dragon leader and created a bone dragon. However, he admitted that even the mighty bone dragon was not strong enough to defeat that angel. Back at the campfire, Hans asked Alan if he had a plan, and he confidently replied that there was a way. Holy power permeated the angel's chamber. Alan realized that in an environment like this, there was one thing he could try. He envisioned simultaneously summoning both the Skeleton King and the Bone Dragon, but he worried whether his body could withstand that terrifying pressure. A large piece of meat was roasting over the flickering campfire. Alan continued to wonder what would happen if the holy power spiraled out of control. Alice Astoria quietly observed his anxious expression. She called Alan and handed him a piece of roasted meat. She smiled and told him to eat first before thinking. Taken by surprise, Alan agreed and accepted the meat. While he was eating, Alice said that she could handle the uncontrolled release of holy power. Alan was stunned by her declaration. Alice reminded him that she was a saintess. Alan suddenly had a realization. He remembered that Alice possessed a fragment of God and could find a way. Alice asked if he was sure he wanted to reveal his power, but Alan confidently replied that it was fine. He explained that although this plan would shock his grandfather, he could act freely within this labyrinth. When Alan asked how she intended to control the holy power, Alice replied that it was a form of resonance. She explained that it was based on a simple prayer, which amplified the holy power while reducing consumption. Alice concluded that when they performed it together, it would create a resonance effect that multiplied the power many times over. Alan mused, pointing out a weakness in the plan. But during the resonance, I won't be able to move. Norman spoke firmly, seemingly accepting a mission. Around the bonfire, Norman proposed a tactic. What if we attack from afar without leaving the summoning point? He asserted that things would be different this time, as last time they only received a warning. Alan smiled confidently, agreeing that tricks would no longer work. Hans, Alice, and Norman were all silent, focusing on preparing for the upcoming battle. With an excited smile, Alan decided, "All right, let's go. Let's give it a try." He blamed himself for hesitating and reinforced his resolve. The group advanced to the entrance of the final room in the labyrinth. Inside, gigantic golden gears began to turn, activating an ancient mechanism. Hans anxiously asked Alan if he would continue even if he was stopped. Alan affirmed that if he intended to give up, he wouldn't have come this far. He began to exert his power, half his face transforming under the blue energy, and called out to Alice. Alice responded, focusing her mind and releasing her holy power. He flew up, combining her power with one of Alan's most powerful skeleton warriors. The energy core on Metatron's chest began to open. The gigantic mechanical entity with 6 pairs of blazing golden wings appeared, and Alan challenged it. In a past scene, a mysterious white-haired noble confronted Metatron and made a request. Metatron remained silent, its core still tightly shut, not responding to the plea. The noble smiled, setting a condition. If the time comes when a righteous and just person desires your power, the noble finished speaking, requesting Metatron to grant power to a righteous person, and then a skeleton warrior with a ram-horned skull appeared. The skull glowed brightly with blue magical energy. The skeleton warrior began gathering power, preparing for a major battle. Immediately after, a heavily armored skeleton knight, wielding a battle axe, emerged from the magical smoke. Skeleton mages in brown robes were also summoned from a magic circle. An army of skeleton warriors with horned helmets and energy spears lined up in formation. One of them roared furiously, charging forward with blazing red eyes. The entire undead legion charged simultaneously, attacking the mechanical angel entity. Metatron retaliated by firing streams of blazing golden light energy, blocking the first wave of attack. From above, it continued to rain down destructive light. In the middle of the battle, the apprentice saint clasped her hands, focusing her mind on the ritual. She stood in the center of the magic circle, and a voice echoed through the undead creatures. "I am the Legion." The ram-horned skeleton warrior raised its head, declaring, "I am the heir of Gaia." A gigantic bony spine began to form from the void. Soon, a massive bone dragon was completely reconstructed from magical energy. The dragon soared up, leading the undead army straight toward Metatron. Metatron confronted the bone dragon, preparing to launch a counterattack. It spread its wings, unleashing a torrent of purifying energy that engulfed the entire battlefield. Struck directly by the light, the giant dragon's skeleton began to shatter, After the attack, Metatron hovered alone in the air, overwhelmingly victorious. The bone dragon's body disintegrated into pieces under Metatron's power. A final explosion of light completely annihilated its existence. Witnessing the scene, a woman in a green cloak exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the power. Her eyes flashed with resentment, as she recalled that this was the power of the angel who killed her father. Through a skeleton warrior, Alan Alfalls mocked the newcomer as an idiot. Meanwhile, Metatron stood firm, ready for the next battle. In response, a new, larger bone dragon was formed from blue magical energy. Alan decided he must summon the King of Bones immediately. A gigantic bony hand emerged from the ground, signaling the arrival of a powerful entity. Metatron detected a massive energy reaction and immediately moved with terrifying speed. It hovered in the air, confronting the newly summoned bone dragon. The bone dragon roared a challenge, ready to fight. At the same time, the King of Bones, a giant skeleton knight, raised its hand to the sky, preparing to attack. Metatron lunged forward, delivering a punch of light to the bone dragon. The King of Bones also concentrated a sphere of blue energy in its palm. Metatron observed calmly, completely unfazed by the attacks. The King of Bones unleashed a destructive stream of blue energy toward Metatron. The mechanical entity was completely engulfed in the energy blast. However, Metatron began to absorb the blue energy stream into its body. Finally, it released a shockwave of golden light, completely overwhelming the King of Bones' attack. As the King of Bones' hand shattered, a voice rang out, declaring, "I am Legion." A deformed skeleton creature with many glowing red eyes emerged from the blue energy, proclaiming itself the heir of Gaia. Metatron did not hesitate, diving straight down from above to attack. It swung its arm, gathering a dazzling stream of golden light energy. A punch filled with holy power was unleashed with destructive force. Metatron maintained a determined expression while executing its attack. However, the new skeleton creature easily blocked Metatron's punch with one hand. With superior physical strength, the creature flung Metatron away. Repelled, Metatron staggered, red light flashing from the eye slits on its helmet. The skeleton creature raised its arm, preparing for the next attack. It stood proudly, while behind it, another skeleton knight, wearing Amon's skull, also appeared. Metatron retaliated by firing countless energy beams from its golden wings. The beams exploded upon the skeleton creature, but failed to defeat it. Meanwhile, the commanding skeleton knight wearing Amon's skull stood firm, completely unharmed. The multi-eyed creature roared furiously after enduring the attack. It lunged forward with terrifying speed to retaliate. Standing atop the skull of a fallen bone dragon, the commanding skeleton knight arrogantly asked, "Did I have to wait long?" Metatron was now surrounded by a massive and powerful undead legion. The entire skeleton army moved into position, ready for an all-out battle. The commanding skeleton knight raised his fist to the sky and ordered the entire army, "Advance!" A giant bone dragon gathered energy and fired a destructive breath attack toward Metatron. Metatron hovered in the air, easily raising its hand to block the powerful attack. The blue energy stream collided with Metatron and completely dissipated. After deflecting the attack, Metatron witnessed a massive explosion on the ground, where the bone dragon's attack had missed. The giant mechanical entity began gathering brilliant golden energy around its body. In response, a multitude of heavily armed skeleton warriors began charging forward. Countless skeleton warriors leaped into the air, rushing to attack Metatron from all directions. One of the skeleton warriors swung a large mace, aiming directly for Metatron's head. The impact created sparks, but failed to shake the angelic entity. Witnessing the scene, Hans excitedly shouted that they just needed to hold on a little longer. Suddenly, a deformed skeleton warrior with many glowing red eyes plunged down from above. Norman exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe they were actually about to defeat an angel. He pulled his hood down, realizing the impossible was finally about to happen. In his mind, Alan thought about completing a feat that even his royal father could not achieve. He was determined that it was about to become reality, while Alice assisted him in performing the ritual. The multi-eyed skeleton warrior rushed forward with terrifying speed, its arm gathering energy. Simultaneously, another bone dragon was summoned and fired an energy blast toward Metatron. Metatron clenched its gold-armored hand, gathering an even greater surge of energy. Its mechanical eyes flashed red, signaling a destructive counterattack. Metatron unleashed a terrifying explosion of golden energy, blasting away all the skeleton warriors clinging to it. A skeleton warrior with many red eyes was shattered by the blue energy. While Alan sensed a new power about to awaken, Metatron identified the danger, spread its golden wings, and prioritized eliminating the target in front of Charlotte Herrace. The giant King of Bones spoke, telling Metatron that it had completely misunderstood the situation, declared that it was not the only opponent, as a massive vortex of fire began to form. From a distance, Norman was determined to assist the prince, channeling his power to cast a mighty spell. The young mage yelled, summoning a blazing meteor that hurtled straight toward Metatron. Metatron's system analyzed the attack, warning of the risk of its body being destroyed due to the excessive magical power. The angelic automaton immediately changed its priority, shifting its focus to the threat from the sky. It raised its hand defensively, creating an energy shield to stop the meteor. Metatron braced itself against the terrible heat as the meteor was about to collide. Its golden arm directly confronted the descending fireball. The collision created a terrifying explosion, completely engulfing Metatron in a sea of fire. Backfired by his own magic, Norman coughed up blood and couldn't believe what he was sensing. Nevertheless, Metatron's golden hand calmly reached out from the center of the explosion, brushing away the flames. Meanwhile, Alice felt exhausted from maintaining the ritual. She began to faint, telling herself she had to try, or the prince would lose. A familiar voice rang out, telling Alice to look up as a dark figure appeared behind her. Alice was surprised to realize it was the prince himself. A giant lich king with a horned crown appeared, relaying Alan's message that Alice had done everything she could. The newly summoned entity stood towering over the battlefield, amidst the fallen skeleton warriors. Alan, through the Bone Warrior, reassured the trainee saintess that she didn't have to bear the burden alone. Encouraged, the young woman clasped her hands in prayer, trusting the comrades fighting alongside her. A massive magic circle erupted, releasing a pillar of holy energy into the sky. Engulfed in the explosion, Metatron announced that its objective had been 85% achieved. Witnessing the scene, the mage Norman trembled in pain from the magical backlash. He collapsed, desperately wondering if all the sacrifices had been in vain, and worrying about Alan's fate. However, a new spark of determination suddenly flashed in Norman's eyes. He blamed himself for being short-sighted once again, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Metatron was surprised by a blinding white surge of energy rushing toward it. A colossal bone dragon summoned by Alan surged up from below, launching a direct attack on Metatron. The mechanical entity raised its hand, preparing to counter the fierce attack. In a flashback, a mysterious white-haired man advised Metatron not to waste its strength. He told Metatron that this world was much larger than it imagined. Returning to the present, Alan stood firm within the blue energy surge, while Metatron realized its mission could not be completed. Facing Alan, the heavily damaged Metatron asked what all of this was ultimately for. Metatron asked again if Alan was questioning its purpose of existence. Alan smiled and casually replied that he hadn't really thought about it. He simply wanted his people to live without suffering, with images of his grandfather and older brother appearing behind him. Metatron couldn't understand that purpose, but a sword began to emerge from the ground. The mechanical entity declared it would keep its promise as the legendary sword of Orden Allfalls appeared in a brilliant light. A report was sent to the Imperial Palace. Archbishop Raphael Astoria presented the report to Holy Emperor Celtic Atfalls, who asked if the news was serious. Celtic smiled with satisfaction, thinking inwardly that his grandson was truly impressive. Raphael confirmed that Alan had dealt with the Archangel, astonishing Celtic, who wished he could pass the throne to him immediately. Celtic remembered Ulyssia, glad that Alan was safe, while Raphael remarked that the Emperor was doing it again. Raphael suggested that Alan's growth was getting out of hand, but Celtic merely replied that he expected nothing less from his grandson. Celtic regretfully admitted he had always dreamed of fighting an archangel himself, but Alan had been one step faster. Raphael interrupted with new information, asking if the Holy Emperor had heard, causing Celtic to irritably ask what the matter was now. The Archbishop began reporting about the garrison army in northern Ronia. Celtic, still thinking about the previous matter, asked if it was unbelievable. Raphael wondered how such a thing could happen, making Celtic snap, asking if he was intentionally trying to annoy him. Raphael explained that the astonishing thing was that all the soldiers and even the prisoners in Ronia were using holy power, completely baffling Celtic. On a balcony elsewhere, Alan Alfalls also received similar news and exclaimed that it was absurd. He looked into the distance, muttering in disbelief as he processed the information. Alan wondered about even the prisoners using holy power, but trusted that Charlotte's report couldn't be wrong. The information stated that the total number of soldiers and prisoners in Ronia was nearly 800, and having so many people use holy power was unprecedented. Alan realized that the fact that no one knew about this was suspicious in itself. He deduced that Lord Gennard Lepang had deliberately concealed everything. Alan sighed, considering that perhaps he should go there himself, but then he realized Ronia was quite far away, while a female companion was still sitting nearby, drinking tea. Meanwhile, the queen with teleportation abilities was currently... Hans suddenly burst in, shouting, "Didn't I tell you? I told you I would decipher it, didn't I?" Alan irritably told Hans to shut up because he had a headache, while the trainee saintess remarked that Hans's reaction was annoying. The group stood before a colossal golden sword plunged into the ground, radiating light and ancient runes. Alan and Hans intently observed the ancient holy relic. Suddenly, the sword erupted in a blinding flash of light. Alan had to raise his hand to shield his eyes from the intense light. From within the light, an intricately patterned golden bracelet appeared. Alan and Hans stared in astonishment at the holy relic hovering before them. The bracelet slowly descended, settling into Alan's waiting hands. Hans grabbed the bracelet, excitedly declaring that he had deciphered Aztalun, further irritating Alan, who demanded he be silent. Elsewhere, Queen Rox Alence was reviewing documents on a balcony, looking out over the city. She pondered the fact that vampires had infiltrated even the palace. Then she recalled the appearance of the red flesh monster in Elucia, and also the civil wars simultaneously erupting in neighboring countries. Rox concluded that the vampires' tactics were becoming increasingly sophisticated and cunning. They couldn't just sit and wait to die. She decided to summon the Council of Nobles immediately, but suddenly felt unwell. Her hand was covered in blood after a violent coughing fit. The maids rushed over in panic, calling for Her Majesty, while Rox tried to reassure them. Despite her failing health, Rox realized that Holy Emperor Celtic surely considered the Seventh Prince his successor. Queen Rox Alence thought to herself that the Seventh Prince's abilities were undeniable, but if he continued like this, it would be very worrying. A letter was presented to the Queen. A maid bowed and reported that the Seventh Prince was preparing to depart. Rox looked at the document and declared that the time had come. With determined eyes, she told herself she had to hurry. She thought that she needed to give him something. Rox ordered preparations for her trip, and decided to go out for a walk for the first time in a long while. A small boat glided on the city canal. On the boat, Alan Alfals seemed excited, because it had been a long time since he had been outside the city walls. Rox, in civilian clothes, smiled, and recounted that she often went out for fresh air when she was young. Wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat, she said that now she particularly felt her age. Alan smiled back, replying that the Queen still looked full of vitality. Rox modestly suggested it was just a social compliment, and began to talk about her inexperienced youth. She continued the story, comparing her status to a bird in a cage, and mentioned that she had even run away from the palace once. She enjoyed unprecedented freedom until she got lost in a dangerous forest. In a flashback, the young Rox lay on the ground, desperate and helpless, until a platinum-haired young man stumbled upon her. When she woke up, she found herself being carried by the young man, next to a defeated monster. Rox recalled the scandal from years ago. The sole heir had secretly fled the palace and fallen in love with an outsider. She revealed that she had given birth to a child without the royal family's knowledge, while Alan seemed rather uninterested. Rox handed Alan a carefully sealed envelope and asked for a favor. Queen Rox asked Alan, if anything were to happen to her, to deliver this letter to her child. Alan wondered why she didn't do it herself, but Rox simply said she was at peace because she had finally met her nephew. Meanwhile, in a cold, snowy land, the teeth of a giant skeletal creature appeared. Elsewhere in that land, a command rang out, ordering the prisoners equipped with holy spears to pierce everything. The giant skeletal monster let out an earth-shattering roar. A massive army of undead was moving across the snowy land. Charlotte Herrace stood high up with a holy knight, observing the enemy. At her signal, the holy knight drew his sword. From atop the city wall, the order to fire was given, and a rain of projectiles flew toward the undead army. The fiery arrows plunged into the zombies, incinerating them in the field. Alan, radiating holy power, asked the prisoners to offer a prayer. Holy power enveloped the prisoners, beginning the process of transforming their bodies. They were reborn as skeletal warriors enveloped in a blue energy current. From afar, Charlotte observed and noticed that the prisoners' ability to control holy power was gradually improving. Two of the new undead warriors immediately sparred for practice, their swords clashing. Charlotte realized that no one in the Holy Kingdom's Council of Mages knew about an event of this magnitude. Elsewhere, a silver-haired official was contemplating Lord Zebold's conspiracy. Returning to the battlefield, a giant foot suddenly stomped down on the ground. One of the undead warriors fearfully asked if it was an earthquake. Charlotte, with a look of horror, realized that this was not an earthquake. A giant skeletal monster roared on the snowy battlefield. In a vision, a gigantic, horned demonic entity stood towering over an army of undead. Elsewhere, Alan Alfals held a carefully sealed red envelope. He muttered that the contents of the letter were confusing. Hans explained that the envelope was sealed with a spell similar to a curse. The alchemist added that it would not open unless something happened to the person who cast the spell. Alice Astoria looked horrified when she heard Hans warn that a spell would incinerate anyone who tried to open it. Alan wondered why the Queen would entrust him with something so dangerous, and Hans replied that only she knew. Hans held a thin, sharp instrument, preparing for a certain procedure. He smiled and asked Alan if they could begin. Alan took off his shirt, nervously asking Hans if he was trustworthy because his hands were shaking. Alice awkwardly admitted this was her first time too, while Alan urged them to finish quickly. While Hans prepared, Alan asked Alice about the issue in northern Lonia, which she was completely unaware of. Alice blushed, covered her mouth, and admitted this was the first time she had heard of it. Hans began the procedure on Alan's back and ordered him not to move. Alan said that the possibility was not impossible, causing someone else to curiously ask what he meant. He began to explain that there were two common ways to awaken holy power. Alan listed the methods of training and prayer, along with consuming holy water, but noted that both had a low success rate. As Hans drew a glowing magic circle on his back, Alan said there was still another way. He explained that whenever the world fell into chaos, another method would appear. Alan explained that when a priest with extraordinary holy power appears, those they heal can also utilize a fraction of that holy power. This allows those individuals to grant widespread blessings. Alice suddenly realized that if Alan inherited a fragment of the Godhead and was a saint, his power could be fully explained. Alan irritably denied it, while Hans announced a temporary halt to the inscription process. Hans explained that Alan's body couldn't withstand the entire Aztaloon inscription process all at once. Alan sensed the new power, remarking that there didn't seem to be much change. Hans exclaimed in astonishment that the effect was clearly manifesting. Alice also realized that this was a genuine Aztaloon, not a replica. Alan smiled confidently, saying that in this state, he could finally use times that thing asterisk. He requested the carriage stop and stepped out alone. Hans and Alice watched curiously, wondering what he intended to do. Alan stood in the middle of the clearing and signaled for them to watch closely. The Aztaloon's power transfer effect shared divine power with a wyvern bone fragment, causing it to self-level up. Alice and Hans were horrified to see him use the power to level up an undead creature instead of a weapon. A gigantic bone wyvern engulfed in blue flames appeared, and Alan invited them aboard to travel quickly north. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a vampire messenger delivered a message from the Vampire King, Count Timong. He declared that the Count would end the war by utilizing the undead from the Flask of Aging. A grotesque, skeletal creature was clutching its neck in pain. It sat huddled on the floor, and a voice echoed in its thoughts, suggesting the Vampire King had gone too far by sending such a pet. The mutated undead creature laid down a condition. If you wish to command me, then bring me a progenitor vampire of Marquess, rank or higher. A werewolf growled, thinking that this one was as selfish and difficult as rumored. The werewolf sneered. Oh, so you have a few tricks up your sleeve too. It decided to use force. I must carry out the Vampire King's command. I don't care about your opinion. I will take you, Count. Meanwhile, a mysterious observer commented on the werewolf. The flesh of a beast. Other observers agreed, deeming the werewolf an excellent sacrifice, which terrified it. On another battlefield, Charlotte Herrace was blocking a fierce attack from a gigantic bone monster. A muscular warrior raised a holy shield, protecting a younger soldier. A gigantic, orc-like zombie roared after smashing through the city gate. The defending soldiers panicked, but one shouted reassurance that the saint was with them. An elderly commander ordered the soldiers to fight to the death and pray to buy time. Hearing the command, the warriors clasped their hands in prayer, and their bodies erupted in a surge of blue holy power. From atop the wall, Charlotte shouted, boosting the soldiers' morale. For Alan Alphos, she noticed that even the untrained prisoners were fighting bravely, but Charlotte was still worried. She looked down at the sea of zombies and wondered, their numbers are too great. We won't last long. Should I leave the wall and join the fight? She tightened her grip on the sword hilt, her heart filled with indecision. Just then, a majestic voice echoed throughout the space. I am the Legion. I am the heir of Gaia. Two soldiers looked up, one whispering, asterisk, that voice, asterisk, while the other cried out in astonishment, asterisk, oh my god, asterisk. Riding a gigantic bone wyvern, Alan Alphals announced that the seventh prince had arrived. The bone wyvern roared, unleashing a stream of blue holy power onto the battlefield. The undead warriors were bathed in the light, their eyes blazing with new power. The holy energy poured down like a rain of blessings upon Alan's entire army. On the wall, one soldier was stunned by the miracle, while the other cheered that they were saved. Charlotte Herrace, captain of the White Cross, knelt on one knee in the snow. As the wyvern landed, she respectfully bowed to Alan. From above, Alan thanked them for their service. He called Charlotte's name, causing her to look up with a relieved smile. Alan stepped down from the wyvern, approached her, and said he always felt sorry for her. He placed a hand on Charlotte's shoulder to comfort her, but she replied that she seemed only to be a burden to him. With a resolute smile, Charlotte affirmed that it was her duty as his loyal right hand. Alan smiled, saying that knowing she was safe in this foreign land made him happy. A strange blonde woman stepped up beside Alan, and he told Charlotte they could talk later. Charlotte shot the other woman a sharp glare, a spark of jealousy flashing between them. Alan turned around, confused by the sudden tense atmosphere. Suddenly, he noticed a man with a familiar face standing among his soldiers. A system window appeared, confirming the man was Shufel, formerly Rupel, causing Alan to realize in shock that it was his older brother. Alan thought to himself that Harmond must have sent the silver-haired knight here after the execution, then turned to greet his long-lost brother. After speaking, Alan turned and walked away alone down a long corridor. An elderly man knelt down before Alan. Charlotte Herrace requested Lord Gerald to begin his report. Gerald presented that the citizens suddenly being able to use holy power was one thing, but gathering an army of 800,000 people from among them was another matter entirely. Charlotte angrily questioned why he hadn't reported this matter to the Holy Emperor. Gerald replied that he only wanted to help. He bowed deeply, declaring that he did so in order for the seventh prince to become the Holy Kingdom's new emperor. Alan thought to himself that these words were absurd. He realized Gerald was trying to frame him for treason, with an innocent expression. Alan raised his hand to stop Charlotte, and asked Gerald if he understood the implications of his actions. Gerald warned that if they failed, the entire region would be destroyed, but Alan merely replied with thanks for his concern. Alan sat down opposite him and asked if, in Gerald's eyes, he was still a reckless and abandoned prince. Ignoring Gerald's surprise, Alan ordered him to report immediately. He sighed tiredly, wondering why no one could just leave him alone. When Gerald was confused about what to do, Alan instructed him to say that everything was done under his command. He explained that this was the only way to mitigate Gerald's punishment. Alan stood up, made it clear that Gerald would still face imprisonment, and then ordered him to leave. Lord Gerald, sweating, accepted his fate in astonishment. As he walked away, he remarked that he had troubled the prince once again. Against the snowy backdrop, a shovel was plunged hard into the ground. Rufel Alfals observed thoughtfully, noting that there was one person who always worked his hardest. Two former prisoners commented that the man was the silent, unapproachable type, but perhaps he had his own story. While dragging the corpses, Rufel thought that even though the man had been here for a while, no one knew his name. As dusk fell, he decided it was time to finish the work and leave. Rufel announced a break, but a voice unexpectedly called out to him from behind. He flinched and reached out to catch a bottle flying toward him. Rufel looked up and asked in surprise who the person standing on the wagon was. A skeletal hand emerged from the snow, and a voice replied, "Me." A stranger wearing a plague doctor mask appeared amidst the rising undead, introducing himself as a humble priest. Rufel yelled angrily, asserting that this was no time for jokes. The masked figure tilted his head and challenged him, asking if he looked like he was joking. Rufel was terrified as more and more skeletons crawled out of the ground, while the stranger thought it was time to stop the pleasantries. The masked person raised a finger and declared the first attack had begun. Rufel was stunned as an immortal holy knight flashed past him. The immortal holy knight was suddenly knocked away by an invisible attack. He turned back in shock, unable to understand when the enemy had struck. Rufel clutched his bleeding arm, realizing he hadn't sensed the opponent's presence at all. The plague doctor masked figure coldly mocked, "You couldn't even dodge that blow?" The plague doctor masked figure taunted Rufel. "What good is being resurrected if you're this useless?" Rufel asked in astonishment how the opponent did that, but only received the indifferent reply that it was no big secret. The stranger threw Rufel a vial and commanded, "Drink it if you don't want to die again." He added that this was a gift from the one who saved Rufel. Looking at the skeleton soldiers and immortal knights, Rufel wondered if this was something from the seventh prince. The masked figure shrugged, showing annoyance that Rufel asked too many questions. He continued the insult. "You can't even take care of yourself. Do you plan to rely on your younger brother forever?" Rufel ground his teeth, cursing silently in resentment. Nevertheless, he decided to drink the mysterious potion. The masked figure watched silently. In a flashback, Alan held a similar vial and asked what it was. Hans began to explain, mentioning the carnivorous trees in Taitalos, but Alan lost patience and demanded he get straight to the point. The alchemist explained that if you mix the sap of those trees with the holy water created by the prince himself, Hans proudly declared, and this is the result. Alan and his blonde female companion both looked at Hans. As Hans solemnly presented the purple potion, Alan immediately asked if it was poison. Hans looked deeply offended, but Alan merely replied coldly that they had known each other for less than a year. Witnessing the scene, the blonde female companion confusedly yelled for a proper explanation. In a flashback, Hans excitedly introduced a special healing potion, capable of restoring physical strength. He explained that its unique feature was its ability to accelerate the user's growth. Hans proudly stated that this potion was many times more effective than any other kind. Alan Alfals covered his nose, complaining that the smell was worse than rotting undead, causing Hans to force a sheepish smile. Hans admitted that the potion was mostly ineffective on someone as powerful as Alan. He further explained that its effect was very weak on those who had reached a certain level, making Alan wonder if this was a unique kind of poison. Alan looked at the vial with a worried expression, sensing that something was wrong. Suddenly, Hans remembered and exclaimed that the potion had one major drawback. Back in the present, Rufel Alfals screamed in pain after drinking the potion. He writhed on the ground, yelling due to the intense agony. Rufel screamed that the taste was deadly, horrible. A plague doctor mask-wearer sarcastically remarked that he heard it tasted like strawberries, while two undead holy knights stood guard. The two undead holy knights raised their swords, their weapons emitting a blue light. Rufel's heart pounded violently, radiating a purple energy flow. Energy violently erupted from his body. Rufel used his new power to engage the two holy knights in combat. With a powerful attack, he knocked both enemies away. Rufel was astonished by his new strength, while the mask-wearer instructed him to remember this feeling. Looking at the defeated enemies, Rufel angrily wondered if his life was just a game to the mysterious figure. Despite his anger toward the mask-wearer, Rufel Alfals decided he would deal with that later. With glowing red eyes, he swung his sword, which was enveloped in a powerful blue energy flow. A single slash created an energy wave that swept across the battlefield. Meanwhile, the mask-wearer realized his holy power had been amplified many times over, and secretly praised what Hans had created. Rufel roared as the new power surged within his body. He turned to challenge the remaining skeleton soldiers, demanding that they charge him all at once. In his rage, he shouted that he was no longer Rupel, who had to hide behind his younger brother, but a hand held him back, saying that was enough. Rufel held his stance, his sword still ready for battle amidst the surging energy. The mask-wearer, escorted by two undead knights, called Rufel Redhead, and told him to meet there again tomorrow. Rufel was stunned by the sudden command. The mask-wearer casually bid farewell, leaving Rufel angrily muttering about his arrogance. Elsewhere, Charlotte Herreys was swinging her sword in the training yard. She suddenly stopped, seemingly sensing something. Alan Alfals approached, greeted her, and said he had brought Charlotte a gift. Charlotte asked blankly about the gift. Alan smiled mischievously, held out a bottle, and told her to drink all of this good stuff. In a dark setting, a werewolf was tightly bound by shadowy tentacles as a mysterious voice declared it would be captured by force. The mysterious figure mused about the flesh of a beast. 3 dark shadows with glowing blue eyes appeared, calling the werewolf a good sacrifice, filling it with extreme terror. A deformed undead leader commented that his new prey, a pet, was quite good. The mysterious figure thought this prey would last for a while. He revealed his plan to nurture a mist calf from the giant's world to create the giant's heart, aiming to permanently seal the Holy Emperor. However, he complained that the process was too slow due to the lack of sacrifices, then suddenly realized something. He wondered why his army was unconsciously moving toward the sacrificial temple. Suddenly realizing, he noticed there were at least 800 people inside that temple. He sneered, remarking that although ordinary people were useless, he heard they were all now using holy power. The leader flashed a wicked smile as his army stopped, awaiting orders. He issued a command to his entire legion. He ordered them to advance to the temple immediately, leave no one alive, and bring all the souls back to him. To motivate them, he promised to turn the one who brought back the most souls into his personal subordinate. The rest would have the honor of witnessing the moment the Holy Emperor was sealed. With the final command, the massive undead army of orcs and goblins roared and charged into battle. The leader looked ahead, silently calling Kelt Alfal's name. He imagined personally delivering suffering to the Holy Emperor that was worse than death. Meanwhile, Charlotte Herreys grimaced after drinking a potion as ordered, complaining that the taste was horrible. Alan Alfals appeared mischievously, saying he heard it tasted like strawberries. A status window appeared before Charlotte. She was annoyed that this power increase was not as great as her brother's. Hans, the alchemist, excitedly ran over and asked Alan if he was finally testing the elixir. Alan ordered Hans to step back due to the danger, then turned to challenge Charlotte to a duel. Charlotte excitedly gripped her wooden sword, finally having the chance. She swung her sword, saying she had always wanted to test if she could touch Alan with her blade. Alan explained that one of Aztaloon's abilities was power transfer, and he had previously used it to grant abilities to summoned creatures. Now, he revealed that the ability also worked in reverse, allowing him to absorb power. The system announced that Kashim's characteristics and combat knowledge were being transferred to Alan and his sword. Alan smiled confidently, declaring that he would no longer be at a disadvantage in a close-quarters fight with Charlotte. Charlotte looked at him with a determined expression. She rushed forward at terrifying speed, swinging her sword toward Alan. Charlotte declared the start of the match as she aimed for Alan. Their swords clashed, creating a powerful shockwave. Alan easily parried the blow, forcing Charlotte back. He smirked and asked if she hadn't started a bit too abruptly. Alan swung his sword, activating the wind's breath skill. He warned Charlotte that he was having trouble controlling his power and told her to dodge on her own. A massive surge of energy erupted from Alan's sword swing. Charlotte was blown backward by the force of the attack. She landed on the ground, the sword in her hand beginning to emit an aura. With intense focus, Charlotte prepared for the next wave of attacks. Charlotte unleashed a powerful slash toward Alan Alfal's. She channeled her strength into the sword, creating an arc of energy that swept across the ground. Alan stood firm, easily neutralizing her attack with a blinding flash of light. In another corridor, Rufel Alfals walked, wondering about the identity of the masked man. He recalled the plague doctor masked man, and thought that his resurrection was a secret known only to Harmond. Ruffle noticed that the man's ability to control the undead was similar to Alan's. He decided that everything would become clear once he met Harmond. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave from Alan and Charlotte's sparring match arrived. Rufel was thrown backward by the aftershock of the energy blast. Charlotte gasped, assuming Alan still hadn't used his full strength. Alan smiled back, replying that he had given his absolute all. He complimented Charlotte on her strength and advised her to train even harder. Ruffle stared at Alan in astonishment, confused about what to say. He remained seated on the floor, stunned by the power of the two of them. Suddenly, both Alan and Charlotte sensed an unusual source of energy. An alarm horn blared everywhere. A holy knight immediately ordered the archers and other soldiers into position on the ramparts, announcing that the undead legion had reached the gates. A giant zombie with glowing red eyes appeared, spreading terror among the defenders. A massive army of the undead was advancing across the white snowy landscape toward the fortress.